Upon the moment of his rebirth, the true young master Ji Beizhong immediately realized that the false young master Ji Nanchuan had also been resurrected. In his previous life, he was the genuine young master, disdained by the affluent Ji family and regarded as a mere sycophant by the goddess. In contrast, Ji Nanchuan basked in the splendor and affection of his family, with everyone eager to curry favor with him, proclaiming that he would achieve great success in the future. However, merely a decade later, Ji Bei, who ventured into the entertainment industry and emerged as a top-tier star, claimed the title of Best Actor at 25 and Best Leading Actor at 27, even garnering the adoration of lofty investors. Meanwhile, Ji Nanchuan faced the downfall of the Ji family, losing his 5 sisters to his reckless actions, ultimately leading to a fate of self-exploitation. Upon reopening his eyes, Ji Nanchuan had seized Ji Bei's opportunity to debut. Ji Bei, in a state of apathy, contemplated the absurdity of it all. Did Ji Nanchuan truly believe that the entertainment industry was such an easy realm to navigate? In due time, he would discover that he had not merely signed a contract for debut, but rather a substantial indenture of servitude. The wealthy women who lavishly spent on male stars were often obsessive, while talented directors favored male intimacy, and the presence of fans and detractors alike could threaten his very existence. Navigating this industry without connections was akin to entering the underworld. To amass fans and generate buzz, mere good looks would not suffice. The intricacies of this world would be for Ji Nanchuan to unravel at his own pace. As for Ji Bei, he would take a laid-back approach within the Ji household, casually preparing for the Huaqing exams, then engaging in research at a national laboratory, aiming to accomplish some notable achievements and ultimately bring a modest honor to his country. However, what vexed Ji Bei was his desire for solitude and to pursue his own endeavors. Why were all 5 of his sisters weeping and pleading for forgiveness? Why did his aloof goddess seek reconciliation? Even the top-tier entertainment, mogul Yang Zhenjin, had come forth to profess her feelings for him. Chapter 1. Could stealing away his life lead to a better existence? May I inquire as to which young master from your household is the star of the viral video? The short video featuring your young master singing has garnered over 100 million views online. Such immense traffic, if not managed properly, could easily be fleeting. We possess the most professional team and the strongest resources. Given time, we will surely elevate your young master to the pinnacle of fame. In the Ji family's living room, a voluptuous woman clad in a suit sat on the sofa. The business card she had just placed on the coffee table bore the name of Xingchen Media. Opposite her sat a middle-aged man in his 40s. This man was none other than the head of the Ji family, Ji Zhongshi. His expression was far from welcoming, clearly displeased by the arrival of the woman in the suit. Who was the one bringing disgrace to the Ji family by seeking the spotlight? While the question was directed at the room, his piercing gaze fell upon the corner where Ji Bei stood. The next moment, Ji Nanchuan, nestled beside Ji Zhongshi and playfully clinging to his arm, suddenly spoke up. "Father, the person singing in the video is me. I was merely humming while enjoying the scenery by the lake, and I never expected someone would capture it." Ji Bei's eyelids twitched violently. Could it be that Ji Nanchuan had also been reborn? Casting a glance at Ji Bei, Ji Nanchuan swayed his father's arm. "I didn't mean to, father. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you?" In response to Ji Nanchuan, the sharpness in Ji Zhongshi's eyes softened, replaced by warmth. "To be admired by so many is a testament to my son's excellence. How could I possibly blame you?" With a sweet smile gracing his lips, Ji Nanchuan turned to the others in the room. "Mother and sisters wouldn't blame me, would they?" The others returned his smile in kind. "Our Nanchuan is so exceptional. How could mother/sisters ever blame you?" In that moment, everyone forgot that it was Ji Bei who had loved singing from a young age and possessed a remarkable musical talent. The ethereal voice of the boy in the video could not possibly belong to Ji Nanchuan, who had always been tone-deaf. Ji Bei maintained a calm demeanor. To his surprise, he had indeed reincarnated back to the summer of his sophomore year. In his previous life, after a failed confession, he had hummed a song by the lake, and a passerby had recorded it, leading to a viral sensation that caught the attention of a talent agency, propelling him into the entertainment world. Ji Nanchuan was his half-brother. Mistakenly swapped at birth, Ji Nanchuan had been raised as the eldest young master of the Ji family for over a decade, until Ji Bei was brought back to the family following a car accident a year prior. Ji Nanchuan, frail yet adept at winning the favor of the Ji family, had placed Ji Bei, the true young master, in a rather awkward position. After an unexpected surge in popularity, Ji Bei entered the entertainment industry. Once in the industry, Ji Bei's inaugural project was a reality show. With his exceptional vocal talent, humble demeanor, and occasional bouts of striking good looks, he garnered a loyal fan base. Following the reality show, he landed a minor role in a series that, thanks to a wealthy patron, skyrocketed in popularity. Consequently, Ji Bei's market value soared, and soon, nearly all offers directed his way were for leading roles. Eventually, at 25, Ji Bei secured the title of Best Actor, and by 27, he was crowned Best Leading Actor. Mother, father, and sisters, why does it seem that my brother is not very happy? Did I do something wrong, Nanchuan? Ji Bei, lost in thought, was suddenly jolted by Ji Nanchuan's overly sweet voice, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. He frowned as he regarded Ji Nanchuan. This expression was interpreted by the Ji family as jealousy. The eldest sister, Ji Chun, was the first to speak up for Ji Nanchuan. Ji Bei, what kind of look is that? Are you truly jealous of Nanchuan? The second sister, Ji Xia, cast an irritated glance at Ji Bei. Focusing all your energy on jealousy of Nanchuan will lead you nowhere. Your perpetual sulking is quite bothersome. We are all here, yet you choose to look at Nanchuan with such disdain. When you're absent, who knows how you bully him? The third sister, Ji Qiu, was known for her foul mouth. You dog of a Ji Bei, if you dare look at Nanchuan with that expression again, I'll pluck your eyes out. Damn. Before Ji Qiu could finish her sentence, Ji Zhongshi interjected. Naturally, this was not due to Ji Bei's behavior. Ji Qiu, mind your manners. Do not bring shame to Nanchuan in front of outsiders. Everyone was rallying to Ji Nanchuan's defense, while he feigned sorrow, his eyes reddening as if he had suffered a grievous injustice. Mother, father, sisters, please don't speak ill of brother Ji Bei. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. As he spoke, tears began to cascade down his cheeks, his voice choked with emotion. The disdainful gazes directed at Ji Bei from the crowd only intensified. Ji Bei was scolded thoroughly, yet he successfully diverted the attention of his manager towards himself. She scrutinized Ji Bei with narrowed eyes. Tall and slender, with fair skin, his face, concealed beneath heavy bangs, became increasingly captivating the more one gazed upon it, embodying the delicate beauty favored by contemporary audiences. From her limited expertise, it is evident that this face would appear even more stunning when captured through the lens. The agent's reaction instilled a profound sense of crisis within Ji Nanchuan, prompting him to clench his fists in frustration, his eyes brimming with resentment. He was determined to seize this opportunity and take Ji Bei's place at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Sister, Ji Nanchuan addressed the agent, displaying what he believed to be his sweetest smile. Sister, I'm unable to sing for you today, as my throat is unwell. I have some songs I recorded previously in my room. Allow me to play them for you. The agent was instantly brought back to her senses. Indeed, Ji Nanchuan's meteoric rise through short videos was attributable to his melodious voice rather than his looks. Even though Ji Bei possessed a modicum of beauty, the audience would remain unconvinced. With this realization, the agent ceased her attention on Ji Bei, and her demeanor towards Ji Nanchuan softened considerably. No need for formality. Simply call me Sister Lu. We shall have many opportunities to collaborate in the future. A faint blush crept across Ji Nanchuan's face. Sister Lu. Sister Lu was thoroughly pleased. Ji Nanchuan's bashful demeanor would undoubtedly make him easy to manage in the future. While he smiled alongside Sister Lu, he cast a fierce glare at Ji Bei, silently warning him to remain silent. Ji Bei chuckled nonchalantly. Did Ji Nanchuan truly believe that seizing this singular opportunity would elevate him to the zenith of life? Such a notion was utterly absurd. He had returned from rebirth specifically to claim it. Little did he know that this was the very place Ji Bei had yearned to escape in his previous life. While others only perceived Ji Bei's glory, none comprehended the struggles faced by a newcomer with no connections in the entertainment industry. Today, the company that came to sign him was merely a faceless firm with no reputation in the industry. During the first reality show, Ji Bei endured bullying and nearly suffered disfigurement. The script for his inaugural film was abysmally poor, and the entire crew exhibited a lackadaisical attitude. It was Ji Bei's relentless refinement of his character that ultimately made him the sole individual to gain popularity from that production. Following his rise to fame, he was then inundated with slander and suspicion. Curses, rumors, and fabricated photos became the norm, with threats against his family being a common occurrence. Ji Bei felt powerless to resist and could only endure the onslaught. The most unbearable of all was the reproach from those he held dearest. He had stood on the rooftop contemplating a leap several times due to his depression. Even the wealthy benefactor who initially supported him turned out to be a violent and possessive aberration. It was only at the age of 27 that Ji Bei finally managed to extricate himself from her clutches. All of this remained unknown to Ji Nanchuan. Or perhaps, even if Ji Nanchuan were aware, could he truly withstand such burdens? His well-meaning younger brother had been reborn. Surely he did not naively believe that signing a contract would guarantee his ascent to the pinnacle of success. Chapter 2. Being a film emperor is far from simple. The last encounter with Ji Nanchuan in his previous life occurred on the day Ji Beihua was awarded the title of film emperor. After the awards ceremony concluded, a prominent figure who had long desired to sign Ji Bei mysteriously suggested taking everyone to witness something extraordinary. The atmosphere was jubilant, and Ji Bei, neither affirming nor denying, decided to accompany them. To his astonishment, the extraordinary thing turned out to be a human livestock auction. This auction involved individuals stripped of their garments, chained within cages, and sold to the highest bidder. The stark contrast of flesh and blood elicited fervent cheers from the audience, a visual spectacle fraught with intense stimulation. Ji Bei sat numbly in a corner, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed this farce unfold. Having been in this circle for years, he had witnessed too much darkness and understood that no one could be saved. The only thing he could do was refrain from becoming an accomplice to the absurdity. Until a figure took the stage, Ji Bei's heart dropped entirely. The person being presented, naked and covered in scars, was none other than Ji Nanchuan. Veins bulged on the back of Ji Bei's hand. He dared not display any signs of distress, fearing that others might discover his connection to Ji Nanchuan and use it against him. If exposed, he could neither rescue Ji Nanchuan nor protect himself. As the auction neared its conclusion, with Ji Nanchuan on the verge of being purchased by a perverse bidder, Ji Bei flicked the ash from a cigarette and, with a calm demeanor, uttered 2 million. The crowd erupted in cheers and banter. That evening, Ji Bei brought Ji Nanchuan back to the hotel. Terrified of causing him further harm, he refrained from asking any questions, preparing warm water for Ji Nanchuan to bathe while he contacted a private doctor and arranged for Ji Nanchuan to be discreetly taken away. He even set aside a substantial sum of money to ensure Ji Nanchuan's future well-being. After a considerable amount of time, Ji Nanchuan remained in the bathroom. Concerned for his safety, Ji Bei pushed open the door, only to be met with Ji Nanchuan's blade. In his final moments, Ji Bei's eyes were filled with the wrathful visage of Ji Nanchuan. Words tumbled from Ji Nanchuan's lips like venom. Ji Bei, by what right do you enjoy such fortune? You sing beautifully, you are handsome, and you thrive in the entertainment industry. Why? You should accompany me to hell. Ji Bei scoffed lightly, a sardonic expression on his face. In his previous life, he had merely existed for 27 years. What mattered most to him was family, and it was family that had inflicted the most harm upon him. In this rebirth, he sought neither vengeance nor to extend kindness to them. This life, he only wished to cherish himself, to love no one but himself. Ji Bei, are you still standing there in a daze? I knew you couldn't bear to see Nanchuan fare well, not even willing to accompany him. Ji Bei remained silent, following quietly behind. This was not a request for him to accompany Ji Nanchuan. Rather, it was Ji Nanchuan who intended to take Sun Yulu to his room, showcasing the songs he had recorded as his own. The only reason Ji Bei was called upon was to prevent exposure before Sun Yulu. Ji Bei had to go. Without his presence, how would Ji Nanchuan sign a contract? How could he attain the life he so desperately desired in the entertainment industry? Ji Zhongshi cast a serious glance at Ji Bei. Today is your brother's special day. I hope you can suppress your jealousy and act with decorum. Ji Bei did not even lift his eyelids, feigning ignorance. He had grown accustomed to the double standards of this family. In his previous life, when he sought a contract, the Ji family opposed it vehemently. Ji Zhongshi, steeped in tradition, deemed it a disgrace to the Ji family to seek the limelight. Aware of his company's dwindling profits, Ji Bei had knelt before Ji Zhongshi, pleading for entry into the entertainment industry, only to be met with a harsh kick and forced to kneel in the courtyard until midnight. He was finally permitted to sign, under the condition that he would never claim to be a member of the Ji family. Now for Ji Nanchuan, it was an immense blessing. Exposure had transformed into a source of pride for the Ji family. Yizongsi affectionately ruffled Ji Nanchuan's hair, smiling as he assured him of his full support in securing advantageous opportunities. Ji Nanchuan beamed at Ji Zhongshi, thanking him while casting a triumphant glance at Ji Bei. Ji Bei remained indifferent, pretending not to notice. Ji Nanchuan's attempts at boasting fell flat, akin to striking a cotton ball, causing him to bite his lip in frustration as he struggled to suppress his rage. Ji Nanchuan led Sun Yulu to none other than Ji Bei's room. The Ji family villa spanned 3 stories, with Ji Nanchuan's music room, Ji Zhongshi's chess room, Ji Chun's study, Ji Xia's gym, Ji Qiu's swimming room, and Ji Dong's dance studio occupying the upper floor. The middle floor housed the family's respective rooms, while the lower level contained the guest, living room, and quarters for the servants. Ji Bei, however, resided in a storage room that even the servants avoided. The room faced north, with a minuscule window, and was small and damp, yet Ji Bei kept it impeccably tidy. The room contained only a single bed, a desk, and a modest cabinet, devoid of any other furnishings. At that moment, a crowd squeezed into the cramped space, leaving little room to maneuver. Sun Yulu paused at the threshold. Is this the young master's room? None of the Ji family members had ever visited Ji Bei's quarters, and they were momentarily taken aback. Ji Zhongshi was the first to regain composure. remarking that it was good for children to experience hardship as it fostered a resilient character. Ji Nanchuan hastily plugged a USB drive from the drawer into Ji Bei's lagging computer to play music. The melodious notes filled the room, instantly capturing Sun Yulu's attention. She was thoroughly pleased. Such talent, it would be a pity not to enter the entertainment industry. The others finally exhaled in relief. Yi Dong CZ Yi base clothing, dragging him outside, reviling him. You little wretch, was that intentional? Are you trying to play the victim in front of others, making it seem as though we mistreat you? Ji Bei had long anticipated this reaction. What have I done? Yi Dong consumed beengger. Failed to notice that Ji Bei no longer even wished to refer to her as sister. In the past, he would have approached her cautiously, eager to please, and would have asked, "Sister, did I do something wrong? Just tell me, and I will change." Ji Dong's voice dripped with disdain as she questioned, "What have you done? Haven't you done enough? Knowing you're a member of the Ji family, you still choose to live like a rat in the gutter. Residing in a place even the servants disdain, is it not to bring shame to the Ji family?" Ji Bei remained calm. "Was it my choice to live here?" Ji Dong, momentarily taken aback, recalled Ji Bei's arrival at the Ji family. Ji Nanchuan, in poor health, occupied the best room in the villa. On Ji Bei's first day, Ji Nanchuan had graciously offered his room to Ji Bei, stating it was for him to stay. Given Ji Nanchuan's frailty, how could the Ji family bear to have him move out? While they were sympathetic to Ji Nanchuan, they believed it wiser to have Ji Bei stay in the first-floor storage room until Ji Nanchuan accepted him, at which point they would prepare a room for Ji Bei on the second floor. This way, they could avoid making the delicate, sickly Ji Nanchuan uneasy. Eventually, they forgot about this arrangement, and Ji Bei remained in the storage room for an entire year. As Ji Dong reflected on the events, she realized she had no justification for her anger. Her face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, "Ji Bei, it seems you've grown bold enough to speak back to me." Chapter 3. The Letter from the White Moonlight. Ji Bei's emotions were no longer easily swayed by the Ji family. He conducted himself with professionalism, articulating his thoughts devoid of sentiment. "You are overthinking it." In a single phrase, Ji Dong felt utterly blocked. She suddenly realized that Ji Bei seemed to have changed. He had become more cunning, embodying the essence of a scheming vixen. The tactics employed to win Nanchuan's affection were now far more sophisticated than before. This realization only intensified Ji Dong's aversion. Indeed, having grown up in a remote countryside, he had learned the ways of the cunning. How could a boy as innocent and kind-hearted as Nanchuan possibly stand a chance against such a manipulative woman? As an elder sister, she could not allow her brother to be mistreated. The disdain in Ji Dong's eyes was unmistakable. "Do not believe that a mere change in strategy could sway us. We are not easily deceived." Ji Bei cast her a puzzled glance, failing to comprehend her thoughts. However, this mattered little. Just as he was about to speak, his phone, a shattered screen budget model, vibrated in his pocket. Ignoring Ji Dong, he retrieved the device. The Ji family had always insisted on fairness. Nanchuan wielded the latest high-end smartphone, complemented by an identical backup in a different color, and had ample pocket money to spend at will. In contrast, Ji Bei's phone was a giveaway from the broadband installation. He had once cherished it dearly, only for it to be taken by Nanchuan out of curiosity, who accidentally shattered its screen, all while feigning innocence. This incident had led to Ji Bei receiving a significant scolding from the family. Ji Bei had saved some money from tutoring before arriving at the Ji household, but he had refrained from purchasing a new phone, hoping instead to buy gifts to win the family's favor. Now, however, such gestures seemed unnecessary. He unlocked the screen to find a message on WeChat. His nonchalant gesture of staring at the phone, ignoring Ji Dong, successfully provoked her, once the school beauty, surrounded by admirers. Her brows knitted in displeasure. "What is your attitude, Ji Bei?" Without lifting his gaze, Ji Bei replied in a flat tone, "My attitude depends on the person on the other end." The WeChat message was from someone he had saved as Qingning, Zhao Qingning. The content read, "Ji Bei, I'm a DL bar, I want to see you." The mere sight of her name made a vein throb on Ji Bei's forehead. In his previous life, if family had caused him the most pain, Zhao Qingning had been a close second. He had viewed her as a childhood sweetheart, while she had regarded him as a backup option. Just yesterday, he had confessed his feelings to her only to be rejected. He had intended to wait until after the college entrance examination to express his feelings, as they were still in the summer of their second year. With less than a year until the exams. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qingning had invited him to karaoke, where all their classmates were present. With a blush, she had tugged at his sleeve, suggesting she had something to say, setting the stage for confession. Ji Bei's face had flushed with embarrassment. Believing that a girl would be too shy to confess first, he had taken the initiative. The result was neither acceptance nor outright rejection, but rather mockery. Zhao Qingning had linked arms with Wang Ba, resting her head on his shoulder as the others laughed at him, deriding him for aspiring to a swan. He recalled a similar moment from his past life. The day after the confession, Zhao Qingning had messaged him, saying, "I'm at DL bar, come quickly." In that life, Ji Bei was wholly devoted to her, fearing for her safety and pondering whether the karaoke incident had been coerced. Given Wang Ba's connections as the son of the homeroom teacher, after some deliberation, he had decided to go. Zhao Qingning had been seated in a corner, dressed lightly, casually chatting with him before expressing a desire for a trendy milk tea. Ji Bei had obliged, waiting 3 hours in the summer heat for 2 cups of iced tea. When he returned to the bar, he found Zhao Qingning entwined with Wang Ba in a close dance. She had taken the drinks, one for herself and one for Wang Ba, while the sweaty Ji Bei was met with derision, accused of harboring delusions of grandeur, with even Wang Ba pouring a cup of milk tea over his head, complaining about the excessive pearls. In this lifetime, Ji Bei certainly had no intention of attending. However, a thought crossed his mind. In his previous life, he had passed by an alley on his way to buy milk tea, where a crowd had gathered. He had been too preoccupied to notice at the time, only to later learn from the news that the injured party was the popular Yang Zhenjin. Disguised and unaware of her predicament, she had been targeted by a group of thugs, resulting in injuries that forced her to abandon short skirts, a lasting disappointment for her fans. In his past life, Ji Bei had encountered Yang Zhenjin several times. She had shown him kindness and even invited him out for meals and movies. Regrettably, he had been too absorbed in Zhao Qingning to notice the affections of other women, let alone consider dating. In this life, Ji Bei had no plans for romance, but still felt a sense of camaraderie. He did not want to leave a lasting regret for those who had treated him kindly in his previous life. With this in mind, he pocketed his phone and prepared to leave. Ji Dong, who had been lecturing him, was infuriated to discover that Ji Bei had completely tuned her out. Not only had he ignored her words, but he was also attempting to leave before she finished speaking. Did he still wish to remain in this household? Ji Dong seized Ji Bei's arm, shaking him off disdainfully. She had nearly forgotten that someone emerging from such impoverished circumstances would have no regard for hygiene. Her brow furrowed deeply. "Who gave you permission to leave?" With an impassive expression, Ji Bei replied, "Do I not have the right to go?" Ji Dong was momentarily taken aback. "Today is a significant day for Nanchuan. Are you so envious of him that you would leave?" Ji Bei responded with a sardonic smile. "Today is indeed a crucial day for Ji Nanchuan. What reason do I have to stay? To inform Sun Yulu that the person singing in the video is me? Or to expose Ji Nanchuan for claiming my accolades as his own?" A pang of alarm shot through Ji Dong, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You wouldn't dare." Ji Bei smirked. "Do you think I would hesitate? If Ji Nanchuan discovers that I revealed this at your behest, I wonder if he would be inclined to forgive you." "You?" Ji Dong was struck speechless. She was confident that Ji Nanchuan would not blame her. He was far too kind-hearted and sentimental to hold a grudge over trivial matters against his own family. "So, my dear sister, shall I leave now, or shall I proceed to expose Ji Nanchuan?" With that, Ji Bei turned away from the astonished Ji Dong and strode purposefully out of the Ji household. Chapter 4. The entire bill was to be settled by Ji Bei. The Ji family's vicinity had no taxis available. Ji Bei had to walk a considerable distance to reach the nearest bus stop. Under the sweltering summer sun, the unshaded ground radiated heat, casting a scorching glow upon all it touched. Ji Bei tried to walk in the shade, yet still felt as though the sun, earth, and sky conspired against him in a relentless heat. "I am but a piece of meat soon to be cooked." The Ji family is not lacking in automobiles. Presently, the Ji family is far wealthier than it will be after its eventual bankruptcy. For instance, Ji Nanchuan is provided with luxury cars, complete with dedicated chauffeurs to escort him to and from school each day. Conversely, Ji Bei can only afford to take the bus, which he pretentiously refers to as a means of exercise. Only the foolish Ji Bei from his previous life would believe such nonsense. The Ji family's actions are evidently motivated by a desire to prevent his classmates from discovering his connection to Ji Nanchuan, lest it tarnish Ji Nanchuan's image at school. However, Ji Bei now harbors no concerns. The Ji family is merely a transient presence in his life. He is solely focused on loving himself, diligently studying to gain admission to a prestigious university, and pursuing his passion for research. Remaining in the Ji family home is merely a precaution to avoid complications that might impact his college entrance exams. At DL Bar, in the Red Garden private room, Zhao Qingning has shed her youthful goddess persona from school, donning revealing attire as she dances intimately with Wang Ba. A snug, crop top barely conceals her exquisite figure, and as her body undulates, her slender waist becomes tantalizingly visible, far more seductive than outright exposure. She pairs it with a white pleated skirt, her long, slender legs glimmering under the myriad of lights. Wang Ba's hands rest on Zhao Qingning's waist, occasionally moving up and down, inciting envy among onlookers. Zhao Qingning's appearance today is a testament to her devotion to Wang Ba. As the dance concludes, Wang Ba casually places his arm over her shoulder, raising a glass in triumph, calling her sister-in-law. The classmates, ever eager to please, echo the title, making Zhao Qingning blush fiercely, prompting her to hide in Wang Ba's embrace, which elicits a round of cheers. Zhao Qingning revels in this sensation, relishing the feeling of being Wang's woman, while Ji Bei treats her with utmost kindness and devotion, presenting her with any treasures and tutoring her for her future. Such mundane affection fails to ignite her heart. The intoxicating thrill of desire can only be offered by Wang Ba. After downing a drink, Wang Ba, feeling slightly euphoric, pinches Zhao Qingning's cheek. How does it feel to be with me? Much better than that boy, right? Forget about him from now on. Zhao Qingning obediently flaunts the bracelet Wang Ba gifted her, thinking, of course, a woman protected by a lion would never settle for the protection of a mere dog. Brother Wang, how shall we humiliate that Ji Bei when he arrives? Inquires a short, bespectacled classmate. Those who can afford to frequent DL Bar are either wealthy or privileged, and even the most modest private room is beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Wang Ba shakes his glass. What clever ideas do you have? The bespectacled boy ponders, suggesting they treat Ji Bei like a dog, sending him on errands for Wang Ba and his sister-in-law. Wang Ba bursts into laughter, clearly pleased. The others join in, all too eager to curry favor. With school looming, opportunities to indulge in such venues are rare, and a few drinks have left their faces flushed and their minds hazy. Wang Ba waves his hand, instructing the waiter to continue bringing drinks. The waiter kindly reminds them that they still have plenty of alcohol left and suggests they reconsider ordering more. The bespectacled boy, ever respectful to Wang Ba, turns and reprimands the waiter. What are you asking for? Can't you see we need more drinks? Does Wanga look like he's short on cash? The bespectacled boy seizes the moment, and the others also chime in, criticizing the waiter for his lack of insight. Wang Ba, buoyed by the adoration, declares, "Bring out the finest drinks. I'll cover the tab. Everyone drink freely. You're all my brothers." Zhao Qingning, feeling slightly neglected as the focus shifts away from her, rolls her eyes and suddenly devises a plan. "I have a way to make that loser Ji Bei foot the bill." Wang Ba scoffs. "That loser? He has no money to spend here. What do you think his place is? A common bar you used to frequent?" The last remark leaves Zhao Qingning feeling somewhat embarrassed. The bespectacled boy senses the tension and quickly reassures. Brother Wang must be underestimating sister-in-law's charm. That fool Ji Bei, whenever sister-in-law needs money, hasn't he always done everything in his power to provide? The others readily agree. A tall, lanky boy with curly hair adds, "Sister-in-law just turned down his confession yesterday. I wonder how heartbroken he must be. If sister-in-law merely shows him a kind face, he'd probably sell his blood to gather the money." His hyperbole draws laughter from the crowd, further elevating Wang Ba's spirits. Although exaggerated, none present questioned Ji Bei's sincerity towards Zhao Qingning. Lavish with attention, Wang Ba eagerly points to the menu. This one, and this drink. Let us try them all." The group calls out in admiration, showering him with titles like Brother Wang and President Wang. Wang Ba basks in unprecedented flattery. The private rooms at DL Bar are categorized into 7 levels, each represented by a color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The purple garden is the most luxurious, while the red garden is the least, with each room offering corresponding beverages. To order drinks from a higher tier, one must pay double the price and cannot skip levels. The drinks Wang Ba recently ordered belong to the orange garden tier. This order sends the atmosphere soaring to new heights, and the crowd erupts in cheers. Wang Ba revels in the attention, while Zhao Qingning dances even more fervently against him, generously bestowing several favors upon him. All of this is of no concern to Ji Bei, who has just alighted from a bus. On this sweltering summer day, Ji Bei dons a crisp white t-shirt, casual denim jeans, and a pair of white sneakers, exuding a refreshing charm that seems to elevate the surrounding temperature. In his past life, Ji Bei suffered immense blows, rarely lifting his gaze and remaining inconspicuous, as everyone deemed Ji Nanchuan more attractive. In reality, he surpasses Ji Nanchuan in looks. Already, several girls on the bus have cast shy glances his way, with one bold enough to approach him for his WeChat. After disembarking and walking a short distance, Ji Bei arrives at the alley he frequented in his former life. He seems to have arrived early, as the only occupant in the alley is a woman whose face is meticulously concealed. The moment Ji Bei sees her, his breath catches. She is stunning. No wonder she has ascended to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, wielding numerous blockbuster hits and later becoming a woman of capital. Her beauty, grace, and figure remain undeniable, even when obscured. Wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a hat, along with a fitted t-shirt and a body-hugging skirt. Her long legs are elegantly clad in black stockings, accentuating her curves. Where she is meant to be slim, she is, and where she is meant to be voluptuous, she is. The exposed skin is as pale as freshly fallen snow, a true masterpiece of creation. Status considering loving. The small-time thug has yet to arrive, and lingering here may arouse suspicion. It would be wiser to wander a bit and await the opportune moment. Just then, Yang Jinjin calls out to him. Wait a moment. In the empty alley, there is no one else she could be addressing but Ji Bei. He halts, awaiting her next words. Yang Jinjin, her ears flushed with embarrassment, takes a breath before shyly asking, my high heel is stuck. Could you help me? She removed her mask, revealing a delicate face that flushed with a rosy hue. Her cherry lips soft and glistening. Coupled with Ji Bei's probing question, her shyness compelled her to bite her lip, enhancing the sheen of her already alluring lips. Could you assist me? My heel is stuck. Ji Bei hesitated, unsure whether it was prudent to help a stranger in such a predicament. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. But it seemed that Yang Zhenjin's bright eyes dimmed slightly when he uttered the word stranger. Her voice softened, replying with a gentle, She then elaborated. I've tried numerous times, but I simply can't get it out. Ji Bei's gaze followed her leg down to her foot, adorned with a slender black stiletto. No wonder Yang Zhenjin had been squatting for so long. The alleyway was uneven, and the poorly maintained sewer nearby had a recess that had ensnared her shoe tightly. Ji Bei averted his eyes and inquired, How long have you been here? Yang Zhenjin replied softly, For a while now. I've tried several times, but it just won't budge. Ji Bei took a couple of steps forward, examining the heel and the spot where it was trapped. With so many people passing by, why did you choose me? On television, Yang Zhenjin was renowned for her aloofness, having been in the industry for years without a single scandal. Initially, she was criticized for her cold demeanor towards the opposite sex, but over time, her exceptional work garnered acceptance from the audience. When Ji Bei posed this question, Yang Zhenjin remained silent for a while. Ignoring questions she did not wish to answer was her usual tactic, and Ji Bei was accustomed to it. Just when he thought she wouldn't respond, she timidly said, I feel like you're a good person, and just when I mustered the courage to speak to a stranger, you appeared. Ji Bei was momentarily taken back. He looked down at Yang Zhenjin, and from his vantage point, he could see her downcast face. Her long eyelashes cast a small shadow beneath her eyes, fluttering like a delicate fan, utterly charming. Her petite nose was not only straight, but also glistened with beads of sweat at its tip. Ji Bei couldn't help but chuckle softly. This girl was anything but aloof. She was clearly socially anxious. Speaking to a stranger had made her so nervous that sweat beaded at the tip of her nose. Since she had already asked for help, Ji Bei felt compelled to assist her, especially with something as simple as freeing her stuck heel. Half a minute later, Yang Zhenjin's heel finally emerged from its entrapment. She exhaled a sigh of relief. Haven't we met before? Ji Bei was initially taken aback, then chuckled. Was the flirty approach of a superstar so unpretentious? This time, it was Yang Zhenjin who seemed surprised. You know me? Ji Bei's smile widened. You underestimate your fame. Yang Zhenjin, the superstar with over 100 million followers on Weibo. Who in Huaxia doesn't know you? Yang Zhenjin smiled as Hyoye. Ji Bei extended his hand without a hint of inferiority, despite being an ordinary high school student. Hello, I'm Ji Bei. Yang Zhenjin reciprocated the handshake. Hello, Yang Zhenjin. Her hand was small, delicate, and cool to the touch, reminiscent of a piece of jade on a summer day. Ji Bei found it difficult to release her hand, and she appeared unperturbed, seemingly enjoying his proximity. Unfortunately, this pleasant atmosphere was short-lived. A trio of ruffians with bleach hair, clad in tight pants and sneakers, appeared at the alley's entrance. The leader, leaning casually against the wall, disregarded Ji Bei entirely and brazenly scrutinized Yang Zhenjin from head to toe. Ji Bei furrowed his brow, positioning himself protectively in front of Yang Zhenjin. What do you want? The ruffians ignored him, continuing to leer at Yang Zhenjin. Did you want to play with us? Or should we show you a good time? Ji Bei shifted his stance. She yelled Yang Zhenjin completely. She doesn't know you and has no interest in playing with you. The ruffians, incensed, spat in their direction. Were you pretending to be a virtuous lady? Our boss has taken a liking to you. Consider yourself fortunate. If you refuse to drink the wine, you'll be served punishment wine. You're just asking for trouble. Ji Bei recalled a similar incident from a past life, where a local tycoon had pursued Yang Zhenjin and, when rebuffed, sought revenge. Accompanied by thugs, Ji Bei found the situation disgraceful. Associating with such lowly individuals for such petty actions was utterly shameful. The ruffians, clearly agitated, discarded their cigarette butts. The leader commanded, let this fool taste some pain. Once our boss tires of this woman, she will belong to us. Yang Jinjin's mere presence was enough to stir their primal instincts. Moreover, her mask was now off. The allure of her beauty exhilarated the ruffians, enhancing their bravado. Ji Bei, however, would not allow Yang Jinjin to be victimized. He lunged forward the moment the ruffians charged. Initially, they dismissed Ji Bei, perceiving him as frail and weak. Yet, they underestimated his fighting prowess. Before moving to the Ji family, Ji Bei had engaged in numerous laborious tasks for survival, working before and after school. Even after joining the Ji family, he received minimal allowance and continued working during his free time. His physique was not sculpted in a gym, but was instead lean muscle with explosive strength. After a few exchanges, he had taken down all 3 ruffians with only minor scratches to show for it. The evening breeze tousled his hair, and the boy with a few scrapes looked particularly storied. In that moment, Yang Jinjin could almost hear the pounding of her own heart. After years, she once again felt a flutter for Ji Bei, even though he had no recollection of their past. Ji Bei understood the urgency of the situation. It was not wise to linger. He refrained from flaunting his victory before Yang Jinjin, assisting her with her broken heel as he prepared to leave, only to find himself a step too late. At the alley's mouth, several burly men appeared. These men were muscular and intimidating, clearly seasoned fighters, far removed from the earlier ruffians. Ji Bei, despite his abilities, knew he was no match for them. Yang Jinjin, formidable as she was merely a woman in her 20s. The earlier confrontation had already frightened her considerably, and now she appeared pale with fear. She grasped Ji Bei's shirt, her voice trembling as she whispered, "Don't fight them. You'll get hurt. They're after me. When you get the chance, just run and don't worry about me." After a moment's thought, Yang Jinjin swallowed nervously. "If possible, could you go call the police for me? I'm a bit scared." Despite the gravity of the situation, Ji Bei couldn't help but chuckle at Yang Jinjin's earnestness. He was about to respond when she interjected, mustering her courage to address the imposing figures ahead. "Come at me. I fear you not." Chapter 6. Could you escort me for a meal? Ji Bei felt a wave of emotion swell within him. The sensation of being cherished and protected was foreign to him, having lived 2 lifetimes without ever feeling such warmth from someone who had scarcely exchanged 2 words with him across those years. Noticing Yang Jinjin's trembling, Ji Bei gently offered words of comfort. "Fear not. I am here, and I have my own means." What was intended as a soothing remark to Yang Jinjin was overheard by a group of burly men who erupted into laughter. "This pretty boy claims he is backup? What a joke." They guffawed. "I'm laughing so hard it hurts. Is this some kind of fantasy novel? Backup? Do you have a father who is a billionaire? Or perhaps a mother who is a tycoon? Or are you a war god descended from the heavens?" Yang Zhen too interpreted Ji Bei's words as an attempt to reassure her. At that moment, the sound of a police siren pierced the air. Initially, the crowd remained oblivious, thinking it a mere illusion. However, as the siren drew nearer, they soon realized that law enforcement was indeed arriving. The expressions of the burly men shifted drastically. Wariness etched upon their faces as they turned to Ji Bei. With an air of nonchalance, Ji Bei shrugged. "What do you look at me for? I told you I have backup. What more can I do if you do not believe me?" The wariness on their faces morphed into anger. "Unfazet Ji Bei tontinuit. I suggest you run now. Otherwise, escaping will be futile." Before they could hurl any insults his way, the men turned and fled. Ji Bei chuckled behind them. "Oh, I forgot to mention, it's too late to run now." Though the men sprinted with impressive speed, the trained police were swifter still. Within moments, several of them found themselves pinned to the ground, faces scraped and bloodied, looking rather pitiful. The burly men and delinquents, along with Yang Jinjin and Ji Bei, were all taken away in a police vehicle. The surveillance cameras in the alley were discreetly placed, unnoticed by the ruffians. The events were captured in clear detail, and with both Ji Bei and Yang Jinjin's testimonies aligning, coupled with their justification of self-defense, they were soon released. The officer on duty was a fan of Yang Jinjin. Once the formalities were concluded, he eagerly escorted her out, even asking for her autograph. Faced with unfamiliar individuals, Yang Jinjin reverted to her aloof demeanor. Yet, the fan was accustomed to it. Merely obtaining Yang Jinjin's signature was enough for him to boast to his friends for quite a while. The officer cast several glances at Ji Bei, mustering the courage to speak. "Jinjin, I think this young man is quite remarkable. He possesses strength and a sense of responsibility. And he is not bad looking either." The officer's tone conveyed a complex mix of excitement, joy, and perhaps a tinge of heartache. Ji Bei raised an eyebrow, sensing an ominous premonition. As anticipated, the officer soon added, "Even though most of our fans are male admirers, we still hope you find someone dependable. Someone who truly cares for you. Now that you've found him, we are all happy for you. Rest assured, when the day comes that you go public, We will extend our blessings. Ji Bei interjected, wait, that's not. The officer adopted an understanding expression, as if to say, you need not explain further. Resigned. Yi Bei Nugid Yang Zinzensar. You should clarify. Yang Jinjin softly replied, thank you all. Ji Bei was about to respond when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, just as a delivery truck passed by, obscuring the person. By the time Ji Bei turned to investigate, the individual had vanished. Feeling a tug on his clothing, Ji Bei looked down to find Yang Jinjin pulling at his sleeve. He realized this girl had a penchant for tugging at his attire. Surprisingly, such innocent gestures were rather endearing. With her mask on, Yang Jinjin removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of fluffy, sparkling eyes that made Ji Bei's heart melt. Where shall we go next? Initially, Ji Bei had intended to return home, but with Yang Jinjin's invitation, he felt no inclination to part ways. After a moment's thought, he replied, anywhere is fine. His response was genuine, not a mere formality. Yang Jinjin tilted her head, deep in contemplation. Ji Bei, having received several notifications on his phone, finally checked it. It was filled with messages from Yang Qingning. I'm at DL Bar. Hurry up. Not here yet. If you're late, you'll owe me the latest bracelet from Jiaojia. Are you coming or not? If not, don't expect to see me again. Ji Bei glanced over the messages without any emotional reaction and swiftly blocked her. It's getting dark. Shall we explore the night market? Yang Jinjin had several places in mind, but after some deliberation, ultimately chose this option. Ji Bei, feeling a bit hungry himself, readily agreed. The night market was bustling with life, filled with vendors and patrons, predominantly young people. Groups of friends mingled, while numerous couples strolled hand in hand. As Ji Bei and Yang Jinjin arrived, they instantly became the most conspicuous pair. With one youthful and the other strikingly attractive, they drew considerable attention. Fortunately, Yang Jinjin wore a hat, and few would suspect that the famed aloof goddess would be found in such a locale, allowing them to remain unrecognized. Ji Bei was not picky with food, while Yang Jinjin expressed a desire to try everything. Though she never consumed much, she would buy a portion of snacks and share the larger half with Ji Bei, both relishing the experience. Yang Jinjin adored spicy food, but could not handle the heat. After sampling a skewer of spicy starch sausages, her lips turned crimson, and she panted, her pink tongue flicking out. Coupled with her slightly flushed nose and damp hair clinging to her forehead, she resembled a celestial being who had descended to earth. Ji Bei observed her with rapt attention, oblivious to the fact that Yang Jinjin had glanced his way, then back at him. 3 seconds later, somewhat reluctantly, she extended the skewer towards him. Fine, you can have a bite. Ji Bei was momentarily taken aback. It seemed this girl thought his gaze was driven by envy for her snack. Reluctantly accepting, he noted her unwillingness. You've already had one. Why do you still want mine? I told you, something this delicious should be purchased in greater quantity. A smile spread wider across Ji Bei's face. Initially uninterested in the snack, seeing Yang Jinjin's mock sorrow piqued his curiosity. He took her hand, guiding the skewer to his mouth. Ji Bei's mouth, larger than hers, easily devoured the nearly finished sausage. In Yang Jinjin's glistening eyes, he could almost read the words heartbroken. Her previously animated chatter was replaced by a sulky pout, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Feeling mischievous, Ji Bei found himself even more inclined to tease her. Chapter 7. Yang Jinjin was recognized by someone. She realized that since she had offered her food, she should not be too stingy. Though annoyed, she feigned indifference, saying no, it's nothing. Ji Bei was all smiles. Unbeknownst to him, being in Yang Jinjin's presence transformed him, making his demeanor more youthful and playful. Over there, they're selling grilled squid. I want some, Yang Jinjin instinctively remarked, glancing over. I'll go buy it. The grilled squid stall was bustling with business. The slightly plump proprietress wielding her spatula with finesse, while her other hand skillfully flipped several skewers of squid. The squid sizzled on the scorching iron plate, the salt and chili seasoning intensifying in flavor with the rising heat. On this sweltering summer day, numerous grilled squid stalls thrived. Yet few could boast of the long lines that formed at this particular one. A crowd had gathered before the stall, and it was evident that one would have to wait at least 20 minutes to be served. In the past, Zhao Qingning would send Ji Bei to queue for food while she comfortably lounged in an air-conditioned milk tea shop, sipping on the beverage Ji Bei procured, often complaining about the time it took him to return. To maintain her figure, Zhao Qingning would only take a single bite of whatever she desired. The treats Ji Bei painstakingly acquired would be shared with her friends if they were present, and otherwise tossed into the trash. The thought of giving Ji Bei her leftovers was out of the question. She believed it would be disrespectful to herself. Amidst the heat and grease of the grilled squid stall, Yang Jinjin, adorned in clothing worth thousands, showed no sign of disdain. As soon as she heard Ji Bei express a desire to eat, she immediately joined the queue. a stark contrast to Zhao Qingning. The squid cooked slowly, and after a considerable wait, Yang Jinjin found herself still in line. While waiting, she suddenly caught a whiff of something delicious. Looking up, she was greeted by a takeout order of starch sausage and a cup of iced milk tea presented before her, causing her eyes to light up with joy. Gratefully, she accepted the offering, her gaze brimming with delight as she thanked Ji Bei, who stood beside her with a matching cup of iced milk tea. Together, they awaited the slow progress of the line, their conversation making the wait feel not only bearable but also blissful. As they neared the front of the line, Yang Jinjin noticed that she had consumed more than half of her iced milk tea. Realizing this, she instinctively placed her hand on her stomach, a look of alarm crossing her face, much like a startled kitten. Ji Bei, have I gained weight? Ji Bei followed her gaze, taking in her figure, which boasted an enviable hourglass shape, with curves in all the right places. There was no sign of weight gain. He sincerely complimented her physique, reassuring her. With that, Yang Jinjin finally felt at ease. The queue inched forward slightly, and just as they were about to reach the front, Yang Jinjin's hat was inadvertently knocked to the ground by a person in front of her. Both she and Ji Bei instinctively bent down to retrieve it. But Yang Jinjin was quicker. As she was still bent over, she heard an excited and incredulous voice exclaim, You're Yang Jinjin? Her smile faltered for a moment, sensing trouble. The person quickly confirmed their suspicion, their voice rising with excitement. You are indeed Yang Jinjin? This declaration drew the attention of those nearby. Ordinary folks rarely encountered celebrities, especially a top-tier star like Yang Jinjin, whose popular dramas spanned various age groups, making her household name. The crowd's curiosity fixated on Yang Jinjin's face. Is it really her? The living, breathing Yang Jinjin? Oh my goodness, she's even more beautiful in person than on TV. The buzz surrounding Yang Jinjin's presence spread faster than wildfire, drawing vendors and customers alike, all abandoning their tasks to gawk at her. It became evident that enjoying grilled squid was no longer in the cards for her. Apologetically, she glanced at Ji Bei, demonstrating her experience in navigating such situations by swiftly grasping his hand and making an exit. Clearly, Yang Jinjin was well-practiced in evading the throngs of fans. Despite being enveloped by a sea of admirers, she adeptly maneuvered through the crowd with Ji Bei in tow. As they ran, most resumed their activities, with only a handful of fervent fans in pursuit. After a brief sprint, Yang Jinjin led Ji Bei into a nearby shop. The urgency of their entry left Ji Bei momentarily unaware of the establishment's nature. Inside the private room of the DL bar, a group of individuals were in various stages of sobriety, lounging on the sofa. Wang Ba sat in the center, while Zhao Qingning nestled closely against him, distractedly scrolling through her phone, revealing her chat history with Ji Bei. Initially, Wang Ba glanced over, followed by the audacious curly hair and then the bespectacled one. Their curiosity piqued, they all leaned in to observe. It started with Zhao Qingning's message to Ji Bei going unanswered, prompting curly hair and the bespectacled one to speculate that it was likely Zhao Qingning who initiated the conversation, leaving Ji Bei, the lovesick admirer, at a loss for words. Both Zhao Qingning and Wang Ba concurred with this notion. Previously, Ji Bei had always been the one to message Zhao Qingning first, often receiving delayed responses or none at all, while he would reply instantly. If Zhao Qingning occasionally took the initiative to message him, he would be elated for an extended period. After a while, Ji Bei still had not replied. Zhao Qingning felt a twinge of embarrassment wash over her, while curly hair and the bespectacled one insisted that Ji Bei must be rushing back. Zhao Qingning pondered over her recent rejection of his confession, contemplating whether she had unintentionally bruised his pride in front of others. Hesitating, she decided to send Ji Bei another message. This time, however, he remained silent. The group watched, noting the growing discomfort on Zhao Qingning and Wang Ba's faces. Wang Ba furrowed his brow, questioning, what is going on with Ji Bei? Zhao Qingning bit her lip, suppressing her embarrassment, reasoning that he must be preoccupied with something. Yet, despite her rationalizations, a sense of unease crept in. This was the first time she felt anxious about Ji Bei. A nagging thought surfaced. Could it be that Ji Bei was genuinely upset, choosing to ignore her, feeling wronged? She also felt a pang of anger towards him. Was this how he expressed his love for her? After one rejection, could he so easily give up? If he truly cared for her, wouldn't he strive to give her the best and tolerate her minor grievances? Wang Ba's affluence could provide what Ji Bei could not. Why couldn't he understand her? Moreover, it was merely a relationship with Wang Ba, not a marriage. Ji Bei still had opportunities ahead. She had no intentions of marrying Wang Ba, so why couldn't Ji Bei wait until she ended that relationship? Chapter 8. Ji Bei promised to come find Zhao Qingning soon. Frustrated, she sent him another message, her heart brimming with irritation. She resolved that when Ji Bei eventually apologized, she would exact a fitting punishment upon him. She would not allow him to think he could act without consequence. To her shock, the message failed to send. Staring at the red exclamation mark, she blinked in disbelief, confirming that she wasn't imagining it. Ji Bei had truly blocked her. The onlookers felt a wave of awkwardness, especially Curly Hair and the bespectacled one, who were closest to the unfolding drama. The bespectacled boy scratched his head, regretting his decision to sit next to Zhao Qingning. He cast a wary glance around, feigning ignorance of Zhao Qingning's frizzy hair, which had been affected by being blocked by Ji Bei. His mind raced as he pondered how to diffuse the situation. Wanba, noticing the ominous red exclamation mark, also wore a grim expression. What's going on? How did Ji Bei block you? After a moment of clarity on the couch, Wang Ba's earlier bravado began to wane as he calculated the expenditures on drinks for the day, realizing he had long exceeded his budget, despite the wealth of his family. As a high school student, he had little to spare, even with his parents' indulgence. After settling the bill today, he surmised he would be scraping by for some time. The thought of having Ji Bei foot the bill grew increasingly appealing. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, the bespectacled boy, in a moment of inspiration, attempted to mediate. Ji Bei has gotten clever. He is now employing the strategy of feigned indifference. Wan ba fawen pu dao. What do you mean by feigned indifference? The bespectacled boy, steeling himself, continued his embellishment. Think about it, Brother Wang. Ji Bei has harbored feelings for sister-in-law for years. How could he simply give up? I suspect he faced a setback yesterday and is now employing a new tactic to pursue her, intentionally leaving her messages unanswered to draw her attention. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Qingning and Wang Ba found his reasoning compelling. As the mood lightened, the curly-haired boy eagerly chimed in. Indeed, Brother Wang. Aren't you well aware of Ji Bei's tendencies? His obsession with sister-in-law spans years. He wouldn't just abandon it. Soon, everyone embraced the notion of Ji Bei's feigned indifference, even gathering to mock his lowly tactics, insisting that Zhao Qingning should impose a fitting punishment on him. Zhao Qingning felt a surge of delight. When Ji Bei arrives, not only will I have him pay the bill, but I will also demand he treats everyone to a lavish meal. Cheers erupted from the group, praising sister-in-law's generosity. Wang Ba lit a cigarette, gesturing towards Zhao Qingning's phone with a glowing tip. Call that loser Ji Bei and have him come pay up. Zhao Qingning sweetly acknowledged with a soft As her phone rang, Ji Bei was evading fans alongside Yang Jinjin, distractedly answering without checking the caller ID. Ye Bei. Upon recognizing Zhao Qingning's voice, he immediately hung up. Zhao Qingning, taken aback, was left momentarily speechless. Ji Bei had not only ignored her messages, but had now blocked her. How dare he? Did he truly believe he could dismiss her forever? Anger and indignation welled within her, tears brimming in her eyes. That infuriating Ji Bei. He won't get off so easily. She opened WeChat to send him a message, but recalled being blocked and resorted to texting in frustration. You insufferable Ji Bei, if you don't show up today, don't ever come back. Just as Ji Bei contemplated blocking her, he received Zhao Qingning's message. This time, he replied instantly, all right. Upon seeing his swift response, Zhao Qingning's spirits soared. She knew Ji Bei would come. Even if he was angry with her, he would show up. However, given his earlier neglect, she resolved to ensure he faced a proper penalty upon his arrival. Shaking her phone, she informed Wang Ba and their classmates. Ji Bei just said he is coming soon. So, let us enjoy ourselves. With this assurance, the atmosphere in the room rejuvenated. Wang Ba, in particular, ordered several expensive drinks, confident that Ji Bei would cover the costs. Zhao Qingning contemplated stopping Wang Ba from going overboard, but then reconsidered. Given Ji Bei's treatment of her today, spending a bit to exact his penance seemed only fair. Moreover, she recognized that Wang Ba was no fool. His willingness to splurge stemmed from the fact that she was admired by many boys in class, and associating with her would elevate his status. Meanwhile, Ji Bei and Yang Jinjin struggled to evade fans. They had thought they could escape into the bar, only to find a few fans still tailing them. Yang Jinjin, sensing the urgency, took Ji Bei's hand and led him deeper inside. Ji Bei obediently followed her, navigating through winding paths until only 2 fans remained. These 2 appeared to be regulars at the bar, blocking their way at the corners. With no other option, Yang Jinjin guided Ji Bei into a private room. Upon entering, Yang Jinjin was immediately hit with a heavy scent of smoke. While she appreciated the masculine allure of a man who smoked, she did not relish the chaotic odor. Given the atmosphere, she lingered by the doorway in the dim light, hesitant to venture further. Ji Bei, less sensitive to the smoke, stepped forward into the light and quickly realized the room was occupied. "Mes apologies, Ye Bei." Before he could finish, he heard someone call his name. Looking up, he was met with the sight of Zhao Qingning and her companions. Zhao Qingning was dancing closely with Wang Ba, his hands wandering around her waist and legs, and in their excitement, they even embraced and kissed. Meanwhile, other classmates were drinking, some couples taking advantage of the ambience for a kiss, while others were perched in corners, gazing at Zhao Qingning, hoping for a glimpse of something more. Ji Beibei's sudden entrance caught Zhao Qingning off guard. In her previous life, she had meticulously timed Ji Beibei's arrival. When he had entered, she had been sitting in the corner of the private room, looking forlornly at the door, as if awaiting Ji Beibei to rescue her. When he took a seat beside her, she had tearfully explained that Wang Ba had coerced her, insisting it was not her intention. At that time, Ji Beibei had been furious enough to confront Wang Ba, only to be stopped by Zhao Qingning's tears. Ji Beibei, please consider, if Wang Ba's father were to sabotage me, what would happen to my college entrance exams? I know you're upset, but you can't be so selfish. Ji Beibei had swallowed his anger then. Subsequently, Zhao Qingning had requested him to buy her milk tea, which he obliged. This time, however, when Zhao Qingning attempted to extract tears to persuade him for milk tea, her resolve was not as strong. Ji Beibei, I want to have that trendy milk tea from the popular shop. Could you please get it for me? Ji Beibei couldn't help but chuckle. How had he never noticed Zhao Qingning's formidable emotional prowess before? Chapter 9. Was Yang Jinjin here for Wang Ba? Ji Beibei was no longer angry. He bore no resentment towards Zhao Qingning. Without love, how could there be hatred? His voice was calm, like still waters. If you want milk tea, go ask Wang Ba to buy it. Why seek me? Zhao Qingning's tone rose defensively. What kind of person is Wang Ba? How could he possibly help me buy milk tea? Ye Beibei chuckled lightly. So, it should be me who buys the milk tea, correct? Zhao Qingning recognized her defeat, biting her lip as her eyes glistened. Obey, that is not what I meant. In the past, if Ji Beibei had witnessed her playfully interacting with other boys, she would soften her voice, calling out Obey, assuring him that it was not as he perceived. Without exception, he would relent, reflecting on his own insecurities, and would then double his kindness toward her. This time, however, Ji Beibei did not waver. He didn't even spare her a glance. Just call me Ji Beibei. We're not that close. Zhao Qingning took a few steps forward, initially intending to link her arm with Ji Bei's, but alas. She faltered under the pressure of Wang Ba. Obey, it was Wang Ba who coerced me. You know, his father is the homeroom teacher and has connections with the school. If I offend him, he could easily make my life difficult, jeopardizing my college entrance examination, she lamented. In her previous life, Zhao Qingning had uttered nearly identical words. Noticing Ji Bei's silence, she presumed he had absorbed her words and further stoked the flames. Rest assured, once the college entrance exams conclude, I shall sever ties with Wang Ba, and you will still have your chance. Feeling that she had said enough sweet words, she feigned anger and added, so now, can you buy me some milk tea? Ji Bei's face revealed no emotion. In her past life, Zhao Qingning did not deceive him. She did indeed break up with Wang Ba after the exams. After wasting a summer without solidifying their relationship, she quickly fell for an older senior, surrendering herself that very night. Ji Bei smiled at Zhao Qingning before turning to shout at Wang Ba. Zhao Qingning claims she will kick you to the curb after her exams. Zhao Qingning's expression shifted instantly. Ji Bei, what did you just say? Ji Bei, feignet innocence. Isn't that what you just told me? Ji Bei, are you doing this on purpose? She accused. Ji Bei shrugged nonchalantly. Think what you will. If Wang Ba is truly forcing you, you could always report him. If you're too afraid, I can assist you. Anxiety washed over Zhao Qingning at the thought of Ji Bei alerting the authorities. We're classmates. There is no need to escalate it to that level. Ji Bei's smile turned frigid. Zhao Qingning, you are what you are. Do not embellish your image or concoct lofty excuses. Stung by his words, Zhao Qingning's face flushed with a mix of crimson and pallor, a sight to behold. The raucous atmosphere was soon interrupted as a server entered. Hello? The drinks you ordered are ready. Wang Ba paused, suddenly recalling why he had summoned Ji Bei. A grin spread across his face, erasing the previous tension. And he snapped at Zhao Qingning, get lost. What kind of attitude is that? How can you speak to Mr. Ji like that? With Wang Ba's shout. The crowd echoed Mr. Ji, and others raised their glasses in tribute, exclaiming, thanks to Mr. Ji for his generosity, such a commanding presence. Ji Bei remained silent, oblivious to their intentions, and did not touch the drinks being offered. Seeing Ji Bei's tacit acceptance, Wang Ba assumed he would cover the bill. Bring me the most expensive wine from the Orange Pavilion VIP room. He instructed the server, who complied. With Ji Bei covering the expenses, the atmosphere reached a crescendo, with everyone addressing him as Mr. Ji, their superficial flattery veiling deeper mockery. In their eyes, Ji Bei was a fool, willing to pay for a woman who did not love him, a behavior only a sycophant would exhibit. Amid the revelry, someone spotted Yang Jinjin lurking in the shadows. From the light, her exquisite silhouette appeared even more alluring in the dimness, her voluptuous figure accentuated, with legs clad in elegant stockings that were neither cheap nor sheer, but rather exuded a sense of beauty and comfort. Just a glance was enough to evoke the imagination of how delightful her touch would be. One individual, emboldened, approached Yang Zinzin. He lowered his voice to adopt the mythical bubble tone. "Excuse me, are you here alone?" Yang Jinjin remained silent, not even granting him a glance. Another classmate, bespectacled, nudged the first, realizing his own inadequacy to attract such a goddess. "Miss, may I ask who you are looking for? I can escort you," he offered, but Yang Jinjin still did not respond. Another peer scoffed at the bespectacled one. "Your approach is outdated. What hasn't she seen? Besides, with that shabby appearance, how would she ever notice you?" Laughter erupted. "And you think she'd notice you instead?" Another chimed in. "Is this a display of peacock feathers? Be careful, or I'll tell your girlfriend." One retorted, "If I could win the favor of such a top-tier beauty, I'd kick my girlfriend to the curb and bring her along to serve the goddess." The group burst into laughter, their gazes drawn irresistibly towards Yang Jinjin. They were self-aware of their average looks and backgrounds, knowing they could hardly attract even an ordinary beauty, let alone a paragon of beauty like her. Just to elicit a smile from her would suffice for their joy. Yet, Yang Jinjin remained aloof, even obscured from view. They could sense her indifference to their desperate attempts at charm. The bespectacled one, perceptive as he was, caught sight of Wang Ba's dazed expression and flushed cheeks and promptly announced, "Everyone disperse. Take a look at yourselves. What a pitiful sight." With that, he sidled up to Wang Ba. "This exquisite beauty must be here for you." Chapter 10. If she is here for Ji, I'll stream myself eating excrement. The crowd, once lively and boastful, fell into silence. Most held a modicum of confidence regarding their own merits, whether in looks, academics, athletics, gaming, or a bit of family wealth. After years of self-reflection, who among them lacked some redeeming quality? Yet, faced with Wang Ba, they felt defeated. Wang Ba was well-rounded in every aspect, particularly blessed with wealth. With him present, how could a top-tier beauty possibly favor them? As for Ji, he was not even a point of discussion. Though handsome, particularly today, he seemed even more so, yet his impoverished background placed him at a disadvantage. If only his family were as affluent as Ji Nanchuan's, he might have had a fighting chance. Furthermore, Ji had been Zhao Qingning's devoted admirer for years. How could he simply abandon her? Wang Ba had not anticipated that such a beauty would approach Ji, but after hearing his classmates' flattery, he began to entertain the notion. A top-tier beauty entering was clearly in search of someone. Who else in the room was worthy of her attention but him? With that thought, Wang Ba's confidence swelled. Dismissing Zhao Qingning's jealousy as he tousled his hair, styled like a dogess, and stepped forward with newfound assurance. "Miss, are you here for me?" Yang Jinjin treated Wang Ba no differently than anyone else, offering him not even a fleeting glance, leaving Wang Ba momentarily stunned in embarrassment. His pride bruised. He felt a flicker of irritation. "Excuse me, beautiful, may I inquire who you are looking for?" Sensing the awkward atmosphere, their classmates rallied to ease the tension, some with ulterior motives of impressing the beauty. "Come on, Brother Wang, don't be so fierce. You'll scare her away. You don't understand girls, do you? They are shy, and even if they fancy someone, it's hard for them to admit it. You must guess. She must be here for you, Brother Wang. Indeed, if she is not looking for you, is she really here for that loser Ji?" At the mention of Ji, everyone's gaze involuntarily shifted towards him. He stood out amidst the vibrant, raucous environment, his tall and slender frame exuding an air of elegance and strength. In the brief time since they last saw him, he seemed to have undergone a transformation. Though his features remained the same, his confident posture made him more conspicuous, emanating a maturity that belied his age. This composure, while perhaps unremarkable to adults, possessed an undeniable allure among this group of young men. They shook their heads, dismissing the notion that a top-tier beauty would seek out Ji. What nonsense! How could she possibly be here for Ji? If she wanted Ji, she might as well come to me. Exactly. Even if Ji has some charm and decent grades, everyone knows his family is poor. Besides, who doesn't he know he is infatuated with Zhao Qingning? If she is looking for Ji, I'll livestream eating dung for you. At this remark, Ji merely shook his head. This world was rife with individuals who would seize any opportunity to indulge themselves under various pretenses. Yang Jinjin found the group of boys insufferable. Initially disheartened by Ji's pursuit of Zhao Qingning, she was unexpectedly uplifted upon realizing that Ji was not overly compliant, nor even particularly amiable towards Zhao Qingning. With a skip in her step, she dashed to Ji's side, wrapping her arms around his, subtly nudging Zhao Qingming aside. She lifted her large, innocent eyes to Ji Bei, feigning ignorance of her actions. Brother Ji Bei, you haven't had grilled squid yet. Can I go with you to buy some? In an instant, the crowd fell silent, particularly Zhao Qingming and Wang Ba. This stunning beauty was genuinely here for Ji Bei. The one who claimed he would live stream eating dung was rendered speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment, as if something might fit inside. Although they were in a bar, surrounded by dazzling lights and clamor, the atmosphere felt frozen. Everyone frozen in place, their ears filled with Yang Zhenzhen's soft voice. Brother Ji Bei, you haven't had grilled squid yet. Can I go with you to buy some? This top-tier beauty, clad in limited edition attire, who wouldn't deign to speak to them, was actually willing to accompany Ji Bei to eat something so mundane, not merely to buy as if he were her servant, but rather as if they were a couple, standing in line together, perhaps even sharing a skewer. The bespectacled boy was the first to regain his composure. Overwhelmed by shock, his words stumbled out. Are you sure you're not mistaken, beautiful? You want to go eat grilled squid with Ji Bei? Are you certain he's the person you're looking for, and not Wang Ba? The curly-haired boy echoed. Yes, beautiful, if you're looking for Wang Ba. That is understandable. But what's your reasoning for seeking out Ji Bei? The classmates nearly all shared this sentiment. While it was one thing for a top-tier beauty to end up with Wang Ba, they had no reason to complain about their own shortcomings. Yet why Ji Bei? The Ji Bei they held in such low regard. Yang Zhenzhen paid them little mind, but when it came to Ji Bei, her concern heightened. She did not loosen her grip on his arm. Indeed, I am here to find Brother Ji Bei. We've been together before coming here, enjoying plenty of delicious food. I'm so happy. The expressions of the crowd darkened further, especially for Wang Ba and Zhao Qingming. So, Ji Bei had ignored Zhao Qingming's messages and even blocked her because he already had a beauty by his side? That damn Ji Bei. How dare he? Zhao Qingming clenched her hands into fists, her long nails digging in her flesh, barely restraining the urge to confront Yang Zhenzhen. Her looks were her greatest asset. Why should this sudden appearance overshadow her effortlessly? How would she navigate her future? Would Ji Bei still harbor feelings for her? The expressions of everyone were quite revealing, including Ji Bei, though for reasons distinct from the others, albeit still related to Yang Zhenzhen. This girl had no idea how striking her figure was. Summer attire was already thin, and her figure was stunning. Pressed against him, she rubbed against him, seemingly oblivious to his masculinity. Ji Bei felt that if he continued to endure this, he might truly become a ninja. Once again, the atmosphere fell into a standstill. Having mingled with Wang Ba for so long to reap benefits, the bespectacled boy was no fool. He scoffed. Ji Bei, stop pretending. Where did you rent this beauty from? How much for a day? The curly-haired boy chimed in. Exactly. A loser attempting to play the big shot. Does he not fear ridicule? Upon hearing this, Wang Ba instantly found their reasoning compelling. Ji Bei was merely a loser, having lingered around Zhao Qingming for so long without success. How could he suddenly land a beauty of this caliber? His confidence surged. Beautiful. How much does it cost to rent you for a day? I'll pay double. Chapter 11. I haven't drunk. Why should I pay? Yang Zhenzhen remained silent, believing her assumption had delighted Wang Ba even more. Beautiful. Ji Bei is just a loser. There's no future being with him. How about this? Come with me. I'll ensure you enjoy the finest things. Wang Ba's words startled Zhao Qingming. She quickly composed her expression, standing beside Wang Ba, wrapping her arms around his, casting a hostile glare at Yang Zhenzhen, while attempting to curry favor with Wang Ba. Brother Wang, what about me? You're joking, right? Failing to win Ji Bei's affections, Wang Ba felt a flutter of temptation. However, next to a top-tier beauty, Zhao Qingming seemed like a mere side dish. Wanting to sample a delicacy, one would naturally discard the lesser fare. He coldly withdrew his arm from Zhao Qingming's grasp. Beautiful, don't misunderstand. I have no relationship with this woman. It's all her pursuing me. Zhao Qingming was taken aback. Today was truly a disaster for her aspirations. Embarrassed and furious, she dared not lash out at Wang Ba, redirecting all her resentment towards Ji Bei. Raising her gaze, Zhao Qingming looked at Ji Bei, her eyes filled with hurt. Ji Bei, your actions are truly disappointing. Ji Bei failed to comprehend Zhao Qingming's thought process, regarding her with confusion, which Zhao Qingming interpreted as regret. She played her hand further. Ji Bei, I had thought, given our long acquaintance, that even if we couldn't become a couple, we could at least remain friends. But after today's hurtful actions, we may never even have the chance to be friends again. Of course, Zhao Qingming was reluctant to entirely relinquish Ji Bei. After years of fish keeping, it is indeed rare to encounter a fish like Ji Bei, who is not only genuinely devoted but also quite appealing. She contemplated the possibility that if she ultimately failed to find someone exceptional, marrying this honest man, Ji Bei might not be such a bad choice. Ji Bei astutely identified the flaw in Zhao Qingning's words. What does easily mean? Zhao Qingning felt slightly more at ease, acknowledging his perceptiveness. Today, you brought an unknown woman, disrupting everyone's enjoyment and causing me distress. Such behavior is utterly reprehensible. I am willing to advocate for you before our classmates, and they're inclined to grant me this favor. All you need to do is make a minor gesture. Ji Bei patiently listened until he finally grasped Zhao Qingning's crux. With a hint of amusement, he reiterated, a minor gesture? Zhao Qingning, sensing Ji Bei's understanding, felt a surge of elation and cast a triumphant glance at Yang Jinjin, thinking to herself that she still possessed charm. It was hardly a significant matter. After all, we are merely classmates. A simple offering of drinks would suffice. A mere offering of drinks? Ji Bei's gaze swept over the table and floor, littered with an array of both expensive and ordinary bottles. Some opened, some not, many half-consumed, while others lay spilled. They had drunk 2 parts and wasted 8. Had they been paying for themselves, such waste would have been unthinkable. In a previous life, there was no such concept as footing the bill. In this life, he couldn't fathom what he had done to trigger such a butterfly effect. Nevertheless, Ji Bei had no intention of paying. Wang Ba, having failed to flaunt his superiority before Ji Bei after pursuing Zhao Qingning, was now eager to compel Ji Bei to cover the bill in a bid to reclaim his lost dignity. He summoned the waiter, intent on ordering more expensive drinks. Whether Ji Bei had the means to pay was not within Wang Ba's considerations. The waiter promptly arrived. Resuming his position on the main sofa, Wang Ba leaned against his thigh, adopting the demeanor of an adult leader. What expensive drinks do you have? Bring them all. The Red Garden Room's consumption was not trivial, and the waiter, relying on commissions, was delighted. Good day, sir. The expenditure in the Red Garden Room has exceeded that of the Orange Garden Room. Kindly settle the previous bill before ordering new drinks. Wang Ba was immediately incensed. A mere waiter dared to look down on him. Having anticipated such a scenario, the waiter had already brought a delicate fruit platter from the cart behind. This fruit platter, exclusive to the Orange Garden Room, is a gift for you, sir. We hope you enjoy your time. This special treatment greatly flattered Wang Ba, swiftly banishing any remnants of his earlier displeasure. The classmates who benefited from his status did not forget to flatter him. Thanks to Brother Wang, we get to broaden our horizons. Ji Bei, despite having slightly better grades, was still destined to be a mere worker. Wang Ba would undoubtedly become a boss after graduation. When that time comes, he must not forget us. Today, riding on Brother Wang's coattails is enough for us to boast about for a lifetime. That woman, too, was ungrateful. What did her looks matter? Clearly, she had poor taste. How could she possibly choose Ji Bei? I must investigate which family she belongs to, rent her, and have some fun with her. Wang Ba, buoyed by his classmates' flattery, took their words to heart. He waved his hand, exuding an air of a big shot. The drinks should be on him. He pointed at Ji Bei, clearly indicating that Ji Bei should pay. The waiter, unaware of their relationship, followed Wang Ba's lead and asked Ji Bei, "Good day, sir. Would you prefer to pay via WeChat or Alipay? We also accept card payments." Anyone lacking experience in such situations would likely feel a pang of insecurity. However, Ji Bei was unwanted. Having navigated the tumultuous waters to become an acclaimed actor in his previous life, he had seen far worse. This was merely child's play. Calmly, he gestured to the scattered bottles. I am not associated with them. I haven't consumed a single drop of this alcohol, and the expenses in this room have nothing to do with me. The waiter, taken aback by this situation, inquired once more, "May I ask who will be settling the bill?" Wang Ba abruptly straightened on the sofa, saying, "Ji Bei, this is your opportunity to apologize. Do not be ungrateful." Ji Bei remained unflinching, unaffected by his intimidation. "Why should I pay for drinks I haven't consumed?" Wang Ba glared at him, searching for a crack in Ji Bei's composure, yet found nothing. "Do you still wish to remain in the class?" Ji Bei's tone remained unaltered. "I came to school to study, not to socialize." Throughout, it was Wang Ba and his group who had ordered the drinks, as the waiter could recall. Thus, Ji Bei's statement prompted the waiter to turn to Wang Ba. "Sir, please settle the bill." The waiter's actions left no room for error, and it was sufficiently embarrassing for Wang Ba. As he observed Wang Ba's increasingly grim expression, Zhao Xingning promptly adopted a sympathetic demeanor, attempting to persuade Ji Bei. She wanted to pull him aside for a quiet conversation, but Ji Bei stood steadfastly in place, leaving Zhao Qingning with no choice but to speak softly before him. "Ji Bei, have you had enough of this commotion?" In Chapter 12, Yang Zhenchen slept Ji Bei. He remained silent, eager to see what absurdities Zhao Qingning, this madwoman, would utter. "We are all classmates. Must you escalate this situation so awkwardly? We will inevitably see each other again, sharing the same classroom. Even if you do not consider my feelings, you must consider your own, right?" Listen to me. Go apologize to Wang Ba and settle the bill. For my sake, Wang Ba will not hold it against you in the future. Ji Bei felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, this madwoman had reduced her arguments to such simplicity. Unaware of Ji Bei's thoughts, Zhao Qingning insisted, just comply. I forgive you for today's incident. Even for renting a girlfriend to provoke me, I can overlook it. Just don't do it again. As she spoke, she cast another glance at the woman wearing a baseball cap. With an enviable figure, the cap obscured her face, revealing only a glimmeringly pale and pointed chin. This was enough to drive Zhao Qingning to the brink of jealousy. However, she consoled herself with the thought that this woman was merely a seller, while she, Zhao Qingning, was a high school girl destined for university. There was an insurmountable difference between them. Yang Zhenjin was indeed socially anxious. Generally, she remained silent unless absolutely necessary or provoked. Zhao Qingning's repeated attempts to engage Ji Bei had crossed Yang Zhenjin's threshold. Her lips parted, issuing cold word from her cherry red mouth. No money? If you lack funds, refrain from ordering such expensive drinks and stop pretending. Otherwise, you'll only provide others with more fodder for laughter. Time and again, Wang Ba's patience wore thin, and Yang Zhenjin's taunts drove him to madness. He abruptly rose from the sofa, bellowing at them. No money? Pretending? Let me disabuse you of that notion. I have plenty of money. I could toss out a fraction of it, and you'd never earn it in your lifetime. His face darkened as he pointed an accusing finger at Ji Bei, shouting at the waiter, since this is my room, how did these two manage to enter? Has DL sunk so low that any riffraff can stroll in? As Wang Ba's words hung in the air, the atmosphere shifted, easing considerably. Especially those who were financially constrained and dread splitting the bill. They echo one another's sentiments. What right does a lowly fellow, accompanied by a woman of equally modest stature, have to appear here? They should be swiftly expelled. How has the security here deteriorated to such an extent that anyone can gain entry? Do you wish to tempt us into lodging a complaint? The waiter found himself in a predicament. Having served in this establishment for some time, he had encountered various situations and was reluctant to offend anyone without cause. Please hold on a moment. I shall summon the manager, he said. Wang Ba and his entourage were already convinced that Ji Bei Hui would be ousted. Wang Ba paid the bill, and the private room belonged to them during this time slot. It was only reasonable to evict someone who had not made a purchase. As for the departing waiter, they interpreted him as a coward. Glunching at Yang Zhenjin, who stood beside Ji Bei, Wang Ba could not suppress his covetousness. Beautiful lady, he called to Yang Zhenjin, if you slap Ji Bei right now, I can ensure your stay. All eyes turned to witness the unfolding drama. One could only imagine how envious they felt that Ji Bei had attracted such a stunning figure. Even if she were merely rented, it was enough to incite their jealousy. Beauty, you ought to heed Wang Ji's advice. Ji Bei is just a penniless lad. If you please Wang Ge, he can introduce you to affluent individuals, and you'll never lack for business. Show us a slap. Zhao Qingning watched the scene with a tinge of reluctance. Yet, recalling how Ji Bei had treated her earlier that day, her sympathy evaporated. He deserved to learn a lesson for bringing a woman to provoke her. Amidst the crowd's jeers, Yang Zhenjin began to move. Her long legs took slow, deliberate steps, especially under the scrutiny of all present, each step seeming to be in slow motion. As they watched, some could not help but salivate at the sight of her legs. The thought that such a beauty had been involved with Ji Bei only fueled their envy. As they anticipated her impending slap, excitement coursed through the crowd. The conflicting emotions of jealousy and eagerness twisted their expressions, even making their breaths heavier. Yang Zhenjin approached with measured steps. The sound of her heels echoed sharply against the floor. Suddenly, a loud slap resonated, crisp and clear. The crowd's excitement peaked, a thrill surpassing even the satisfaction of tearing Ji Bei apart with their own hands. They eagerly awaited the sight of 5 red marks gracing Ji Bei's face. However, everyone was taken aback. They blinked, rubbed their eyes, and still could not believe what they were witnessing. The woman Ji Bei had rented had actually struck Wang Ba. Stunned, Wang Ba was consumed by rage, his face flushed and his neck swollen. Breathing heavily, his nostrils flared like a bull. You bull harlot, how dare you strike me? He ignored the pain on his face, raising his hand as if to retaliate against Yang Zhenjin. He intended to slap the cap off her head, revealing her true appearance. Wang Ba's motion was swift, and Yang Zhenjin, acting instinctively, could not evade in time. She shut her eyes in fear. Yet, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Ji Bei had deftly grasped Wang Ba's arm. Ji Bei, possessing considerable strength, had previously held Yang Zhenjin's delicate hand with care. But now he gripped Wang Ba's wrist with nearly all his might. Initially, Wang Ba attempted to shake off Ji Bei's grasp. When that failed, he sought to stand his ground, aiming to win through sheer force of will. Ultimately, he could no longer bear it and let out a howl. Bei, you son of a dog, let go of me. The 27-year-old Ji Bei scoffed at the childish insults. He tightened his grip even further. Who are you cursing? Wang Ba howled louder, stubbornly holding onto the last remnants of his pride without begging for mercy. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhao Qingning rushed to the scene, furious. Ji Bei, have you lost your mind? Do you wish to incur Wang Ba's wrath? If you seek death, do so alone. Do not drag me down with you. Ji Bei dismissed her with a wave. Get lost. Zhao Qingning, taken aback by his outburst, nearly burst into tears from frustration, stomping her foot in anger. Bei, do not bite the hand that feeds you. Wang Ba, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, managed to maintain his composure without pleading for mercy. The agony in his wrist made his heart tremble, yet was not enough to render him unconscious. He shouted at Zhao Qingning, what good is yelling? Go summon security. Call the manager. Have them throw this dog, Ji Bei, out. Without needing Zhao Qingning, the eager Curly and the bespectacled one rushed to act. Before they could exit, the door swung open. A sharply dressed man entered, not clad in any cheap suit. Wang Ba recognized the brand at a glance. Accompanied by a waiter, it was evident he was the manager. Wang Ba felt as though he had found salvation. Manager, save me. This man is assaulting me. Have security throw him out. No. I want to call the police and have him detained. Chapter 13, Young Zin Slopbed Wang Ba. To be a manager at a place like DL is no small feat, and he certainly would not be bossed around by a mere high school student. With his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the private room with a discerning eye, quickly forming a judgment. Just a group of self-styled rich kids without much money, accompanied by women of little distinction. The only one worth noticing was the one in the pleated skirt. The manager's gaze fell upon Yang Jinjin, his body halting abruptly, and even his previously arrogant hands returned to rest at his sides. Tentatively, he called out, boss. Yang Jinjin and Ji Bei stood side by side. The manager's address of boss could refer to either Yang Jinjin or Ji Bei, given that they had initially categorized Yang Jinjin by her profession. The manager's call was naturally assumed to be directed at Ji Bei. Curly let out a derisive snort. Manager, you've mistaken your man. He.S. just a loser. How could he possibly be the boss? Don't joke around, manager. Even if he looks the part, how could you mistake him? Just look at his shabby attire. There's no way he.S. the boss. Yang Jinjin coldly interjected, bring your superior here. The manager, now certain of Yang Jinjin's identity, dared not utter another word, lowering his head as he swiftly exited to summon the general manager. The waiter followed closely behind, not daring to breathe a word. Thankfully, he had not offended anyone with myopic judgment. Otherwise, he might have lost his job today. Zhao Qingning found Yang Jinjin particularly irksome. Oh, since Ji Bei can't pretend to be the boss, you've decided to take up that role, have you? How amusing. It seems you've gotten so caught up in your role that you can't distinguish reality from fantasy. Such foul language. Ji Bei furrowed his brow at Zhao Qingning's words. Zhao Qingning, I do not strike women, but keep your mouth clean. With that, a slap resounded, and it was Yang Jinjin who had made the move. After delivering the slap, she looked at Ji Bei, her face alight with anticipation, seeking praise. I have no principles. I strike women. Bei. Soon, the general manager was summoned. He was a balding, middle-aged man of modest height, dressed in a bespoke suit that exuded a certain sophistication beyond that of an ordinary manager. His demeanor was congenial, yet commanding, embodying the essence of an individual in a position of authority. However, this aura dissipated the moment he encountered Yang Jinjin. Aware of her capabilities, he dared not exhibit any semblance of complacency, despite his seniority. As the general manager entered, Wang Ba's eyes lit up with recognition. He knew this Mr. Xie. His father had once spoken of his prowess at a gathering, urging him to learn from Mr. Xie whenever the opportunity arose, and had even toasted to him in his presence, with Mr. Xie praising his potential for future success. Unexpectedly, his father's connections had come into play here. As Mr. Xie approached their trio, Wang Ba felt a swell of gratitude, realizing that Mr. Xie had personally come for his sake. He was grateful to be Wang Tan's son, enjoying such preferential treatment. Thank you, Uncle Xie, for your trouble over this trivial matter, he thought, wishing to see Ji Bei escorted away. Yet, with Mr. Xie present, Wang Ba felt compelled to make a favorable impression. As for Ji Bei, there would be ample time to deal with him later. With Wang Ba's exclamation, everyone assumed Mr. Xie had come to support him. Zhao Qingning felt a surge of relief, even contemplating the prospect of marrying Wang Ba. She was fully aware that being the partner of a Wang was far superior to being a mere underling. All eyes were riveted on Mr. Xie as he confidently approached Yang Jinjin. This was a man capable of commanding the winds in Sioux City, and he bowed deeply before Yang Jinjin. his tone and expression imbued with an unprecedented gentleness, far removed from any semblance of feigned piety. I apologize, boss. This incident was indeed my oversight. Might I request you to step into the Ji Nanchuan private room? The Ji Nanchuan private room was not accessible to any tier of the DL establishment. It belonged to an exclusive realm, reserved solely for the proprietor and designated friends. Wang Ba and his companions stood in stunned silence. He was too preoccupied with his wrist pain to comprehend. Uncle Xia, could you be mistaken? One of them is a nobody, and the other, well, one who sells themselves. How could they possibly be the owner of DL? Mr. Xia's gaze towards Wang Ba was filled with displeasure. Who are you? Wang Ba, overwhelmed with emotion, replied, I am Wang Ba, little Wang. Mr. Xia pondered briefly. I do not recall you. Wang Ba hastily invoked his father's name. My father is Wang Tan. You've met him before, and he has toasted to you. There were far too many individuals who had toasted to Mr. Xia for him to remember each one. However, he did have a vague memory of Wang Tan, primarily because he found him rather insufferable. Wang Tan, I have a recollection. Wang Ba was both surprised and elated, and the others shared his joy, eager to make their presence felt before Mr. Xia. If they could be recognized by someone of Mr. Xia's stature and perhaps find a place by his side, it would elevate them beyond their current station, who needed to attend university. But the next moment, Mr. Xia's words doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Wang Tan is not a good person. Wang Ba. Mr. Xia's demeanor, when addressing Yang Jinjin, stood in stark contrast to his manner with others. Perhaps it was only with his boss, Yang Jinjin, that he exhibited such deference. The Hanyuan private room is among the most basic of DL's accommodations. My subordinates have indeed been remiss in their duties by not visiting frequently. We shall enhance management henceforth. Wang Ba and Zhao Qingning were momentarily taken aback, but the others quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The woman Ji Bei had brought was, astonishingly, the owner of DL. Even someone of Mr. Xia's caliber bowed his head in respect before her. They were youthful and inexperienced, but certainly not foolish. To have Wang Ba so eager to curry favor, disregarding Wang Tan, and publicly dissing him in front of his son without fear of retribution, while Wang Ba merely quaked in fear. Such a person was beyond their capacity to provoke. In an instant, they felt an overwhelming chill, as if transported to a frigid cellar, the cold creeping up their spines. The bespectacled young man and the curly-haired one, displaying acute awareness, were the first to rush forward to apologize. We are truly sorry. We did not recognize your esteemed presence. We hope you will not hold it against us. Yang Jinjin was not one to be aggressive. The ordinary private room was open to the public. As long as one could afford it, no asset verification was required, and a mix of clientele was to be expected. I shall forego the Ji Nanchuan private room. I do not mind their offense. However, she paused. Primarily, they have offended my friend. The group prepared to apologize to Ji Bei, but they misinterpreted Yang Jinjin's intent. While she might overlook a slight against herself, a transgression against Ji Bei was intolerable. Mr. Xia immediately understood Yang Jinjin's wishes and promptly ordered that their personal information and phone numbers be recorded, forbidding them from ever entering DL again. After stating this, Mr. Xia glanced at Yang Jinjin's expression. Her face was inscrutable. He quickly added, from today onward, all brands associated with DL are to deny them access. But that was not all. Before the assembled crowd, Mr. Xia produced a card. I apologize for the distress caused, sir. This is a card from DL, which entitles you to the utmost privileges in this UN private room. All expenses covered by DL. Though directed at Ji Bei, Mr. Xia discreetly cast a glance at Yang Jinjin, sensing the depth of their relationship and hoping Ji Bei might speak well of him in her presence. Wang Ba had painstakingly arranged for a reservation, exhausting nearly all his funds, and had secured merely the most basic Hanyuan private room. Yet, Ji Bei had effortlessly obtained a card for this UN private room. This was not simply about making a purchase. It was a symbol of status, a stepping stone into high society. Wang Ba would not even dare to dream of possessing such a card. Just as everyone assumed he would graciously accept the offer, he declined. I shall not accept the card. You may conduct your affairs as per your usual protocols. After a brief pause, Ji Bei continued. They are neither your boss's friends nor mine. Charge them as you see fit. No discounts, and certainly no waiving of fees. Mr. Xia nodded in agreement. Zhao Qingning's mind raced as she began to comprehend the unfolding situation. Ji Bei, he was acquainted with the owner of DL, and they seemed quite familiar with each other. Fuming, Zhao Qingning bit her lip. Why hadn't he mentioned knowing the owner of DL sooner? If she had known, she would have devoted herself to Ji Bei wholeheartedly and never entertained the notion of being with Wang Ba. It was all Ji Bei's fault. Zhao Qingning's reaction was swifter than Wang Ba's. She pushed past the stunned Wang Ba and approached Ji Bei. a sweet smile adorning her face as she attempted to lean against him. "Bei, why are you so insufferable? You shouldn't tease me like this." Zhao Qingning's voice was softer than ever before. Ji Bei had treated her well for such a long time, yet he had never heard her speak to him in that tone. It was rather ironic that he only came to hear it now. Based solely on a rejected Ziyuan private room card. "Bei, I'm breaking up with Wang Ba right now. Can we still be as good as before?" The delicate, syrupy intonation made the veins on Yang Jinjin's forehead throb violently. She cast a glance at the waiter who had entered with President Xie. The waiter immediately understood and shoved Zhao Qingning, who was clinging to Ji Bei, aside, muttering, "Get away. Stop flaunting. This is not a place for you to conduct business." Zhao Qingning was furious. Having been a goddess since childhood, she relished the adoration of men. Why should she endure such indignity? Moreover, her mind was flooded with memories of Ji Bei's kindness towards her. Biting her lip, she picked up a glass of red wine from the table and approached Ji Bei. "Bei, will you forgive me? I was just momentarily bewitched. Punish me as you see fit." Saying this, Zhao Qingning splashed red wine on her own face. "Bei, look, I've drenched myself in wine. You simply must forgive me." Ji Bei took a slight step back, not out of fear, but because she had splattered red wine all over herself. Yang Jinjin could no longer bear to watch. She was exceptionally sensitive when it came to Ji Bei, shedding her previously aloof goddess demeanor. Stepping forward, she snatched the wine glass from Zhao Qingning's hand and, with a swift motion, doused Zhao Qingning's meticulously made-up face with the entire contents of the glass. "This is how you splash red wine." At that moment, Wang Ba finally grasped the situation. Gritting his teeth, he approached them. "I apologize. Today I was in the wrong. Please don't hold it against me." Yang Jinjin couldn't even spare him a glance. "Is this your approach to an apology?" Wang Ba's eyes were filled with resentment as he clenched his teeth, his jaw muscles taut from the effort to suppress his anger. He knew he had to bow his head at this moment, for the person he had offended was beyond even his father Wang Tan's ability to resolve matters. Wang Ba deeply bowed towards Yang Jinjin and Ji Bei. "Ladies, I was blind today. Please do not stoop to the level of a petty person like myself." Yang Jinjin winked at Ji Bei with a hint of playfulness, as if seeking his approval for this course of action. Ji Bei, who was already unperturbed, saw no reason to be upset with a group of high school students. "Let us proceed, as you suggested." With that, Wang Ba and his entourage felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, rushing towards the exit as if they were desperate to escape. "Wait." Ji Bei's voice halted them instantly. In just one evening, they hadn't even realized how Ji Bei's words had shifted from mere whispers to a command that could dictate their actions. Even confined to this private room, such a scenario would have been unimaginable in the past. "Ji Bei, are you saying we should just leave without paying? Are you going to cover our bill?" 15 minutes prior, Wang Ba and his friends had indeed planned this, but now they lacked the audacity. The astute President Xie promptly instructed the waiter to tally their expenses for the evening. It was clear that Wang Ba's private room had racked up the highest bill among all the Ziyuan rooms. The waiter, eager for his commission, reported without hesitation. "The consumption for room 003 this evening amounts to 42,340,000 yuan. According to DL's rules, only 420,000 yuan is required for payment." The waiter approached Wang Ba directly. "Sir, shall we use WeChat or Alipay? We also accept card payments here." Wang Ba was left stunned, questioning whether he had misheard. 420,000 yuan. Not 242,000, but 420,000. He had somehow racked up a bill of 420,000 yuan. Where was he to procure such an amount? The Wang family was affluent. His father was a homeroom teacher with various income avenues and considerable assets. However, his father's money belonged to his father. Wang Ba's own pocket money barely amounted to several thousand yuan. Where could he find tens of thousands? As Wang Ba stood there in a daze, the waiter raised his voice slightly. "Excuse me, sir, shall we use WeChat or Alipay? We also accept card payments." It was only then that Wang Ba snapped back to reality. He impatiently shouted at everyone, "What are you all looking at? Pay up!" His classmates, who had been marveling at Wang Ba's wealth, were still processing the situation. Someone boldly asked aloud, "Pay for what?" Wang Ba scowled. "Of course for the drinks. Am I supposed to foot the bill myself?" As soon as he said this, the expressions of everyone in attendance turned awkward, with around 20 individuals present, dividing 420,000 yuan meant each person would owe over 20,000 yuan. Where would any high school student find such a sum? Immediately, a girl stepped forward. "I didn't touch any of the drinks. I only contributed to the private room fee." One followed suit, and soon several more girls joined in. "We didn't drink. We only contributed to the private room." Those who hadn't drunk had little to say. However, Once a few individuals were excluded, the remaining group would owe even more. And discontent marred their faces. Someone quietly inquired, "Didn't T. Wang Ba say he would treat us?" Wang Ba had indeed made such a promise initially, but his budget had been only a few thousand, at most 15,000. It was only when he decided to have Ji Bei pay that he began to indulge in lavish spending. To him, these classmates were mere lackeys, and he certainly wouldn't treat them kindly. "You all expect me to pay? Hurry up and cough up the money. If you don't pay, don't think about leaving." The words left his mouth, but no one moved. The reluctance to pay was one reason, but primarily, they genuinely lacked the funds. A group of high school students, even those with a few thousand to spare, were considered well off. Most only had a few hundred or even fewer. Someone grumbled, "If I'd known you weren't treating, I wouldn't have come. What is the point of pretending to be rich?" Chapter 15. Unable to afford the drink bill. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of all present. As one person grumbled, several others chimed in, "Exactly. Why pretend to be affluent when you can't afford it? I wasted my time supporting you. Whoever wants to pay, go ahead. I certainly don't have the cash. What was the purpose of coming here? To be humiliated, banned from DL indefinitely, and still be expected to chip in?" Wang Ba was starting to resemble a jinx, with the prospect of no one treating. The true feelings of the group towards Wang Ba were laid bare. While Wang Ba didn't care about their opinions, he was concerned about their actions. Such behavior, which was practically a slap to his face, was something he could not tolerate. He growled, "Shut up. Do you want to keep your place in class? Do you still want to attend university?" Instantly, it was as if he had struck at their very lifeblood. They had no choice but to fall silent. Yet, even with all their efforts combined, they could not gather 400,000 yuan. The classmates pooled together what they could, and even with Wang Ba putting forth all his money, they barely scraped together 80,000 yuan. After he resorted to threats and coercion, they still failed to reach even 100,000 yuan. Wang Ba fixed his gaze upon Zhao Qingning. Zhao Qingning, preoccupied with thoughts on how to win Ji Bei back, felt a sudden chill at the intensity of Wang Ba's unexpected stare. Trembling, she tentatively inquired, "Brother Wang, why are you looking at me like that?" Typically, Wang Ba would have softened at the sound of her voice, but today, he was devoid of such sentiments. "What do you think I'm looking at? Fork over the money. Are you not human?" Zhao Qingning forced a smile. "Brother Wang, I have no money." Wang Ba retorted, "If you're broke, what are you doing here?" Zhao Qingning wished to retort, "Aren't you the one who insisted on treating?" but dare not voice it. Instead, she maintained her facade, saying, "Brother Wang, I've always been by your side." Wang Ba had no inclination to flirt with her. "Cut the nonsense. Go find your sycophants. I don't care what means you employ or what you sacrifice. You need to gather the remaining funds." Zhao Qingning's expression froze as she glanced from Wang Ba to Ji Bei. The former's face a mask of contempt while the latter remained impassive. She steeled herself and replied, "Brother Wang, you must be joking. I have no sycophants." Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Ba slapped Zhao Qingning across the face. His blow was merciless, channeling his pent-up frustrations onto her. Zhao Qingning fell to the ground, her cheeks swelling, hair disheveled, blood mingling with the red wine at the corner of her mouth, leaving her far from the image of a goddess. Initially, she looked at Wang Ba in disbelief, who showed not a shred of compassion, even contemplating delivering another slap. Zhao Qingning turned her gaze towards Ji Bei. He was quietly conversing with Yang Jinjin, not sparing even a glance in her direction. Despair washed over her. A thought emerged in her mind. She and Ji Bei might never return to their former selves. Wang Ba was indifferent to her intricate feelings, roughly grabbing her hair, his face close enough that his spittle landed on her. "Little bitch, stop pretending to be virtuous. Hurry up and give me the money, or I won't let you off the hook." Zhao Qingning cast another pleading look at Ji Bei. He was engrossed in conversation with Yang Jinjin. Her cap pulled low over her face, leaving Zhao Qingning in the dark about what Ji Bei's new love looked like. In a brief moment, she glanced over. Ji Bei had made her laugh heartily, her voice melodious, her exaggeratedly ample bosom heaving enticingly, their rapport harmonious. Zhao Qingning's resentment simmered. Perhaps Ji Bei had found someone new even before she had turned him down? "What are you dawdling for, little bitch? Hurry up and give me the money." The intense pain in her head snapped Zhao Qingning back to reality. She wiped her tears, reluctantly retrieving her phone to start gathering funds. Zhao Qingning's finances were hardly substantial. Otherwise, she wouldn't have followed Wang Ba. However, despite her lack of funds, she was overwhelmed by the sheer number of people around her, including those like Ji Bei who were willing to spend money on her. In the end, she managed to gather 200,000. Zhao Qingning thought to transfer 100,000 to Wang Ba and keep the other for herself, but before she could, Wang Ba snatched the phone from her, transferring the entire sum to his account. 400,000, still lacking 100,000. Wang Ba yanked Zhao Qingning's hair again. Demanding more. Zhao Qingning, in pain and feeling wronged, cried, her eyes swollen like walnuts. I truly cannot gather any more. I've asked everyone I could. Wang Ba slapped her twice more. Give me more. Zhao Qingning's cheeks were swollen, and she cried, I really can't gather any more. Enzai, Wang Ba do set Zhao Qingjing asai. Spitting useless thing. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with a hint of disbelief. Wang Ba, consumed with his money-grabbing obsession, was oblivious to the change in atmosphere. His demeanor shifted from menacing to ingratiating in an instant. Realizing the true power player in the room did not wish to be bothered, Wang Ba approached Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia, we're doing our utmost to gather this money. We still need 100,000. He pointed at Zhao Qingning. How about this? This woman, while not bad-looking, is still untouched. If you're interested, I can offer her to you, and we can consider the 100,000 settled. Under normal circumstances, Xie Yun might have accepted. After all, he was not short on money, and beautiful women were plentiful. However, finding someone as young, beautiful, and pristine as Zhao Qingning was rare. But today, Mr. Yang was present. Given the circumstances, he dared not engage in such dealings under his watchful eye. Xie Yun immediately fixed a stern expression. I'm not hungry. I cannot consume everything. Chapter 16. Brother Ji Bei. Do you enjoy looking at my body? Let's go, Yang Zhenjin said. Ji Bei, eager to leave, nodded and departed with Yang Zhenjin. What happened to Wang Ba and his entourage, or Zhao Qingning's fate, was of no concern to him. He had come out today solely for Yang Zhenjin. Ji Bei sat in the passenger seat, heading home. He wished to avoid discussing matters related to the Ji family, and Yang Zhenjin did not pry. They shared a tacit understanding, even thoughtfully parking the car some distance away from the Ji residence. Ji Bei simply wanted to focus on his exams, avoiding any unnecessary trouble for himself or Yang Zhenjin. Once the car stopped, Yang Zhenjin did not unlock the door, but instead gazed at Ji Bei with an innocent look. Ji Bei was puzzled. What was this girl up to? Did she intend to ask him for a fare, offer herself, or pledge to serve him in the next life? Brother Ji Bei, will we meet again? Upon entering the car, Yang Zhenjin removed her cap, allowing her long, dark hair to cascade over her shoulders. A few rebellious strands playfully resting on her chest, rising and falling with her breath. After parking, she turned her upper body towards Ji Bei, her slender arm draped over the back of his seat, the seatbelt pressed against her bosom in an enticing manner. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware of the effect her posture had on him. Her small face, creased with the departure of Ji Bei, pouted adorably as she fixed her gaze on him. Ji Bei, momentarily entranced, forgot to respond to Yang Zhenjin's question. Yang Zhenjin spoke again. Brother Ji Bei, do you enjoy looking at my body? Coming back to reality, Ji Bei nearly choked on his own saliva. This girl was incredibly straightforward. Brother Ji Bei, if you want to see, just look. Next time we meet, I'll show you again, all right? Ji Bei instinctively touched his nose, relieved he hadn't bled. Yang Zhenjin remained oblivious to the turmoil her actions stirred within him. She expressed her disappointment over today's events. Brother Ji Bei, next time we meet, how about I queue up to buy you grilled squid? No need, Ji Bei replied, causing Yang Zhenjin's charming face to instantly droop. Next time, if you want to eat, we can queue together. Kneel. Ji Bei had barely taken 2 steps into the Ji family's living room when he was met with a scathing reprimand. The voice sounding harsh and fearsome. He turned towards the source of the voice. It was Ji Zhongshi. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, the Ji family had already commenced their dinner. Ji Zhongshi occupied the seat of honor at the dining table, flanked by Song Yaji and Ji Nanchuan, while his biological daughter, Ji Dong, was relegated to a position beneath Ji Nanchuan. It was perplexing to understand Ji family's priorities. They seemed to neglect their own son while elevating an outsider. The dishes on the table were evidently remnants of a meal already consumed, for by the time Ji Bei arrived, they had nearly finished dining. This was a customary occurrence in the Ji household. According to their rationale, they were merely instilling a sense of time in Ji Bei. Yet, the timing of their meals was never fixed, and no one ever called for Ji Bei to join them, let alone waited for him. If Ji Bei were to wait at the table in advance, he would be reprimanded for being overly eager, accused of being a glutton as if he were starving ghost reborn. However, Ji Nanchuan was treated differently. No matter how late he arrived, the family would always wait for him to begin the meal. Ji Zhongshi, with a booming voice, reiterated his demand. I told you to kneel, did you hear me? In the past, Ji Bei would have complied without question, regardless of whether he was at fault. He despised the thought of displeasing his family, fearing they might compromise their health out of anger. Yet, in the eyes of the Ji family, Ji Bei's refusal to kneel was perceived as an admission of guilt. What have I done wrong? Ji Zhongshi was infuriated upon noticing Ji Bei's defiance. You little bastard, how dare you talk back? Ji Bei cast a sidelong glance at the smug Ji Nanchuan, further convinced that he was the source of his troubles. He maintained an impassive expression. If my inquiry is to be construed as talking back, then I am at a loss. This marked the first occasion Ji Bei spoke to Ji Zhongshi in such a manner, devoid of subservience or hysterical outbursts, merely a calm exchange. Their interaction resembled that of equals rather than father and son. This atmosphere irked Ji Zhongshi immensely. Ji Nanchuan promptly set down his chopsticks and gently patted Ji Zhongshi's back, murmuring, "Dad, please don't be angry. It's not worth harming your health." He then turned to Ji Bei, raising his voice slightly. "Brother, perhaps you should say fewer words. Dad is trying to educate you. Apologize, and he will surely forgive you." Ji Bei pretended not to hear the insipid remarks of Ji Nanchuan. With just a few words, Ji Nanchuan had transformed Ji Zhongshi's anger into a lesson, providing a convenient excuse for Ji Zhongshi's inexplicable fury. Before Ji Zhongshi could scold him further, Ji Bei interjected, "Let us address the matter at hand. I presume you want to be labeled as unreasonable." Ji Zhongshi inhaled deeply, attempting to regain his composure. "All right, if you wish to speak properly, then I shall do the same. So, did you get into a fight with some ruffians today?" This was indeed the truth, and Ji Bei had little to counter it. "Yes," Ji Zhongshi responded. "Then you should kneel." Ji Bei chuckled lightly, feeling no remorse for having fought. Why should he kneel for brawling? Surely, the police station did not have such a rule. This is the Ji family. Am I not being heroic? Is that also prohibited here? If it is, I can discuss it with the police, having just come from there. Ji Zhongshi was nearly amused to the point of laughter by Ji Bei's audacity. "You? Heroic?" Ignoring Ji Zhongshi's derision, Ji Bei replied with a simple, "Yes." Ji Dong, unable to bear the tension any longer, voiced the speculation that had circulated among them prior to Ji Bei's arrival. "Ji Bei, are you not simply envious of Nanchuan?" Ji Bei did not comprehend the implication. He chose not to inquire further, opting instead to await their elaboration. "Today, Nanchuan just signed a contract to debut and will soon become a top-tier star. Your altercation with the ruffians was merely an effort to provide Nanchuan with some scandal for the future, wasn't it?" Song Yaji finally managed to articulate her thoughts. "Ji Bei, your intentions are truly profound." It appeared their thought process was indeed along those lines. Once Ji Dong suggested that Ji Bei's actions were motivated by a desire to tarnish Ji Nanchuan's future, the expressions on their faces reflected a collective affirmation. There is another possibility they did not mention, that Ji Bei might employ such tactics frequently to garner the Ji family's attention by deliberately harming Ji Nanchuan. "You're all overthinking it. Out in the world, no one knows of my connection to the Ji family. Therefore, my actions are inherently separate from them." As the discussion unfolded, the Ji family exchanged glances, revealing their shared understanding. Ji Nanchuan seized the moment to offer comfort. "Dad, Mom, sister, please do not be upset. Brother did not mean it. He just longs for your affection." Unsurprisingly, this only served to exacerbate the family's ire. Ji Bei realized he would not be able to retreat to his room easily that night. He pulled out a chair and sat down. "I am the one who has gained fame through singing on short videos, the one who has been impersonated by Ji Nanchuan, and the one who has had my identity as the young master of the Ji family usurped. Why do you assume I have usurped everything from Ji Nanchuan? What have I taken from him?" Ji Zhongshi, who had been fuming, momentarily froze. Initially, when Ji Bei returned to the Ji family, he intended to publicly acknowledge Ji Bei as his son. However, due to Ji Nanchuan's health issues, this matter had been postponed repeatedly, until now. In truth, Ji Bei was indeed his son. Regardless of the boy's lack of ambition, he felt it was time for others to recognize this fact. During those half a minute of hesitation, Ji Nanchuan was engulfed in turmoil. He gripped his chopsticks tightly, his fingertips turning pale. He bit his lip, striving to regain his compliant demeanor. "Dad, let us not tarnish the family's reputation because of brother's thoughtlessness. He certainly did not intend to. He merely wishes for others to recognize him as a member of the Ji family." On the surface, this seemed to defend Ji Bei. Yet every word was a veiled accusation against Ji Bei for being self-serving and inconsiderate of the family's welfare. Ji Zhongshi, with his pride at stake, found himself ensnared by Ji Nanchuan's manipulation. "There is no need for you to worry about me, Dad. In the entertainment industry, everyone has their share of scandals. I am not afraid of being criticized. Even if it affects my future, it pales in comparison to my brother's significance." In just a few sentences, Ji Nanchuan had extinguished Ji Zhongshi's desire to publicly acknowledge Ji Bei as his biological son. Ji Zhongshi, reflecting on his indecisiveness, lamented that he was growing old, becoming sentimental and hesitant. In his youth, he had not been this way. How could a son raised in a slum like Ji Bei possibly surpass the carefully nurtured Ji Nanchuan? observing Ji Zhongshu's reluctance to disclose Ji Bei's true identity. Ji Nanchuan casta triumphant glance at Ji Bei. Ji Bei remained unfazed. He had no desire to associate himself with the Ji family. His presence there was solely for the purpose of preparing for the college entrance examination. Once that was behind him, he would sever ties with the Ji family. If Ji Zhongshu were to make the announcement, it would only complicate matters for Ji Bei. Having tasted success, Ji Nanchuan continued with his insipid banter. It's all my fault. Brother's sudden outburst must be because he is upset that I took his opportunity to debut. He feigned rising from his seat. I must inform Sister Lu that it was brother, not me, who gained fame through singing on short videos. Even if Sister Lu adores me and believes I will become a great star and earn a fortune, I must return the opportunity to brother. Sit down. In the chill of winter, Ji Dong seized Ji Nanchuan's arm, compelling the already pretentious Ji Nanchuan to take a seat. Once he was settled, Ji Dong cast a displeased glance at Ji Bei, her tone laced with scorn. P.S. Entering the industry? With his temperament, who would ever fancy him? As she spoke, Ji Dong's gaze returned to Ji Nanchuan. Despite both being brothers, her eyes reflected a profound disparity between them. One might mistakenly believe Ji Nanchuan was her biological sibling, while Ji Bei was merely adopted. Ji Nanchuan's amiable nature, kind, obedient, and astute, would undoubtedly endear him to the audience upon his first appearance. Flattered by Ji Dong's praise, Ji Nanchuan beamed with delight. Observing them like a spectator at a circus, Ji Bei finally interjected. So, what sort of personality does one need to be liked? Is it one that invades others' territory? Or perhaps one that resorts to thievery? Or is it merely a master of deceit? If those are the criteria for approval, then I certainly do not qualify. The mere mention of thievery struck a nerve with Ji Dong, inciting her fury. Who dares to steal? She retorted, her anger palpable. The root of Ji Dong's disdain for Ji Bei stemmed from a particular incident. This spineless wretch had the audacity to gift his worn clothing to classmates in a bid for their favor. The allure of having worn items from the school beauty was irresistible to many male students. Thankfully, Ji Dong had intervened in time, otherwise, the situation could have descended into something truly revolting. From Ji Bei's perspective, however, the reality was quite different. Upon his arrival at the Ji household, he found himself unwelcome, with only his fourth sister, Ji Dong, displaying a hostility that was less pronounced than that of the other family members. Ji Bei believed she might harbor some fondness for him, thus dedicating considerable effort to win her favor. One day, Ji Nanchuan tossed a few of Ji Dong's soiled garments at Ji Bei, claiming they would be hand-washed at the behest of their sister. Aware that many of her clothes required hand-washing, Ji Bei felt a surge of joy at Ji Dong's request. However, before he could even begin, Ji Dong stormed into the bathroom, unleashing a torrent of invective, branding Ji Bei disgusting and shameless, ordering him to leave the Ji family. Ji Bei could easily surmise that Ji Nanchuan was behind this chaos. Indifferent, he thought, if I say it wasn't me, you won't believe it. What more can I do? As Ji Dong prepared to respond, Ji Bei interjected, don't demand that I prove myself. Those who assert must provide evidence. Surely, you're not suggesting that my sister is oblivious to this? If she is unaware of such a simple matter, I would question whether she genuinely earned her university degree. He continued, all you saw was me in the bathroom with your clothes. If you wish to accuse me further, you should produce evidence. He presented his arguments with such logic that Ji Dong found herself momentarily speechless. He even added, if you continue to make baseless accusations without proof, I could very well pursue charges of defamation. As the argument escalated, fearing that more secrets might unravel, Ji Nanchuan hastily intervened. Sister, please don't scold brother. It's all my fault. I've been spoiled by our parents and sisters, which has understandably upset brother. Ji Dong, feeling slightly overwhelmed, momentarily set aside the issue of the clothing. Let us not discuss that for now. What do you have to say about the red paint you smeared with curses all over Nanchuan's room? Don't claim there's no evidence. We all witnessed it clearly, and that half-used bucket of red paint was discovered by Aunt Lee in your room. Ji Bei scoffed, and so, why not investigate whose handwriting is scrawled on the walls? Why not inquire how I acquired that red paint? How was it brought to the second floor and used in Nanchuan's room? And how did it make its way back to my room? Chapter 18. The Marriage Alliance with the Jiang Family. Zizong fan de moment dia. Was it possible that Ji Bei had a point? The reasoning was not particularly complex, nor was it difficult to investigate. The issue lay in the fact that everyone had immediately branded Ji Bei as the culprit. Furthermore, when Ji Nanchuan had seen the walls covered in curses, he had nearly fainted from rage. Thus, it was hardly surprising that no one was inclined to listen to Ji Bei's explanations. His calm demeanor raised suspicions. Could there be more to this incident than met the eye? Ji Dong fell into contemplation, oblivious to Ji Nanchuan, who was pale with fear, his hands hidden beneath the table, drenched in perspiration. Suddenly, he clutched his chest, gasping for breath. The Ji family was startled, and Ji Dong, unable to delve deeper into the matter of the cursed paint, rushed to check on Ji Nanchuan's condition. Yibei, kasta, fondescending, glance at Ji Nanchuan. Mockingly, "Oh, little brother Nanchuan, are you truly so frail that you cannot withstand the adoration of your fangirls?" This blatant mockery infuriated the Ji family. "Yizvonksi shouted. Get out. Yi bei poted, torninto lave." His abrupt departure left Ji Zhongshu feeling as though he had struck a blow against cotton. The satisfaction of reprimanding his son was utterly lost. In the past, Ji Bei would have cowered under such scolding, meticulously trying to appease him to avoid angering him further. Recalling this, Ji Zhongshu's ire intensified. "Get out of here. Return to your room. You're not allowed to eat tonight." Ji Bei quickened his pace, ignoring Ji Nanchuan entirely. He had no intention of dining anyway. He wasn't even hungry. Earlier in the evening, he had indulged in a variety of street foods with Yang Jinjin, who, despite her insatiable appetite, could only manage small bites. Most of the food had ended up in his own stomach. This reminded him of the moment he had devoured half of Yang Jinjin's starch sausage. Her expression of heartache, as she suppressed her disappointment, was simply adorable. Once Bei left, Ji Nanchuan asthma acid considerably. The Ji family, concerned, attempted to take him to the hospital, but he stopped them with a smile, exuding the image of the perfect son. "Mom, Dad, sister, I'm fine. Please don't worry. You've all had a long day, and I wouldn't want you to run to the hospital for me." Their hearts swelled with affection. Just look at how considerate he is, in stark contrast to that wayward Ji Bei. Were it not for his name on the paternity test, they might have doubted Ji Bei's parentage, believing Ji Nanchuan to be their true son. Across the dining table, the television, serving as mere background noise, broadcasted an entertainment news segment featuring Yang Jinjin. The moment her name was mentioned, Ji Nanchuan's attention was riveted to the screen. The report detailed how Yang Jinjin, disguised while out, had encountered danger and was nearly harmed, only to be rescued by a high school student, confirmed by the police. The mastermind behind the incident was a small entertainment company owner, who had since been detained, pending further investigation. It was evident that the news had been carefully curated, as only Yang Jinjin's face and that of the company owner were shown, leaving the rescuer's face obscured by a thick mosaic. Ji Nanchuan stared at Yang Jinjin's image, a look of infatuation crossing his features. He had liked her since his previous life. In this life, his entry into the entertainment industry was partly to usurp Ji Bei's fate and partly to pursue Yang Jinjin. What could he do? She embodied his ideal of beauty, both in visage and form. "Nanchuan? Nanchuan!" Song Yaji called repeatedly until Ji Nanchuan snapped back to reality. He blinked a couple times, "Mom?" Seeing him return to the present, Song Yaji continued, "Your father and I were discussing the possibility of a marriage alliance with the Jiang family, specifically with Miss Jiang Mengrui. We'd like to know your thoughts." The engagement with the Jiang family had been arranged in childhood, and it was clear that Ji Nanchuan was the one destined to wed Jiang Mengrui. Meanwhile, Ji Bei had returned, and Ji Zhongshu remained hesitant. After weighing various considerations, the parents of the Ji family resolved that this union should indeed be bestowed upon Ji Nanchuan. The mention of the Jiang family's young lady conjured a myriad of memories in Ji Nanchuan's mind. His impression of Jiang Mengrui, the young lady from the Jiang family, was indelibly etched in his memory. In his previous life, Ji Nanchuan had indeed attempted to cultivate a relationship with Jiang Mengrui for a time. Jiang Mengrui possessed a certain charm, and most notably, her captivating eyes bore a striking resemblance to Yang Jinjin's, those large, enchanting fox-like eyes that could make a man's heart tremble. However, Jiang Mengrui's temperament was notoriously poor, proud and tempestuous. No matter how Ji Nanchuan treated her, she would always respond with a disdainful countenance. Over time, Ji Nanchuan's patience vortin. After all, who in their family was not cherished by their parents? Why should he go out of his way to please Jiang Mengrui? After a period of interaction, Ji Nanchuan severed ties with Jiang Mengrui, and their last encounter had been rather awkward. Later, when the Ji family fell into decline, Ji Nanchuan sought Jiang Mengrui's assistance. She crossed her arms, looking down on him with an air of superiority, her expression icy, declaring that her family was not the Ji family and would not pick up trash disguised as treasure. The humiliation from that day still festered in Ji Nanchuan's heart. Fate, however, had its own course, as the Jiang family soon followed suit into ruin, while Jiang Mengrui, that contemptible woman, became the mistress of an older man. In this lifetime, he would certainly have no desire for Jiang Mengrui and would take pleasure in trampling her further when she was down. With that thought, a smirk played on Ji Nanchuan's lips. Yet, when he raised his gaze, his eyes were red-rimmed. Father, mother, sister, I cannot accept this union. Song Yaji was the first to voice a question. Why? Ji Nanchuan blinked, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. Father, mother, sister. I am acutely aware of my identity and understand that the love of my family is something I do not deserve yet have been fortunate enough to enjoy. My heart is overwhelmed with gratitude. Each time, Ji Nanchuan spoke of his appreciation with reddened eyes. The Ji family felt a pang of heartache, as if their hearts were being twisted together, longing to present the very best of the world to Ji Nanchuan. Song Yaji sniffed back her tears. Do not say such things, Nanchuan. Father, mother, and your sisters cherish you because you are a good child. You deserve to be loved. Ji Dong added, Nanchuan, do not overthink it. Your sister will always love you. Yi Zhuang's contemplated base influenza. Did that wretched Ji Bei say something to you? With his penchant for bringing shame upon the Ji family, he has no right to consider himself one of us. Hearing the Ji family's reassurances, Ji Nanchuan seemed to brighten. Thank you all. I truly love you. But this union I cannot accept. It belongs to my brother. I have already taken too much from him. If I were to seize this as well, he would blame me. Zizong's blame you? What right does he have to blame you? Nanchuan, what the Ji family provides you is yours to take without any psychological burden. Ji Nanchuan, of course, bore no such burden. However, he was resolute that this union must not be his. Not only must he reject it, but he also intended to push Jiang Mengrue, that unfortunate shrew, on a Ji Bei. No, father, mother, sister. This union must belong to my brother. Chapter 19. Preparing for the competition in 2 months. The Ji family certainly wished to bestow this advantageous union upon Ji Nanchuan. Jiang Mengrue, the young lady of the Jiang family, was said to be beautiful, academically accomplished, and had exhibited remarkable intelligence from a young age, an exceptional match within their social circle. Such a fine young woman was a rarity that would not easily be found again. How could she possibly be given to Ji Bei? However, Ji Nanchuan remained steadfast in his refusal, and the Ji family found it difficult to press the matter further. Upon returning to his room, Ji Bei was unaware that Ji Nanchuan had already been contemplating how to push the Ji family young lady onto him. As he stepped through the door, an unsettling feeling washed over him. His room had been rummaged through. Upon opening the drawer, he discovered, unsurprisingly, that all of his USB drives had vanished. It was obvious that Ji Nanchuan was responsible, rather than merely copying the songs from the drives. He had stolen the drives themselves, likely fearing that Ji Bei would later expose him if he ever gained fame. Ji Bei had no such intention. In fact, he felt that Ji Nanchuan, having lived a second life, had not made much progress. He remained as foolish as before. Did he think he needed USB drives to expose him? The true value lay in his exceptional voice, not in some worthless USB drives. Upon further inspection, Ji Bei noticed that his certificates of honor were also missing. While other families showcased their certificates as if they were personal exhibitions, eager for others to see each accolade, Ji Bei's situation was different. He possessed an overwhelming number of honors, and those he had accumulated after returning to the Ji family were crammed away in a cabinet like discarded paper. Now that they were gone, Ji Bei speculated that perhaps Sun Yulu had set her sights on him today, intending to craft a scholar persona for him within the entertainment industry. After all, he had established that persona in his previous life. The distinction was that he was a genuine scholar, while Ji Nanchuan was merely a counterfeit, easily unmasked. Did Ji Nanchuan believe that by discarding the certificates, his academic facade would remain intact? He was gravely mistaken. Those certificates merely represented the past and were fundamentally just a stack of worthless paper. What truly mattered was the knowledge within his mind. After checking other items, finding nothing amiss, Ji Bei pulled up a chair and began to study. Indeed, this small room was devoid of much. It was midsummer in the humid southern region. Even the evenings offered little relief from the heat, compounded by the incessant cicada calls that heightened one's irritability. Ji Bei's room was poorly situated, lacking proper ventilation and even an air conditioner. The young man wore nothing but a simple short-sleeved shirt, his broad chest gradually revealing the physique of a mature man, with sweat slowly soaking the thin fabric, clinging to him and faintly outlining his muscular contours. The room was dimly lit, lacking a proper desk lamp. So Ji Bei turned on the faint light, leaning over the rudimentary desk to study. He needed to reacquaint himself with the knowledge in his textbooks. After entering the industry in his previous life, even when he managed to carve out time for study, Ji Bei still found himself overwhelmed, ultimately regretting that the Ji family had not even allowed him to take the college entrance examination. He performed well in the humanities, and he could pick up forgotten knowledge and memorize it anew. With more experience came broader thinking. His comprehension of those texts was far beyond that of a typical high school student. Presently, his English was even better than in his past life. Previously, in preparation for participating in an international film, even for a minor role, he had diligently studied English to eliminate any accent. He had even hired a foreign tutor for immersive daily conversations, significantly enhancing his spoken English in a short period. The most challenging subject was the sciences. Formulas, theorems, and various types of problems had nearly slipped from his memory after a long absence, let alone over these many years. Now, Ji needed to review everything piece by piece. Time spent focused on studying always seemed to fly by quickly. As he stretched after switching subjects, a thought suddenly struck him. A physics competition was scheduled 2 months into the start of the senior year, and if he could represent the school, Ji was confident he could secure a place in the provincial rankings. With a good ranking, he could receive a recommendation for further studies. If he could represent the province in the national competition and achieve a commendable rank, there was a high likelihood he would gain entry into a national research institute. Ji was disinterested in being recommended for university. His sole desire was to participate in the college entrance examination. However, the prospect of entering the National Research Laboratory was an immense temptation for him. If he could gain admission, the very thought made his fingertips tremble with anticipation. The idea of bringing honor to his country filled Ji with a sense of fulfillment, making his current life feel complete. With this motivation in mind, he dove deeper into his studies, becoming exceptionally focused. This time, he was studying physics, a subject he both enjoyed and excelled at. Even after years of neglect, he found it effortless to engage with the material. Rather than starting from scratch, he unfolded an exam paper and meticulously went through the questions. For those he couldn't solve, he referred to the answers to review the relevant concepts, subsequently conducting targeted revisions. This method not only reinforced his understanding, but also highlighted which topics carried greater weight in the exam. By the time Ji realized the hour, it was already past 11 in the evening. After sitting for an extended period and feeling somewhat parched, he stood up and opened the door to fetch some water from the refrigerator. At this late hour, the housekeeper had already retired, and the rest of the Ji family were in their respective rooms. The living room was dimly lit, enveloped in a heavy silence. Standing before the refrigerator, he took a couple of swigs from a large bottle of water before preparing to return to his room. As he passed the sofa, he suddenly noticed a shadow perched upon it, startling him. Had it not been for his strong composure, he might have jumped in surprise. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was Ji Nanchuan. What was he doing here? Ji couldn't help but mentally scoff. However, he had no intention of acknowledging him. Both were acutely aware of their relationship, and with the family absent, there was no one to put on a show for. Moreover, Ji felt no need to pretend in front of Ji Nanchuan. Neither spoke a word as Ji headed straight back to his room, locking the door behind him. This minor incident was easily overlooked. Once inside, he gulped down the remaining water and wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel before resuming his battle against the sea of questions. The current challenge was a complex chemistry problem. Despite significant progress in his recent studies, his grasp of the material still felt somewhat lacking. He found himself stuck on the second part of a 3-part question, having tried several methods without success. Rather than immediately checking the answer, he continued to ponder the problem. 5 minutes later, in a fit of frustration, he let his hand drop from his hair. This was futile. He couldn't solve it. In moments of anxiety, one can often find a solution, except when it comes to mathematics or chemistry. Just as Ji was becoming increasingly agitated, there came a knock at his door. Chapter 20. Ji Nanchuan's debut contract is full of pitfalls. Ignoring the persistent knocking, Ji turned to the answers. The knocking continued. Still, he remained unresponsive, his expression impassive, though the heaviness of his hand as he flipped through the answers betrayed his irritation. The knocking grew louder. This time, in addition to the knocking, he heard Ji Nanchuan's voice. "Brother, are you asleep? I know you're not. The light is still on in your room." Finally locating the answer to the question, Ji stared at the word for 3 full seconds, as if he were seeing it for the first time. After those 3 seconds, all his emotions coalesced into a singular thought. Damn it. After calling out repeatedly to no avail, Ji Nanchuan's voice rose in pitch. "Brother, please open the door. I have something to ask you. If you don't let me in, Mom and Dad will definitely misunderstand you." "Misunderstand your mother." Ji slammed a black pen down onto the table, rising abruptly to yank open the door. His sudden movement caught Ji Nanchuan off guard, causing him to lose his balance and nearly topple over. It took him a few steps to regain his composure. "Brother, what is going on?" Ji had no patience for idle chatter. "If you have something to say it quickly." Busu. Glancing at the clutter on the table, Ji Nanchuan's eyes fell upon the half-completed chemistry problem. He scoffed dismissively. What's so great about studying? Being a bookworm now only leads to becoming a corporate drone later. It's far better to enter the entertainment industry, were there's endless glory, applause, and enough money to last a lifetime. Ji did not miss the disdain on his brother's face, but chose to remain silent. A person with only a modicum of looks, lacking talent, and a strong family background, dreaming of a smooth ascent in the entertainment industry, was a fool's errand. The true nature of that path was something Ji Nanchuan would have to discover for himself. If that is all, I'm closing the door, Ji said, his expression devoid of emotion. He felt there was no need to display any particular sentiment towards someone so inconsequential as Ji Nanchuan. However, this stoic demeanor only fueled Ji Nanchuan's assumptions. Ji Bei's apparent displeasure seemed evident to him. What reason could there be for such discontent? Was it not simply because Ji Nanchuan had usurped his chance at entering the entertainment world? This was merely the beginning. Yet Ji Nanchuan could hardly contain his anticipation for the day Ji would be cast aside, while he basked in the limelight as the acclaimed actor. Elevated by influential sponsors, he produced a stack of papers from behind him. "Brother, this is the contract that Liu Jie and I signed today. Can you take a look and see if there's anything wrong?" Ji refused, stating that their father should have reviewed it. Ji Nanchuan wore a conflicted expression, but insisted, "You're the academic prodigy, you know so much. I feel more at ease having you look it over." Upon hearing Ji Nanchuan's words, Ji suddenly recalled something significant. This debut contract was indeed problematic. What kind of debut contract was this? It was nothing short of a slave contract, binding him for a decade. The contract stipulated that as a novice, Ji Nanchuan would require company-arranged training and could only take on entertainment gigs once deemed qualified. Any earnings would first be used to repay the company for expenses incurred on him, and he could not accept resources outside of those provided by the company, or face a tenfold penalty. Furthermore, there was a clause demanding unconditional obedience to the company's arrangements throughout the contract period, or again face a tenfold penalty for the company's costs. At first glance, these terms seemed acceptable, but upon deeper reflection, they were riddled with pitfalls. The requirement for training lacked a clear standard for success. The repayment of company costs was left to their discretion. The clause forbidding acceptance of non-company resources was absurd. Which entertainment company would refuse an artist seeking opportunities? These were all traps unique to contracts in the entertainment industry. Ji Zhongshi, with his half-baked understanding, could not perceive these issues, while Ji Nanchuan, feeling guilty for seizing the opportunity, had not scrutinized the details. Assuming that Ji would not have encountered problems with contracts in his previous life, Ji's past contracts had indeed been flawed. Having read a diverse array of books, he often visited secondhand bookstores to peruse text during his free time before coming to the Ji family. With a sympathetic owner would not only allow him to stay, but also frequently offer him snacks. He had perused many books on law. Back then, he had argued over the egregiously flawed contract with Sun Yulu, and despite such rigorous negotiation, he still ended up signing an unequal agreement. Ji Nanchuan, having barely glanced at the document, was bound to suffer significant losses. Disturbed by the task at hand, the irritable Ji suddenly felt a mischievous impulse. With a feigned look of surprise, he pointed at Ji Nanchuan's contract and exclaimed, "Surely not. With all the books you've read, Ji Nanchuan, have they all gone to the dogs? How could you not see how terrible this contract is?" Ji Nanchuan, who had come to boast, instantly wore a displeased expression. However, Ji acted as if he were oblivious to Ji Nanchuan's sour mood. Signing this contract is akin to signing a contract of servitude. Are you preparing to be sold off, only to help others count their money? The very notion of being sold was Ji Nanchuan's touchstone of rage. During that period, it was nothing short of a nightmare for him, both physically and psychologically. Each time he closed his eyes after being reborn, visions of being locked in a cage, berated and beaten, flooded his mind. Noticing Ji Nanchuan's pallor, Ji inquired with concern, "What's wrong with you, Ji Nanchuan? Don't fret. Even if you were sold, your parents and sisters would still love you. You need not worry about being sold. If it ever came to that, they would find a way to rescue you." Ji Nanchuan seethed inwardly, wishing fervently to seize Ji to devour him whole, to drink his blood, and to tear him apart. He repeatedly reassured himself that Ji was merely a small-minded individual who wouldn't relish his triumph for long. He envisioned himself as a future film emperor, basking in the adoration of countless fans, while all the bigwigs flattered him, and beautiful young women flocked to him at his beck and call. As for Ji he would undoubtedly end up like livestock, confined in a cage and auctioned off. How could Ji not discern his thoughts? However, a spark of inspiration regarding the troublesome chemistry problem suddenly ignited within him, and he lacked the patience to continue this back and forth. Is there something else? If not, please return to your own room. Your constant pacing is quite bothersome. These words were nothing short of his innermost feelings. To his surprise, Ji Nanchuan, who who had been speaking civilly, abruptly plopped down onto the floor, dramatically exclaiming in a pitiful tone. Ji Bai blinked in astonishment. Ji Nanchuan, at such a young age, you're already so spineless that you can't even stand? Chapter 21. Ji Bai, where are you off to now? Ji Nanchuan did not respond. Instead, it was Ji Dong's furious voice that answered. What are you doing? Ji Bai. Ji Bai looked up and indeed spotted Ji Dong at the end of the hallway, clad in pajamas, her hair in disarray. Yet her cartoonish sleepwear did little to conceal her fine figure. With a furious expression, she hurried over, carefully helping Ji Nanchuan up from the ground, shielding him behind her, as if he were a fragile chick. How many times must you bully Ji Nanchuan when we aren't around? Ji Bai. Seeing Ji Nanchuan's smile peeking from behind Ji Dong, Ji Bai felt a headache coming on. This little play was simply too juvenile. He had no desire to participate. I did not bully him. Zizong thou win. Lying again. If you didn't bully him, then why is he sitting on the ground? Ji Bai, I now have reason to suspect that you bought your way into university. What? Taking advantage of his height, Ji Bai gestured toward Ji Nanchuan, wishing to know why he was on the floor. You should ask him, not me. Furthermore, this is the entrance to my room. You should also inquire of your dear little brother why he is here. Ji Bai's reasoning was sound, and Ji Dong unwittingly found herself swayed by his words. Following Ji Bai's indication, she turned her gaze toward Ji Nanchuan. He merely pouted, Sister, I'm in so much pain. Ji Dong's hard-won composure vanished in an instant. Ultimately, it was too difficult to clarify the situation. It was merely Ji Dong's bias. This was his home, after all, and he could go wherever he pleased. Ji Bai nodded. All right, you wish to know how I bullied him, do you? You want to know exactly what I did? Ji Dong remained silent, the meaning of her silence clear. Ji Bai snatched his shattered screen phone from the table, brandishing it with the air of a high-end device. Everything that just transpired is recorded. If you wish to listen, I will play it for you, dear sister. Ji Dong wore an expression that suggested she was not keen on being subjected to such a recording. Yet Ji Nanchuan turned pale with fright. He had not uttered anything overly outrageous, and Ji Bai had indeed not bullied him. Ji Bai's reputation in the family was already tarnished beyond repair, and he was indifferent to further disgrace. But Ji Nanchuan was different. If Ji Bai were to play the recording of the recent events for Ji Dong, Ji Nanchuan's positive image in the family would be utterly obliterated. This wretched Ji Bai had suddenly grown so cunning. Sister. Before Ji Bai could play the recording for Ji Dong, Ji Nanchuan feigned discomfort, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Ji Dong was startled, momentarily forgetting to interrogate Ji Bai as she rushed to support Ji Nanchuan. Nanchuan, are you all right? Ji Nanchuan clutched Ji Dong's clothing. Sister, I feel unwell. Ji Nanchuan often fell ill, and Ji Dong was always concerned, her heart racing with worry. I'll call an ambulance right now. There is no need to be so troublesome. Ji Dong's brow furrowed deeply. You're in such a serious state. How can you not need an ambulance? Ji Nanchuan's heavy breathing eased somewhat. It's so late. I don't want to disturb Mom and Dad. If they find out, they will surely blame my brother. Just tell me to rest, sister. Ji Dong's heart ached for him. When she looked up, she found Ji Bai watching Ji Nanchuan as if it were a performance, and her ire flared within her. Ji Bai, do you have no conscience? Look at Nanchuan, then look at yourself. In the brief time since he returned today, Nanchuan has been so upset that he has fallen ill twice. Ji Bai shook his phone. Do you still want to hear this recording? If so, I will send it to you later. Before Ji Dong could respond, Ji Nanchuan, trembling in Ji Dong's embrace, tightened his grip, nearly distorting her thin cartoon pajamas. Sister, I feel unwell. Please help me to rest, all right? Ji Dong hastily assisted him, leaving no opportunity to hear Ji Bai's recording. Ji Bai, what recording? It was merely a matter of being vexed by that chemistry problem without a detailed answer, and Ji Nanchuan had happened to be the target of his frustrations. Observing Ji Nanchuan's forced pretense of illness as he made his escape, Ji Bai found his irritation concerning the chemistry problem dissipating significantly. As for Ji Dong, she was simply a foolish individual who failed to see the truth. He cared little. Watching their retreating figures, a playful spirit surged within Ji Bai, and he called out to them, Ji Nanchuan, do pay heed to the pitfall I warned you about. Be extra cautious. He knew Ji Nanchuan would certainly disregard it. That was precisely the effect he desired. Ji Bai could already envision Ji Nanchuan discovering that the contract he signed was a veritable abyss, while Ji Bai had warned him multiple times, and he had stubbornly ignored it, leading to his regrettable fate of lamentation. Whether Ji Nanchuan ended up in the hospital was of no concern to Ji Bai. He knew that after this bout of amusement, the chemistry problem had finally clicked for him. Not daring to delay any further, Ji Bai swiftly shut the door to his room, seized the black pen that had been slightly damaged in his earlier outburst, and began to fervently jot down the solutions that had formed in his mind. After extensive calculations, 15 minutes later, Ji Bei arrived at the correct answer, feeling as if he had undergone a cathartic experience. Without taking a moment's rest, he sought out similar problems to work on, seizing this opportunity to review thoroughly. As everything came to a close, the clock struck 2 in the morning. Aware that ample rest enhances efficiency, the studious Ji Bei refrained from rising at 5 or 6 o'clock. When the alarm rang at 7:30, Ji Bei, feeling refreshed, stretched, and sprang from his bed. He quickly donned his clothes and dashed to the bathroom for a brief wash before preparing to head out. Just before exiting, he glanced at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but marvel. Youth is indeed a wondrous thing. His skin was fine and radiant, a quality that no amount of late-night endeavors or cosmetic treatments in his later years could rival. And then there was his stamina. Regardless of how late he had slept or how fatigued he felt, a single night of honest rest would guarantee his full revival the next day. Ji Bei gazed into the mirror at his youthful reflection, admiring it more with each glance. Such a splendid life should be devoted to pursuing one's desires, rather than squandering it on appeasing those unworthy of his efforts. Today, he intended to find a library to study, for the library offered a conducive environment, air, conditioning to enjoy, and an abundance of resources to peruse. Moreover, a library provided the serenity he sought, free from interruptions, unlike the incessant knocks at the door or the fainting individuals demanding attention. As Ji Bei stepped out, he found his family gathered for breakfast, including Ji Chun, who had either returned this morning or the night before. They had no intention of inviting him to join their meal, and Ji Bei had no desire to eat at home. Passing through the living room, he offered a casual greeting before making his way out, only to be halted by Ji Zhongshi. Ji Bei, where are you off to this time? Chapter 22. Without turning back, Ji Bei replied, are you all heading out soon? Ji Nanchuan eagerly boasted to Ji Bei, I'm off to a body training class. Ji Bei merely responded with an O. Turning to Ji Zhongshi, Ji Nanchuan is off to fool around. You might want to keep an eye on him. Ji Zhongshi was taken aback. He has gone to class, and you call that fooling around? What are you implying? Ji Bei shook the book in his hand. I'm going to study. You think I'm fooling around? What are you insinuating? You zvongsi scoffed disdainfully. With your dismal grades, who has to say you're not just putting on an act? Ji Zhongshi had never inquired about Ji Bei's academic performance. His preconceived notions of the city school, coupled with Ji Nanchuan's occasional insinuations about Ji Bei's poor grades, led him to believe that Ji Bei was a source of embarrassment for the family. Finally willing to turn around, Ji Bei met their gazes with calm eyes. So, what do you expect me to do? Ji Bei tourned. Ji Zhongshi realized that his son had been devoid of emotion all along, while he himself was the one fuming. Such is the nature of their power struggle. The one who loses their temper first is the true loser. Ji Zhongshi remained silent, but Ji Bei was not inclined to let the matter rest. Since there is little hope for my studies, I might as well stay home, record videos, and sing, becoming an online singing sensation. The last song I casually sang went viral. Surely, if I sing well now, I'll garner attention. Ji Nanchuan's expression immediately changed. Suddenly, he felt a tinge of disdain for Ji Zhongshi. This father is truly foolish. No wonder the company has encountered such significant issues under his management. Even with the so-called genius Ji Chun at the helm, she lacks the capability to reverse the company's fate. Though he thought this, Ji Nanchuan's face remained cheerful. Dad, the instructor for my body training class today is a renowned figure in the industry, usually reserved for stars. Felt his heart lighten slightly at Ji Nanchuan's obedience. He gazed at Ji Nanchuan with hopeful eyes. My son is truly making me proud. He will surely shine in the entertainment industry and bring glory to the Ji family. In the midst of conversation, Ji Zhongshi unconsciously cast glances at Ji Bei. He suddenly realized that Ji Bei had altered his strategy. Previously, he had attempted to curry favor with the Ji family, which they found irritating. Now, Ji Bei, with his profound thoughts, believed that such efforts were futile, opting instead for a more unconventional approach to gain their attention. It must be said that Ji Bei's tactic was indeed astute, and Ji Zhongshi almost fell for it. Ji Zhongshi noted Ji Bei's indifferent demeanor and smirked internally. Quite the performance you're putting on. Ji Nanchuan, keenly observant, noticed Ji Zhongshi stealing glances at Ji Bei while speaking to him. His smile faltered, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. He forced his expression back to normal, playfully saying, Dad, don't worry. I will work hard to bring glory to the Ji family. Ji Zhongxi, satisfied, affectionately petted Ji Nanchuan's head. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Nanchuan added, Mr. Zhang's classes are quite expensive. To protect the artist's privacy, Sister Lu suggested one-on-one lessons. Ji Zhongshi was exceedingly generous. Of course, my son Ji Zhongshi could never be unable to afford classes. Ji Bei, having overheard everything, felt no emotional response. He remained indifferent to the Ji family. Whether they were loving or at odds, he could stand by as an outsider, finding amusement in their antics. Yet, he felt a pang of sympathy for his past self, lamenting how his sincerity was treated as inconsequential and how his conscience was squandered. Seeing Ji Zhongshi in high spirits, Ji Nanchuan promptly stood to massage his shoulders, reminding him, "The tuition requires an upfront payment for 20 classes, which amounts to 100,000. 100,000 for tuition is no small sum." Yet, in his exhilaration, Ji Zhongshi didn't even blink. "Pay it. Enroll for 200 classes for my son." Ji Nanchuan gleefully accepted the card Ji Zhongshi handed him. "Thank you, Dad." Song Yaji, witnessing Ji Zhongshi giving Ji Nanchuan money, smiled so broadly that her eyes squinted into slits. For reasons unknown, Ji Bei found this particularly galling. While Ji Zhongshi's generosity toward his 5 daughters was met with discontent from Song Yaji, it seemed Ji Nanchuan was treated preferentially. One might mistakenly think Ji Nanchuan was her illegitimate child with another man. With a blank expression, Ji Bei turned to leave. "Ji Zhongshi, stop. Where are you going?" With impatience, Ji Bei turned back, adopting a nonchalant tone. "I told you, I'm going to the library to study." "Why?" "Because I can't afford to buy books." "Are you going to give me some money?" Of course, Ji Bei would never ask the Ji family for money. Once the college entrance examination was over, he planned to move out of the Ji household. However, he knew that if he were to ask for money, Ji Zhongshi's response would undoubtedly be, "Scram. All you know is to ask for money. Am I in debt to you for life?" Turning on his heel, Ji Bei walked away. "Damn it. I've already wasted enough time." This brief moment could have allowed him to solve 2 problems at the library. Wait. Ji Bei had barely taken 2 steps when he was called back. This time, however, it was not the typically face-saving and scolding Ji Zhongshi, but Ji Chun, who had been eating quietly throughout. Ji Bei stole several glances at Ji Chun while speaking. She was eating and secretly observing him, though he couldn't discern her intentions. Dressed in a professional outfit suitable for work, Ji Chun wore her tailored ensemble with an air of competence laced with a hint of allure. While her chest and legs were neither particularly ample nor elongated, together they created a pleasing aesthetic, embodying a rare and unique type among women. Time had already slipped away, yet Ji Bei did not halt his pace. Ji Chun quickened her steps to catch up with him. Just as Ji Bei presumed Ji Chun was about to scold him for his tardiness, she unexpectedly said, "Ji Bei, would you like me to give you a ride for a bit?" Those few brief words left not only the Ji family in a state of bewilderment, but also caused Ji Nanchuan, who was holding a boiled egg, to let it slip from his grasp onto the plate. Even Ji Bei himself was at a loss as to what her intentions were. Upon receiving Ji Nanchuan's warning glare, Ji Bei replied, "All right." Ji Nanchuan nearly gaped in disbelief. "What do you mean, all right? I'd rather walk. It feels safer that way. Who knows if the Ji family might decide to toss me out of the car halfway." It was evident that Ji Chun recalled the incident when Ji Bei had been unceremoniously thrown from the vehicle by the Ji family. She contemplated explaining that it had been due to Ji Nanchuan's fever, but upon reflection, realized that the current situation was not conducive to such an explanation. So she opted to skip it altogether. "Rest assured, I will ensure you reach your destination safely." Her words were neither overly soft nor harsh, yet they undoubtedly constituted the gentlest words Ji Bei had ever received from the Ji family. A sense of unease crept into Ji Nanchuan's heart. He pondered why Ji Bei was not vying for an opportunity in the entertainment industry. It turned out that she had focused her energies on competing for the Ji family's affection instead. He vowed that he would not allow Ji Bei to succeed. He simply would not. Chapter 23. "Father, you are my only father." Song Yaji spoke in a gentle tone, "Xiaochun. Since Ji Bei does not wish for you to accompany her, then let it be." Ji Bei did not wait for Ji Chun to respond and swiftly departed, her pace quickening to nearly a run, fearful that they might catch up with her. Oblivious to the varied expressions on the faces of the Ji family, Ji Chun stamped her foot in frustration. Currently, the Ji family's company was ostensibly under Ji Zhongshi's control, yet in reality, it was she who managed it. With her broader access to resources, she was privy to more information. The incident involving the popular star Yang Jinjin being injured and rescued had circulated online, but the photos and videos were heavily pixelated, rendering it impossible to discern the identity of the male high school student involved. However, Ji Chun had glimpsed one poorly pixelated photo that bore a slight resemblance to Ji Bei. Clinging to this faint hope, Ji Chun wished to inquire if it was indeed Ji Bei. The more she managed the company, the more she became aware of the significant vulnerabilities within it. Even at its zenith, The Ji family ranked only within Sioux City. On a provincial level, they were inconsequential, let alone on a national scale. The current trajectory of the Ji family was unmistakably downhill. Despite Ji Chun's relentless efforts, she could only hope to slow the decline. In her search for a solution, she concluded that the most promising avenue lay in securing a reputable and high-traffic celebrity to endorse her company. While there were plenty of popular stars, and even some with good reputations, she could find no one who matched the dual appeal of Yang Zhenjin, an idol with widespread acclaim, fans spanning various demographics, and a portfolio robust enough to minimize the risk of scandal. However, endorsements were a two-way street. As long as Yang Zhenjin was in her right mind, she would not endorse the Ji family as company. Ji Nanchuan held back his urge to confront Ji Chun over her sudden concern for Ji Bei, maintaining a facade of innocence with a disarming smile. "Sister, do not be upset. My brother grew up in a slum. This demeanor is not a recent development." Ji Chun suddenly came to a realization. She lightly tapped her forehead, acknowledging that she had indeed been overwhelmed lately, to the point of contemplating relying on Ji Bei to salvage the family business. Given yi, bespeti y disposition. If she had any connection to a top-tier star like Yang Zhenjin, she would surely flaunt it to the point that even the neighborhood dogs would be aware. How could she possibly remain so low-key? With a faded backpack slung over her shoulders, Ji Bei walked for a while after leaving the Ji family home, finally arriving at the nearest bus station. While waiting for the bus, Ji Bei took the opportunity to accumulate another verse of classical poetry. In an age where everyone was engrossed in their smartphones, he appeared anachronistic, reading a book instead. Several onlookers cast puzzled glances in his direction, but Ji Bei paid them no heed. He had his own matters to attend to, matters of great significance. He had no time to concern himself with others. The bus was not overly crowded, and Ji Bei secured a window seat, beginning his listening practice. Even though his English proficiency was adequate for the college entrance examination, he was determined to practice diligently, aspiring to enter the examination room with greater confidence come June of the following year. His 3-year-old headphones, worn and frayed, paired with a battered smartphone, were a testament to his frugality. He had previously scrimped and saved solely to provide for Zhao Qingning, but those days were over. He still could not indulge in life as pleasures. The several tens of thousands he had saved from part-time jobs before joining the Ji family were reserved for his university expenses. He was even forced to scavenge for study materials at the library, let alone splurge on luxury electronic items like smartphones and headphones. As summer vacation commenced, the library became somewhat crowded. Ji Bei circled around with his backpack until he finally found a suitable seat. He draped the straps of his backpack over the chair, extracting his books, pens, and notebooks to place on the table. After hesitating between coffee and warm water, he ultimately decided on water and proceeded to the pantry. After filling his cup with warm water, he returned to his seat, setting down the cup before spreading out his books and notebooks. Then picked up his pen and focused intently on his work. The first problem he tackled was a mathematics question. With several high school math books at his disposal, he found the content rather challenging. By the time he extricated himself from the sea of problems, half an hour had elapsed. He unscrewed his cup and took a few sips of water. While drinking, he glanced at his phone to find messages flooding in from his close friend. His friend, Wu Shuai, was, as his name suggested, lacking in charm. A kind-hearted soul, albeit somewhat dim-witted, he often spoke his mind without much thought. The two had played together since their student days, with Wu Shuai repeatedly advising Ji Bei against being so devoted to Zhao Qingning, insisting she was unworthy. Yet Yi Bei, infatuated, had refused to listen, even getting angry with Wu Shuai for making disparaging remarks about Zhao Qingning, which in turn had frustrated Wu Shuai. After the college entrance examination, communication between them dwindled, and Ji Bei had begun to think their paths would diverge for good. Yet, during Ji Bei's lowest point in the entertainment industry, Wu Shuai had sent him a late-night message. He hadn't genuinely sought help. He simply stumbled across Ji Bei's contact while scrolling through WeChat. To Ji Bei's surprise, Wu Shuai had resigned the next day and flown to be by his side, delivering a hearty punch to his shoulder. Ji Bei was profoundly touched. However, he was taken aback when Wu Shuai's first words were, "What do you have to eat?" "I am starving." Reflecting on their past, Ji Bei's expression grew complex. He opened WeChat to find a barrage of messages from Wu Shuai. "Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Bro, you made a name for yourself. Link, remember our pact to share both fortune and adversity? How come you're the one being spoiled by a wealthy lady? You can't keep all the good fortune to yourself. You must tell me who this benefactor is. But wait, you're still fixated on Zhao Qingning. So how could you even think about a wealthy lady? What an outrageous rumor. Is there truly a wealthy woman? Frankly, my friend, as long as she isn't celebrating her 90th birthday, I believe associating with a rich lady is far superior to pining after Zhao Qingning. Zhao Qingning is decent looking. Yet she keeps her distance and spends your money. If anyone insults you, your adoptive father will surely retaliate. There are simply too many people around. Why Haven T replied, "You're not contemplating something drastic, are you? Adoptive father? Hurry and respond. You wouldn't truly be thinking of giving up. Would you? Father, you are my biological father, my only father. Please reply." Chapter 24. If the wealthy woman is Yang Jinjin, I will call you my dear father. Ji Bei couldn't help but chuckle. He sent a sigh emoji, featuring a chubby little creature lying on the ground playing with a phone, which perfectly mirrored Wu Shuai's earlier remark about being his only father. Immediately, a message came through from the other side. "You haven't harmed yourself, have you?" Ji Bei responded with a speechless emoji, then took a photo of his recently completed math problems. "Study diligently and strive for improvement every day." Wu Shuai replied in an instant. "Have you turned over a new leaf? No longer chasing after Zhao Qingning?" Ji Bei replied earnestly, "In books, one can find beauty." Wu Shuai, "I don't know about beauty in books, but I can tell you that, much like English, math problems give me a headache at first glance." Wu Shuai, "Did you ever check the link I sent you?" Ji Bei silently replied in his mind that he hadn't as his fingers tapped the link, which redirected him to the school forum. The post featured a bold, eye-catching title, "Shock. A male student in the second year has been taken in by a wealthy woman, spending hundreds of thousands in a single night. There's an astonishing backstory." The title wasn't particularly captivating. Ji Bei had seen far more sensational headlines about himself in the past. Which one wasn't more explosive than this? If this title writing talent were applied in a promotional department, they probably wouldn't even pass the probationary period. Scrolling down a few times, he encountered the typical opening image, with the content relying solely on fabrication. After skimming through the comments, Ji Bei closed the link and replied to Wu Shuai. "I read the post. Wu Shuai, what are your thoughts? Do you feel like you've suddenly become famous? Is there a thrill akin to becoming an internet celebrity or a star?" Ji Bei mused that, even in a previous life, just posting a video of himself singing online would garner more traffic than this pathetic forum post. Ji Bei replied honestly. "The traffic isn't significant. I feel nothing." Wu Shuai, "You keep boasting." Ji Bei took a sip of water, ignoring him. Wu Shuai, "Tell your adoptive father the truth. Has this post impacted you in any way?" "Initially, I intended to contact the admin to have it removed, but the admin said someone is specifically monitoring the post and can't delete it." Ji Bei could easily guess who that was. Who but Wang Ba would engage in such foolish antics? Truly too young and foolish, believing that just because one can't confront someone in real life, they can hide behind a screen online without consequence. "Ji Bei, it's fine. You needn't worry. I'm aware of my situation." Wu Shuai knew Ji Bei well enough. If he said it was fine, then it genuinely was. Wu Shuai's curiosity piqued again, and he first sent a cheeky emoji before asking, "So, who is the wealthy woman mentioned in the post?" Ji Bei, out of loyalty to his best friend, didn't keep it a secret, Yang Jinjin. "However, she has no intention of supporting me. I'm not weak enough to allow myself to be taken in." Ji Bei's words were entirely truthful. Not a single lie was uttered. Wu Shuai felt Ji Bei was boasting and didn't believe him at all. "Are you saying that you and Yang Jinjin are friends, while others are spreading rumors that you are being supported by her?" Ji Bei thought for a moment. That was pretty much the case. "Wu Shuai, my friend, you can't boast like this. After all, it's Yang Jinjin. Not just the boys in our school, but men across the entire country. Oh no, all of the males. Who would want to marry Yang Jinjin? If you truly are her friend, I will call you my godfather for life and Yang Jinjin my godmother." Ji Bei couldn't help but laugh at this silliness. "Alright, dear son. You can start practicing your address now." Wu Shuai responded with a read and blacklisted emoji. After a brief moment of relaxation, Ji Bei returned to his studies. He organized the subjects and the difficulty level of the problems in a reasonable manner, focusing intently on the tasks at hand, working efficiently, and feeling as if he were immersed in a sea of knowledge throughout the entire morning. When the other studious individuals had mostly departed, Ji Bei checked his phone and saw that it was nearly 1 o'clock. With his mind racing, he began to feel a bit hungry. After tidying up his desk, Ji Bei picked up his phone and headed downstairs in search of a snack. The library was on the 4th floor, while the 1st and 2nd floors housed shops selling clothing, shoes, and hats. The 3rd floor was entirely occupied by restaurants. However, the prices at these restaurants were too steep for Ji Bei. They offered a pleasant ambience, but were expensive, scant, and not particularly tasty, suitable only for couples. He recalled a fast food self-service place on the 1st floor. It had both meat and vegetables, and for just 12 yuan, he could eat his fill, as long as he didn't waste anything. Ji Bei enjoyed a well-marinated large chicken leg, a braised egg, a spoonful of cold eggplant, and a spoonful of hand-torn cabbage. The proprietress, noticing Ji Bei's handsome appearance, discreetly served him a generous bowl of rice while the boss wasn't looking. and even snuck in a spoon of oil-braised shrimp, which typically required an extra charge. Grateful, Ji Bei flashed the proprietress a radiant smile. "Thank you, sister." Calling her sister made her cheeks flush, and she cheerfully referred to Ji Bei as a little rascal, even offering him a bottle of drink. Realizing the proprietor's gaze upon him, Ji Bei quickly waved to decline. After devouring his meal, nothing remained on Ji Bei's plate except for a chicken bone and some chili skins. He had left not a grain of rice, and the plate could even serve as a mirror to reflect his jawline. After returning the plate to the recycling area, Ji Bei intended to head back immediately to continue working on problems. Next to the fast food restaurant, a trendy milk tea shop had just opened. This milk tea shop had recently gained popularity, using slogans like "Buy her milk tea," "Food can wait," "Milk tea is a must" to attract customers. And it had successfully brainwashed a group of girls who would rather stand in line for an hour to get their hands on this milk tea. Of course, it was usually the boyfriends who queued. As Ji Bei returned the plate, he encountered two girls. The slightly plump one was dressed fashionably, while the slimmer girl wore a school uniform on top. Both were holding takeout orders of rice noodles and were in line to buy milk tea. Ji Bei recognized the stylishly dressed girl as Wang Rong, a close friend of Zhao Qingning. The other girl looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place her name. As Ji Bei glanced at Wang Rong, she noticed him too, just as he hesitated on whether to greet the girl beside her. Wang Rong unexpectedly let out a cold snort in his direction. The sound was quite audible. Ji Bei heard it clearly, and in a moment of confusion, he abandoned the notion of greeting her, deciding to wait until school resumed to approach her. "Stop." The voice belonged to Wang Rong. But Ji Bei didn't halt or turn back. "Yi Bei, stop. I'm calling you. Did you hear me?" Having his name called, Ji Bei still had no intention of stopping. Wang Rong rushed over, attempting to grasp the hem of Ji Bei's shirt. He swiftly sidestepped her, causing her to stumble slightly, and the rice noodles she was carrying brushed against the passerby. The passerby who had been bumped into appeared to be a fierce-looking middle-aged woman. Her face was adorned with excess flesh, and she glared menacingly at Wang Rong, exclaiming, "Are you blind?" Wang Rong felt a swell of indignation. Faced with a woman who was clearly both too loud and too strong for her to contend with, she turned to Ji Beitu for assistance. However, Ji Beitu chose to ignore her entirely. The woman, seeing that Wang Rong had burned herself and offered no apology, and was instead flirting with a handsome young man nearby, was instantly incensed. "I'm speaking to you. Can you not hear me?" Wang Rong, with a pale face, could indeed hear her. The woman scrutinized Wang Rong from head to toe, sneering, "I thought you were deaf as well. Turns out you were just blind, not deaf. Apologize." Wang Rong's expression was one of deep grievance. "I didn't do it on purpose, and you've already scolded me." The woman's eyes bulged with fury. "Are you looking for a fight?" Chapter 25. Under no circumstances should Ji Beitu be easily forgiven. With that, she lunged forward to grab Wang Rong by the hair. Terrified, Wang Rong recoiled repeatedly. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to burn you. I apologize. I apologize." After uttering several apologies and noting that a few onlookers had begun to pay attention, the woman reluctantly stormed off, still cursing. Once the woman had departed, Wang Rong turned to Ji Beitu, her face a mask of anger. "Ji Beitu, why didn't you help me?" Ji Beitu, looking innocent, replied, "You burned her. You should apologize. How am I supposed to help you? Besides, what are you to me that I should assist you?" Wang Rong, already fuming, became even more incensed. "I am Zhao Qingning's best friend." Ji Beitu merely responded with an indifferent "oh." Wang Rong, in a fit of rage, stomped her foot. "Do you not understand? To win over a girl, you must first endear yourself to her family." Ji Beitu retorted, "I don't understand." Wang Rong doubted that Ji Beitu was even listening. Lacking any evidence, she asserted, "Zhao Qingning's family is me, so you must win me over. That situation was your chance to showcase your abilities. With so many suitors vying for Qingning's attention, what makes you think she would choose you? I must help you by speaking well of you." Ji Beitu twitched his lips in response. Who gave her the right to theorize so grandly? Before Ji Beitu could say anything further, Wang Rong pointed toward the nearby milk tea shop. "Now, go help me buy a cup of milk tea for Zhou Yinging. And I want to mention how you left me to fend for myself in front of Qingning." Ji Beitu's expression shifted to one of understanding. "So that's what you were waiting for. A single cup of milk tea wasn't too expensive, nor were two. But what if it came to 10? Moreover, Ji Beitu was reluctant to spend his own money on her. Why should I buy you milk tea? Is it because of your pretty face? Or your ample bosom? No, I refuse." Ji Beitu's response was particularly curt. Wang Rong's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Ji Beitu regarded her with an exasperated look, evidently agreeing with the earlier woman's assessment. Wang Rong contemplated this. "Is it because that woman said you were both blind and deaf? her face flushed with anger. And she shot back at Ji Beitu, "You are utterly insufferable. Refusing to buy milk tea? A stingy, unrefined man like you will never win over a girl like Qingning. You baito chekeled lightly. And you're not a stingy woman, an unrefined woman, or an average woman. Why don't you buy me milk tea?" He added, "If you were to buy me milk tea, I would gladly speak well of you to whichever boy you fancy. Unlike you, who takes without giving anything in return." Wang Rong was incensed. "Ji Beitu, how can you ask a girl to buy milk tea for you?" Ji Beitu raised an eyebrow. "What law states that girls cannot buy milk tea for boys?" He left Wang Rong speechless, tossing a parting remark over his shoulder. "Women like you, who linger around for free food and drink, are the least valuable." His words left Wang Rong pale with shock, though the comment was harsh. Ji Beitu felt he had not been excessive. Wang Rong had said far worse in the past, even recounting moments in front of the entire class where she mocked Ji Beitu for humbling himself before Zhao Qingning, showing no regard for his dignity. When Ji Beitu was displeased, Wang Rong would urge him not to be so petty. Now, she too should refrain from being petty and let it go. As Ji Beitu walked away, he sensed a pair of eyes fixed upon him from behind. He turned abruptly. There! He met the gaze of a girl whose eyes were so large they nearly dominated her face. Her eyes were strikingly beautiful, adorned with double eyelids that were both pronounced and natural, her lashes thick like 2 rows of tiny fans fluttering. A beauty mark beneath her eye, combined with her striking features, made her unforgettable. Ji Beitu was suddenly reminded of Yang Jinjin's fox-like eyes. This girl, though not as alluring as Yang Jinjin, possessed her own unique charm. After a brief 2 seconds of eye contact, the girl hastily lowered her gaze, seemingly a little flustered. Ji Beitu appraised her. She was statuesque, and even beneath her mask and hat, her beauty shone through. Her loose clothing could not conceal her exquisite hourglass figure, nor her impossibly long legs. In stark contrast to her tall stature were the snacks she carried. Dough sticks, cold noodles, grilled cold noodles, starch sausages, fried yogurt, and candied hawthorn. There were also several items packed in a bag that Ji Beitu couldn't quite make out. This girl certainly had a hearty appetite. Before long, Wang Rong, fuming, messaged Zhao Qingning. She even captured a photo of Ji Beitu's back to prove she wasn't lying. "Darling, you won't believe who I saw today." The internet connection on the first floor wasn't great, so she sent the photo first, followed by her message. By the time that WeChat message was sent, Ji Beitu hadn't even managed to send his own photo. In the Zhao family's bedroom, Zhao Qingning lay comfortably on her pink bed, dressed in pajamas and scrolling through her phone, the air conditioning humming softly. Her pajamas were rather modest, with only a hint of lace along the edges betraying her subtle intentions. Beside her lay half a watermelon, a spoon resting atop it, which she occasionally indulged in. After swallowing a couple of bites of watermelon, she shifted the ice pack from her left cheek to her right. Her face still bore the marks of the previous day's altercation with Wang Ba. In a foul mood, she swung her bare feet in the air with a rapid cadence. Upon receiving Wang Rong's message, she merely swiped it aside without opening it. Feeling a little fatigued, she stretched her legs and rolled over. The young girl's body, in the midst of subtle development, was elegant and alluring, her graceful lines concealed beneath her pajamas. As Zhao Qingning turned, her once loose sleepwear clung a little tighter, accentuating her curves. Wang Rong sent another message. "Darling, do you know who I saw today?" Zhao Qingning had no interest in knowing and swiped the WeChat message away. "Wang Rong, I saw Ji Beitu." Zhao Qingning sprang up from her bed in a sudden jolt, tossing aside the ice pack she had been using. She quickly opened Wang Rong's WeChat message, bypassing a reply to first check Ji Beitu's photo. The candid shot of him was somewhat blurry, yet he stood out in the crowd, tall and lean, his shoulders broad from years of labor, exuding a maturity that set him apart from other boys. His half-sleeve shirt revealed arms that, though relaxed, hinted at defined muscles. Zhao Qingning couldn't help but imagine the sensation of those strong arms enveloping her, causing her cheeks to flush. Once upon a time, how had she never noticed the admirable qualities of Ji Bei? He remained the same Ji Bei, yet it appeared as though he had suddenly become more handsome. Regardless of the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, Zhao Qingning maintained her composure and replied with a mere, "Oh." Wang Rong had grown accustomed to this. Zhao Qingning had always exhibited a lack of interest in matters concerning Ji Bei, responding with brevity. Wang Rong had once inquired about the reason behind this, to which Zhao Qingning coldly retorted, "Goddesses are like that. You wouldn't understand." Without further contemplation, Wang Rong recounted the events of the day, embellishing them as she spoke. Zhao Qingning read each word with scrutiny, offering no commentary. Once Wang Rong had finished, she emphatically concluded, "Regardless, my dear, you must not easily forgive Ji Bei this time. He has truly gone too far." Chapter 26. Zhao Qingning intended to punish Ji Bei by making him kneel on a washboard. Upon not finding any news about Ji Bei's new romantic interest, Zhao Qingning felt a twinge of disappointment. After a moment's thought, she subtly responded, Ji Bei has a new love now. His affairs are no longer my concern. Vang rong etlimet has yibecha. With no information about Ji Bei's new love, Zhao Qingning could hardly muster the energy to respond. On the other end of the screen, Wang Rong was oblivious to her silence. On what grounds does he dare to cheat? How could he waste your years like that? What a scoundrel! Who has he cheated with? Tell me, and I shall confront him. After some time, Zhao Qingning sent Wang Rong a link. Wang Rong skimmed through it. Who wrote this nonsense? It must be false. My dear, think about it. Are there any girls in this school more beautiful than you? None. As long as Ji Bei isn't blind, he couldn't possibly cheat. Wang Rong's words brought a measure of comfort to Zhao Qingning. Indeed, there was no one more beautiful than her, but there were many who were wealthier. Having managed to befriend Zhao Qingning, Wang Rong possessed her own capabilities. She could always discern the reason behind Zhao Qingning's anger and articulate the words she most longed to hear. Don't be disheartened, my dear. It's undoubtedly Ji Bei's way of provoking you. Zhao Qingning promptly replied, How so? Wang Rong, who had never experienced a relationship offline, analyzed the situation as if she were an emotional expert. You know, for men, first love is unforgettable, even though you and Ji Bei have never dated. You were the first girl he liked. Moreover, his affection for you is evident to all of us. He brings you breakfast every morning and buys you milk tea. Has he ever forgotten about your menstrual period? Not once has he merely suggested drinking hot water. He always prepares ginger syrup for you. And tutoring, considering Ji Bei's grades. How expensive is it to tutor others? Yet he willingly sacrifices his own study time to help you. The multitude of things Ji Bei had done for Zhao Qingning was indeed overwhelming. Wang Rong could effortlessly list them all without needing to keep a record. As Zhao Qingning stared at the screen filled with words, she blinked, feeling a twinge of self-doubt. Had Ji Bei truly done so much for her? Upon careful reflection, it seemed he had indeed. Ji Bei's gesture surpassed even what Wang Rong had articulated. A sudden thought crossed Zhao Qingning's mind. Could she truly find someone better than Ji Bei by keeping him hanging? With that notion, she quickly shook her head, dismissing the strange thoughts that had entered her mind. Ji Bei was excellent, but he lacked wealth. Even if she ended up with Ji Bei, it would only be a fallback option if she failed to find someone better. While she thought this, Zhao Qingning would never voice such sentiments. Even if he sought to provoke me, I refuse to acknowledge Ji Bei any longer. We are no longer connected. The words were spoken, yet both understood their true implications. Wang Rong recognized that Zhao Qingning intended for her to convey this message to Ji Bei. Zhao Qingning knew Wang Rong would indeed relay her words to Ji Bei. This was a message meant for Ji Bei's ears. The underlying meaning was clear. She wished for Ji Bei to come to her sooner rather than later. After typing the final word, Zhao Qingning pouted in frustration. Ji Bei had committed such an egregious act, and yet she had lowered herself to this extent. When Ji Bei came seeking her, she would not easily forgive him. She would ensure he faced the consequences. After contemplating, Zhao Qingning opened Ji Bei's WeChat again. Gazing at the red exclamation mark, she felt both anger and grievance, her eyes reddening. Ji Bei had truly gone too far this time. When Ji Bei came looking for her, she would undoubtedly punish him severely. He must be punished, made to kneel on a washboard. The sisters on Little Red Book had all stated that if a man truly loves you, he is willing to do anything. The concept of dignity pales in comparison to love. Once she had finished venting her frustrations, Wang Rong angrily shut her phone. Just wait, Ji Bei. I will make you pay. Just as she was about to discuss what milk tea to buy with Zhou Yingying, she noticed Zhou Yingying's discontented expression. What kind of look is that? Zhou Yingying hadn't meant to stare. When Wang Rong was venting about Ji Bei, she had been so incensed that she had read out loud both her messages and Zhao Qingning's. Seeing the frustration on her face only fueled her commentary. Zhou Yingying pursed her lips, contemplating for a moment before saying, What you're doing is wrong. Wang Rong raised an eyebrow. What do you mean it's wrong? Zhou Yingying's expression turned serious. What you're doing is indeed incorrect, and so is Zhao Qingning. Even if Ji Bei and Zhao Qingning were in a relationship, he is under no obligation to treat us to milk tea. Even if he is willing, we should appreciate it and then find an opportunity to reciprocate. Wang Rong had never considered or intended to act in such a manner. She dismissed the notion, believing that boys treating girls to milk tea was simply expected. Zhou Yingying shook her head. There is no such thing as expected in this world. If Ji Bei wishes to use milk tea to exchange for good words about him in front of Zhao Qingning, then accepting the milk tea means you should fulfill that expectation. This is called an equitable exchange, a verbal contract. Wang Rong thought Zhou Yingying was seeking unnecessary complications. When a boy offers milk tea, Why not simply accept it? Why put on an air of superiority? She figured Zhou Yingying must not have been asked out for milk tea due to her lack of attractiveness. She began to miss Zhao Qingning. If Zhao Qingning hadn't been feeling unwell and unwilling to go out today, Wang Rong would never have ventured out shopping with this bookish girl. Reflecting on this, Wang Rong couldn't help but voice her thoughts. If only Qingning were here. Zhou Yingying shook her head. Zhao Qingning is truly being unfair to Ji Bei. Wang Rong paused. Clearly, it was Ji Bei who had wronged Zhao Qingning. Zhou Yingying understood Wang Rong was referring to the school forum. No. Setting aside the truth of the forum, even if it were true, they have not established a relationship. Ji Bei is free to be with whomever he chooses. As for Zhao Qingning, if she doesn't like Ji Bei, she should simply reject him outright. Why must she keep him hanging? Zhou Yingying's arguments were logical and well-founded, leaving Wang Rong momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. She swallowed hard. Isn't Zhao Qingning testing Ji Bei? Zhou Yingying shook her head. That is not how one conducts a test. Just as Wang Rong was about to continue her debate with Zhou Yingying, their order was called, and the two girls collected their favorite milk teas, with their drinks in hand. The conversation about who was right or wrong regarding Ji Bei and Zhao Qingning faded from their minds. After finishing their fast food, Ji Bei prepared to return to his studies. Feeling a touch of drowsiness, Ji Bei passed by the restroom and splashed some water on his face. In the prime of youth, the boy walked with an invigorating breeze, and after washing his face, he shook his head without drying it, allowing delicate droplets to cling to his slightly coarse hair. Just a few steps away from his seat, Ji Bei noticed a cup of coffee had mysteriously appeared on his table, and opposite him sat a girl clad in a JK uniform. The girl possessed an enviable figure. While others donned JK uniforms projecting a youthful schoolgirl vibe, she exuded a sultry allure. Her long, slender legs rivaled anyone, yet her ample bosom strained against the buttons of her uniform, raising concerns about their durability and whether they might pop open as she walked. The young lady was engrossed in a hefty comic book, which, when lifted, completely obscured her delicate face. The library's seating arrangement comprised two tables facing each other, and in the morning, Ji Bei's opposite seat had been vacant. The coffee, he surmised, must have been mistakenly left by the girl across from him. Upon picking up the coffee, Ji Bei discovered it was a summer special from the cafe downstairs. In his previous life, he had invested in a coffee shop and had some understanding of pricing. Coffee available throughout the year was typically not overly expensive, mainly catering to white-collar workers, some might say, the weary office drones seeking a pick-me-up, spending their own money to enhance productivity. In contrast, seasonal specialty coffees were aimed at leisure seekers or those eager to capture the perfect photo, generally priced at a premium. Ji Bei approached the girl and, lowering his voice, inquired, "Excuse me, is this your coffee?" The girl did not lower her book, and her slender shoulders trembled slightly, as if she were stifling a laugh. Just as Ji Bei was about to speak again, she finally set the book down, revealing a radiant face. "Surprise. Chapter 27. Do you want to see me wear it?" Ji Bei was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Young Zen, she extended her delicate finger to her pink lips, forming a charming pout. "Shoo." Ji Bei fell silent, the smile on his face unwavering. Yang Zhenjin set down the book she had used to shield her face, and, retrieving a mask from her small bag, donned it before leaning closer to Ji Bei and whispering, "All right, now you can talk to me." Ji Bei leaned in as well, his voice barely above a whisper. "What brings you here?" Yang Zhenjin pointed to the vacant seat opposite her, suggesting they sit side by side, then gestured to the coffee in Ji Bei's hand. "I was worried you might be sleepy, so I bought this for you. 3 sugars. I hope that suits your taste." Ji Bei was not particular. "I can drink it." They returned to their respective seats, with Ji Bei resuming his earlier position and Yang Zhenjin sitting across from him. "I'm here accompanying a female artist from my company. She's working out in the gym upstairs. I happened to see you studying when I passed by. After I dropped her off, I figured you might be out getting something to eat." There was something Yang Zhenjin did not say. She felt a pang of sympathy seeing Ji Bei dining on fast food in the basement. She longed to treat him to something better, but was unsure how to broach the subject. Suddenly, Ji Bei recalled the girl he had encountered while waiting in line for bubble tea on the lower level, who seemed to be a new artist signed to Yang Zhenjin's studio. It appeared she might become quite popular in the future. Yet, he refrained from mentioning it. What did it matter if the young girl enjoyed her food? After all, any weight gained would eventually have to be worked off at the gym. By the way, how did things turn out with that little thug from yesterday? I mean the one behind it all, in a contest of physical strength. Yang Zhenjin was just a young girl. However, in a battle of wits, skills, and connections, she was firmly on her home turf, leaving Ji Bei with little to worry about. "Boss Wang has already been placed under investigation. I was looking into him during this time." and he must have sensed the pressure, causing him to act out of desperation. All the evidence has been submitted to the police, and he won't be getting out anytime soon. Ji Bei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Be careful in all matters. This industry can be exceedingly dark. I have experienced its depths firsthand in my previous life. Young Ji nodded obediently, resembling an adorable emoji. I'll be careful, especially with you protecting me. The young girl was irresistibly charming. Ji Bei could not help but reach out and pinch her cheek through her mask. Yang Jinjin, slight of build, had just enough softness, 2 ounces on her chest, half an ounce on her rear, and a little remaining on her face, making her delightfully squishy to the touch. Wait a moment. Ji Bei pulled out his phone and opened the camera, aiming it at Yang Jinjin's face. Do that cute nod again, just like earlier. Without hesitation, Yang Jinjin complied, giving a delightful nod for the camera. Ji Bei could not help but exclaim, beautiful. Indeed, she was stunning. Even with the modest camera of a 1,000 yuan phone, Yang Jinjin's beauty shone through. Her smile widened at the compliment. As long as Ji Bei Gij likes it. That's enough for me. Ji Bei imported the video into an app to create an emoji and casually asked, what if I don't like it anymore? Yang Jinjin tilted her head thoughtfully. Then I will strive to become the kind of person Ji Bei Gij likes. Ji Bei chuckled. You truly are adorably naive. He presented the completed emoji to Yang Jinjin. Look how cute you are. In the emoji, he had added blush to her cheeks and placed a small, whimsical grass tuft on her head, finally adding the words ham beside it. Yang Jinjin mimicked the expression from her emoji, nodding. Bei loged. I'll send it to you. Yang Jinjin pulled out her phone, okay. Their phones bumped together, and they realized, to their surprise, that they had yet to exchange WeChat contacts. Their easy rapport had led them to overlook that they had only met the day before. I'll scan you. Yang Jinjin opened WeChat to scan. Ji Bei, in turn, opened his profile card. Upon receiving a successful addition notification, Ji Bei sent the emoji to Yang Jinjin. After sending it, he glanced at her profile picture, another selfie of Yang Jinjin, and scrolled through her moments, which were mostly filled with her selfies and pictures from outings. The most recent post dated back to yesterday, showing Yang Jinjin with slightly damp hair, rosy cheeks, and misty eyes, indicating she had just bathed. The caption read, old friend. Before he could scroll further, his phone erupted with WeChat notifications. Ji Bei opened them to find a flurry of selfies from Yang Jinjin. Noticing she wasn't looking at him, he cheekily sent her a message, asking. Yang Jinjin promptly replied, making you emojis. Ji Bei examined the photos more closely. Goodness. He nearly lost his composure. This girl had no qualms about being herself, not only sharing these photos on her moments but also dressing quite revealingly. Especially in the one Ji Bei opened. In the photograph, Yang Jinjin poses in front of the mirror, draped in scant fabric that accentuates her voluptuous figure, revealing her smooth back akin to soft satin. The mere sight evokes an irresistible desire to touch. Her ample, pert posterior is buoyant, with the sheer fabric barely covering it, leading down to her strikingly white legs. Yang Jinjin possesses a petite frame, with round legs that exemplify the adage that clothes can slim while undressing reveals curves. As for her bosom, she attempts to shield it with her hand, yet it overflows enticingly, causing her curves to shift slightly. It appears this is your favorite. She unexpectedly leans in, startling Ji Bei, who hastily shuts off his phone, his other hand instinctively reaching for his nose. Fortunately, no blood has been shed. Yang Jinjin tilts her head, contemplating seriously. If you favor this style, I shall take more and send them to you. Ji Bei. To whom else have you sent this photo? Yang Jinjin shakes her head, declaring, I am not foolish. I sent it only to you. Ji Bei, why just to me? Suddenly, she looks up, gazing earnestly at Ji Bei. His discomfort intensifies under her scrutiny. Because you are a good person. Ji Bei stuck in a butt. He anticipated her response to be about his looks or perhaps a mistaken sin. Instead, she hands him a card of virtue. Ji Bei, how so? Because I feel you are a good person, hence you are one. Do you like this photo? Ji Bei pauses, ultimately conceding to his true feelings. He does like it. Then I shall take more for you. If you cannot wait, I can shoot now. Or, brother Ji Bei, would you like me to wear it for you? Chapter 28 reveals Ji Bei's irritation with her. Clear heart mantra. If anyone could bestow upon him such a mantra, he would immediately acknowledge them as his godfather. Yang Zinzin possesses an undeniable charm. Fearing the topic may spiral out of control, Ji Bei clumsily diverts the conversation, asking, what would you like to eat? How about the grilled squid we missed yesterday? Or perhaps some starchy sausages? Yang Jinjin visibly swallows hard before reluctantly shaking her head. No, I must maintain my appearance for the camera. I shall save the treats for when I crave them later. Ji Bei ponders this. After all, aren't female celebrities notoriously busy? Are you able to sit here for an extended period? Yang Jinjin feigns disappointment, Brother Ji Bei, are you rushing me away? Of course not. Reassured, she smiles. I have now started my own company, Brother Ji Bei. I am not as busy as before. Ji Bei nods in acknowledgement. As they converse, Yang Jinjin silently wishes that if Brother Ji Bei were willing, she would prefer him to assume the role of the boss, allowing her to be the serene boss lady. Going to the office together daily, leaving others envious. After a moment of clarity, Ji Bei resumes studying while Yang Jinjin reads beside him. After tackling several biology questions, Ji Bei finds himself stupid. Frowning slightly, he scribbles with a pen, attempting various methods without success. I can help with that question, Brother Ji Bei, Yang Jinjin offers softly. Ji Bei's surprise is palpable, and Yang Jinjin beams with pride. Don't underestimate me, Brother Ji Bei. Had I not entered the entertainment industry, I would have returned to school to conduct research with my professor. Ji Bei is taken aback. He had never known this facet of her. Really? Indeed. I promised my professor that if I didn't achieve fame within 5 years, I would go back to my studies. Yang Jinjin's explanations are concise and clear, and Ji Bei, being astute, quickly grasps the concepts, unlike the lengthy, step-by-step explanations he offers Zhao Qingning, who often ends up confused. As the afternoon unfolds, it passes even more swiftly than the morning. With coffee in hand, Ji Bei neglects to drink water, finishing off a cup rapidly. Yang Jinjin glances at the coffee cup discarded in the trash. I shall check on her fitness regime and bring you another cup of coffee. Ji Bei nods advising. Do not purchase those limited editions. They are expensive. Yang Jinjin agrees, but refrains from mentioning her financial capacity. After a brief tour of the gym upstairs, she discovers it empty and, while on the phone searching for someone, goes to buy coffee for Ji Bei. After a brief conversation, the barista has the coffee ready. Hesitating momentarily, Yang Jinjin relays Ji Bei's exact location to the barista, offering a tip for direct delivery. The barista, thrilled at the prospect of a tip, eagerly agrees. Meanwhile, Wang Rong and Zhou Yingying enjoy rice noodles and milk tea, browsing through women's clothing and accessory stores on the first and second floors. Zhou Yingying purchases only a basic short-sleeved shirt, while Wang Rong, drawn to various items, splurges on numerous bags. However, these purchases are not from her own funds, but rather from the money given by Zhao Qingning, her online romantic interest. Exiting a cosmetic store, Wang Rong picks up a trendy lipstick shade and inquires of Zhou Yingying. You only bought a short sleeve? Nothing else? Zhou Yingying nods, explaining that after oil stains ruined her previous shirts, she needed a replacement for her outings. Wang Rong scoffs internally, thinking her a bookworm. Upon spotting the library, Zhou Yingying's eyes light up. Shall we visit the library? I need a reference book. Zhou Yingying is practical. While she is unpretentious with clothing, she is generous with educational materials, excelling academically as their class representative. Initially reluctant, Wang Rong, having exhausted the nearby shops, reluctantly follows her. Upon entering the library, Zhou Yingying is like a fish in water, exploring every book with eagerness, wishing to take them all home. Wang Rong, indifferent to the books, wanders aimlessly, hoping to catch a glimpse of an attractive guy. To her surprise, she indeed spots one, a familiar handsome figure. It is Ji Bei, accompanied by a girl with long black hair cascading down her figure. Despite her loose clothing, her alluring physique is evident. However, she is a classic case of a back-view killer, with dark skin and unremarkable features, broad brows, small eyes, a bulbous nose, and protruding lips. Comparatively, she pales against Zhao Qingning, and even Wang Rong's looks surpass hers. When Wang Rong observes Ji Bei supporting the girl, they appear quite close. Overjoyed, she hastily snaps a photo to send to Zhao Qingning. Wife, is this Ji Bei's new flame? What a beauty she is. Not even close to your hair. At that moment, Zhao Qingning lies in bed, angrily berating Ji Bei for not seeking her out. In her tirade, she even scolds Wang Rong. This inconsequential item. I wonder if she even conveyed the message I asked her to deliver. Upon hearing her phone ring, Zhao Qingning sprang from her bed, swiftly retrieving her phone to check. It was a message from Wang Rong, pertaining to Ji Bei. As she opened the photo, taken covertly by Wang Rong, Zhao Qingning bit her lip, staring intently at it for several moments. After a while, she forwarded the image to Wang Ba. Zhao Qingning. Is this the woman Wang Ba brought yesterday? The recollection of that woman was hazy for both Zhao Qingning and Wang Ba. Such is the nature of humanity. We tend to ruminate incessantly on matters of great significance and astonishment. Yet the more we reflect, the more our memories become jumbled, ultimately resulting in a blank slate. When faced with this void, our recollections often align themselves with our desires. Furthermore, they had indeed not seen Yang Jinjin's face yesterday. Before long, Wang Ba responded to Zhao Qingning's message. It seems to be her. It should be. Given that woman's financial means, Ji Bei would undoubtedly lack the audacity to seek another. Zhao Qingming felt a sense of relief. Ji Bei still harbored affection for her. He had merely sought another woman to provoke her, to incite her feelings about her association with Wang Ba. If it were otherwise, how could Ji Bei forsake a beauty, such as herself, for an unattractive woman? Chapter 29. Ji Nanchuan endured hardships in his physical training class. Zhao Qingming's spirits soared, and the pain on her face seemed to lessen. She cradled her phone against her chest, her bare feet swinging in the air, and the dwindling confidence that had been shattered the previous day began to resurface at this moment. Ji Bei was utterly oblivious to the fact that he had been photographed. As for the girl beside him, it was merely a misunderstanding. The young lady had accepted a tip from Yang Jinjin to deliver coffee to Ji Bei. The library was bustling, with many individuals engrossed in their studies, and the limited wall outlets prompted several to bring their power strips, generously sharing them with others. This arrangement was indeed convenient for all, though the downside was the multitude of power cords strewn across the floor, posing a tripping hazard. This young woman delivering coffee had inadvertently stumbled over a power cord, and in her effort to prevent spilling the coffee she carried, she ended up injuring her own leg. Ji Bei, startled, quickly assisted her in sitting down. The young girl, being quite youthful, was not seriously harmed. After a brief moment of rest, she was able to walk away. After searching the gym extensively without success, Yang Jinjin roamed the third floor, still finding nothing. Ultimately, she discovered the girl in a basement eatery that sold Xinjiang fried rice noodles, where the young lady was relishing a bowl of fiercely spicy noodles. Beads of sweat dotting her nose from the heat, clearly enjoying herself. Yang Jinjin refrained from confronting her. In this line of work, dietary restrictions were the norm, and since the girl was finally indulging, Yang Jinjin allowed her to savor the moment. However, she did send a message to her assistant, instructing her to weigh herself upon her return, ensuring that any weight gained would need to be shed through diligent training, leaving no room for complacency. The assistant needed no guesses to ascertain what had transpired, as they were well accustomed to such habits. Meanwhile, Ji Nanchuan was clutching the 100,000 yuan given to him by Ji Zhongshi, filled with great expectations as he headed to his physical training class. The first lesson was personally conducted by Sister Lu. Ji Nanchuan was still in awe of the entertainment industry, struggling to contain his excitement. As he noticed the car veering off course, his exhilaration gradually subsided. After a moment, he could not restrain his curiosity and asked Sun Yulu, Sister Lu, "Are we really having our physical training class in a place like this?" The car came to a halt in front of what appeared to be an aging shopping mall. Although the mall was spacious, few shops were open, and several doors bore signs indicating they were available for lease, leaving the interior devoid of customers. Sun Yulu recognized Ji Nanchuan's disdain for the desolate mall. She sought to extract more money from him and patiently explained, "Nanchuan, there are certain aspects you might not grasp. This place is one I painstakingly secured." Ji Nanchuan remained silent, simply gazing at her, clearly skeptical. "Sun Yulu, consider this. You aspire to be a major star. Once you debut, your past can easily be scrutinized. If any of your training mistakes were to be captured and made public, it would tarnish your reputation." Ji Nanchuan listened intently, finding her reasoning sound. Sun Yulu appeared earnest as she continued, "If I were not serious about this, I could have chosen any random location. Why would I go through the trouble of bringing you all the way here?" Ji Nanchuan absorbed her words and flashed a smile at Sun Yulu. "Apologies, Sister Lu. I misjudged the situation." She bore no ill will and escorted Ji Nanchuan upstairs. They took the elevator and then ascended a flight of stairs before arriving at the designated location. It was a modest establishment. The entrance was small, with faded plastic sheets displaying the words International Physical Training. In truth, there was nothing international about it. Upon entering through the narrow doorway, they found only 2 small rooms. Ji Nanchuan observed that, possibly due to water damage, the wall near the floor in one room had peeled, with some plaster even having fallen away. The other room served as a reception area and office, featuring a somewhat outdated computer atop a wooden desk and a dusty, subpar office chair. Opposite were 2 single sofas, just enough for Ji Nanchuan and Sun Yulu to occupy one each. There was no space for any additional person. The other room was designated for their lessons. Furnished with a worn yoga mat, faded and fraying at the edges, and even the large mirror on the wall appeared foggy, as if it had been used for many years. Strangely, Sun Yulu maintained an air of enthusiasm. She pointed to the shabby surroundings, saying, "Nanchuan, this is a place I worked hard to secure through numerous connections." Ji Nanchuan murmured in acknowledgement. Sun Yulu continued to persuade him. "Consider this. If the instructor were not competent, could they have survived in this industry for so long?" The instructor was a robust woman, her physique muscular. With thinning hair tied into a small bun and braided into a thin plait, not particularly pleasing to the eye. She introduced herself as Ms. Zheng, stating, "From today onward, I will be teaching you physical training." Ji Nanchuan instinctively tried to befriend anyone he deemed useful, addressing her as Sister Zheng. She firmly declined. "No need for that. Just call me Teacher Zheng." Though slightly embarrassed, Ji Nanchuan forced a smile and complied. "Teacher Zheng." Nodding, Teacher Zheng placed her hands behind her back and scrutinized Ji Nanchuan with a critical eye. He stood still as she circled him, offering her professional assessment. "You are too thin, with a small frame but a disproportionately large head. Your torso is long, but legs are short, and your nose lacks height. You have a slight stoop, and your posture leaves much to be desired. There is ample room for improvement." While Ji Nanchuan was above average among ordinary individuals, Teacher Zheng evaluated him against a standard far more rigorous than that of the average person. Being appraised like merchandise left Ji Nanchuan feeling somewhat embarrassed. Suppressing his frustration, he asked, "Teacher Zheng, can we begin?" Unperturbed by Ji Nanchuan's emotions, she instructed, "Go change your clothes. We can start now." The inaugural lesson in physical posture commenced with a focus on standing position. Teacher Zheng first instructed Ji Nanchuan to assume a proper stance, subsequently making adjustments to ensure that Ji would maintain this posture when appearing on camera in the future. Ji Nanchuan perceived no fault in his stance, yet complied obediently with the instructions. This standing session extended for a grueling half hour. During this time, Teacher Zheng intermittently sipped water, took restroom breaks, engaged in conversation with Sun Yulu, and practiced on his own, seemingly oblivious to Ji Nanchuan's presence. Overlooked and feeling neglected, Ji gritted his teeth in frustration. How audacious of Teacher Zheng to disregard him. As the half hour elapsed, Ji Nanchuan felt as if his legs and feet had become foreign entities. Teacher Zheng then proceeded to critique his standing posture, declaring it inadequate and mandating that Ji stand for at least half an hour daily henceforth. Ji Nanchuan yearned to retort that standing was a universal skill, but ultimately withheld his objections. Teacher Zheng tapped the wooden frame used for posture practice against the wall, announcing it was time to commence leg stretching. Ji approached the frame and placed his leg upon it as instructed. Without so much as a greeting, Teacher Zheng forcefully bent Ji Nanchuan's upper body forward, applying pressure. Ouch! The sound that emanated from the physical training room was akin to that of a pig being slaughtered. Unmistakably, Ji Nanchuan's voice. "How painful!" he exclaimed, clutching his agonizing leg and grimacing in distress. Teacher Zheng remarked that Ji's flexibility was rather average and that he was perhaps a tad too old to be working on his ligaments. Nevertheless, he reassured Ji that with more practice, improvement would follow. Before Ji had fully recovered, he was summoned again by Teacher Zheng for further leg stretching. There are numerous methods for stretching, and after attempting several, Ji discovered that the initial method presented by Teacher Zheng was the most tolerable. Each subsequent technique was exponentially more torturous. In addition to leg stretches, there were also waist bends, arm stretches, and shoulder openings, none of which offered any semblance of comfort. Upon hearing the word break, Ji collapsed onto the floor, staring despondently at the ceiling. The physical training had nearly taken a toll on his life. Yet, he recalled that in his previous life, he had never heard of Ji Beishong attending physical training classes, and yet he had achieved great success and garnered numerous awards. Did this imply that one could become a star without attending physical training classes? Contemplating this, Ji Nanchuan rose from the floor. He wished to suggest to Sun Yulu that they could perhaps reduce the number of physical training sessions. Of course, Ji would never admit to being unable to endure the rigors of physical training. He would merely assert that since he had no intention of dancing, excessive physical training was of little use, and it would be more beneficial to study acting instead. Before he could find Sun Yulu, Ji overheard a conversation between her and Zheng Yanan. Ji harbored feelings of discontent towards Zheng Yanan, who in turn regarded Ji with a degree of disdain. Ji's overall appearance was rather unremarkable on camera. His face was only passable among ordinary individuals. How could anyone consider signing him? Ji's footsteps faltered as he caught the tail end of this conversation. His gaze fell slightly, a flicker of resentment crossing his features. Sun Yulu sighed, echoing the sentiment. While he seemed acceptable at first glance, under the scrutiny of a high-definition camera, he truly came across as quite ordinary. However, his singing was genuinely delightful. Heaven had bestowed upon him a voice perfectly suited for this vocation. I've thought it through. I'll first try my hand at variety shows, and if that fails, I'll become a singer. After all, as long as the singing is good, the audience tends to be somewhat lenient regarding a singer's looks, Zheng Yanan remarked. Sun Yulu concurred. It seems that's the only option. Sun Yulu then recalled Ji Bei. Her brother possessed commendable looks and met all the standards for being camera-ready. But alas, he could not sing. If only he could sing. With that face, paired with a good voice, as long as he didn't self-destruct. He would always have a place in the entertainment industry. Ji Nanchuan, lurking in the corner, wore a thunderous expression. He despised such remarks. It was one thing to say he was lacking, but to compare him unfavorably to Ji Bei was a slight he would not soon forget, especially in the context of becoming a star. When handsome men were mentioned, Zheng Yanan's interest peaked. What does he look like? Show me, she asked, not genuinely expecting Sun Yulu to have a photo. To her surprise, Sun Yulu did have one. She pulled out her phone and retrieved a candid shot taken the previous day at the Ji residence. Although the image was somewhat blurry due to its candid nature, it did not detract from Ji Bei's attractiveness. Zheng Yanan scrutinized the photo multiple times, affirming, "He is indeed quite handsome." Sun Yulu lamented, "It's a pity he cannot sing." Zheng Yanan dismissed this concern, stating, "So what if he can't sing? He could still be signed as a pretty face. The industry is already saturated with such figures. What difference does one more make?" Sun Yulu had considered this suggestion as well. "However, I noticed yesterday that their family seems rather biased. If I were to force a contract on him, they might refuse to sign anything at all." Zheng Yanan conceded this point. Yet, she still felt a sense of regret regarding Ji Bei. Why can't this wonderful voice be paired with such a handsome face? Lu Jia, Ji Nanchuan suddenly interjected, startling both women. They exchanged nervous glances, uncertain if Ji had overheard their earlier conversation. Sun Yulu's heart sank. Ji Nanchuan spoke bluntly, "Lu Jia, I request a change of teachers." Sun Yulu's eyes flashed with irritation, but she quickly masked it. "What is the matter, darling?" Ji Nanchuan was acutely aware that he would be bound to Sun Yulu for a considerable time, so he refrained from openly clashing with her. Instead, he turned to Zheng Yanan. "Lu Jia, I require a teacher who appreciates their students, rather than one who merely nitpicks." Sun Yulu wished to negotiate with Ji Nanchuan, yet his expression was resolute. "I want to change my physical training teacher." Sun Yulu still hoped to assign this role to her close friend. This industry was increasingly desolate, and her friend's business had not attracted any students in quite some time. Moreover, she possessed genuine skills and was not merely a pretender. She patiently explained to Ji Nanchuan, "But Teacher Zheng has an exceptionally high level of expertise." Ji Nanchuan was unwavering in his confidence, declaring, "Even without Teacher Zheng's guidance, I am certain I will become a top male star." This conviction had never wavered in his mind. Sun Yulu longed to inquire about the source of Ji Nanchuan's confidence, but refrained. "Ji Nanchuan, my father has provided me with 100,000 for physical training classes. If the results are satisfactory, he will allow me to continue." The implication was clear. He had ample funds and did not require a good teacher. With no alternative, Sun Yulu arranged for Ji Nanchuan to switch to a different physical training instructor. This new instructor operated out of a recently opened mall, situated in a prime location on the second floor, directly opposite the elevators. The entrance displayed several life-size cutouts of the instructor, all showcasing their physique in yoga attire. The establishment was spacious and well-decorated, a stark improvement over the previous one. The instructor who greeted Ji Nanchuan was a young woman. Speaking in a gentle tone, she inquired about Ji's background before introducing herself. "Hello, I am Teacher Bingbing, and I will be guiding your physical training classes from now on." The first order of business in these classes was to assess the students. While Zheng Yanan appraised Ji Nanchuan with her eyes, Teacher Bingbing measured him with a tape measure. During the measurement, Teacher Bingbing's slender and fair hands kept sliding over Ji Nanchuan's skin, and Ji Nanchuan's skin turned red after being touched, especially when measuring leg circumference. Ji Nanchuan was so nervous that he didn't know where to place it. He lowered his head anxiously, just in time to see the two lumps that Teacher Bingbing had bent down to expose. Ji Nanchuan's face turned even redder. Ice-Ice Teacher, who noticed Ji Nanchuan's abnormality, curled his lips. A boy of this age, she easily hooked her hand and fell for it. It's just a piece of cake. When measuring for Jinan River, Teacher Bingbing's mouth was not idle either. She kept praising Ji Nanchuan. Praised Ji Nanchuan for his long legs, slender waist, and good skin. In summary, Jinan River has advantages everywhere. Ji Nanchuan was praised so much that he was overjoyed. "Teacher Bingbing, am I really that good?" Bingbing, a teacher with a good figure and beautiful face, revealed her starry eyes to Ji Nanchuan. "Of course, you're really good. It's because the teacher didn't praise you enough." Ji Nanchuan turned his head and said to Sun Yulu, "Sister Lu, my physical education class is here." Sun Yulu. Chapter 31. Former, Present, and Future Brother Ji Bei. Ji Nanchuan has already said it's okay. What else can't Sun Yulu do? Bingbing was delighted to see that Ji Nanchuan agreed to attend classes here and praised him as extraordinary. He also promised Ji Nanchuan that as long as he attended classes here, he would personally teach all of his physical fitness classes and would never cheat anyone. Ji Nanchuan is so obsessed with ice and snow that he is lost in all directions. "Will Bingbing always dress like this to teach me in the future?" Bing pretends to be a little girl who can't understand these words. Of course, yoga clothes are my work clothes. What should I wear if I don't wear them? Then, Bing explained many precautions to Ji Nanchuan. As a celebrity, one must be very thin. Many things should be avoided. Some of the celebrities I know who have been in the industry for many years told me that they haven't eaten enough since their debut. Ji Nanchuan recalled Ji Bei from his previous life. It seems very thin. I still have some baby fat on my face, not as thin as Ji Bei. Of course, he didn't know that Ji Bei was initially thin because he had suffered a lot, but later he became thin because he had a healthy diet with a dedicated nutritionist, combined with a lot of exercise. He didn't just skip meals. Teacher Bing took out her phone and showed Ji Nanchuan a video of her liking for idols. Recently, there's been some traffic of sugar and sugar being excessively sweet. You see, only girls who are so thin like it. Nowadays, most of the fans of celebrities are girls, and they must meet their aesthetic preferences. Ji Nanchuan thinks it makes perfect sense. His ideal body shape teacher would be like this, with professional knowledge, gentle and beautiful appearance, and a good figure. He would be generous and able to provide some benefits to Ji Nanchuan during class. I don't know how many times better it is than that Zheng Yanin. After this class, Sun Yulu contacted the store manager and had discussed Ji Nanchuan's course. Ji Nanchuan was attending class here when she picked up her bag and walked out the door. As soon as I went out, I called Zheng Yanin to roast about the news that Ji Nanchuan was going to have a class with the ICE teacher. Ji Nanchuan doesn't know. No one in the industry doesn't know. ICE teacher can be regarded as a cancer in the field of physical education. Without any professional knowledge, with a distorted aesthetic, relying on a tech-savvy face and figure to attract male students, and being ambiguous with every male student. There was another time before. Bing and a very young male student were confused and were found in the classroom by the other party's parents. They grabbed their hair and spat it out in their face, and Big Ear Photon pulled over to scold Bing for being unruly. That is to say, the owner of this store has been wearing ice-cold sleeping clothes, and coupled with her somewhat attractive appearance, she can indeed attract male students. Otherwise, Bing wouldn't be able to survive in this industry. Zheng Yanin clicked twice. Are you giving your own artist to this cancer like this? Sun Yulu didn't think much of it. What about him? Anyway, he doesn't have much popularity yet. Let's wait until he gets 100,000 yuan. I reminded the boss not to act recklessly even when watching Bing. At most he could kiss and touch her. It's okay. Zheng Yanin also knew that Sun Yulu had an element of seeking revenge for himself. How much did you give to the body studio for 100,000 yuan? Sun Yulu chuckled and said, it's worth 10,000, and I earned 90,000 with tears in my eyes. How about it? Can I treat you to steak tonight? Zheng Yanin immediately agreed. I want to eat the most expensive one in the city center. No problem. In the evening, Ji Bei and Yang Jinjin went to an authentic Sichuan-style hot pot restaurant to eat hot pot. Yang Jinjin was conflicted about whether she would gain weight if she continued to eat like this all the way. Ji Bei patiently comforted her that she wouldn't gain weight. But Yang Jinjin didn't want to believe it. Finally, Ji Bei said with a smile, our family is truly the most sensible. They have all grown in suitable places. Yang Jinjin's face turned red. You just gained weight, you stinky rascal. Speaking, she also reached out and lightly tapped Ji Bei. Yi Bei dogged, while Yang Jinjin chased after him with a smile. The two of them played and frolicked, becoming even more intimate than a young couple in love. Despite indulging in playful activities, Ji Bei didn't even pay attention to the statement that our family's true identity has already been acknowledged by Yang Jinjin himself. Without paying attention, Yang Jinjin's foot slipped and she was about to fall to the ground. Ji Bei is quick to reach out and help her. Just thinking about not letting Yang Jinjin fall, Ji Bei didn't even care where Yang Jinjin was. It wasn't until the moment he froze that he felt something was wrong. Where's his hand placed? It's so fluffy, so soft, and feels great. Ji Bei's first thought was Shiming Si. No. In his previous life, he slept with top-tier Simmons, but his hand feel was not as good as this one in 10,000. Just as I was thinking, Ji Bei manually moved. The piece I caught also followed Ji Bei's manual movement and was very flexible. While wandering around, Yang Jinjin's voice came from above, appearing cold on the surface, but actually shy. Can you touch it well? Ji Bei, who has not yet regained consciousness, answered very sincerely. Big, soft, and elastic. Easier to touch than anything else. There was less coldness and more shyness in Yang Jinjin's voice. Do you want to try again? Ji Bei suddenly came to his senses. He quickly released his hand, straightened Yang Jinjin, and stood at attention himself. Just as I was thinking about apologizing or something, I heard Yang Jinjin say, Brother Ji Bei, you can't really try like this. Yang Jinjin, go to a different place and give Brother Ji Bei a try again. Ji Bei really wanted to say that Yang Jinjin did it on purpose. He turned his face to Yang Jinjin's bewildered expression. And it wasn't until Yang Jinjin didn't mean it, but was serious. Yang Jinjin lowered her eyes and looked up at Ji Bei, her eyes blinking again and again. I'm afraid of being exposed, so I wear a bit too much. If Brother Ji wants to see or try on the texture, let's go somewhere else. Ji paused for a few seconds and raised his hand to rub his forehead. Yang Jinjin, how many men have you said this to? Yang Jinjin counted her fingers and finally extended 3 fingers to Ji Bei. Ji Bei's veins on his forehead jumped along with him. 3 of them? Yang Zinzin nodded. Yes. There were 3. Ji Bei raised his hand and pressed the veins of a straight jump. Which 3 bastards? After thinking for a moment, it seems like I'm cursing myself. But I changed my words at the last minute. Who are those other 2 bastards? Yang Jinjin extended 3 fingers with one hand, representing 3 individuals, while the other hand pointed with her index finger, counting one by one. One was the past Brother Ji Bei, another was the present Brother Ji Bei, and the last one was the future Brother Ji Bei. Chapter 32. You'll have a grand stage. Following that unexpected event, both felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yang Jinjin found herself perplexed by her own emotions. She refrained from performing intimate scenes, yet her daily interactions with various male actors were unavoidable, even in misaligned positions. They had to be quite close to achieve a semblance of realism. After each such scene, her male co-stars would invariably flush with embarrassment. Yang Jinjin could not comprehend this. Was she some sort of sun? Why did every male actor who drew near her appear to radiate heat? She herself felt no sensation whatsoever. To her, the other person was no different from a piece of wood, a tile, or even a cabbage, and certainly lacked the allure of a starch sausage. Yet now, she too began to experience that warmth. A fervent desire to alleviate this heat surged within her. In this regard, Ji Bei remained considerably more composed than Yang Jinjin. He pondered the words she had just spoken. The past Brother Ji Bei, the present Brother Ji Bei, and the future Brother Ji Bei. Setting aside the latter 2 for the moment, what did the past Brother Ji Bei signify? The way she spoke gave him the illusion that she was acquainted with the former Ji Bei. How could she possibly know him from before? In his previous life, Ji Bei had distinctly sensed Yang Jinjin's affections. He had assumed such sentiments were merely a product of the entertainment industry's atmosphere, coupled with the allure of good looks, a mere game. Yet today, it seemed rather different from his previous assumptions. Lost in their thoughts, the 2 of them found themselves unable to recall anything else upon seeing the sizzling hot pot before them. Ji Bei knew precisely what he was doing. He was solely indulging in the tomato pot. Yang Jinjin, on the other hand, opted for the beef tallow pot and requested it extra spicy. As she ate, she fanned herself with one hand, attempting to alleviate the heat, while the other hand reached for the tripe that had been immersed in the fiery broth. The sight of the vibrant red meat alone made Ji Bei feel the heat. Can you manage? Can't you eat the tomato pot? After consuming a piece of tripe, Yang Jinjin puffed her cheeks and fanned herself. A woman cannot say she can't. She then picked up a piece of tripe from the spicy pot and urged, Brother Ji Bei, you must try this tripe. It's infused with flavor, aromatic, crispy, and spicy, delicious. Without a moment's thought, Ji Bei declined. At this rate, your tongue will be overwhelmed by the hot pot's flavors. Yang Jinjin swallowed the hot pot and took a sip of the refreshing and sweet sour plum juice. Then suddenly extended her little tongue, mumbling indistinctly to Ji Bei, Brother Ji Bei, my tongue is now sour, sweet, and spicy. It must taste better than the tripe. Would you like to try? Ji Bei's hand paused mid-bite. From his perspective, Yang Jinjin appeared exceptionally enticing. The fiery atmosphere of the hot pot restaurant had rendered her eyes slightly red. Combined with the spiciness, her gaze became hazy, her fox-like eyes alluring yet innocent. And the flushed and misty look added a touch of vulnerability that struck Ji Bei's heart. Ironically, Yang Jinjin remained completely unaware. Her little tongue peeked out just a bit, and Ji Bei could only catch a glimpse of the tip of her pink and petite tongue, which seemed to tempt him incessantly, igniting an irresistible curiosity within him. Ji Bei abruptly downed a large glass of ice water. Rising from his seat, he declared, I'm going to settle the bill. The hot pot meal cost a little over 100, not excessive, but only Ji Bei knew whether he had enjoyed it. He had little money on him and was reluctant to spend, yet he could afford the cost of a hot pot meal. He simply would no longer strive to please others by spending money, nor would he be so miserly as to refuse to spend it all. Yesterday afternoon at DL, Yang Jinjin had genuinely helped him, and he was not someone who would be ungrateful. That afternoon had certainly elevated Ji Bei's standing among those present. A group of childish brats. Ji Bei didn't take care, but he appreciated it. He treasured every individual who treated him sincerely, because he knew all too well how rare true sincerity was in this world. After finishing the hot pot, the 2 took a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. As they walked, Ji Bei suddenly recalled something. Did the remaining 100,000 from Wang Ba get gathered yesterday afternoon? Yang Jinjin shook her head. No, but I exchanged it for something else. Ji Bei casually inquired, What did you use? Young Zinzin quickened hair patya, creating some distance between them, then turned to walk backward, tilting her head as she glanced at Ji Bei with a playful expression. A secret. Ji Bei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she had used her body to settle the debt? Yang Jinjin ignored his speculation. Ji Bei's unasi premonition intensifiet. And he hurried a few steps to walk alongside Yang Jinjin, grabbing her delicate arm. Really? Yang Jinjin, you must be foolish. What is Wang Ba worth? Even if he offered you 10,000, you should refuse. Upon seeing Ji Bei's anxious demeanor, Yang Jinjin burst into laughter, realizing that perhaps he was overthinking it. Brother Ji Bei, I'm not a scavenger. How could I possibly accept from just anyone? Ji Bei finally felt reassured. If Wang Ba truly intended to settle debts with Yang Jinjin in such a manner, he would be left with nothing but regret. The two continued their conversation on various topics, but Ji Bei noticed that although Yang Jinjin was smiling, she occasionally sighed, as though troubled by something. Ji Bei directly inuited. Brother Ji Bei, how come you are so observant and can always notice when my mood is off? Yang Jinjin gazed at him with admiration. Ji Bei felt spethless. You're so obvious. How could I not notice? Yang Jinjin giggled. It's just a work-related issue. Ji Bei remained silent, patiently awaiting her elaboration. A novel adaptation has been completed, and we are currently working on the dubbing. There's a minor role in it, characterized by a particularly melodious voice. But the voice actor we had booked suddenly had a throat issue and couldn't make it. We signed a contract with a deadline, and breaching it would incur a hefty penalty. With the voice actor unavailable, we haven't been able to find a suitable replacement. As she spoke, Yang Jinjin discreetly glanced at Ji Bei, observing his reaction. Ji Bei did not appear as angry as she had anticipated. In fact, a hint of helplessness graced his features. Yang Jinjin felt torn, unsure whether to be anxious or relieved. Ji Bei, Yang Jinjin, if you want to introduce me to a job, just say so. There is no need to take such a long route. Realizing she had been uncovered, Yang Jinjin pouted. I was just worried you wouldn't be happy. She had inquired widely and noted that many men today had strong egos and disliked accepting help from women. In this new life, how could Ji Bei possibly be constrained by such notions? Then let me ask you, can my voice be used for dubbing? Yang Jinjin nodded enthusiastically. Of course it can. Ji Bei's voice, not only suitable for dubbing, but could also shine as a singer in the industry. Presently, Ji Bei was focused on his studies, unable to pursue singing. Otherwise, she would not have sought him out for such a niche dubbing role. Isn't that settled then? I can earn a living through my own abilities. There is no need for me to feel diminished. Yang Jinjin finally felt a sense of relief. As long as it's not due to my own shortcomings, you can simply invest. She shook her head earnestly. I haven't done much. I just facilitated the connection. Everything else relies entirely on you, Brother Ji Bei. Without reservation, she gave Ji Bei a thumbs up, expressing her unwavering belief in his capabilities. Ji Bei reached out and gently ruffled Yang Jinjin's hair. Initially, it felt a bit awkward, but after a few more strokes, he found it quite delightful, the soft, plush crown of her head. He often felt compelled to pat it, and it seemed somewhat out of sorts if he didn't do so upon meeting her. How did you come to realize I was in need of funds? Knowing that Ji Bei was not as fragile as she had imagined, Yang Jinjin spoke with newfound confidence. You've resorted to copying exam questions in the library. Where would the money come from? Ji Bei touched his nose and chuckled. That is indeed true. Yang Jinjin suddenly became serious, her gaze intensely focused on him. My assistance is not solely because we are good friends, it's because I see great potential in you. You are destined for greatness. You are unlike those around you. I believe this place will not confine you. In the near future, you will command a significant stage. Chapter 33. Ji Bei is the proprietor of Xingchen Media. Ji Bei's heart softened, a warm current flowing through his chest, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. Does a little girl trust me so much? Yang Jinjin puffed up with a hint of pride, murmuring, since childhood, my judgment of character has been spot on. All my friends have relied on me to vet their partners. Ji Bei was equally generous in his praise for Yang Jinjin. Our little girl is truly remarkable. She felt a mix of joy and bashfulness at his compliment, yet she genuinely believed in her own discerning eye. In her past life, Ji Bei recalled how Yang Jinjin had signed several artists that no one else believed in, and yet every artist she managed rose to prominence. There was even one artist with a rather peculiar disposition, neither outstanding in acting, singing, nor variety shows, yet the audience adored them, and they became a household name. With determination, Yang Jinjin led Ji Bei to the company's recording studio. The company was situated in an excellent location, right at the heart of Sioux City South's most luxurious commercial street, occupying an entire building with each floor serving a different purpose. The recording studio was on the 17th floor. It was only 8 o'clock, and the commercial complex was ablaze with lights, with many still at work, including those at Yang Jinjin's company. From the moment they entered the lobby, people greeted her as Director Yang, with her hands clasped behind her back. She walked at a measured pace, responding with a nod to every greeting, devoid of any extraneous words or actions, which left Ji Bei, who was accustomed to her endearing demeanor, feeling a bit unsettled. She has switched to work mode again. Everyone had grown accustomed to Yang Jinjin's aloofness. Yet no one disliked her. Aside from Yang Jinjin, which boss is so breathtakingly beautiful, it wasn't just her looks. Who else offers such generous benefits? Their company was renowned for its exceptionally high salaries, triple pay for overtime, various bonuses, monthly red envelopes, and year-end dividends. Whenever an employee got married or had a child, the boss would present them with a generous monetary gift. Moreover, last year, when Yang Jinjin's assistant got married, she gifted them an entire apartment. Yang Jinjin brought Ji Bei into the recording studio, but was quickly called away. Brother Ji Bei, familiarize yourself with the equipment. I'll be right back. The company's recording equipment was top-notch, far superior to Ji Bei's previous experience with a 1,000 yuan machine recording onto a 20 yuan USB drive. The more he looked, the more he fell in love with it. He couldn't resist picking up the microphone and singing a song. His voice was not the kind that was overly affected, but rather the pure, clear sound unique to youth, slightly husky due to his voice still changing. If he were to sing a love song, it would undoubtedly captivate a multitude of young girls. However, Ji Bei was not particularly fond of singing love songs. He began to sing a simple tune. 1 cup to the rising sun, 1 cup to the moonlight, awakening my aspirations, softening the chill of the study. After finishing, Ji Bei felt an insatiable longing for more. He loved to sing and was quite adept at it. Heaven had bestowed upon him a fine voice, and he would not abandon it simply because he was not entering the entertainment industry. Just as he set the microphone down, he caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. Turning, he saw a young girl. At first glance, she reminded him of a cute little steamed bun, sweet and charming, like the delightful treats one finds at a bun shop. She was peering into the recording studio, her expression starry-eyed as she admired Ji Bei. Her smile revealed 2 adorable dimples, and her hair was styled into 2 little braids adorned with colorful clips. Clad in a tank top and shorts, she stood about 160 centimeters tall, her legs not particularly long, but strikingly fair, with a touch of softness. She wore wedge sandals, her tiny feet resembling a row of polished shells. Completely different from Yang Jinjin's beauty, she was equally pleasing to the eye. Ji Bei recognized her. This sweet girl had an impressive work ethic. In her past life, she had forged a path through the entertainment industry, which was not particularly kind to sweet girls. Through sheer determination and a series of hit dramas. Although she never reached the pinnacle of fame, she had carved out her own niche and amassed a following, largely thanks to Yang Jinjin paving the way for her with numerous projects. Noticing Ji Bei's pause, the girl raised her hand and knocked on the door. The glass door and wall of the recording studio were specially designed, allowing for a clear view while sound traveled in only one direction. Voices could be heard from outside, but not vice versa. Ji Bei nodded, signaling for her to enter. The door was somewhat heavy, and the girl had to use both hands to push it open with effort. Once inside, she bounced over to Ji Bei's side and exclaimed, "You sing beautifully. Are you a new artist signed with the company?" "Ich bin no." The girl, unfazed, introduced herself. "I am." She extended her round little hand. "Hello. Em Fank Yuan Yuan." Ji Bei took her hand, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor as he shook it before releasing it. His self-introduction was succinct, merely stating, "Ji Bei, Yi Bei." Fang Yuan Yuan repeated in her mind, "What a lovely name. Thank you. So you're not a newly signed artist? Are you about to sign? Or were you poached from another company? I've heard many singers, but none sing as beautifully as you. If you became a singer, you would surely rise to fame." She then looked at Ji Bei's face and added, "But with your looks, you could definitely make it as an actor too." Ji Bei responded, "I'm still in school. I'll be starting my 3rd year of high school after this summer." "You're still a high school student?" Fang Yuan Yuan exclaimed in surprise, noting his height and youthful appearance. "I'm a newly signed artist too. I've played a couple of supporting roles, but they didn't make much of a splash. I'm feeling quite lost right now. They say the market doesn't favor sweet girls anymore, but this isn't the look I envision for myself either. I wonder what the future holds." As she spoke, her cheerful expression faded, her little face falling. She possesses a profound passion for acting and strives diligently to excel in her craft. Every lesson with the acting instructor hired by the company is attended with utmost seriousness. She has never once skipped a class. Even after the course concludes, she diligently reviews the material, which explains why she remains at the company at this hour. Observing Fang Yuan Yuan's furrowed brow, Ji Bei feels a twinge of amusement. Who could have foreseen that Fang Yuan Yuan, who would later conquer the world, is currently merely a nameless figure anxious about whether she will have a role tomorrow? Do not fret. You will undoubtedly achieve stardom. Fang Yuanyuan's eyes sparkle with excitement. You believe in me so wholeheartedly? It is not you I believe in. Ji Bei punctures her bubble of fantasy mercilessly. It is your boss, Yang Jinjin. Yang Jinjin is an exceptional employer, far superior to Ji Bei's previous boss. While she cannot alter the entire ecosystem of the industry, she ensures the well-being of her artists, shielding them from various indulgences and maintaining a rare sanctuary within this realm. Fang Yuanyuan, your faith in my boss is evident. Naturally, signing with Yang Jinjin's company signifies that you have already succeeded halfway. As long as you commit yourself to your craft, good outcomes are assured. Fang Yuanyuan beams, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, her dimples making her appear even more endearing. So, you hold such admiration for our boss. It seems we will soon have a boss lord among us. Ji Bei playfully tugs at Fang Yuanyuan's braid, bantering, what nonsense are you spouting? I perceive that you are somewhat offended. Fang Yuanyuan covers her mildly aching braid with one hand. So, boss lord, what brings you to the recording studio? Chapter 34. Encountering Ji Qiu at Xingchen Media. Ji Bei answers candidly to earn some extra income. He speaks plainly, unaware that this little girl's mind is filled with frivolous thoughts. She lets out a drawn-out whimper, hinting at the playful dynamics between a boss and a boss lord. Ji Bei mimics her, scoffing, what little dynamics, this is called self-sufficiency. Saying Yi Bei sincerity. Fang Yuanyuan begins to trust him. Let me tell you about a place where you can earn extra cash. You must speak highly of me in front of the boss. With that, Fang Yuanyuan reaches into her denim shorts pocket to retrieve her phone. Yi Bei dismisses it lichtly. Where do you earn extra cash? A foot massage parlor? Fang Yuanyuan glares at him. What are you imagining? How would I know what jobs are available at a foot massage parlor? Besides, if I were to introduce you to such work, the boss would have someone take me out in no time. Yi Bei pretends to be serious. She wouldn't dare. For murder requires paying the price. Fang Yuanyuan glares at Ji Bei again, feeling insufficiently vindicated, then adds, she could freeze me out until I perish. While speaking, Fang Yuanyuan has already unlocked her phone. She opens an app, typically used for listening to audiobooks, revealing a screen filled with renowned voice actors. You simply need to register an account and record a few popular novels for reference. If a producer takes notice, you can earn extra cash. Ji Bei leans in to see, and indeed, it is as she described. The app features a leaderboard showcasing individuals' works. Ji Bei clicks on one and samples a reference meant for producers, pursing his lips but saying nothing. Fang Yuanyuan speaks plainly, looking at his order volume. His vocal quality is far inferior to yours. Ji Bei merely smiles, refraining from commenting, showing respect for the recording instructors. The competition for pricing is fierce here. The pay is not substantial, but the convenience is undeniable. One can record as long as the surroundings are quiet. Ji Bei notes the app's name. I will give a try later, but how did you come across this app? Fang Yuanyuan narrows her lips, presenting a look that conveys, I'm helping you. Yet you're stabbing me in the back, and retorts, don't ask. It's just that a poor college student knows how to do everything. Yi Bei us. Then why did you stop doing it? Fang Yuanyuan feels as if she has been stabbed again. That's because my voice isn't pleasant enough. No one is willing to pay to listen to me. Ji Bei responds with an oh, indicating comprehension. Fang Yuanyuan feels as though her heart has shattered into a million pieces. Soon after, she hears Ji Bei softly murmur, as if to himself or perhaps directed at her. There should be someone willing to pay to listen to my voice. Fang Yuanyuan, at this moment, does not merely feel her heart breaking. She feels as though she might shatter entirely. She contemplates facing this insufferable man, but fears her boss's wrath. Alas, it appears that without her boss's help, she cannot contend with this insufferable man. At the end of the corridor, the stairwell opens, revealing a few individuals emerging. At the center of the crowd stands a girl, slightly over 5 feet tall and exceedingly slender, appearing to weigh no more than 80 pounds. Her face exquisitely beautiful, resembling that of a doll. Despite being in her 20s, she looks as if she has just turned 18. She wears an off-the-shoulder dress that reaches her knees, showcasing her graceful shoulder and neck lines, paired with delicate legs and white canvas shoes. The dress is oversized, making her slender limbs appear even more petite, akin to a little girl who has pilfered her mother-esque clothing. Yet, this diminutive girl commands the attention of those around her, who shower her with compliments. Hilda, all the film adaptation materials for this book have been sent to your email. Do you find them satisfactory? The girl responds with a nonchalant hum, her expression largely unchanged. It's quite good. This girl is none other than Ji Zhongshi's third daughter, Ji Bei's third sister, Ji Qiu. From a young age, she harbored a deep love for writing. Initially, both Ji Zhongshi and Song Yaji oppose her writing endeavors, particularly Ji Zhongshi, who believed that Ji Qiu's romantic narratives tarnished the family's reputation. On one occasion, he discovered her manuscript and tore it to shreds. After that incident, Ji Chio ceased to share her writing pursuits with them. However, when her work began to achieve success, bringing in substantial wealth and fame that honored the Ji family, Ji Zhongshu's attitude shifted dramatically. Ji Chio became a source of pride for him. He even boasted to others about how he nurtured a daughter who became a writer. Upon hearing Ji Chio's response, the person beamed with joy. Would you consider selling the rights to your next book to us? We assure you of top-notch production, suitable casting, and the utmost creative freedom for script modifications. Ji Chio replied blandly, let's discuss it for the next book. In truth, she had already resolved to sell the rights to Xingchen Media. Few in the entertainment industry offer as generous a deal as Xingchen Media, which does not engage in excessive alterations and provides authors with significant creative freedom, along with access to high-quality actors and excellent production values. In the eyes of readers, adaptations produced by Xingchen Media are often the most satisfactory. Ji Chio would be foolish not to grant her rights to Xingchen Entertainment. Nonetheless, she maintained the necessary air of authority. After exchanging pleasantries and receiving a barrage of flattery, Ji Chio relished the moment. Just as this enjoyment was about to continue, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Initially, she doubted her eyes. After focusing more intently, she realized she was not mistaken. That person was indeed Ji Bei. A look of distaste swept across Ji Chio's face. What is Ji Bei doing here? Lurking in someone else's company? This is truly outrageous. As for why Ji Bei would know she was at this company, Ji Chio had no need to ponder. It was clear that Ji Bei had been secretly monitoring her Weibo. To cultivate their fanbase, many authors, especially those capable of selling their copyrights, would establish a presence on Weibo, and Ji Chio was no exception. This book had gained immense popularity, and upon selling its rights, numerous readers had expressed concern regarding its adaptation, fearing it might be altered beyond recognition. Ji Chio had been diligently updating her followers on the progress of the adaptation on Weibo, even announcing early on that she would be visiting Xingchen Entertainment today for observation. The more she contemplated, the more her ire grew. How could Ji Bei behave like an insufferable leech, devoid of any sense of shame? What was he thinking, pursuing her to someone else's company? Clearly, having grown up in the slums, he possessed no sense of propriety. Engaging in lively conversation with others, he was undoubtedly probing into her whereabouts. His scheming was as deep as ever. Since his arrival at the Ji family, Nanchuan had suffered countless grievances under his influence. Everyone, please hold on a moment. I shall be right back. Ji Chio's novel, now being adapted into a film, promised profitability for the company, and her colleagues respected her greatly. Thus, when she mentioned needing to leave temporarily, they readily acquiesced. Without knocking, Ji Chio barged into the recording studio. Ji Bei, who permitted you to come here? Chapter 35. Even if the Ji family disregards you, I will not. Ji Bei, engaged in conversation with Fang Yuan, was startled by the sudden voice. Turning to see Ji Chio, he was momentarily taken aback. How could Ji Chio be here? However, he would not be as indiscreet as she, immediately questioning her presence. He understood that she had no obligation to inform him of her reasons for being there, just as he had no duty to explain his presence to her. Unfortunately, Ji Bei was aware of this principle, while Ji Chio remained oblivious. He felt it necessary to maintain a semblance of politeness in their exchange. I came here of my own accord. Why should I heed anyone's approval? Very well, he conceded. I suppose it's somewhat polite, but not excessively so. Ji Chio furrowed her brow, her expression rife with disdain. If he sought her out, then so be it. She could tolerate his persistent annoyance, but the lies were intolerable. Ji Dong had been right. Ji Bei was even more insufferable than before. With such a Ji Bei, how could the naive Nanchuan possibly be his rival? Displeased by Ji Bei's shamelessness, Ji Chio retorted, I don't care what methods you employed to get here. You need to leave immediately. This is not a place for you. I'm not going anywhere. Fang Yuan was somewhat bewildered by Ji Chio's remarks. Initially, she had admired Ji Chio's work and had hoped to one day portray a character from her stories. However, considering Ji Bei was family, she attempted to explain delicately. Ji Bei entered through proper channels. It's all legitimate. Ji Chio interjected, realizing that Fang Yuan was indeed the link. So you're a staff member here? Let me tell you, don't be deceived by his charming facade. He is adept at manipulating naive young women. Fang Yuan, attempting to mediate, felt a surge of frustration. She yearned to interject, but restrained herself, knowing that Ji Chio and Ji Bei shared a close connection. The Ji family had always behaved this way, and he had grown accustomed to it. Yet Fang Yuan was an innocent bystander. Witnessing Ji Chio lash out like a rabid dog, Ji Bei's patience wore thin. He dropped the honorific and addressed Ji Chio directly. Ji Chio, my reasons for being here are none of your concern, nor do they pertain to the Ji family. Perceiving that those outside were eavesdropping, Ji Chio felt her composure slipping. In the past, regardless of the circumstances, Ji Bei would swallow his pride, even at the cost of his own dignity, to maintain the facade of the Ji family's reputation. But today, Ji Bei seemed unrecognizable to her. Lowering her voice, she cautioned, Ji Bei, you must exercise some restraint. Do not go too far, lest you create an uncontrollable scene. If you continue this way, be wary of my ensuring you cannot return to the Ji family. Ji Bei raised an eyebrow. The Ji family? Whether I return or not is inconsequential. After all, it was merely for the sake of the college entrance examination. He could endure a bit of hardship and labor during this time. Life would eventually move on. Ji Chio naturally believed Ji Bei was speaking out of anger. After some contemplation, she finally discerned the root of his behavior. You're jealous of Nanchuan, aren't you? Ji Bei instinctively replied, conceding her point. He had not followed Ji Chio's line of reasoning. Yet she mistakenly believed she had tapped into his thoughts. I understand your envy of Nanchuan's aspirations for the entertainment industry. It is a realm where fame and fortune abound. Even I find it alluring. Ji Chio reflected on some of her readers' comments. At that moment, she yearned to become a star, a social media influencer. Her focus had shifted away from writing. It had been a considerable time since she had witnessed any notable advancement in her work. However, Ji Chio pivoted her thoughts. The entertainment industry is not as easy as it appears. It requires not only good looks and talent, but, most crucially, connections and a stroke of luck. Ji Chio intended to suggest that a student should prioritize their studies, but then recalled Ji Bei's poor academic performance. When she expressed this, Ji Bei did not take offense. Leaning against the table, he regarded Ji Chio with a calm demeanor. Then tell me, where does my future lie? Ji Chio nearly blurted out that a child of the Ji family was destined to inherit the family fortune. The words lingered on her lips, only to be swallowed back down. They had once deliberated on the matter, having come from the slums. What capability did Ji Bei possess to manage the Ji family's affairs? In this regard, Nanchuan was certainly more capable, having been raised with broader experiences and excelling academically, ensuring he would be well equipped to handle the Ji family's assets in the future. Of course, the primary reason was bias. Ji Chio opened her mouth, intending to say something, but ultimately closed it again. They had considered Nanchuan's future extensively, yet had seemingly never given a second thought to Ji Bei's. The earlier momentum had dissipated under Ji Bei's inquiry. After a prolonged silence, Ji Chio managed to force out a terse, "You should head home. If you roam about like this, your family will worry." Ji Bei showed no inclination to let her off the hook. "Do you really think the Ji family cares about me? You know the answer to that." Ji Chio felt a lump form in her throat. Nanchuan would undoubtedly feel guilty. Ji Bei scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It was as if he had said nothing yet conveyed everything. The atmosphere in the recording studio had grown frigid. Fang Yuan bit her lip, yearning to say something to ease the tension, yet fearing that any misstep would exacerbate the discord. Since rising to prominence, Ji Chio had seldom encountered such an awkward situation. Fortunately, someone called for her from outside, shattering the icy silence. "Chioda, we need to finalize an art teacher here. Could you take a look?" "Coming." Yikvyu exhaled deeply. She pondered for a moment before turning to Ji Bei and reiterating, "In any case, you should return quickly. This is not a place for you." As for Ji Chio's thoughts on your future, a hint of difficulty appeared on her face. "You are the biological son of the Ji family, and they will not neglect you. Even if the Ji family were to disregard you, I would still take your situation into consideration." Before Ji Bei's arrival, Ji Chio and her sisters had discussed concentrating their efforts on Ji Nanchuan. They could not afford to overlook a brother they had never met simply because of the presence of a brother who had been cherished for many years. However, considering a bit for Ji Bei's future should not harm Ji Nanchuan, right? After all, Nanchuan has always been the kind-hearted and understanding one. After Ji Chio left, Fang Yuan hesitantly spoke. Who is Ji Chio to you?" In the literary circle, many readers affectionately add the term "de" after an author's pen name. Ji Bei understood that Fang Yuan was referring to Ji Chio. He couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids and coldly uttered 3 words, "the stranger." Ji Bei's audition went exceedingly well. During the audition, Yang Jinjin was busy and no one knew Ji Bei was brought by her. Given his exceptional vocal talent, he was promptly selected for the role. They even inquired if Ji Bei would consider taking on a more substantial and challenging role. Ji Bei was quite tempted, but ultimately declined. For now, his academic pursuits took precedence, especially with the physics competition just a few months away. Other contestants had been groomed from a young age and continued to receive private tutoring throughout high school. Ji Bei, relying solely on himself and having lost several years due to his rebirth, knew he needed to devote all his energy to compete. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous adaptations of web novels into dramas and was well acquainted with the concept of systems. He was aware that many individuals who were reborn carried systems with them. Ji Bei did not, nor did he envy those who did. He was already immensely grateful for the opportunity to relive a life and make different choices. By the time Yang Jinjin returned to find Ji Bei, he had already completed the contract signing. The remuneration for this work was precisely as expected, neither more nor less. Upon witnessing the intimate interaction between Ji Bei and Yang Jinjin, the audio director was taken aback, promptly rising from his chair and striding over to Yang Jinjin. I thought this young man was exceptionally talented for his age. It turns out he is brought by the boss. My apologies. Chapter 36. I want to hear Brother Ji Bei sing. The utterance earned praise from both Yang Jinjin and Ji Bei. Yang Jinjin bounced over to Ji Bei, sweetly calling out, Brother Ji Bei. Hearing the director's compliments. Yang Zinzin est don noticiably tielet. Quite discerning. That alone was sufficient to delight the director. Typically, Yang Jinjin spoke sparingly, often resorting to simple affirmations like or o. And when she spoke at length, it was generally to scold someone. To utter 4 words in a non-derogatory manner could be considered compliment. Yang Jinjin promptly reviewed the contract. The director was not concerned about the compensation being less than it could have been. He understood Yang Jinjin's character. Professional matters were separate from personal ones. As expected, after examining the contract, a look of satisfaction appeared on Yang Jinjin's face. Just as they were about to exit the company, she produced a mask from her bag and handed it to Ji Bei. Without asking further, Ji Bei tore open the packaging and put it on. Seeing Ji Bei so obediently comply, Yang Jinjin felt her mood lift, even alleviating some of her earlier regret for not hearing Ji Bei's recording. Brother Ji Bei, I was busy earlier and didn't get to hear your voice. Ji Bei reassured her, there will be another opportunity. No, Yang Zinzen replied, clearly unsatisfied. I don't want to wait for the next time. Moreover, I not only want to hear you voice act, but I also want to hear you sing. Yang Jinjin was well aware of the character she had introduced, one destined for solitude, devoid of any romantic prospects, let alone sweet nothings. She couldn't help but imagine Ji Bei singing love songs. With such a melodious voice, he would undoubtedly sing beautifully. Recently, a singing variety show had emerged, requiring participants to sing with their faces concealed and names were not revealed. Votes were solely based on the audience's impressions of the voices. The mask would only be removed on the day of revelation. Ji Bei was familiar with this show. Many singing competitions existed, but this one had a unique twist. The episode where the champion unveiled their mask always garnered astonishing viewership. Some contestants, blessed with beauty, would see their popularity soar, being hailed as the chosen ones with both looks and talent. Others, whose voices were exquisite but whose appearances were average or even unattractive, would be humorously advised by fans to keep their masks on. In his previous life, Ji Bei had once been a guest on such a program. At this moment, the masked singing show had yet to gain widespread popularity, and it must be said that Yang Jinjin indeed had an eye for talent. If Ji Bei were to participate, his looks combined with his singing ability, along with his status as a student, would surely make him a sensation. Do you want me to join? Ji Bei yeskit. Yang Jinjin looked into his eyes and nodded. Brother Ji Bei, if you go, you will definitely win the championship. You have such faith in me, Ji Bei remarked, noticing the admiration in Yang Jinjin's gaze. I will always believe in you, Brother Ji Bei. Yang Jinjin's expression bore a hint of grievance, and Ji Bei could easily imagine how enticing her lips must look beneath the mask, pouting and longing. I really want to hear you sing. Ji Bei remained silent, extending his hand toward Yang Jinjin. She looked at him quizzically. He still did not speak, his hand remaining outstretched. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jinjin tentatively reached out, placing her hand in his. Ji Bei's large hand was warm and dry, enveloping her delicate, soft hand, providing her with a sense of security. Both their hearts raced, yet they feigned calmness. I'll take you somewhere. Yang Jinjin blinked her beautiful eyes, large and sparkling, her innocent gaze complemented by her captivating fox-like eyes, akin to a feather capable of stirring a man's heart. Before she could inquire about their destination, Ji Bei had already pulled her along. As they ran, she felt fortunate to be wearing canvas shoes. In the summer, the evening breeze accompanied by the chorus of cicadas created a picturesque scene as the young couple darted through the streets, capturing the attention of passers-by. After a short while, Ji Bei brought Yang Jinjin to a stop. Ahead, a commotion had gathered a crowd, standing on slightly elevated ground. Ji Bei and Yang Jinjin could clearly see the scene below. In the midst of the crowd stood a girl, seemingly around Ji Bei's age. She was tall and slender, her skin appearing pale and malnourished, with straight bangs framing her face and a pair of somewhat awkward black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt and gray sweatpants, her shoes bore no brand name, and her attire appeared worn, the shirt and pants having lost their shape from numerous washes, while her sneakers had frayed edges. At that moment, she hung her head low, standing helplessly, her hands clutching the edges of her clothes tightly. "I'm sorry, I'm really not doing this on purpose. I promise it won't happen again." The crowd's anger was palpable, and her apology did little to quell their ire. Accusations rang out one after another, with some individuals hot-tempered, nearly pointing their fingers in her face. Lip syncing? Is apologizing enough? At such a tender age, one has forsaken the path of virtue to master the art of deceit. From a young age, one has resorted to trickery for sustenance. What will become of such a person upon reaching adulthood? Though one may feign to sing another song, to impersonate the melodies of my beloved idol is an act of sheer folly. Is a mere refund sufficient to absolve one of such transgressions? If I were to commit robbery and subsequently return the ill-gotten gains, would that suffice for my absolution? Who are you attempting to fool with this pitiful facade? It is truly repugnant. Just look at yourself, and then at others. How can there be such a stark contrast between two girls of similar age? One radiates kindness, while you embody malice. The girl, hailed by the onlookers as a paragon of virtue, feigns sincerity as she offers her apologies, bowing repeatedly as if she were the one at fault. "I apologize on behalf of Xiao Xiao. She truly did not mean it." The onlookers, realizing that this little deceiver is named Xiao Xiao, respond, "This kind-hearted girl will soon be facing the college entrance examination at such a number 1 high school. For her sake, please forgive her this once. It was truly unintentional." The crowd murmurs, "Such a number 1 high school? How could a scoundrel like her be associated with such an esteemed institution?" The gentle girl continues, "Although I have repeatedly warned Xiao Xiao against pretending to sing, she has remained obstinate. However, I believe that with persistent guidance, she will surely amend her ways. I sincerely apologize on Xiao Xiao's behalf, hoping that everyone can find it in their hearts to forgive her." The crowd retorts, "Xiao Xiao, is it? Just look at her, and then look at yourself." The kind-hearted girl believes her disguise to be impeccable, yet from Ji Bei's vantage point, he can discern the corners of her mouth that she struggles to suppress. The impassioned crowd remains oblivious. Though you may tower over her with your superior physique and beauty, your character pales in comparison. The kind-hearted girl, who had been unable to suppress her smile, now manages to do so. Chapter 37. Let me sing for you. Ji Bei offers. Unable to restrain himself, Ji Bei bursts into laughter, prompting even the typically aloof Yang Jinjin to chuckle. The sting of praise can pierce the heart more deeply than any blade. Unbeknownst to the speaker, their words carry a weight of sorrow, as they continue to berate the girl named Xiao Xiao, insisting that vanity has no place in a young lady's heart. Meng Xiao Xiao, feeling the sting of public scorn, wishes to vanish from sight. Her mind is a whirlwind, unable to process the flaws in Ren Huixin's words. "I'm sorry, I will change." Whether it was the weight of the speaker's words or something else, Ren Huixin's gaze shifts to the machine used for singing. "Xiao Xiao, your penchant for vanity has led you to this point more than once. Perhaps it is time to shatter these machines. Without them, you cannot commit this error again." Ren Huixin's eyes widen as she instinctively protects the machines. "No, you cannot destroy my machines." Meng Xiao Xiao looks wounded. "Xiao Xiao, have my countless admonitions fallen on deaf ears? These machines do not serve you. They only bring harm." Some in the crowd believe that destroying the machines is excessive, yet many remain emotionally charged, convinced that it is an act of kindness toward Meng Xiao Xiao. "Destroy them. I support the destruction. How can a high school student engage in such deceit? What will she do upon adulthood? Will she aspire to become a deceptive streamer? Destroy them. I find such frivolities utterly vexing." Yang Jinjin suddenly interjects. Ji Bei, uncertain of her target, inquires, "Who are you referring to?" "That troublemaker." Yang Jinjin points accusingly at Ren Huixin. "She is ugly and malicious. I have not encountered anyone so detestable in ages. I wish to teach her a lesson." Ji Bei cannot help but touch his nose, taken aback by her frankness. Yet, her words ring true. Ren Huixin is not merely unattractive. She is strikingly so, far from the average, easily overlooked individual. Meng Xiao Xiao, tall and slender, appears even taller than she is. In contrast, Ren Huixin stands approximately 5 feet 5 inches tall, yet her weight is considerable. Ji Bei conservatively estimates her to be around 160 pounds. Her physique is quite square, with no discernible jawline. Were it not for these traits, one could awkwardly praise her as a plump and wholesome girl. However, her skin is not merely dark. It bears uneven splotches, giving her an unwashed appearance. To make matters worse, she fancies herself a fashionista. The loose pink top she wears has been tailored to fit snugly, and her skirt strains at the seams, while a pink headband only accentuates her darkness. Rin Huixin is also fond of makeup, albeit with poor application skills and subpar foundation that sweats off in the summer, leaving streaks of white on her face. Rin Huixin continues her hollow apologies, ostensibly contrite, yet her words only fuel the fire of indignation among the crowd. As the agitated onlookers prepare to confront Meng Xiaoxiao, she feels tears welling up. All the machines are rented, and if they are destroyed, how will she repay the debt? Ji Bei, maintaining his gaze ahead, subtly shifts his body closer to Yang Jinjin and whispers, "Would you like me to teach her a lesson?" Yang Jinjin stamped her foot in agreement. "Absolutely. That girl is insufferable." Ji Bei smirks, his lips curling slightly. "Just wait here, and I shall sing for you." The crowd is substantial, yet Ji Bei skillfully maneuvers through the throng, reaching Meng Xiaoxiao in no time. Upon seeing Ji Bei, Rin Huixin is momentarily rendered speechless. So handsome. Even in understated attire, his inherent charm is undeniable. He exudes the freshness of youth coupled with a hint of mature allure, complemented by striking features that could send any girl of her age into a frenzy. Rin Huixin's face flushes, though her dark complexion makes it less noticeable. In that moment, she resolves to end her online romance and confess her feelings to this boy. Unaware of her internal turmoil, Ji Bei bends to pick up the microphone, eschewing music, and begins to sing directly to Yang Jinjin amidst the crowd. "In my heart, I am filled with joy. The little sister gazes at me." Smiling, his youthful voice is clear and melodious, imbued with a light-heartedness as he sways to the rhythm of the song, every movement perfectly synchronized with the beat. What should have been an awkward performance devoid of accompaniment transforms into an exhilarating display, thanks to Ji Bei's exceptional talent. His deep, lustrous eyes fixate on Yang Jinjin, igniting a fervor that leaves her blushing profusely. The blush was not confined to Yang Jinjin alone. It enveloped Rin Huixin and the audience present as well. The cacophony of voices faded, and Ji Bei's unique vocal timbre resonated through the air, capturing the undivided attention of all. Before long, someone discreetly opened their phone, recording Ji Bei's performance, eager to preserve the enchanting moment for future enjoyment. Such beauty, coupled with a melodious voice, was simply irresistible. A girl, who frequently attended music festivals, murmured in awe, "This level of singing surpasses anyone I've heard at any festival." Immediately, a voice nearby shushed her, urging silence. She promptly fell quiet, her face tinged with embarrassment. It was indeed inconsiderate to speak while such a captivating melody filled the air. As the song concluded, the atmosphere was wholly infused with Ji Bei's artistry. His simple thank you was met with thunderous applause, as everyone reveled in the ambience he had created, momentarily forgetting the earlier discomfort. The excitement peaked with Yang Jinjin, whose small hands clapped incessantly for Ji Bei, eventually lifting above her head in glee. "Yi Bei Gege, you're amazing." Her exuberant voice, though distant, reached Ji Bei, who responded with a wave. For someone with social anxiety, expressing such emotions in front of a crowd was an extraordinary feat, warranting Ji Bei's acknowledgement. This only deepened Yang Jinjin's blush. The crowd erupted in playful cheers, someone leading the chant of "Together," which was eagerly echoed by many. Yang Zinzan's face flew shed dream sun. Caught up in the fervor, she shouted, "Ji Bei Gij, I love you." Unfortunately, the surrounding clamor drowned her words, though Ji Bei noticed her directing her enthusiasm towards him and raised his hands in a heart gesture, igniting even more fervor among the audience. Many whipped out their phones to capture the moment. Both Ji Bei and Yang Jinjin felt relieved to be wearing masks, especially Yang Jinjin, who had donned a cap when leaving the company. To onlookers, they appeared to be unabashedly showcasing their affection. Rin Huixin's jealousy sparked a fire in her eyes, glaring at Yang Jinjin with a disdainful intensity. "All of them are insufferable," she muttered under her breath. "Churasing Yang Zinzen's lineage. Is being a little thinner such a remarkable feat? Is having a good figure so impressive? All she does is shamelessly lure men. Clearly, she can't survive without a man. What a disgrace to modern, independent women. Those breasts are either enhanced by men or manufactured by technology for their amusement." Her venomous whispers went unheard amidst the crowd. Noticing Rin Huixin's sour expression and the absence of further accusations towards Meng Xiaoxiao, Ji Bei returned the microphone to her and took Yang Jinjin by the hand, preparing to leave. However, just as he grasped Yang Jinjin's hand, Rin Huixin called out from behind, "Given how well this handsome guy sings, I implore everyone to stop misinterpreting Xiaoxiao's lip-syncing. Although there are many who lip-sync, Pushing aside those who genuinely sing well, it's only fair to forgive her since she is still just a young girl. I apologize once more to everyone. If Ren Huixin hadn't spoken, the crowd might have forgotten about Meng Xiaoxiao's lip-syncing incident. Hearing Ji Bei's exceptional voice was a delightful experience, capable of uplifting everyone's spirits throughout the night. However, Ren Huixin's reminder rekindled the memory. Ji Bei's talent did not absolve Meng Xiaoxiao. Lip-syncers were truly detestable. If it weren't for that girl's reminder, we'd have almost forgotten about this. How fortunate for this little scammer to have a handsome guy to save her. Doesn't it seem like that dark-skinned girl, Isn, really so benevolent? Indeed, I sense something amiss, though I can't quite pinpoint it. Enough. Are you two born from washing machines? Do you want to wash everything you see? Regardless, was the scammer's lip-syncing genuine? If it's deceit, punishment is warranted. Ji Bei cast a cold glance at Ren Huixin. She was determined to cross swords with him, but he was not to be outsmarted. Her level was far beneath that of Ji Nanchuan. He released Yang Jinjin's hand, instructing her to remain in place and wait patiently for his return, to which she obediently nodded. I will be good, Ji Bei Gij. Ji Bei took a few steps forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Meng Xiaoxiao, confronting the accusers. What do you want? Their intentions aligned with Ren Huixin's suggestion to destroy Meng Xiaoxiao's equipment. Yet faced with Ji Bei's candid gaze, the words fell silent. An unforeseen wave of guilt washing over them. Ji Bei couldn't help but smirk inwardly, realizing that even they recognized their overreach. He inquired further, and after a lengthy babble, no one dared articulate a plan of action. Ultimately, it was Ren Huixin who spoke up. Confronting Ji Bei, she refrained from suggesting the destruction of Meng Xiaoxiao's belongings. Instead, she adopted a soft tone, attempting to appear pitiable, although her stature rendered her demeanor somewhat ludicrous. Those who deceive others must publicly apologize. Ji Bei, not devoid of reason, countered. She has apologized. She returned all the money received tonight. She is neither a celebrity nor a singer, merely a street performer who made a mistake. Is that truly deserving of such severe punishment? Ji Bei's reasoning was sound. Yet, Ren Huixin seethed with indignation, her teeth clenched. Her eloquence only worked against those like Meng Xiaoxiao, who were humble and simple-minded. Against someone as quick-witted and sharp-tongued as Ji Bei, she faltered. Scanning the room, her gaze landed on Yang Jinjin. Biting her lip, she exclaimed, "Can't you see your boyfriend flirting with another girl?" With that, all eyes turned towards Yang Jinjin. Had Ji Bei not been accompanied by a young girl, many might have assumed he harbored feelings for Meng Xiaoxiao, and Ren Huixin thought as much. Ji Bei was aware of this implication, which is why he openly expressed affection for Yang Jinjin, hoping to dispel any unnecessary misunderstandings. However, Ren Huixin's shout changed everything. It painted Ji Bei as someone straddling two boats, openly flirting with another girl in front of one, accustomed to the scrutiny of others. Yang Jinjin remained unfazed by the attention, her demeanor calm and collected. In fact, aside from Ji Bei, she seemed oblivious to everyone else. I didn't see any of that. All I see is you bullying someone, and my good friend stopping you from doing so. Her words drew a stark contrast, leaving Ren Huixin speechless. One was a tempestuous instigator, while the other remained gentle and composed, unaffected by provocation. The two girls stood firmly together. Ren Huixin suddenly felt as though she were a mere buffoon, caught in a farcical display. She glanced over at Yang Jinjin, then cast her eyes down upon herself. The latter boasted a curvaceous figure, while she herself was burdened with layers of excess flesh. Yang Jinjin stood tall and statuesque, while Ren Huixin felt diminutive, akin to a mere yam. The contrast was stark. Yang Jinjin's skin radiated a porcelain-like fairness, while Ren Huixin's complexion was dark, as if she had been scorched by the flames of a charcoal fire. In every conceivable aspect, Yang Jinjin overshadowed her. Ultimately, Ren Huixin's gaze fell upon Yang Jinjin's visage. Adorned with a hat and mask, and with the dim evening light obscuring her features, Ren Huixin could discern little more than the outline of her palm-sized face, leading her to internally scoff. Surely, this woman's countenance must be quite unbecoming. Gritting her teeth, Ren Huixin continued to mutter to herself that Yang Jinjin's face must be hideous, seeking solace for her own insecurities. Ren Huixin called out to the crowd, most of whom had paid to enjoy the music. Her actions were not merely deceiving them financially, but also betraying their emotional investment. As events unfolded, some began to feel that Ren Huixin had crossed a line. Yet, there were others who believed she was justified in her righteous indignation, asserting that deceivers should not be indulged. However, they shared a common desire to hear Ji Bei sing once more. A young man shouted towards Ji Bei, demanding that he perform the very song that had been deceitfully presented. They would reward him handsomely if he did, but should he fail, they threatened to destroy his equipment. Chapter 39. Under the tutelage of Neti's cloud, Ji turned his attention to the source of a voice. The speaker was an unremarkable-looking young man, flanked by a girl who, in both figure and appearance, could easily score an 80 out of 100. Yet, her demeanor was aloof. Her piercing gaze was fixed on Ji, ignoring the overtures of the young man beside her, who was burdened with her fashionable designer handbag. Ji surveyed the scene and quickly deduced the situation, a familiar dynamic reminiscent of his past with Zhao Qingning, but with the distinction that he was, by a few degrees, more attractive than this young man. As the young man's remarks resonated through the crowd, discussions erupted. They craved music yet felt the young man's demands were excessively burdensome. It was entirely normal for someone to know a few songs. After all, even those with no musical talent often rehearse a handful of tunes for karaoke. However, the distinction between knowing a few songs and knowing them all was vast. Meng Xiao, lacking any singing ability or knowledge beyond a few well-known tracks, had carelessly selected a playlist filled largely with obscure songs. Among the audience were both casual listeners and seasoned aficionados. One individual frowned, questioning how it was feasible for anyone to sing all the obscure tracks on the list. Wasn't he being a tad unreasonable? The young man scoffed, asserting that if one sought the limelight, they must embrace a challenge. Those knowledgeable in music regarded his sentiments with disdain, accusing him of harboring a personal vendetta. Sensing that the girl beside him had grown displeased, the young man quickly altered his stance, arguing that allowing such blatant deception to pass unchallenged was tantamount to enabling fraud. The knowledgeable crowd was momentarily silenced by his retort. A well-meaning voice intervened, suggesting that the young man should sing a few songs, any songs. As long as they were performed well, they would consider the matter resolved. Opinions divided, with some in agreement and others dissenting. The audience swiftly split into three factions, one supporting the young man, another opposing him, and a third solely focused on recording the spectacle on their phones. Yi Bei, who had remained silent until now, requested the playlist from Meng Xiao. Upon reviewing the selections, even he felt a bead of cold sweat form. The girl had an uncanny ability to choose. The list contained contemporary pop songs, English tracks, Korean melodies, and even Cantonese numbers. Some even ventured into the realm of classical vocal techniques. It was no wonder she had been exposed. Anyone capable of singing those songs could easily amass millions of followers on a singing account, rather than resorting to street performances. Were these songs truly obscure? They bordered on the esoteric. Fortunately for Ji, he was proficient in all of them. Very well, Ji declared, raising the microphone with a clear and decisive tone, devoid of any unnecessary words. The young man, intent on undermining Ji-Bei's reputation, inadvertently provided him with an opportunity to shine. He caught a glimpse of the girl beside him, her eyes glimmering with interest as she watched Ji with fervor. And he finally grasped the idiom of shooting oneself in the foot. Ren Huixin had not anticipated Ji-Bei's eager acquiescence. Her small eyes darted as another thought crossed her mind. While singing, one must not glance at their phone or misremember a single lyric. Ji, however, was unfazed. He had no qualms about this challenge. The owner of the playlist in a past life had been known to him during their acquaintance. He had presented Ji with an array of songs that were as cold as ice, proclaiming that popular songs were mere drivel, and that those who listened to them lacked taste. Ji had scoffed at his pretentiousness. Yet the constant exposure to such music had rendered his ears familiar with even the most obscure of melodies. While doubt lingered among the crowd, Yang Jinjin's eyes sparkled with faith as she watched him. Ji met her gaze with a silent affirmation. Despite their brief acquaintance, Yang Jinjin had bestowed upon him unwavering trust and support in all his endeavors. Following the playlist, Ji performed each song in succession. His voice shifted from passionate to deeply moving, soaring to high notes and then resonating with bass tones. As he sang poignant ballads, many in the audience were moved to tears. Some of the more sentimental women clasped their mouths, voices choked with emotion, exclaiming how pitiable he was and how they wished to marry him. Beside them, their equally teary-eyed boyfriends felt a surge of emotion. Ren Huixin, with a stern expression, clutched her phone to check the lyrics, matching each word to Ji-Bei's flawless performance. Not only did he not falter, but even the subtle nuances of the song were executed perfectly. The professionals present noted his impeccable pitch and consistency across 15 songs, all delivered with a steadiness that bordered on the supernatural. Midway through, Yang Jinjin returned with water for Ji. Though he felt parched, he refrained from drinking, aware that too many phones were trained on him. "Hey, your boyfriend is quite impressive," someone remarked to Yang Jinjin. She gazed at Ji Bei with a blissful expression, responding, "He is not even my boyfriend yet." The onlooker was taken aback. With a boyfriend like that, aren't you worried someone might steal him away? Yang Jinjin's eyes never strayed from Ji Bei as she replied, "Worried? As long as I'm by his side, that's enough for me." As Ji Bei concluded his performance, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. The ovation lingered, echoing through the air. Standing amidst the throng, Ji Bei accepted the accolades with poise, as though he were well-versed in such displays. Initially, a few bold girls called out, "You're so handsome, I want to marry you." Their enthusiasm sparked a wave of similar sentiments, eventually culminating in a chorus of voices, both male and female, mingling in fervent admiration. Ji Bei, overwhelmed by the unexpected attention, felt his composure waver. He had fulfilled every promise he had made, and the audience, for the moment, set aside their grievances regarding Run Huixin's deceitful performance. After all, the money had been refunded in its entirety, and today they had heard melodies that money could never buy. In retrospect, they would merely feel fortunate to have listened to such beautiful songs, rather than having been deceived by a young girl with golden locks. The professionals present could no longer contain themselves, their eagerness to sign the dashing young man bubbling to the surface. One individual rushed forward. But before he could utter a word, Ji Bei interjected, "I'm sorry, but I'm still a student and am not considering a contract at this time." The man instantly wilted. After a brief pause, he stubbornly inquired, "May I ask, handsome, who is your vocal mentor?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Bei replied succinctly, "NetEase Cloud." The man, who had already been half deflated, now felt utterly defeated. It was as if a tiny figure within him leaped forth to mock him. "See? I told you not to ask, and now you've humiliated yourself. This person casually singing on NetEase Cloud surpasses your years of training." Chapter 40. For every misdeed, a corresponding punishment. Ren Huixin bit her lip fiercely, staving off tears of frustration. Why did that wretched Meng Xiaoxiao possess such extraordinary fortune? These men were so superficial, only able to see the few extra points of beauty Meng Xiaoxiao possessed, while oblivious to her own kind heart. Just then, as Ji Bei was about to dismiss everyone and escort Yang Jinjin away, Ren Huixin spoke up unexpectedly, even though a handsome guy intervened. "I must apologize on behalf of my dear friend." She even exaggeratedly bowed to the crowd. Meng Xiaoxiao's complexion had already lost its previous pallor. This sudden appearance of an unfamiliar boy provided her with a strong sense of security. While singing, she found herself entranced by him. Ren Huixin's sudden actions caught her off guard. She hurried over to help Ren Huixin up. "Huixin, please get up." Ren Huixin shook her head. "You don't understand. I cannot be as thoughtless as you. As your friend, it is my duty to apologize on your behalf." Meng Xiaoxiao felt an increasing sense of unease. However, so much had occurred today that, being merely a teenage girl, her mind was overwhelmed by it all. Ji Bei, who had already taken Yang Jinjin's hand, could no longer endure the situation. Out of consideration for Ren Huixin being a girl, he had restrained himself, but this was more than she deserved. Apologizing on her behalf. Yet again, for a mere 60-odd yuan in tips that had already been refunded, what was she truly trying to achieve? Was she attempting to convey that she was irredeemably wicked, or seeking praise for her supposed sensibility and kindness? Ji Bei's outburst left Meng Xiaoxiao in a state of shock. This was precisely the sentiment she had been struggling to articulate. Regardless of Ren Huixin's expression, Ji Bei concluded, "To have a friend like you truly is unfortunate." Hearing such words from a handsome young man who sang beautifully, someone whom she had recently harbored a modicum of affection for, left Ren Huixin feeling as though she had been slapped in public. Her face burned with humiliation. She gazed pleadingly at Ji Bei, yet he, now at the end of his patience, completely ignored her gaze. Of course, another reason contributed to this. Her small eyes and the dimming light made it difficult for Ji Bei, with his vision of 50, to see her clearly. The embarrassment on Ren Huixin's face gradually morphed into resentment. Her voice, raised and harsh, resembled that of a quacking duck, unpleasant to the ear. "Don't elevate yourself so high. What are you showing off for? Is it merely because she possesses a modicum of beauty? You're shameless. Parading around with a girlfriend while flirting with other women." Ji Bei's expression remained serene, devoid of the anger Ren Huixin had anticipated. She could not discern Yang Jinjin's expression, as the latter's gaze remained fixed on Ji Bei, unwavering. Ren Huixin began to doubt whether this girl, standing beside him, had even heard her words. Am I really seeking attention? Singing so many songs. Wasn't T that a challenge you devised to trouble me? I haven't been troubled, and isn't that due to my own capabilities? Am I deliberately flirting with other girls? I'm merely helping an old classmate from the adjacent class. What is wrong with that? Do you truly believe that everyone shares your sordid mindset? There were things she had initially refrained from saying. Ladies and gentlemen, Ji Bei addressed the crowd, maintaining his expression. Yet, those close enough could discern a rare seriousness in his eyes. This so-called lip-syncing classmate is indeed from Sioux City No. 1 High School, as am I. She did deceive everyone, and I will not defend her actions. However, I hope you all can gain insight into the circumstances behind this situation. Ji Bei's voice was melodious, whether in song or speech. No one in the audience made a move to leave. Some were still lost in the lingering echoes of the songs, while others were simply eager for gossip. Firstly, she is not uneducated or vain, yearning to become an internet celebrity. On the contrary, she studies diligently and comes from a challenging background, a sick mother, a brother in school, and a life in disarray. Her excessive diligence and frugality made her a target for bullying among her peers. Ji Bei, posted momentarily. The vicious classmate, Ren Huixin, you just witnessed pu with ing her. Well, you have just seen the outcome of that. The lip-syncing was born of necessity. Her mother has been gravely ill, and despite working 3 jobs, she could not gather enough for medical expenses, which led to the idea of lip-syncing. I am not suggesting that a rationale justifies lip-syncing. It is akin to a starving individual stealing a bun. While it cannot be deemed correct, it is somewhat understandable. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They had only known that this young girl had lip-synced to deceive them, yet they were oblivious to the myriad of circumstances behind it. An apology had been offered, and all the money refunded. One must show mercy where one can. For every misdeed, a corresponding punishment. We cannot call for bloodshed simply because someone has erred, can we? Ji Bei spoke with remarkable candor, not singling out anyone, yet it felt as though he addressed every individual, especially those who relished the spectacle. Eager to see Meng Xiao's rented equipment destroyed, their faces betrayed a sense of shame. If destruction were to occur, they would have derived momentary pleasure from it. But what a Meng Xiao! Such compensation would only exacerbate the troubles of her already fragile family. Most individuals retained a sense of kindness. They were merely swayed by the crowd, echoing whatever others stated without taking the time to think deeply. In such an atmosphere, even those harboring ill intentions felt disinclined to speak further. After singing 15 songs, Ji Bei received tips. Yang Xinjin held Ji Bei's phone. The screen illuminated with a payment code. Nearly half the audience had tipped him. Among the largest contributions came from the professionals who had inquired about his vocal training, as well as those who suggested he sing 15 songs alongside the goddess by his side. Ji Bei counted the total, over 4,000 yuan. Once the crowd dispersed, he handed the entire sum to Meng Xiao. Despite her heartfelt gratitude for his intervention, she adamantly refused to accept the money. Ji Bei insisted, though I too am not wealthy, it is evident that this amount will serve you better. If you feel uncomfortable accepting it, consider this 4,000 yuan alone. When you are able, repay me 100-fold. As Ji Beijin uttered those words, he remained oblivious to the profound implications of his seemingly trivial action. Unbeknownst to him, the gears of fate began to turn, setting in motion a transformation in the life of a young girl, who, several years later, would render significant assistance to him. Chapter 41. From this day forward, we are no longer friends. As the crowd dispersed, Ren Huixin stood awkwardly in place, resembling a comical jester. In the past, regardless of the source of their disagreements, Meng Xiao would invariably seek her out. However, this time, Ren Huixin remained stationary for an extended period, only to find that Meng Xiao did not come to her. Clenching her fists, she ultimately decided to approach Meng Xiao herself. Yet, before she could grasp Meng Xiao's hand, it was deftly withdrawn. Ren Huixin was taken aback, unprepared for such a reaction from Meng Xiao. Xiao, are you angry with me? Meng Xiao wished to express something, but her gentle temperament hindered her from articulating harsh words. Her mental lexicon of venomous phrases yielded nothing of value. Ren Huixin adopted a pitiful demeanor. Xiao, you must believe me. She seized Meng Xiao's hand, which she struggled to escape. With a pleading tone, Ren Huixin continued, please don't be upset. I truly meant no harm. I simply couldn't bear to see you stray from the right path. My approach was misguided, and I promise to think twice before acting in the future. I assure you, such a situation will not arise again. Meng Xiao remained silent, her expression frosty. Xiao, consider this. Am I not the one who has treated you the best in the entire school? Who else, with such a disagreeable disposition, would choose to befriend you aside from me? This statement struck at the very core of Meng Xiao's insecurities. Yet, she had never contemplated that Ren Huixin's willingness to befriend her stemmed from her own social isolation within school. By befriending Meng Xiao, Ren Huixin sought to exert control over her, treating her more like a servant. At the slightest display of discontent from Meng Xiao, Ren Huixin would retort. Who else would want to be your friend but me? Before departing, Ji Beijian imparted a crucial piece of advice to Meng Xiaoxiao. Friendship is more about quality than quantity. There is no need to retain those who bring you harm, be they objects or individuals. With that, he took Yang Jinjin's hand and walked away. This statement resonated deeply with Meng Xiaoxiao, akin to a sudden epiphany. Her body swayed slightly as she steadied herself, grappling with the implications of his words. Fei Huixin, feeling a pang of anxiety, contemplated the dire consequences of losing Meng Xiaoxiao's companionship. She would be left entirely friendless within the school. Xiaoxiao, don't listen to him. He simply cannot bear to see others thrive, deliberately sowing discord among female friendships, akin to those men who malign the very concept of sisterhood. Noticing Meng Xiaoxiao's in action, Ren Huixin's panic subsided somewhat. She entwined her arm with Meng Xiaoxiao's, adopting an affectionate demeanor. You must be starving after all this commotion, right? I know a fantastic place nearby that serves delicious hot dry noodles. Let me treat you. Afterward, I'll buy you some watermelon juice. Meng Xiaoxiao remained unmoved. Even withdrawing her arm from Ren Huixin's grasp, her face was cold as she addressed her directly for the first time, using her full name. Hey, Huixin, I have no desire to join you for hot dry noodles, nor do I wish to indulge in watermelon juice afterward. Ren Huixin instinctively probed further. Then where are you going? Meng Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze, meticulously packing the rented equipment, preparing to return it to the vendor. Where I go is none of your concern. Ren Huixin's face paled. Meng Xiaoxiao, what do you mean by that? Meng Xiaoxiao's expression remained unchanged. My meaning is quite clear. Starting tomorrow, we are no longer friends. With that, she hastened her packing. Ren Huixin continued to plead with Meng Xiaoxiao, initially cursing Ji Beijian, claiming he had deliberately instigated the situation and that her actions were unintentional. She then began to analyze the pros and cons, asserting that she was Meng Xiaoxiao's sole friend and urging her to reconsider. As it became evident that Meng Xiaoxiao was impervious to her words, Ren Huixin erupted in a tirade of insults. Meng Xiaoxiao recognized the futility of engaging in a verbal sparring match and chose silence. After all, Ren Huixin's tirade was merely a reflection of her own shortcomings. Furthermore, listening to those disparaging remarks allowed Meng Xiaoxiao to further discern the true nature of Ren Huixin. To prevent herself from wavering with flattery in the future, she understood it was essential to remain resolute. Once Ren Huixin departed, Meng Xiaoxiao cast her gaze in the direction Ji Beijian had taken. His figure had long since vanished, yet she remained transfixed, her expression a blend of gratitude tinged with bittersweetness. Even after Ji Beijian had softly reassured her that his intentions were solely to serenade his girlfriend and that she need not overthink it, she could not help but feel a flutter in her heart. During her most vulnerable moments, when she wished for a crevice to hide in or contemplated leaping from a rooftop, that boy had appeared before her like a radiant sun, rescuing her from despair without seeking recompense. How could she not feel moved? In no time, Meng Xiaoxiao's thoughts turned to Yang Jinjin, realizing that such a remarkable girl was truly deserving of Ji Beijian. Her own unrequited affection had barely begun to blossom. It was already destined to be a tumultuous journey. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she hastened her packing. Regardless of the challenges ahead, Meng Xiaoxiao had found a glimmer of hope, rekindling her courage to confront the harsh realities of life. Not long after, Ji Beijian released Yang Jinjin's hand. I apologize. He feared that Meng Xiaoxiao might develop feelings for her. Because of this, worried that this unreciprocated affection would hinder her. Thus, he needed to present himself as a devoted boyfriend. Yet, even as he relinquished Yang Jinjin's hand, he found it difficult to let go. He marveled at how well she maintained herself. Her hands were incredibly soft and pleasant to hold. It's all right, brother Ji Beijian. Yang Zinzen lowered her gaze, fearing he would notice her disappointment, and swiftly changed the subject. Brother Ji Beijian, your kindness brings me great joy. Ye Beisen chuckled lightly. What brings you joy? Because of this, brother Ji Beijian will be happy. The smile on Ji Beijian's face widened. Don't you want to know why? Yang Jinjin shook her head. Her long, dark hair swayed as she did, revealing the contours of her figure, accentuated by her delicate waist. Ji Beijian stole a glance, reluctant to divert his gaze. In truth, Yang Jinjin had noticed Ji Beijian's lingering looks. Hidden beneath her mask, she smiled slyly, subtly puffing out her chest. Regardless of what brother Ji Beijian does, I trust that you have your reasons. Ji Beijian felt an uncontainable sense of delight at this unconditional trust. However, even if Yang Jinjin did not inquire, he would still explain. Those individuals are indeed from Sioux City No. 1 High School. They're classmates from the adjacent class. He crossed paths before, but we're not well acquainted. He refrained from disclosing all the details of his earlier comments. As there were further developments, he chose to keep to himself. Chapter 42. An Awkward Revelation by Ji Nanchuan. In his previous life, he had noticed early on that Ren Huixin was manipulating Meng Xiaoxiao. Although he was unfamiliar with either of them and didn't even know their names. Given the complexities of female friendships, Ji Nanchuan felt it inappropriate to intervene. At times, he even questioned whether the dynamics between girls were inherently like that. As Meng Xiaoxiao seemed unbothered, he felt there was little he could say. The scandal surrounding the lip-syncing incident had escalated considerably, garnering the attention of the entire school. Particularly, Ren Huixin's seemingly apologetic demeanor belied her intent to propagate the matter further, resulting in Meng Xiaoxiao's reputation plummeting. The mounting public pressure ultimately compelled Meng Xiaoxiao to drop out of school. Subsequently, Ji Beitong received the devastating news of Meng Xiaoxiao's suicide by jumping from a building. When he arrived at her residential complex, the paramedics were already draping a white sheet over her lifeless body. Nearby, her ailing mother and younger brother were weeping inconsolably, even fainting from the sheer grief. Years have since passed, yet the haunting image of her mangled form remains etched in Ji Beitong's memory, an indelible scar that he cannot erase. In the stillness of midnight, he occasionally reflects on the past, wondering if a mere inquiry on his part might have altered Meng Xiaoxiao's tragic fate. Upon returning to the Ji household, he found it eerily deserted. Ji Beitong was indifferent to their whereabouts. After all, he had already dined and taken a leisurely stroll. He felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him, compelling him to immerse himself in the sea of academic challenges. Ready to engage in a fierce battle with the most complex of problems, 2 hours slipped by as he delved into his studies. Shaking his head and stretching languidly, Ji Beitong relished the sensation of being absorbed in an endeavor so deeply that the passage of time seemed irrelevant. During a brief intermission, he downloaded the app that Fang Yuanyuan had recommended, registering an account for himself to explore its functions for receiving tasks and generating income. He was determined to seize every opportunity to learn and earn, seeking the comfort of financial security. After familiarizing himself with the app, Ji Beitong donned his headphones, selected several popular novels, and recorded his voice, hoping to catch the attention of potential benefactors. The authors on the popularity charts evidently had undergone systematic training. While their vocal quality might slightly surpass his, they possessed the ability to modulate their voices according to the characters' personas, ages, and varying circumstances, an aspect where Ji Beitong found himself lacking. The trending novels primarily revolved around romantic themes, and he chose a particularly popular excerpt, reasoning that even a slight uptick in visibility would be advantageous. The top-ranking title was a tale of possessive love, characterized by a narrative of pursuit and escape. A plot where the female protagonist finds herself relentlessly chased by her male counterpart. Such stories, while exhilarating to write, could be somewhat awkward to read aloud, especially as Ji Beitong had to continuously switch voices between the male and female leads. Male lead: woman, you are igniting a fire. Female lead: please let me go. Yesitu. I promise. I will take the child far away, never to appear before you and that woman again. The male lead grasped the female lead's chin, his face drawing perilously close, his breath mingling with the air around her. Male lead: you dare to run after bearing my child? You're the first woman in the world to attempt such a thing. As Ji Beitong recorded, he infused his performance with emotion, appearing utterly engrossed. However, beneath the table, his toes were engaged in a significant endeavor. He was confident that he could secure even a 3-story villa with a courtyard if given chance. Upon completing the segment, Ji Beitong visibly exhaled in relief. Just as he began to relax, he caught sight of a familiar silhouette outside the door. Turning, he found Ji Chio with a rather inscrutable expression on her face. He wondered how long she had been standing there and whether she had witnessed his entire recording session. Following this incident, Ji Beitong resolved to always close and lock the door upon returning home, regardless of whether anyone was present. He glanced back at Ji Chio, who remained at the threshold, observing him. What was she staring at? Ji Beitong couldn't help but internally scoff at the irony. Such awkwardly written online novels were precisely the kind that writers like her produced, especially this particular bestseller. He found it hard to believe she hadn't read it. With that thought, he dismissed Ji Chio and returned to his work. He pulled out his study materials, but after 2 minutes of fruitless effort, he slammed his pen down in frustration. The black pen, which had already been damaged the previous day, met its demise after being struck twice, ending its brief existence. Noticing Ji Beitong's abrupt halt, Ji Dong finally spoke up. Ji Beitong, your primary task now is to focus on your studies. With an impassive expression, Ji Beitong replied. And then? Ji Chio proceeded to relay the conclusions she had drawn during her journey home. I considered it, and given your current grades, gaining admission to a reputable university will be challenging. If, after graduation, your salary cannot sustain you, I will assist you in finding a job. Ji Beitong neither accepted nor rejected her offer. What sort of job? Ji Chio had contemplated this matter as well, acknowledging that it was premature to discuss it without knowing what university or major he would pursue. Ji Beitong merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant, humorless "all right, thank you." As he moved to close the door, Ji Chio, believing she had resolved the issue, assumed Ji Beitong would no longer harbor resentment. Yet, she could sense his reluctance and impatience. She reached out to prevent him from shutting the door. I haven't finished speaking. Ji Beitong neither closed nor reopened the door. He simply leaned against it, awaiting Ji Chio's continuation. Taking a deep breath, she began again. Since I have alleviated your concerns, doesn't that mean you can now set aside those distractions and devote yourself entirely to your studies? Distractions? Je Beitong chuckled lightly, echoing kvius words, and swung the door open to reveal his modest room. Come, take a good look at my room. He gestured toward the space behind him. The rooms where the Ji family servants reside are far superior to mine. Have I ever received financial support from the Ji family for my tuition, study materials, or living expenses? Should I simply wait to starve, relying on the winds of the Northwest to sustain me? Am I to attend the college entrance examination with an empty stomach? He challenged. Ji Chio, I am a human being. I need food and water. It is not sufficient to merely survive on air. What Ji Beitong articulated was merely the tip of the iceberg. The Ji family had provided him with money only during the initial days of his return. Since then, every allowance had exclusively gone to Ji Nanchuan. On one occasion, when Ji Beitong had dared to ask for money, he had been reprimanded by Song Yaji. All you know is to ask for money since we brought you back. It seems you were born to be a burden. That had been the one and only instance, for thereafter, Ji Beitong had never requested financial assistance again. Chapter 43. The one who supports Ji Beitong is a hideous creature. Ji Chio nearly exclaimed that the Ji family could not possibly have neglected him financially. But she held her tongue. It was evident whether one was wealthy or not. Ji Beitong's room was starkly devoid of luxury. His furniture was second-hand, the space cramped, and even the lighting was dim. Aside from a pair of inexpensive slippers and 2 pairs of sneakers, his belongings were minimal, all fitting snugly into a small wardrobe. Even the backpack hanging on the chair was faded and bore signs of wear. It dawned on Ji Chio that Ji Beitong had been living in such impoverished conditions for quite some time, and she was only now realizing it. Rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, the Ji family will fund your university education. Ji Chio, the Ji family will not, and I do not require it. Once the college entrance examination is over and I turn 18, I will leave the Ji household without a second thought. During this period, the meager funds of the Ji family were entirely devoted to him. Ji Chio disregarded the latter half of Ji Bei's statement. Even if the Ji family does not provide you with financial support for university, I will. In a previous life, Ji Bei would have been moved to tears. However, in this lifetime, Ji Bei remained unperturbed, responding with a calm demeanor. No need. Ji Chio, do not act out of spite, Ji Bei remarked. I'm not. Ji Chio sighed. You should not constantly compare yourself to Nanchuan. He is in poor health, and his family tends to indulge him more. As the elder brother, you ought to show him more understanding. Surely you comprehend this? Ji Bei, not wishing to engage further, merely acknowledged her with a non-committal eager to close the door and focus on his studies. Unfortunately, his aspiration to dedicate all his time to his work remained unfulfilled. He even found himself questioning if today was a day reminiscent of the proverbial mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow bird lay in wait. First, the embarrassing novel he had recorded was overheard by Ji Chio, followed by Ji Dong eavesdropping on their conversation. Oh, and then there was Ji Nanchuan, who likely just returned home. Ji Nanchuan's expression was somewhat grim, yet neither Ji Chio nor Ji Dong seemed to notice. As Ji Bei was about to dismiss them and shut the door, Ji Dong interjected, pulling Ji Chio aside. Third sister, why are you conversing with someone like him? Ji Chio blinked, momentarily taken aback. Ji Dong, disregarding Ji Bei entirely, continued in front of him. Did we not agree that even if Ji Bei returned, our focus should remain on Nanchuan? Do you realize how heartbroken Nanchuan would be if he knew? Ji Chio nodded, fully aware of the arrangement. I am concentrating on Nanchuan. I merely wanted to ask Ji Bei a few questions. One is Nanchuan, the other is Ji Bei. The distinction in closeness is evident from the difference in their titles, Ji Chio thought. In her heart, Ji Nanchuan was, of course, more significant. If that is the case, why did you seek Ji Bei out? Yikviu echoed Yedonis confusion. Ji Bei is my brother. I was simply inquiring about his recent circumstances. Besides, you are not Nanchuan. How can you presume to know what would upset him? Nanchuan, dear brother, if I ask you a few questions, would you be displeased? Even if Ji Nanchuan were truly upset, he could only respond affirmatively. He wore his signature smile. It is only natural for sisters to be concerned about their brother. Chuan would not be angry. Ji Chio wore an expression that seemed to say, see, I told you so. With her understanding of Ji Nanchuan, Ji Dong also knew he would not be offended. Yet, it was unreasonable to take advantage of Ji Nanchuan's good nature, asserting that Ji Bei was not worthy of being considered a brother. Ji Dong shot Ji Bei a disdainful glance. You are well aware of his character, are you not? He has committed numerous misdeeds. A bothersome leech who is irritating to behold. He has squandered the Ji family's money to curry favor with classmates, even gifting them my old clothes, and has filled Nanchuan's room with curses. Additionally, in recent days, Ji Bei has inexplicably become confrontational, snapping at anyone who speaks to him, including Nanchuan, who has suffered multiple asthma attacks because of his behavior. Ji Chio was momentarily taken aback, turned to look at Ji Bei. He remained expressionless, stating, I have already said it was not me. I do not wish to repeat myself. With that, he slammed the door shut. Ji Chio pursed her lips, attempting to reason with Ji Dong. Even if what you say is true, we should be more forgiving towards Ji Bei. He is, after all, our biological brother. And blood ties matter. Moreover, he has not been completely unhelpful. Did he not give Nanchuan the opportunity to enter the industry yesterday? Zizong's got that opportunity rightfully belonged to Nanchuan. Consider Ji Bei's character. Would anyone genuinely appreciate him in the industry? It is Nanchuan who is endearing. Once he enters, he is bound to achieve great success. Ji Chio concurred, for otherwise, there would have been no repeated attempts to prevent Ji Bei from entering the industry. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, that opportunity was indeed willingly relinquished by Ji Bei. Ji Dong remained ungrateful. So what? Let us not dwell on that unfortunate fellow. Allow me to share what happened today. Nanchuan mentioned that today's physical training instructor was particularly good, even complimenting our Nanchuan as being naturally suited for the camera. As she spoke, Ji Dong directed her gaze toward Ji Nanchuan. Upon meeting his eyes, she was startled. Nanchuan, why are you crying? Ji Nanchuan raised a hand to wipe away his tears, lamenting, it is all my fault. I should not be living at home. I ought to return to the slums. As he spoke, he truly began to move toward his room, preparing to pack his things. Ji Chio and Ji Dong rushed to follow him. If Ji Nanchuan were to leave while they were at home, how would they face the others upon their return? The two girls quickly caught up to him. Ji Nanchuan, merely feigning his departure, was not walking quickly, and Ji Chio and Ji Dong soon caught up. But his sobs grew more intense. It's all the fault of Chuan. If I leave, I will return everyone, father, mother, and sisters to brother. The two sisters' spirits plummeted. Ji Dong incessantly apologized to Ji Nanchuan, even scolding Ji Bei in front of him, declaring that it was all Ji Bei's fault. Ji Chio still retained a vestige of rationality. Nanchuan, do not be upset. This matter has nothing to do with you. How we treat Ji Bei is a matter for the Ji family and Ji Bei. I promise you, regardless of how we treat Ji Bei, you will always be cherished as our dear brother. To be treated like a dear brother is not the same as being a dear brother. Ji Nanchuan sops intensified. He offered no explanation, merely crying so hard that he struggled to catch his breath, leaving the two sisters in a difficult position. Ji Chio continued to reason with him. Nanchuan, do not feel too pressured. Ji Bei is also your brother and will care for you. That is enough. Ji Dong interrupted Ji Chio impatiently, glaring at her. Do you possess no sense of compassion? Nanchuan is in tears, and you still utter such words? What did I say? Ji Chio responded, her demeanor bewildered. Ji Dong felt a pang of sorrow at Ji Chio's reaction. It seemed Ji Bei's strategy had little effect on him, but had a substantial impact on Ji Chio, to the extent that she appeared to forget her own identity. You are truly heartless. With that, Ji Dong spoke no further and left Ji Chio to ponder in confusion. After completing his review for the day, Ji Bei took a shower in the shared bathroom for the servants, returning to his room with a plastic basin for dirty clothes. Before he could set it down, his phone began to buzz incessantly. Chapter 44. The stocking-clad, beautiful legs stand vigilantly. Ji Bei placed the plastic basin on the floor and opened his phone. Most of the WeChat messages were from Wu Shuai, containing yet another school forum link, filled with Wu Shuai's messages. Damn, G-Dog, this seems rather serious. Who is that girl in the photo? What are we going to do? There's no way we can approach the homeroom teacher. Wang Tan has always had it in for you. If this lands in his hands, you can only imagine how he would handle you. Should we go to the principal instead? G-Dog, say something. Stocking-clad, beautiful legs stand vigilantly. I will crush you with my 36D bust. Ji Bei first saved the two memes that Wu Shuai had somehow acquired before clicking on the forum link he had sent. As for his news, it will be addressed later. Once again, there are posts regarding Ji Bei being kept by someone, with the original poster updating the thread to reveal the appearance of the affluent woman allegedly maintaining a relationship with a certain high school student surnamed J from Sioux City. No. One high school. Is this a manifestation of the perversion of human nature or a decline in morality? The title is rather unremarkable. This time, a purported photograph of the so-called wealthy woman has been included. Ji Bei clicked on the image, and, upon recognizing the individual depicted, even his typically composed demeanor faltered with a hint of bewilderment. It was indeed predictable who it might be. He even contemplated whether it could be Yang Jinjin caught without her mask, or perhaps someone recognizing Yang Jinjin, or at the very least, someone capturing him singing 15 songs in a row tonight. There was even the possibility of rumors linking him with Meng Xiaoxiao, or someone with a uniquely warped mindset speculating that his benefactor was Ren Huixin. Yet, Ji Bei never imagined it would be the girl who had brought him coffee today. Moreover, this girl had been deliberately altered to appear unattractive. Given Ji Bei's experiences mingling in the entertainment industry and encountering various beauties, the coffee shop girl was neither particularly beautiful nor outright ugly, merely an ordinary girl, commonplace in daily life. The photograph attached to the post had clearly been sharpened, darkening her skin and adding several large moles to her face. The individuals at school truly lacked integrity. The girl was merely delivering coffee. It was one thing to spread such rumors, but to distort her appearance so grotesquely was inexcusable. The comments beneath the post were far more vitriolic than before, filled with various insults. Disgraceful. This is an embarrassment to our school. Get out of Sioux City number 1 high school. One user questioned whether Ji Bei had indeed transferred from Sioux City affiliated high school, suggesting that someone who entered midway could hardly be considered a student of Sioux City number 1. Another chimed in, confirming that Ji Bei had indeed transferred from slums. The high school he previously attended was not even a prestigious institution, failing to place a few students in undergraduate programs each year. In my view, he should return whence he came. His shame is his alone and should not reflect on Sioux City number 1. Agreed. If one were unaware, they might think all students from Sioux City number 1 are like this. That woman must be nearing 50, truly desperate, willing to consume anything. A deluge of comments, nearly all replete with foul language, ensued. The forum allowed for anonymity, and Ji Bei clicked on several accounts, all of which bore 1 or 2-star ratings. Occasionally, there were voices defending Ji Bei. The image provided revealed little, and it could hardly be taken as definitive evidence of Ji Bei being kept. I agree. Ji Bei does not strike me as that sort of person. He excels academically and is quite helpful. When I previously sought his assistance with a problem, he patiently explained it to me. Even when I failed to comprehend it the first time, he remained unperturbed and kindly elaborated again. Does anyone in the surrounding classes not know that Ji Bei harbors feelings for Zhao Qingning? With such a deep infatuation, how could he possibly be kept? Those few who defended Ji Bei were individually examined, most of whom were identifiable from their comment histories. The majority had previously sought Ji Bei's help with academic questions. Yet, these defenders also faced significant backlash, primarily from those anonymous 1 or 2-star accounts. You girls must be out of your minds. Ji Bei possesses a modicum of charm, and you've all become infatuated? Stop being sycophants. Ji Bei doesn't even notice. From now on, go twist screws, work tirelessly on a 5-year plan, and eventually, you'll be the ones supporting Ji Bei. It seemed there were reasons for Zhao Qingning's reluctance to accept Ji Bei. The comments spiraled into over 2,000 layers of chaos. After scrolling down a few more pages, noting the repetitive nature of the arguments, Ji Bei ceased to continue. Exiting the thread, he finally responded to Wu Shuai's message. It's all fabricated. A response came swiftly. I knew it would be like this. Brothers share both fortune and misfortune. How could you enjoy the comforts of being kept by a wealthy woman while I toil away at school? Ji Bei sent Wu Shuai a photograph of the problems he had solved that day. If I were kept by a wealthy woman, I wouldn't go. Instead, I'd degrind through problems to buy my brother a Porsche. Wu Shuai replied with a meme. Impressive. Ji Bei then shared a meme, saved from Wu Shuai. I'll crush you with my 36D bust. The two engaged in a light-hearted exchange until Wu Shuai, seeing that Ji Bei's spirits were high, turned to serious matters. What do we plan to do about this? Shall we confront Wang Ba? Wait until that scoundrel is alone, stroll into an unmonitored alley, and deal with him harshly? Ji Bei contemplated the scene, unable to suppress a chuckle. Assault is illegal. Wu Shuai was the type to act impulsively, not the sharpest thinker. Then what? Wang Dan. That old bastard is surely in league with his son. The forum is anonymous. Even if we approach the grade director, there would be no evidence. He bade up yet. Do not involve the grade director. What? Wu Shuai exclaimed. We should consult the principal. The principal? Who is the principal? Where is the principal's office? Can the principal even address this matter? Ji Bei first sent a meme before replying. Watch how your father performs. Fine, I want to interfere. Just watch how I impress you. Afterward, regardless of Wu Shuai's continued lamentations about Ji Bei's perceived lack of filial piety, Ji Bei chose not to respond. He changed his long and used forum nickname to Ji Bei, preparing to alter the default avatar to his own photo. Having opened the modification page, Ji Bei scrolled through his albums but could not find his own picture. Yet, he discovered numerous photos of Zhao Qingning. Closing the forum, Ji Bei selected all of Zhao Qingning's photos, deleted them with a single click, and removed them from the cloud as well. Only then did Ji Bei reopen the camera function on his phone, switching to the front-facing camera to take a selfie. His photography skills were, well, lacking. He had gained fame in his previous life, while his fans envied others whose idols had selfies to share. Occasionally, Ji Bei would post a couple of selfies, but they were all taken from unflattering angles, nowhere near the quality of even a casual passerby as snapshots. Once at an offline event, Ji Bei received a gift from a fan, a book titled 100 Tips on How to Master Selfies. After receiving the book, Ji Bei genuinely practiced in front of it, sending photos to the fan, only to receive the feedback. Maybe you should stop learning. I want to learn. In this life, Ji Bei's phone was far inferior to that of his previous existence, combined with his perennial unflattering angles, resulting in photos that hardly captured a fraction of his true self. Even so, when he uploaded a single photo, it drew considerable attention. This was primarily due to Ji Bei's heightened presence on the school forum in recent days. During their school years, students often found themselves bored. Countless individuals were likely glued to their screens, fearing they might miss a fresh revelation or the immediate response from the source of the gossip. As Ji Bei edited his response, someone discovered his account. Wow, so handsome. How come I never noticed Ji Beishu before? He seems rather unremarkable, doesn't he? Is he fresh from the shower? His hair is still damp. I wonder if he has dressed properly beneath. Let this fairy have a look. Rubs hands together. I assure you, I'm not a bit infatuated, blushing, salivating. Oh my. Finally, someone has discovered Ji Beishu. I mentioned my admiration for him to my best friend, and she called me blind, aggrieved. In reality, Ji Beishu is incredibly handsome. It's just that he seems a bit insecure, always looking down with his bangs long, and following Zhao Qingning around, which doesn't give the best impression. The way girls fawn is truly disgusting. Goodbye. He is indeed handsome. Otherwise, how could he attract the attention of affluent women? What is the point of all you sycophants here? If you have the ability, go earn some money to pamper him. If you're going to support him, then dare to have him come over in person. So what about Zhao Qingning? What are her thoughts at this moment? Soon enough, an official statement from Ji Beishu was released. Hello everyone. I am Ji Beishu from Sioux City No. 1 High School. I just saw the forum post regarding me being supported by an unattractive wealthy woman, and I would like to clarify. The girl in the photo is unknown to me. At that time, I was working on some problems, and the lady was a barista from the cafe downstairs who brought me coffee. She stumbled, and I helped her sit down. It was as simple as that. Lastly, I hope everyone studies diligently and refrains from indulging in gossip. That is all. The statement quickly garnered hundreds of views, then thousands, and ultimately surpassed 10,000. For a high school forum, the number of users is limited. Posts that reach hundreds are few, let alone those that break into the thousands. With the surge in discussion, people began to notice the flaw in Ji Beishu's statement. He only clarified that he was not being supported by an unattractive woman, but he did not deny being supported at all. Goodness, that is quite telling. It seems he is obfuscating the truth. Perhaps this clarification was written while Ji Beishu was reclining in the embrace of a wealthy woman. It's undeniable. I assenti it. The first person in history to self-deprecate so harshly. Late at night, thanks to Ji Beishu's response, the post's popularity soared once more. He searched for related keywords on a certain platform. Indeed, the incident had begun to circulate, though the titles of these posts were rather poor and the content lacked depth, with views even fewer than those on the campus forum. However, the trend was aligning with Ji Beishu's intentions. If Wang Ba and his associates were truly incompetent, Ji Beishu wouldn't mind giving them a nudge when necessary. After showering, Ji Beishu solved a couple of problems before setting down his pen and opening the app recommended by Fang Yuanyuan to check for any tasks, while also exploring additional avenues for income. While browsing, he stumbled across options labeled Customized Boyfriend and Customized Girlfriend. Intrigued, Ji Beishu clicked in. It was a service wherein patrons pay for voice actors to record content tailored to their requests, which is then sent to them. With such explicit customization options, the platform had grown considerably, leading to the implementation of sensitive word restrictions to regulate the fervor of these transactions. Unexpectedly, The restrictions only served to heighten the frenzy among users. Ji Beishu felt he wouldn't be able to profit from this. Just as he was about to explore other options, he heard a knock at the door. Wu Shuai's urgent message had left him so flustered that he hadn't even properly closed the door. It was merely ajar, easily pushed open with a gentle nudge. Ji Beishu was curious. Who in the Ji family had the courtesy to knock? He opened the door to find Ji Qiu standing there. What brings you here? Ji Beishu's expression was neutral, neither pleased nor displeased. Recently, he had adopted this demeanor when dealing with the Ji family. However, Ji Qiu appeared somewhat uneasy, still dressed in her attire from earlier in the day, slightly wrinkled. Ji Beishu, this is for you. It was our oversight. Ji Beishu glanced down to see a bank card. He did not take it. What is this for? Ji Qiu bit her lip, her voice lacking confidence. Significantly weaker than when she had spoken at Xingchen Media earlier that day. I called to inquire about the incident at Xingchen Media. I indeed misjudged you, and I owe you an apology. Ji Beishu raised an eyebrow, taken aback. You called? You came to apologize? Is this typical behavior for the Ji family? Noticing Ji Beishu's gaze, Yi Qiu felt increasingly awkward. I realized you went to Xingchen Media to earn money. I thought about it and acknowledged our oversight. The Ji family neglected to provide you with pocket money, and you didn't mention it. You've truly had a hard time recently. Her words were met with skepticism from Ji Beishu. Forget? The Ji family never forgets Ji Nanchuan's allowance. After her lengthy explanation, Ji Beishu remained unresponsive, not even reacting. Ji Qiu stood at the door, growing increasingly uncomfortable. She pushed the bank card forward. Just take it. If you need anything, buy it yourself. You're also a young master of the Ji family. They won't treat you unfairly. Ji Beishu did not extend his hand. He refused to accept the card. I am not a young master of the Ji family. Ji Nanchuan is the only one. This was made clear to me on my first day here. He remembered their words vividly, a testament to how much he once cared about their opinions. As for the bank card, he wouldn't take it, lest someone see it and accuse him of stealing from the Ji family. Chapter 46. Ji Beishu, which outfit do you like? I'll wear it for you. Ji Qiu appeared anxious. No way. The Ji family wouldn't lack that much trust in you. Ji Beishu replied candidly. Your trust is reserved solely for Ji Nanchuan. Ji Beishu repeatedly rejected Ji Qiu's goodwill, which began to irritate her. Ji Beishu, I've apologized. What more do you want from me? Ji Qiu had initially come to apologize, but now, seeing her frustration, Ji Beishu remained unfazed, his voice calm and steady. Let me ask you this. If I were Ji Nanchuan today, would you toss a bank card at me? Ji Qiu opened her mouth, the response lodged in her throat. She knew she would not. If Ji Nanchuan were in Ji Beishu's position, Ji Qiu would have immediately empathized with him, contemplating what Ji Nanchuan was struggling with, what he needed, and how to alleviate his burdens, instead of simply tossing a bank card at him, rather than realizing Ji Beishu's plight and aiding him. It appeared she was more concerned about maintaining her image as a good sister, urgently seeking a way to mend this perceived flaw. Handing Ji Beishu a bank card was the quickest, most effective, and least troublesome solution to fill that gap. Ji Qiu's visit stirred a ripple within Ji Beishu, though not directed at the Ji family, but rather towards Yang Zhenjin. Lost in thought, he unconsciously opened Yang Zhenjin's WeChat. As I gazed upon the chat window, displaying the emoticon images Yang Zhenjin had sent, my mind involuntarily conjured up the image of her tenderly caring for me. Aware of my unfortunate circumstances, she exerted herself to alter my situation, all while considering my emotional state. The genuine desire to care for someone is a stark contrast to the pursuit of fulfilling a particular persona. Utilizing an app to create emoticons with her photos, I spent an entire hour meticulously pairing them with appropriate text and animations, a venture I deemed worthwhile. A glance at my phone revealed the time. It was already 11 p.m. I sent Yang Zhenjin a good night emoticon, intending to surprise her. Instead of the set I had just crafted using her images, I opted for a small animation. Yang Zhenjin replied almost instantly, good. Lying in bed, my legs crossed. I suddenly stiffened. What was this girl up to at such an hour? While she did send me a good night emoticon, it was one featuring her own photo, a selfie in fishnet stockings. She lay on a soft bed, her face partially obscured as she flashed a peace sign at the screen, with a hint of her chest visible, leaving a small area above her hand and face blank. Her petite feet peeked out, exuding both cuteness and allure. Accompanying the emoticon were simply the words, good night. Good night indeed. Who could possibly say good night after seeing such a photo? It would take every ounce of my self-restraint to refrain from rushing to the bathroom. My fingers pressed heavily against the screen as I typed. Yang Zhenjin, are you doing this on purpose? Yang Zhenjin responded. Indeed, she had deliberately stayed awake to bid good night to her brother, Ji Bei. If you don't speak properly, I might just dash over to your place. Do you believe me? Rather than feeling threatened, Yang Jinjin seemed quite exhilarated. Brother, are you coming to take me out? I'll change into something nice and wait for you. Which outfit do you prefer? I'll wear it for you. Photo. As I opened the images, I nearly lost control. Yang Jinjin had photographed her wardrobe. In the summer collection, not a single substantial piece was present. Most were tank tops, hot pants, and ultra-short skirts. Just gazing at these sultry styles, I could easily envision how stunning she would appear in them. With her physique, she could effortlessly transform even the simplest of garments into something tantalizing. That, however, was only the beginning. My mental preparations had not braced me for the most outrageous sight. A corner of her wardrobe revealed a transparent glass cabinet overflowing with stockings of various styles, nude, white, and predominantly black. Had I not seen Yang Jinjin's wardrobe, I would have never guessed that stockings could come in such an array. Below the stocking cabinet was a smaller one, likely housing her collection of high heels in every conceivable color and style, predominantly in black. If it had only been these, I might have managed. I wondered if this girl was intentionally teasing me. While photographing her wardrobe, Yang Jinjin inadvertently captured her reflection in the glass cabinet. Clad in a tank-top nightgown, her cleavage was prominently displayed, with no excess flesh at her waist or arms. Her figure was elegantly curvaceous and captivating. Even knowing her figure was commendable, I couldn't help but marvel at her physique. Any lingering drowsiness had vanished in an instant upon viewing the photos. I rubbed my face, reminding myself to remain composed. While my irritation simmered, Yang Jinjin had already shifted the conversation. Brother Ji, when are you taking me out for grilled squid? At that moment, my mood could be likened to a volcano on the verge of eruption, suddenly doused by a torrent of icy rain, cooling the fiery core. I had no desire for grilled squid. Perhaps 2 grill buns would suffice. No, grilling the buns would transform them into flatbread, losing their previous pristine appeal. I still believed freshly steamed buns were the most delectable. Soft, white, and utterly irresistible. Responding seriously, I suggested, if you're craving something, you could order takeout. Yang Jinjin replied with a voice message. No, only the things you buy when you take me out taste the best. Ji, I might as well forego sleep tonight. My frustration reached new heights. Only by tackling 300 math problems could I hope to alleviate it. I couldn't tell if she had just emerged from a shower, her hair damp with steam, or she had merely awakened before messaging me, but her demeanor seemed less spirited than usual, carrying an unusual softness, as if affected by a gentle silence. Her voice, laced with an enticing allure, reverberated through my ears, sending shivers through my very bones. Fearing I might truly remain awake, burdened by the need to complete 300 math problems, I swiftly changed the subject. All right, I'll take you out to eat. I'll be studying at the library before school starts. Feel free to join me whenever you're free. If I'm not going one day, I'll let you know in advance. Yang Jinjin responded with a good emoticon. Thankfully, this time it was relatively normal, one created by her fans that she found amusing enough to save. Chapter 47. A brief floral affair with teacher Bing Bing. After tossing and turning for 15 minutes on my narrow single bed without falling asleep, I suddenly sat up with a start, my frustration prompting me to ruffle my hair. I muttered a classic expletive under my breath. I flung off my thin blanket and rolled onto the floor, beginning a set of push-ups, continuing until exhaustion finally claimed me and I drifted into sleep. Unbeknownst to me, while I slumbered, events were unfolding online. I was concocting a scheme to amplify the narrative of being supported by a wealthy patron, intending to escalate it into the school forum, ensuring more people were aware, and leading to Wang Danbao's downfall. However, even more swiftly than this came the matter of standing up for Meng Xiaoxiao. Even more captivating than that was the astonishing feat of singing 15 songs in succession. All of these performances were recorded and uploaded online. In an era where anyone could film videos and become an internet celebrity, no one realized that the seemingly mundane person they brushed past, ordinary to the core, boasted millions of followers online. Those 15 songs were captured in numerous videos, featuring highlights, complete performances, and even the entirety of the night's events. The most liked video was posted by a dedicated content creator, showcasing professional clarity, angles, and musical excerpts. What began as a casual occurrence quickly morphed into a trending topic, with the view and like counts soaring, prompting an all-nighter to edit additional videos. That video skyrocketed to 6 million likes overnight, with hopes of reaching 10 million. I garnered a slew of admirers who scoured the internet for any trace of me, yet found none. Despite the abundance of videos and photos online, not a single one revealed my unmasked face, compounded by the dim lighting obscuring my features, leaving only a sense of atmosphere. Yet, none of this hindered my growing fanbase. Within 3 minutes, I want all the information on this handsome guy. Let the riches pour forth, and handsome men await. I had forgotten to mention earlier that my husband is not home, and I am suffering from a high fever of 39 degrees. Subsequently, I forgot once more, and then again, ultimately leading to the question of where your home is, young sir, as I seek your door-to-door service. Rest assured, I am far superior to a mere young girl. It's yet another publicity stunt. Just wait, in a few days, a million-dollar internet celebrity will emerge. Is it melodious? I do not find it pleasing. Current internet celebrities lack the vocal enhancement of sound cards, and can they truly be listened to? Do not be envious. If you think it sounds unpleasant, why not provide an alternative? I witnessed the entire event firsthand. Had it not been for an unpleasant comment from a man, this handsome young man would not have sung so much. To some extent, I owe my gratitude to that individual. The more elusive the subject becomes, the more fervently netizens yearn to uncover the truth. Their relentless search only serves to escalate the heat surrounding the matter, and before long, terms related to Ji are climbing in frequency, hinting at a potential rise to trending status. Ji singing video has even reached the insomniac Ji Nanchuan. Upon watching Ji perform, Ji Nanchuan's expression darkened ominously, growing increasingly unsightly. He gripped the blanket tighter, mentally transforming it into Ji Ji Nanchuan seethed with rage. Why? He has walked Ji's path. Why does Ji not adhere to the trajectory of his past life? What miscalculation has occurred? Why has Ji lost his opportunity to sign a contract yet still garners online fame? Why can Ji not simply relinquish singing? After his rebirth, he has perused numerous reincarnation novels. The protagonists in these tales wield their past life memories like a golden key, effortlessly reclaiming everything and finding success in all their endeavors. Why does this not apply to him? Aside from seizing Ji's chance to enter the entertainment industry, Ji Nanchuan feels as though nothing is going smoothly for him. Could it be that Ji also experienced a rebirth? That thought flitted through Ji Nanchuan's mind for but a second before vanishing without a trace. Impossible. Rebirth is not a common occurrence. One does not simply find another. If Ji had indeed been reborn, how could he possibly forsake such a splendid opportunity to sign a contract and debut in the entertainment industry? The sensation of losing control over Ji is unsettling. Switching to the forum app, Ji Nanchuan scrolled through discussions regarding rumors of Ji being kept. Currently, only the negative comments about Ji provide him with some comfort. Of course, many of these disparaging remarks are authored by Ji Nanchuan himself under a pseudonym. Initially, he intended for the post to be discovered by Ji's family inadvertently. Now, however, Ji Nanchuan is hesitant. He cannot guarantee that this post would not lead Ji to show the video of his online success to his family. Ji Nanchuan cannot be certain that Ji's family would not regret allowing him to replace Ji in the entertainment industry upon witnessing Ji's effortless rise to fame online. But if Ji were to speak up, Ji Nanchuan bit his lip, panic evident on his face. He must take action, especially after overhearing Ji knocking on Ji's door today, offering him a bank card. While staring blankly at his phone, Ji Nanchuan received a WeChat message. It was from Teacher Bingbing, the instructor of his physical training class that day. A voice message. Teacher Bingbing's voice was sweet, laced with a delicate lilt that Ji Nanchuan adored. He lowered the volume slightly and leaned in closer to listen. Nanchuan, Teacher Bingbing is here to check on you. Have you been obediently following my advice on eating? Her sugary tone elicited a faint smile from Ji Nanchuan. He listened to Teacher Bingbing's message again before replying with a voice note. I have been very obedient, as per your instructions. Yet before sending it, Ji Nanchuan listened to it himself first. It did not sound pleasant. Thus, he deleted that version and re-recorded it. I have been very obedient, as per your instructions. This time, Ji Nanchuan was finally satisfied. Teacher Bingbing quickly sent another voice message, still in her sweet, melodic tone. Nanchuan, keep up the good work. I have a premonition that you will certainly become a shining star in the future. When you do not forget your teacher. Ji Nanchuan assured her I won't. Teacher Bingbing, you can rest easy. Nanchuan, how did you find today's class? What did you think of the content? Ji Nanchuan could not recall the specifics of the lesson. All he could remember was Teacher Bingbing clad in form-fitting yoga attire, beads of sweat trickling down her collarbone, disappearing into unseen depths. He recalled the moments when she corrected his posture, her body unconsciously drawing near to his, and on one occasion, when she assisted him, her chest brushed against him inadvertently. Lost in thought, Ji Nanchuan felt his toes curl. Although Teacher Bingbing's appearance and figure paled in comparison to his dream girl, Yang Jinjin, before meeting Yang Jinjin, having a fleeting romance with Teacher Bingbing seemed rather appealing. Ji Nanchuan is not truly in his teens. He can sense the signals emanating from Teacher Bingbing. Ji Nanchuan lowered his voice and said, if 10 is the highest score, I would rate Teacher Bingbing a 12. A disdainful emoji was sent back. Hearing that Nanchuan enjoys my class brings me more joy than payday, Teacher Bing Bing replied. Laughter punctuated her message. Through the screen, Ji Nanchuan could almost envision Teacher Bing Bing laughing, her joy causing her to tremble in delight. With the kind words, I must add an extra egg to my instant noodles tonight. Soon, Teacher Bing Bing sent a photo of her instant noodles. A large bowl of noodles sat on a marble countertop, yet to be doused with hot water. A freshly opened braised egg nestled within. More eye-catching than the bowl of noodles was the reflection of her figure in the marble surface, clad in scant fabric. Ji Nanchuan gulped hard. Both were aware of the underlying implications, yet pretended to remain oblivious. After a long wait, Ji Nanchuan attempted to send a voice message to Teacher Bing Bing. He struggled several times to achieve the tone he desired. Eventually, he opted for text. Teacher Bing Bing, do you only eat instant noodles? They lack nutrition. They should only be consumed once in a while. Teacher Bing Bing's voice sounded rather forlorn. Alas, this is the plight of a working individual as the month draws to a close. Ji Nanchuan replied, I just pay my tuition fee. It should suffice for you for a while. In her voice message, Teacher Bing Bing let out a heavy sigh. I am merely working for the studio. What reaches my hands is quite meager. Ji Nanchuan expressed, I see. I genuinely wish I could assist Teacher Bing Bing. After a considerable pause, Teacher Bing Bing did not respond. Ji Nanchuan grew impatient after waiting, setting his phone down to take a breath on the balcony. His bedroom was not far from Ji Chio's. With a slight tilt of his head, Ji Nanchuan spotted Ji Chio's long-haired white cat sleeping on the windowsill. Even in slumber, animals remain vigilant, especially under the gaze of strangers. This cat was a stray that Ji Chio had rescued. When first found, the little white cat was emaciated and injured, weighing scarcely over 1 pound. It seemed it could perish at any moment. Thanks to Ji Chio's diligent care, the little white cat now weighed nearly 10 pounds. On her social media platform, aside from promoting her books, she often shares pictures of her little white cat from various angles. Particularly during her work hours, the little white cat frequently positions itself in front of her computer, acting as her first reader. Her followers often jest that it is indeed true that every novelist has a cat. The little white cat, initially lounging peacefully, reacted to the sight of Ji Nanchuan with wide eyes, its gaze piercing through the night like beams from 2 flashlights. With a startled meow, it leapt from the windowsill back into Ji Chio's room, as if it had encountered something terrifying. Ji Nanchuan squinted and muttered softly, little rascal. Upon hearing a notification from his phone, Ji Nanchuan retreated from the balcony. The sudden movement of the little white cat startled Ji Chio, who had been lying on her bed engrossed in her phone. She quickly dropped her device and scooped up her fluffed-up little white cat, soothing it gently. Don't be afraid. Little one, it's all right. Your sister is here. What happened? The cat could not articulate its feelings, only responding with soft mews. After calming the little creature, Ji Chio approached the windowsill, where she had clearly seen the cat napping just moments ago. It seemed that it had been frightened by something before darting back inside. Peering outside, she noticed that only Ji Bei's room remained lit. Ji Chio's expression darkened instantly. It was Ji Bei again. When the little white cat had first arrived at the Ji household, it was quite small. Ji Chio had taken great care of it, and, as time passed, the cat grew plump and more daring, seeking affection from everyone and mewing for petting. If caressed gently, it would roll onto its back, inviting more attention. However, the day it went missing was a tumultuous one for Ji Chio. Nearly driven to madness with worry and anger, she feared for the cat's safety in the outside world. No one understood her anxiety during those days of uncertainty. Her sisters were unsympathetic. To comfort her, Ji Chun had dismissively remarked, it's just a cat. I could buy you 10 more. Ji Chio held no resentment towards her. No one could truly comprehend the bond she shared with the little white cat. During those solitary days of writing, when her work seemed unnoticed and she struggled to improve her craft, it was the little white cat that kept her company beside her computer. Ji Chio even envisioned that when she got married and took wedding photos, she would include the little white cat. The cat had been missing for a few days, and, coincidentally, so had Ji Nanchuan. On the day Ji Nanchuan returned, he brought with him the injured little white cat, and as Ji Chio joyfully accepted the feline, Ji Nanchuan collapsed from exhaustion. His health had been frail, and the household was in disarray. Ji Zhongshi and Song Yaji were furious. One maid was so frightened that she burst into tears when Ji Zhongshi shouted at her, trembling as she knelt and claimed she had acted under Ji Bei's orders, throwing the cat out in a moment of confusion. She thought it was merely a little creature. As a servant to the young master Ji Bei, she felt compelled to obey, vowing never to act so foolishly again. In her anger, Ji Chio issued a fierce retort. Young Master Ji? What kind of young master is he? As that thought crossed her mind, her mood soured further. Slipping off her slippers, she flung herself onto her bed in frustration, kicking the slippers far away. Grabbing her phone, which still displayed her conversation with the sales representative. Ji Chio felt as though she had been possessed mere moments earlier, contemplating whether the Ji family had treated Ji Bei poorly and if, as his older sister, she ought to be kinder to him. She was resolved to treat him with disdain. Fueled by her ire, she pressed the phone screen with greater force. The clothes she had just considered purchasing were no longer needed. She didn't want any of them delivered to the Ji residence. After sending that message, Ji Chio switched to another contact. The latest Apple devices, including phones, computers, and tablets, were no longer necessary. Switching again, she decided that the study materials she had just ordered were no longer required. Not a single one would be kept. Why, you ask? Don't inquire further. The person you spoke to earlier was not myself. I was possessed. Ji Chio returned everything she had arranged for Ji Bei, leaving nothing behind. Yet, she still felt it insufficient for her satisfaction. That insufferable Ji Bei had led her to a moment of weakness. Just a short while ago, she had contemplated whether to move the piano from Ji Nanchuan's music room on the second floor for Ji Bei to use. Ji Nanchuan, unaware of the impact of his unintentional actions, had inadvertently extinguished Ji Chio's desire to be kind to Ji Bei. He had already devised a way to use the little white cat to incite Ji Chio's disdain for Ji Bei. Chapter 49. Ji Bei has become quite renowned on the forum these past few days. Picking up his phone, Ji Nanchuan noticed that just 2 minutes ago, teacher Bing had replied to him. Unlike their previous flirtatious exchanges, this one contained several links and images. Upon clicking, he found a shop named Teacher Bing's Private Boutique, which bore a resemblance to the decor of the physical training class he had attended that day, albeit with a more pastel and girlish aesthetic. The link contained a location shared by Teacher Bing, presumably the address of the boutique. At the bottom was a voice message from her. Nanchuan, this is my private studio, offering specialized vocal lessons. If you're willing to support me, I can generously add 2 eggs to your next instant noodles. Ji Nanchuan felt somewhat reluctant to go. Sensing his silence, she sent another voice message. Every lesson at this private studio is personally taught by me, with all sessions being one-on-one. If you trust me, you can try a few classes first. If you're satisfied with the results, we can continue. Already formulating a polite refusal, Ji Nanchuan suddenly felt intrigued. He deleted the half-composed rejection and crafted a new message, sending a single word. Okay. The following day, as Ji Chio stepped out, Ji Nanchuan stealthily entered her room. The little white cat contentedly sprawled on the bed, basking in the sun while leisurely licking its paws, appeared utterly relaxed until it sensed the presence of a stranger. Upon spotting Ji Nanchuan, the little white cat's fur bristled in alarm. Its pupils dilated, and with a startled meow, it attempted to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ji Nanchuan, indifferent to the potential discomfort of the frightened cat, seized its tail and yanked it towards him, dragging the little creature closer. Forcing the cat's mouth open, Ji Nanchuan retrieved a piece of dark chocolate from his pocket, breaking off a chunk and attempting to feed it to the little white cat. The cat, petrified and rigid, widened its eyes, kicking its legs frantically in an effort to escape Ji Nanchuan's grasp. Despite having its claws trimmed, it managed to scratch Ji Nanchuan's hand, causing him irritation. In a moment of fury, he grasped the little cat's head firmly with one hand and struck its body with the other. Little rascal, go to hell. The cat, overwhelmed by fear, entered a state of panic, thrashing with an unexpected burst of strength. In the chaos, Ji Nanchuan momentarily lost his grip, allowing the little white cat to ESC. The last time Ji Nanchuan took the little white cat away from the Ji family, the cat was completely unsuspecting. When he finally made his move outside, Ji Nanchuan wore gloves. This time, in an attempt to avoid any suspicion, he came empty-handed, only to discover that this seemingly insignificant creature was remarkably difficult to handle. Damn you, perish. Ji Nanchuan growled, seizing the little cat by its head and forcefully scraping it against the wall. The moment the cat's body collided with the wall, it let out a pained yowl and swiftly vanished beneath the bed. Ji Nanchuan spat in frustration and turned to leave Ji Chio's bedroom. As he made his way to Ji Bei's room, he found that Ji Bei had already left. The door was somewhat dilapidated and could only be simply locked from the inside, making it impossible to secure it from the outside. Ji Nanchuan easily gained entry. Scanning the room for any new additions, he noted that it remained as bare as ever, almost fitting the description of being completely empty. A sneer adorned Ji Nanchuan's face, though he felt a sense of relief inside. He tossed the remaining half of the chocolate into the space beneath the bed, then exited the room. He was well aware of Ji Chio's cat. Generally, cats should not consume chocolate, but Ji Chio's cat was particularly sensitive. Just a trace could prove fatal, let alone the half-piece Ji Nanchuan had carelessly fed it. After accomplishing this, Ji Nanchuan felt considerably better. Even if he couldn't expel Ji Nanchuan from the Ji family, a scolding was inevitable, and he could simultaneously extinguish Ji Chio's affections for Ji Bei. With this thought in mind, he walked with a newfound spring in his step, oblivious to the fact that a servant had witnessed his actions. Meanwhile, Ji Bei, early in the morning, had just stepped out of the Ji family house, intending to head to the library for some study, when he received a phone call from his homeroom teacher, Wang Tan. Unlike Wang Ba, who exuded an air of juvenile bravado, Wang Tan appeared refined and spoke in a gentle tone. Were it not for the classmates' familiarity with him, one might be led to believe he was a selfless and devoted teacher. Without hesitation, Ji Bei answered the call. "Hello, Teacher Wang." "Hello, is this Ji Bei?" Wang Tan inquired, identifying himself as the homeroom teacher. Ji Bei kept his eyelids lowered, responding perfunctorily, "Hello, Teacher Wang." "Ah, how was your summer vacation, Ji Bei? Have you been reviewing your studies at home? In a few days, the school will agree to supplementary classes, and I must remind you that there will be an exam." Although it was summer vacation, Suchong No. 1 High School organized group supplementary classes, especially for students transitioning from sophomore to junior year. The 2-month break would not be entirely theirs to enjoy. July would see a significant portion dedicated to extra lessons, with a few days off in between. And August would follow suit, culminating in the traditional start of the school year in September. "Understood, teacher," Ji Bei replied, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Tan finally got to the crux of the matter. "I've heard that you've become quite well known on the forums these past few days." Feigning ignorance, Ji Bei responded, "Thank you for the compliment, but no matter how famous I become, I could never rival a teacher's reputation." Wang Tan was momentarily taken aback, sensing Ji Bei's cleverness and resistance. Suppressing his annoyance, he composed himself. "I've seen the discussions on the forum and wish to have a word with you. You're growing up now, and it's not my place to meddle in everything. While I understand the challenges of the college entrance examination, you must not allow fear of difficulties to lead you astray. Remember, shortcuts often lead down treacherous paths, and overindulgence may bring dire consequences." His words were meant to be nurturing, yet he had not inquired about the actual events, instead hastily drawing conclusions. Without a doubt, Wang Ba had exaggerated the situation to Wang Tan out of personal vendetta. Ji Bei adopted a stance of indifference, mentally dismissing Wang Tan's admonitions as mere drivel. He even reiterated Wang Tan's words with a knowing look. Indeed, shortcuts are perilous, and frequent indulgence may result in backlash. Chapter 50. The Principal's House. To go or not to go? Wang Tan felt increasingly stifled. Whether it was his own impression or his demeanor was too apparent. Ji Bei's response gave him the unsettling sense that Ji Bei was fully aware of the situation, deliberately speaking in a sarcastic manner. How could this be? Ji Bei was merely a high school student. "I genuinely wish to protect you, Ji Bei," Wang Tan continued, "but the situation on the forums has escalated alarmingly. Many students are demanding your expulsion to prevent any tarnishing of Suchong No. 1 High School's reputation." Ji Bei remained silent, waiting for Wang Tan to elaborate. The teacher, who had expected gratitude from Ji Bei, found himself waiting in vain. "In light of the circumstances, I've devised a plan. You should refrain from attending classes in August and instead reflect at home. A simple 2,000-word reflection paper will suffice. When September arrives, I will see if I can help preserve your student status." This opportunistic teacher would stop at nothing for financial gain. In the brief window between late July and early August, he could easily persuade affluent students to invest heavily in what he termed immersive supplementary classes. During this time, Wang Tan would be preoccupied with coaxing more money while simultaneously conducting lessons, leaving no time to address Ji Bei's predicament. Thus, Ji Bei's absence from classes in August was ostensibly for his protection, but in reality, it meant that if Ji Bei complied, everyone would assume the rumors on the forums were true. In August, Wang Tan and his son could spin whatever narrative they desired, and by September, Ji Bei would find himself in a position where it would be too late to rectify matters. After a moment of silence, Wang Tan realized Ji Bei had yet to respond. He called out a couple of times, suspecting a possible disconnection. Ji Bei merely hummed in acknowledgement. Wang Tan intended to add more, but someone called for him. In a hurry, he quickly reiterated a few points to Ji Bei, emphasizing that taking his advice was wise, as he was a student of his, and surely he would not lead him astray. Without a word, Ji Bei raised his hand and hung up the phone. Were it not for Wang Tan's impending downfall 3 years later, when a multitude of his misdeeds were publicly revealed, Ji Bei might have almost been swayed by his deceitful words. Once the call ended, Ji Bei noticed a WeChat message from Wu Shuai. "This is bad, Ji Ge." Wu Shuai typically referred to him as Ji Dog during mundane moments, but in times of crisis, he reverted to Ji Ge. The matter concerning the forums had initially seemed like mere gossip among students, But unexpectedly, a parent had escalated it to the principal, claiming that Ji Bei was bringing disgrace to Sucheng No. 1 High School and demanding his expulsion. Ji Bei replied, "They reported it to the principal? Are you certain?" "Of course I'm certain." "Ji Ge, you need to think of something. There's less than a week until the next supplementary class." Wu Shuai urged. Ji Bei responded with a nonchalant hum, expressing his acknowledgement. Why was he asking Ji Bei for a solution rather than devising one himself? Because Wu Shuai was well aware that Ji Bei was far more astute. Although he wouldn't admit it normally, in a moment of crisis, he recognized the truth. He first sent a message to Yang Jinjin, informing her that he would not be going to the library today and advising her not to waste her trip. Then, he dialed a number from memory, whispering a few words, and finally sent Wu Shuai another WeChat message. "The principal's house. Should I go or not?" Wu Shuai, that dog. Whenever the holidays arrive, spend a full 24 hours in a day as if he could stretch it to 25, glued to his phone. Whether engaged in gaming or chatting with girls, he responds to Ji Bei's messages almost instantaneously. Yet this time, Wu Shuai waited until Ji Bei had passed 3 bus stops before replying. It was unclear whether he was startled or intimidated, even though it was merely text. His reply was stammering. Going to the principal's house? One could hardly blame him. From a young age, students are indoctrinated with the values of respecting their teachers and cherishing the transmission of knowledge. In the minds of students, there exists an insurmountable chasm between teachers and pupils, a sacred divide that should never be breached. Even the liveliest students shrink like quails in the presence of their teachers, and the thought of visiting the principal's home makes them wish to disappear. Ji Bei simply acknowledged with a sound and followed up with, "Are you going or not?" No pressure. Wu Shuai's instinctive reaction was to decline. He would contemplate running to the principal's house during the holidays. But then he reconsidered. Ji Bei was not the type to pander to authority. Surely, there must be a valid reason for such a visit, one that did not involve flattery. He silently prayed that it was not about the forum. Heaven, however, seemed preoccupied and did not heed Wu Shuai's plea. Ji Bei replied with a single word, "Yes." Damn. Wu Shuai could not suppress his exclamation and quickly responded to Ji Bei on WeChat, "I'll go. I will stand by my brother." Ji Bei shouted softly. It's not that exaggerated. They agreed on a rendezvous point, with Wu Shuai heading there first while Ji Bei, laden with a backpack, ventured to another location. Wu Shuai was quite distant from the principal's residence, and by the time Ji Bei arrived, he had just disembarked from the bus. Nervous about his first visit to the principal's home, Wu Shuai had completely forgotten to inquire how Ji Bei knew the way. Upon meeting, Ji Bei playfully punched Wu Shuai on the shoulder. Nervous? Wu Shuai's bravado was concentrated in his mouth. How could he be? Well, have I ever been nervous? Ji Bei retorted, "If you're not nervous, why are you shaking?" Under the scorching sun, Wu Shuai exclaimed, "It's freezing." Ji Bei chose not to expose him, merely responding with an "oh" and asking, "Why are you walking in sync with your left and right feet?" Wu Shuai replied, "I'm practicing a new way of walking. A girl told me this makes me look cooler. Do you think I look impressive?" Ji Bei's silence was deafening. After a 3-second pause, he struggled to maintain his honesty. "You're not particularly impressive." Wu Shuai chose to ignore him. "What's in your back? It looks quite bulging." Noticing someone trailing behind, Ji Bei did not turn around, but patted his backpack. "It's a secret to prevent the principal from expelling me." Wu Shuai's eyes widened. "Are you bringing a gift for the principal?" Ji Bei slung an arm around Wu Shuai's shoulders, and the two strolled forward, saying, "You'll find out when we arrive at the principal's house." To an outsider, this sounded like a tacit agreement. Wu Shuai's eyes widened even further. "What the hell? Ji Bei, where did you get the money? Didn't you say your family situation was dire? How did you come into wealth? Share with your brother." Chapter 51. The novice still craves fried chicken. The principal's residence was a stark contrast to Wang Tan's home. The principal himself, a teacher, and their son, also a teacher, had spent their lives together, managing to afford only one modest townhouse in the suburbs, acquired through the down payment and mortgage contributions from their workplace. The villa was quite old, with an unimaginably simple decor. Along the way, in a bid to prove his fearlessness, Wu Shuai assured Ji Bei that upon arriving at the principal's residence, he would boldly knock on the door. But now that they stood before the principal's home, Wu Shuai instinctively recoiled, assuming the demeanor of a timid quail. Ji Bei, undeterred, approached the door and knocked, catching a glimpse of his own action being recorded. Ji Bei silently smirked. It was blatantly obvious. After all, how could someone who had faced the camera for a decade fail to notice? Before long, someone opened the door. It was the principal's wife, who also happened to be Ji Bei's mathematics teacher. Upon seeing Ji Bei and Wu Shuai, the mathematics teacher appeared momentarily taken aback. "Is there something you need?" she inquired simply. Typically, students do not venture into the principal's house unless there is a specific purpose. Wu Shuai, feeling utterly intimidated, followed Ji Bei with his head bowed, silent. eBay, maintaining composure smilet politedi. We have a minor matter, but primarily we came to visit our teacher. He gestured inside. May we come in? The astonished mathematics teacher realized she hadn't even invited the students in. With a smile, she beckoned. Come in, come in. She glanced at Wu Shuai, offering a casual greeting. Oh, Wu Shuai is here too. Suddenly called out. The perpetually anxious Wu Shuai found himself at a loss for words and instinctively bowed to the mathematics teacher. Hello, Teacher Kai. His voice boomed, embodying the quintessential student-teacher interaction. Teacher Kai was taken aback and laughed. Oh, Wu Shuai, your voice is still a touch less impressive than the snoring I hear during class. Wu Shuai awkwardly scratched his head, feeling as if he had just been reprimanded in class. Upon entering the house, Ji Bei instinctively stood by the door. Teacher Kai, do we need to change our shoes? Teacher Kai handed them 2 pairs of disposable slippers, instructing, just put these on. Beibin, don totange. At that moment, the principal emerged from the back, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, evidently in the midst of cooking. Ah, Ji Bei has arrived, he said, then turned to Wu Shuai. Hello, I'm the principal. I know you, Wu Shuai. You're in the same class as Ji Bei, both students of Teacher Kai. The principal called out Wu Shuai's name. Drawing closer to Ji Bei, Wu Shuai whispered, why does the principal remember you, but not me? Bei responded, probably because of the forum. Wu Shuai nodded and added, or maybe your reputation as a sycophant is just too well known. Ji Bei shot him a look. After exchanging pleasantries, Teacher Kai invited them to stay for dinner. Wu Shuai felt a wave of discomfort, contemplating how to decline, only to hear Ji Bei respond affirmatively. His eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, how dare you eat at the principal's house? Ji Bei gave him a reassuring look. It's fine. The food at the principal's house isn't poisonous. It won't kill us. Unfortunately, Wu Shuai did not grasp the underlying reassurance. The principal rarely cooked, and apart from a few signature dishes, he had little culinary prowess. After one dish was prepared, Teacher Kai entered the kitchen to cook as well. Just then, a plump 8- or 9-year-old boy burst out, clutching a phone and yelling at Teacher Kai. I don't want to eat at home. I want to go out for fried chicken. The boy was notably overweight, his size surpassing that of his peers. Teacher Kai gently soothed him. Ming. The doctor said we need to control our weight to grow taller. Today, we're eating at home. Your grandmother will take you out for fried chicken tomorrow, all right? Compared to her demeanor at school, Teacher Kai was like a gentle stream at home. Unfortunately, Ming was not placated. His short legs stomped impatiently on the floor, the soft flesh on his face and belly jiggling with his movements. I want fried chicken. If I don't get fried chicken, I won't eat at all. He threatened, on the verge of tears, a quintessentially spoiled child. Regrettably, in this familial dynamic, the principal and Teacher Kai are utterly compliant with the whims of this mischievous child. Just as they were deliberating whether to send the principal to procure fried chicken, they overheard Ji Bei's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, remarking, the little chicken still desires fried chicken. Those few words pierced directly into the heart of the troublesome child. He immediately forgot his previous cries for fried chicken. Glutting at Ji Bei. Wu Shuai's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. Come now, why provoke this little rascal? To everyone's surprise, Ji Bei not only did not deny it, but reiterated in front of the child, you, the little chicken, still wish for fried chicken. The term little chicken was undoubtedly a jab at the game he was cradling in his hands. Despite his rage, he was indignant. How dare you label me as such? How formidable are you? Ji Bei deliberately paused. Not exceptionally formidable, but certainly more so than you. Ming grew even angrier. I don't believe it. If you're so capable, help me win a game. Ji Bei glanced at Ming's record, which showed he had already lost 11 consecutive games. You are too inept. I have no desire to play with you. Ming's anger intensified. If you're too scared to play with me, it only proves you are talking nonsense. Your taunts won't work on me. I just played that game. He pointed to Wu Shuai. He is slightly less skilled than I. Defeat him first, and then you can challenge me. Wu Shuai, trembling with trepidation, thought, why am I the target of your ire? Ming, undeterred by Wu Shuai's evident reluctance, scampered over with his phone. Help me win a match. Wu Shuai shot Ji Bei a glance filled with a murderous intent. Was Ji Bei seeking to endanger his life by playing games before the principal and math teacher? Stealing a furtive glance at the principal and Teacher Kai. Both were watching Wu Shuai with an intense gaze, tinged with anticipation. Wu Shuai felt as if he were in an examination, struggling with questions he could not answer, while the principal and math teacher loomed behind him, scrutinizing his every move. He forced a smile, his deceit glaringly apparent. Well, you see, I don't usually play games. Ji Bei promptly exposed him. Last night at 11:30, I sought you for a matter, and you told me you were busy playing games. Wu Shuai stunned thought, you little rascal. If you wish for my demise, there are countless ways to do so, but certainly not by playing games in front of the principal and math teacher. Not daring to lift his gaze, Wu Shuai could hardly fathom the expressions that the principal and math teacher must be wearing. Prepared for a reprimand, he waited and waited, yet neither the principal nor the math teacher said a word to him. Instead, it was Mingming, the troublesome child, who grew impatient, urging, "Hurry and play. Do you even know how to play games?" With a gritted jaw and steely resolve, Wu Shuai retorted, "Let us play, then. Just watch me annihilate you." Chapter 52. From now on, you may call me Uncle Tang. In the realm of gaming, the normally timid Wu Shuai transformed into a formidable force. Mingming's mouth fell from a straight line to an astonished O. This seemingly clumsy and cowardly elder brother was astonishingly skilled in the game. Soon, Mingming was perched beside Wu Shuai, engrossed in his gameplay, abandoning any thoughts of fried chicken. The principal and math teacher breathed a sigh of relief. The math teacher retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal, while the principal beckoned Ji Bei to his study. Upon entering, the principal settled into the office chair at the desk. Before he could invite Ji Bei to sit, Ji Bei, having quietly closed the study door, had already taken a seat. The principal was slightly taken aback. Typically, students in the principal's office would not sit unless commanded, even if a chair was available. Ji Bei's demeanor was not that of a student, but rather of an equal. What was even more remarkable was Ji Bei's impeccable sense of propriety, maintaining the decorum of a junior. Contemplating this, the principal reached for a cigarette. He had a substantial craving for nicotine. At school, he refrained from smoking to uphold the image of a principal, and at home, he abstained for the sake of the children. In that moment, forgetting Ji Bei was a student, he unconsciously yearned for a smoke. Hesitating over whether to replace the cigarette, he heard Ji Bei say, "Go ahead and smoke." Ji Bei then picked up the lighter beside the cigarettes and lit one for the principal. After taking a puff, while pondering whether Ji Bei had a matter to discuss, he noticed Ji Bei lighting a cigarette for himself as well. The principal and the student sat face to face in the study, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, a rather peculiar sight. Yet, it felt remarkably harmonious. The principal paused, and neither continued the topic of smoking. Instead, they casually conversed about other matters. Moments later, the principal's phone rang. Upon checking it, his expression darkened instantly. Hearing the familiar notification sound, Ji Bei casually inquired, "Are you in the red?" The principal's face, already clouded, darkened further at Ji Bei's comment. "It's you who's in the red." Ji Bei pointed at the principal's phone. "I was referring to stocks." The principal deflated like a puncture balloon. "In the red? I'm on the verge of losing everything." Ji Bei chuckled lightly. "How much have you lost from your private funds?" Before he could finish, the principal realized something was amiss. "What nonsense are you spouting? I hold the reins of the household finances. There is no such thing as private funds." Ji Bei showed no mercy. Men who fear their wives love their wives. They accommodate their wives, and there's nothing shameful about it. This time, the principal did not fall into his trap. "I'm not afraid of my wife." "Very well." Though he said this, Ji Bei bore a skeptical expression. "But you should sell those stocks quickly. The longer you wait, the more you will lose. And you won't be able to escape." The principal protested. "That's impossible. There are gains and losses. How could it keep losing? The problem is, the losses are just too substantial right now. If you don't sell, there is still hope it might recover one day. Once you sell, it's a guaranteed loss. Even if it recovers someday, it will have nothing to do with you." Ji Bei understood the principal's mindset. Most investors who faced losses operated under this psychology. He pointed to 3 other stocks. "Invest in these 3, they will rise." These stocks were likely on the verge of collapse. The kind most people wouldn't even glance at. They were poised to plummet to rock bottom, yet would soon trend upwards. You can observe them first and then decide whether to invest. Ji Bei's knowledge of stocks was not extensive, but he had a general understanding. Primarily, these 3 stocks had surged remarkably in the past, lifting countless investors from despair and allowing them to ascend the social ladder, while many others lamented their missed opportunities. Subsequently, Ji Bei elaborated on various stock-related matters to the principal. The concepts were not overly complex, merely niche compared to the widespread knowledge that would emerge in years to come. When Ji Bei finally exited the principal's study, the principal no longer regarded him as just an ordinary student from Sioux City No. 1 High School. In fact, he felt a sense of camaraderie with Ji Bei. Casting a glance at the graying elder, Ji Bei felt that even in a past life, he would hesitate to call him brother, thus humbly suggesting, "Just call me Xiao Ji." The principal waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned with such superficial titles. "Brother Ji, I trust you. If you could help me invest all my private funds into these 3 stocks, I would be most grateful for your assistance in making a profit." Before Ji Bei could utter a word, Teacher Kai approached, bearing a plate of braised fish. "What money?" The principal's reflexes kicked in, and he shot Ji Bei a look. silently imploring him not to let anything slip. Basmilet, private savings. Principal. Before the principal's predatory gaze could settle on him, Ji added, I asked the principal whether men should hide private savings, and he said men should surrender all their money to their wives. Hiding private funds is absolutely unacceptable. The principal's heart finally found solace. Teacher Kai chuckled at this. Indeed, my spouse has never hidden a penny from me. Commenting that Teacher Kai had indeed married a good man, and which teacher at our school wouldn't envy her. With this cover, the principal warmed to Ji a bit more. Hearing Ji refer to him as principal felt somewhat distant to him. Just call me Uncle Tang from now on. Un so tang. Wu Shuai and Mingming were still engrossed in their game. It was evident that Mingming was the one being dominated. His mouth formed an O as he intermittently expressed admiration for Wu Shuai's skills, clearly having been thoroughly defeated. Wu Shuai, basking in a long-lost sense of superiority, became completely absorbed in the game with the energetic child. Teacher Kai called out to them, Dinner ready. Mingming, too engrossed, protested, No, having entirely forgotten about the prospect of fried chicken. After finishing that round, Wu Shuai put away his phone. Mingming, anxious, urged, Let's keep playing. I'm too tired now. I need to eat before I can play again. Mingming, then let us go eat fried chicken. But you must be aware that eating fried chicken takes a long time. My mom wants me home by 4. So I want to have much time left the game with you. Jibei's lips twitched even more at this generational hierarchy. He called the principal Uncle Tang, while Wu Shuai had the principal's grandson, calling him brother. Thus, he was effectively Wu Shuai's foster father. No discrepancies there. Chapter 53. Will I be expelled for this baseless accusation? Mingming was in a quandary when Ji Bei nudged him again. Mingming, think carefully. Fried chicken is available every day. But brother Wu Shuai doesn't come every day. Adults can manage both. They can game at the fried chicken shop. Mingming, still innocent and not yet cunning like an adult, could only make choices. All right, then I'll eat at home today, and after dinner, I'll have brother Wu Shuai play games with me. The principal and Teacher Kai's faces lit up with joy. Though it was just one meal for Mingming, who usually dined out for every meal filled with high oil, high sugar, and high calories. Having a home-cooked meal was a rare treat. At the dining table, Teacher Kai poured 2 glasses of juice for Mingming and Wu Shuai. When she turned to serve Ji Bei, he had already filled the principal's glass with wine before pouring himself a cup. Teacher Kai, Wu Shuai, and the principal clinked glasses, calling him Uncle Tang. Mingming and Wu Shuai clinked glasses, calling each other brother. Teacher Kai, resigned, ate her vegetables, abstaining from any drinks. Noticing they were enjoying themselves, Wu Shuai subtly hinted to Ji Bei to bring up the forum issue. Previously, he had never realized Ji Bei was so socially adept. Even at the principal's home, he could be so sociable. Even if the forum post couldn't be directly deleted, they must ensure Ji Bei's academic record remained intact. Yet, no matter how much Wu Shuai's eyes pleaded, Ji Bei acted as if he were oblivious. However, Teacher Kai, who observed everything, quipped, Wu Shuai, do your eyes feel uncomfortable? Wu Shuai awkwardly laughed, No, Teacher Kai. Of course, Teacher Kai knew there was nothing wrong. Considering he had taken the time to visit her during these precious few days of summer vacation, she couldn't just watch his mathematics flounder. As Wu Shuai was adding chicken legs to his plate, a sense of foreboding crept into him. Soon after, he heard Teacher Kai say, when school starts, you'll come to the teacher's office for half an hour after class every day to get some math help. Wu Shuai's chicken leg fell back onto the plate. He forced a smile that was more painful than crying. Teacher, surely that isn't necessary. Teacher Kai's expression immediately turned frosty. Ji Bei understood that her demeanor was not one of anger, but rather a habitual expression meant to enforce discipline among her students. Indeed, Wu Shuai quickly capitulated. Teacher, I promise, isn't that enough? He understood the implication. This promise entailed not just that half hour, but also that he would have to attentively participate in all math classes after school began. Otherwise, he would be caught out when questioned in the teacher's office. Moreover, while Teacher Kai mentioned half an hour, if he struggled with too many problems, that half an hour could extend indefinitely. Wu Shuai cast a forlorn glance at Ji Bei. Ji Bei offered him an encouraging look. Aren't you going to thank Teacher Kai? She usually doesn't offer extra tutoring. This statement was not made out of schadenfreude, but genuine goodwill. The start of the senior year would be pivotal. If Teacher Kai continued to assist Wu Shuai, his math scores could see significant improvement. Furthermore, once a student excels in one subject, it often leads to rapid progress in others. In broader terms, it could alter Wu Shuai's college entrance exam scores and even reshape his destiny. The reason? It was merely that Wu Shuai had helped Mingming skip one meal of fried chicken. Noticing Ji Bei's lack of engagement with his pleading gaze, and adhering to the principle that brothers should share burdens, Wu Shuai, without a second thought, dragged Ji Bei into the fray. Teacher Kai, can Ji Bei join me for tutoring after school? Teacher Kai once again donned the cold expression she had just exhibited. Join for tutoring? How many questions can Ji Bei even answer? And how many can you answer? Isn't it a waste of Ji Bei's time for me to go over the basics with you? Having taught for many years, Teacher Kai certainly understood that foundational questions needed reinforcement, while advanced, challenging problems required students to delve into them independently. After stating this, she turned to Ji Bei, saying, "Feel free to ask me any questions. I'm usually in the office." Ji Bei smiled and replied, "All right." After a couple of glasses of wine, the principal, whose tolerance was low, began to feel a bit dizzy. "Ji Bei, what are your plans after the college entrance examination?" Ji Bei replied with a somewhat adolescent-sounding declaration. It was sincere. "To study diligently, repay my country, and bring glory to the nation." The principal, quite inebriated, hardly comprehended. Once more, Wu Shuai hinted for Ji Bei to raise the forum issue. Given the principal's current state, it would undoubtedly be the best moment. Not only could they secure the preservation of Ji Bei's academic record, but deleting the posts or even identifying the person behind them would also not pose a challenge. Regrettably, Ji Bei remained silent on the matter. Wu Shuai could no longer contain himself. After a moment of internal struggle, he mustered the courage to speak. "Principal, well." Before he could finish, Ji Bei poured him juice and urged him to drink more. Teacher Kai, noticing this, inquired, "You came all this way, really for no particular reason?" "Actually, there is," Ji Bei replied, moving toward the sofa where his backpack rested. Teacher Kai had mentioned a set of practice papers that are excellent for our current stage, and I brought them to ask if this is the set. Ji Bei retrieved the bulging contents of his backpack. Wu Shuai's eyes widened in disbelief. Hadn't they agreed to bring a gift? Why was it actually a set of practice papers? He was rendered speechless. Ji Bei was clearly not adhering to the expected norms. He was utterly out of his depth. Teacher Kai examined the practice papers, taking a look. Indeed, it was the very set I mentioned earlier, and I must commend you for locating it and delivering it from such a distance. After dinner, the principal, who had a low tolerance for alcohol, succumbed to sleep, while Wu Shuai continued to engage in gaming with Mingming. Ji Bei found himself at a loss for activities when Teacher Kai suggested, "Since you brought the exam papers, why not attempt to set in front of me? Set a timer, complete it, and I shall grade it. Any questions you have, I will explain." Wu Shuai found this utterly amusing, his prominent white teeth gleaming. Teacher Kai delivered a sharp retort, stating that if he were to tackle the exam, the explanation for the incorrect answers would last until nightfall. Wu Shuai's grin froze. His expression caught in a moment of disbelief. 2 hours later, Ji Bei had completed the exam and was promptly graded. They discussed the errors for a while, initially merely to pass the time, but Ji Bei surprised her with his insights. His current level of understanding far surpassed that of his peers. The number of mistakes was merely due to inadequate revision, which was understandable. The exam's difficulty exceeded that of the college entrance examination, and it was reasonable for him to forget concepts learned long ago, especially since the first round of review for the third year had yet to commence. Upon finishing the exam, the principal was nearly awake. As they departed, the principal and Mingming accompanied them to the door, aware that men often share unspoken matters. Teacher Kai only escorted them to the living room before refraining from following further. Mingming grasped Wu Shuai's hand, inquiring about the secrets to his gaming prowess. "Brother Wu Shuai, how can I play like you?" Wu Shuai, in a mock-serious tone, advised the child to consume less fried chicken. "But why?" Mingming asked. "Because eating fried chicken will turn you into a noob," he replied. The principal broached the topic of the forum, presuming Ji Bei's visit was solely for that purpose. To his surprise, Ji Bei departed without mentioning it. When pressed, Ji Bei countered, "Am I to be expelled for this baseless matter?" Chapter 54. A Stroll Through Red Romance? The principal's eyes widened. Of course not. Even if you hadn't visited today, expulsion would not be on the table. He wasn't senile, merely seasoned, and would not be swayed by hearsay or manipulated like a pawn. Having navigated numerous challenges throughout his lengthy career, he had encountered threats of suicide from students and parents stripping in his office to intimidate him. Such experiences rendered the current situation merely a trivial post. Ji Bei smiled faintly, recognizing that while the class teacher Wang Tan was incompetent, the principal was commendable. "Then I shall study diligently. Let them say what they will." Just as Teacher Kai emerged with the exam papers, she realized Ji Bei and Wu Shuai had already distanced themselves. She complained to the principal, "This child is so forgetful." As soon as they were out of earshot, Wu Shuai eagerly asked, "Didn't you come to deliver a gift?" Ji Bei blinked. "I did deliver it." "Where's the gift?" Wu Shuai inquired. Ji Bei lowered his voice slightly. From a distance, they appeared to be sharing a secret. In truth, Ji Bei mocked. "Didn't you receive it?" Wu Shuai was momentarily confused. Teacher Kai offers you extra tutoring every day. Isn't that a gift? Wu Shuai felt bewildered, realizing he was the sole recipient of this fortunate arrangement. With a lament, he reflected on how his classmates would enjoy ice cream and gaming while he toiled alone in Teacher Kai's office, leaving him feeling despondent. Counting the days until school resumed, despair painted Wu Shuai's features. You must compensate me. Take me to Red Romance for a foot massage, or I will not let this go. For them, Red Romance was the most alluring place, a realm they yearned for yet dared not approach. This establishment held an irresistible allure for them. Wu Shuai's exclamation was merely a jest. He lacked the courage to follow through. To his astonishment, Ji nonchalantly agreed, all right. Lost in his own world, Wu Shuai continued to lament. I don't care. How can you be so cruel? You've already pushed me into Teacher Kai's clutches. And now you want to even treat me to Red Romance? What's so good about it? Wait, you really intend to take me to Red Romance? Affirmative. You're not afraid to go, are you? Wu Shuai swallowed hard, his heart racing. Nonsense. There's south no place Wu Shuai, would fear to tread. I would dare venture into the dragon's lair. It's just a little Red Romance, after all. Ji abruptly exposed him. You're once again walking in sync. Wu Shuai bristled. I've told you, I'm doing it on purpose. How can you not remember? Ji responded with a non-committal hum, clearly unconvinced. Irritated yet apprehensive of Ji ridicule for being naive, Wu Shuai held his tongue. On the bus ride, Ji stared dispassionately out the window, even slipping in a moment to listen to some English audio. Meanwhile, Wu Shuai fidgeted in his seat, unable to stay still. Have you been there? He asked. With his headphones on, couldn't he hear him, but knowing Wu Shuai, he surmised the conversation would inevitably circle back to Red Romance. He offered a perfunctory hum. Unaware of the astonishment it elicited from Wu Shuai. You've really been? Nodded again. A few times? Ji affirmed once more. Stop with the vague responses. Tell me about your experience. Ji smiled and nodded, his expression unchanged. Why didn't you take me with you? Wu Shuai lamented, trying to suppress his excitement. I've been there so many times that the owner recognizes me and gives me discounts every time I visit. Ji merely nodded again, his demeanor unfazed. Wu Shuai felt a surge of frustration. What s with that expression? Are you brushing me off? Remained silent. Within 5 minutes, Wu Shuai couldn't contain himself. Tell me, how is the foot massage technique at Red Romance? Just thinking about a woman's hands tending to my feet brings me so much joy. Ji maintained his indifferent expression. Should I wash my feet beforehand? I would want to scare the staff away with my smelly feet. Ji nonchalant demeanor seemed fixed, while Wu Shuai was entirely absorbed in thoughts of Red Romance, failing to notice. Overly anxious, Wu Shuai even searched online for quick and effective ways to alleviate nervousness and tips for first-time visitors to Red Romance. Finally, as they disembarked from the bus, Wu Shuai's legs felt weak, not from exhaustion, but from sheer tension. He had never felt this way, even when visiting the principal. It took several steps for him to realize something was amiss. This wasn't the path to Red Romance, but rather to the library. Who didn't usually wear headphones while walking, overheard Wu Shuai's realization. Yes. Wu Shuai halted, confused. Didn't we agree to go to Red Romance? Ji continued walking, surpassing Wu Shuai slightly. Who told you we were going to Red Romance? Then why are we heading to the library? He queried. The summer vacation is but a fleeting few days. Why do you not take the opportunity to rest properly and instead come to the library? To study, Wu Shuai replied. As he observed a small gap forming between himself and Ji he pondered for a moment before catching up. Studying during the break. Are you out of your mind? Ji retorted. What else should a student do if not study? Wu Shuai fell silent. After a brief pause, he declared, You study as you wish. I shall not study any longer. I will return home. Ji remained unfazed by the threat. Do not forget, you are the one who will soon be subjected to an intense session with Teacher Kai. If you do not study now, are you prepared to face her wrath when she uncovers your mathematical deficiencies? Wu Shuai longed to assert his indifference. Yet, the words lodged in his throat, and he ultimately succumbed to his true feelings, fear. His final struggle was, I fear that I do not wish to do problems either. Ji knew precisely where to strike. If you do not diligently tackle these problems, I will inform Teacher Kai about your recent nights spent gaming. Wu Shuai wished to retort, Go ahead and tell. Do not assume that I am afraid of you. Yet, in truth, he was very much afraid. With no resolution in sight, Wu Shuai could only grit his teeth and tackle the math problems. This was his first encounter with mathematics since the vacation commenced. His academic performance had always been lackluster, and after a few days without practice, his hands felt clumsy even with the foundational problems which he struggled to navigate. Overwhelmed, he glanced towards Ji. Chapter 55. Where are you going? To the library. Ji Bei was deeply engrossed in his work, oblivious to Wu Shuai's plight. Upon a second glance, he noted that while they were both working on math problems, Ji Bei was tackling advanced exercises, whereas Wu Shuai remained mired in the basics, and to make matters worse, he was making little progress. Furthermore, Ji Bei exhibited a level of focus that Wu Shuai envied. He had only just settled into a rhythm when it slipped away after just a few problems. In contrast, Ji Bei had pulled out his exercise book and commenced solving problems, remaining undeterred even when faced with challenging questions. Wu Shuai suddenly felt a pang of envy. Being an academic achiever seemed rather appealing. Ji Bei's dedication dissuaded Wu Shuai from interrupting, and he could only gnaw on his pencil while attempting to solve his own problems. Even as the pencil neared ruin without any significant advancement. Noticing Wu Shuai's pencil was nearly chewed to pieces, Ji Bei seized the opportunity to switch problems. He cast a glance at the question Wu Shuai was grappling with. Do as much as you can. Do not leave anything blank. Even if you cannot completely solve a problem, write down what you can. Once you finish this page, I will explain the questions you find difficult. Wu Shuai obediently complied, and after completing that side, opened his exercise book to show Ji Bei the answers. A sense of trepidation washed over him. Rather than mock him, Ji Bei patiently explained each mistake, quietly emphasizing the relevant knowledge points in the exercise book. Refer to the sections I've marked and review the formulas and theories thoroughly. Ji Bei's explanations were concise, and he swiftly guided even the somewhat unfocused Wu Shuai back on track. Most of the time, Ji Bei did not directly tell Wu Shuai what the next step was. Instead, he guided him to think for himself, fostering a deeper understanding of the concepts. Suddenly, Wu Shuai found that solving math problems was not as tedious and monotonous as he had previously perceived. Did you explain problems to Zhao Qingning in this manner as well? He inquired. No, Ji Bei answered honestly. I figured as much, Wu Shuai chuckled. Women are like clothing, but brothers are like family. After so many years of camaraderie, I must surely hold greater importance than Zhao Qingning. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Ji Bei add, I had to explain things in more detail and coax her into solving problems. Wu Shuai muttered, damn. Ji Bei reflected on his previous foolishness. Zhao Qingning had a short temper. Whenever she faced a particularly challenging question, she never admitted to not listening attentively or lacking a solid grasp of the fundamentals. Instead, she always blamed Ji Bei for his explanations. In fact, Ji Bei had even taken the time to learn how to effectively teach others. Wu Shuai couldn't help but envy Zhao Qingning, thinking, you certainly know how to flatter. No wonder she spends all her time on her appearance and maintaining her goddess persona while still achieving good grades. It's all thanks to you. Ji Bei did not deny it. It is rather foolish. I shall not do that again. Wu Shuai was taken aback. What do you mean you want to do it again? Ji Bei articulated slowly. I will never explain problems to Zhao Qingning again, not even once. Furthermore, I will no longer be kind to her. Wu Shuai was skeptical. After liking someone for so long, how can one simply stop liking them? He added, you might find yourself back to where you started after a few days into the new term. Judging by Wu Shuai's expression, Ji Bei understood his disbelief. But it mattered not. Time would reveal the truth of one's heart. As the two of them worked on problems in the library, Ji Bei occasionally offered guidance. And time passed swiftly. From a distance, there was a sense of tranquility in their shared study. In stark contrast, a storm brewed online. Ji Bei's act of gifting the principal was uncovered by local journalists, who captured him leaving the principal's home with an empty backpack, evidence of the transaction. The principal's smiling farewell only served as proof of his satisfaction with Ji Bei's offering. With the assistance of ill-intentioned individuals, this incident ignited widespread discussion on the internet. Alongside it, another post circulated about Ji Bei being supported by a wealthy woman, leading to a deluge of disparaging comments. How can a student who gifts the principal not be expelled? Will this not corrupt other students? Investigate Sioux City No. 1 High School rigorously. How can this principal accept a student of such poor character? My son was merely a few points short of being admitted to Sioux City No. 1 High School. Why accept this morally bankrupt student? As an aside, hey, rich lady, take a look at me. While I may not be as handsome as Ji Bei, I am undoubtedly more capable and experienced. As public sentiment swelled, Ji Bei's notoriety began to approach that of the 15-year-old boy, a title bestowed upon him by netizens, referring to a boy who had sung 15 songs. As no one could locate this 15-year-old boy on social media, curiosity and desire for him grew, taking on a somewhat ethereal quality. Some students from Sioux City No. 1 High School began to compare Ji Bei to the 15-year-old boy. One soared high, while the other wallowed in the mud. Thanks to the 15-year-old boy, I once held Sioux City No. 1 High School in high regard. However, Ji Bei has sullied that image. Ji Bei, perhaps you should learn from the 15-year-old boy, they suggested. One rises through the support of a wealthy woman. while the other relies on his own abilities to assist young women. It's clear who is superior. Ladies, I advise against comparing Ji Bei to the 15-year-old boy. That would be an insult to the latter. Just as Ji Bei completed the last problem and opened his phone, he received a news notification. While he was perusing the headlines, Yang Xinjin called him. Ji Bei answered, stepping into a secluded corner and lowering his voice. Xinjin, with his voice softened. It took on a more melodious quality, causing Yang Xinjin to blush. Yet, she was aware that this was not the time for such feelings. Ji Bei, have you seen the online discussions? She inquired. Ji Bei replied honestly, I am currently reading them. Do not worry, I will handle it for you. It will be a simple task. Our company has professionals for this. Upon witnessing the public outcry, Yang Xinjin immediately contemplated intervening. Yet she hesitated to reach out to Ji Bei, believing it prudent to first ascertain his perspective on the matter. Ji Bei declined her assistance, asserting that he was well aware of the situation. Xinjin, truly unnecessary? She probed. Brother Ji Bei, you need not be so formal with me. Do you trust me, Xinjin? After a brief conversation, Yang Xinjin reluctantly ended the call. No sooner had she hung up than Ji Bei received a photograph from her, which stirred a far greater unease within him than the realization of being engulfed in a media storm. The thoughtful gesture from Yang Xinjin was indeed endearing. Accompanying the image was a message from her. Brother Ji Bei, don't you fancy legs? Consider this a little comfort. Ji Bei enlarged the photograph. Chapter 56. It's me, Ji Bei. The image appeared to be a candid shot taken by Yang Xinjin, devoid of her face, showcasing only her legs. She sat with one leg crossed over the other, her slender limbs retaining their form, encased in sheer black stockings that rendered her particularly alluring. Her delicate hand rested upon her thigh, emphasizing its slenderness, prompting Ji Bei to wonder if his own hand could effortlessly encircle her thigh. A glimpse of her upper body was also visible, clad in a casual black blazer. The juxtaposition of the tailored suit with the stockings captivated Ji Bei, evoking a sense of seriousness on the surface, yet revealing a playful spirit beneath. An image flashed in his mind. In a conference room, the formidable and aloof Yang Xinjin, commanding attention as she presented materials to the assembly, while her colleagues, heads bowed, absorbed her words. Meanwhile, Ji Bei, seated beside her, appeared to be as attentive as the others, yet in secret, his hand had ventured onto her thigh, wandering freely. Yang Xinjin's expression remained stoic, though a subtle flush crept to her ears. Once the meeting concluded and the room emptied, Ji Bei would forcefully press Yang Xinjin against the cool surface of the desk, with the heat of his presence juxtaposed against the chill of the office. Outside, their colleagues were obliviously engaged in discussions. As these thoughts consumed him, Ji Bei snapped back to reality, chastising Yang Xinjin for her persistent teasing, even in trivial moments. He retaliated with a playful meme, humorously threatening to block her, before resuming his seat in the library. At that moment, Wu Shuai, fervently typing on his phone, caught Ji Bei's keen eye. Ji Bei discerned the words forming on Wu Shuai's screen. What a pathetic school. They accept a student of Ji Bei's dubious character, but not my son. Your son is underperforming. That's why, Wu Shuai retorted. How can a student who's been pampered and bribed not be expelled? If you're so capable, why not become a principal? Wu Shuai challenged. Oh, principals can't just expel students at will. Perhaps you should aim to be the education bureau director and accept whomever you please. Trash, trash, trash. Care to introduce yourself? Wu Shuai quipped. Ji Bei must be faking his grades. If not, I'll eat something unspeakable live. Stop making excuses to mooch off others. Ji Bei felt a warmth in his heart. Whether in this life or the last, Wu Shuai remained steadfast, quick to jest in mundane moments, yet unwaveringly ready to stand by him in times of need. Ji Bei vowed to support Wu Shuai in elevating his academic performance. At present, Wu Shuai could not comprehend the weight of their circumstances, but Ji Bei, now 27, grasped the implications fully. The grades they achieved today would shape Wu Shuai's future university prospects, the people he would encounter, and indeed, the course of his entire life. Upon noticing Ji Bei's presence, Wu Shuai instinctively stowed his phone, wishing to shield his screen from Ji Bei's gaze. I saw that, Ji Bei remarked. They're all just spouting nonsense, bored out of their minds. Ji Bei then recounted the entire ordeal. The online discourse was fervent, with his classmates contributing to the chatter. Initially, a mere link was shared in their group chat, and curiosity piqued as everyone awaited the first to broach the topic. Is this true? I hear the discussion is quite intense. Didn't Ji Bei have a crush on Zhao Qingming? How could he suddenly be taken up by a wealthy woman? Has he decided to abandon Zhao Qingming? Impossible. Ji Bei has adored her for years, and we all know it. Is he broke from spending too much on her, leading him to seek out a rich benefactor? Waiting for follow-ups. With Ji Bei's excellent grades, surely they must have been bought with bribes, right? Don't say that. What if he sees it? He is too busy celebrating his girlfriend's 60th birthday to even glance at the group chat. Let's not speak ill. We are classmates. Classmates? Who doesn't know you have a crush on Ji Bei? Ji Bei perused the group messages, choosing silence as he observed the unfolding spectacle. At the peak of their animated discussion, he suddenly dropped a message. Eating melon. The fervor of the conversation was so intense that they completely overlooked his playful comment, accompanied by a simple emoji. After a flurry of additional comments, one person tentatively inquired, "Wait, was that Ji Bei?" A quick response followed. "Who are you trying to scare? Ji Bei isn't even in the group." Everyone knew that Ji Bei had exited all group chats to please Zhao Qingning. Although he was perplexed by Yang Xinjin's motivations, her actions had left a significant impression on him. Is Ji Bei observing our discussion about him? Please, let's not weave ghost stories in broad daylight. The account that had posted "Eating melon" sent another message. "It's me, Ji Bei." The chat fell abruptly silent. Through the screen, they could almost sense the palpable awkwardness, akin to a vehicle abruptly halting from speed of 150. Just 4 words, accompanied by a single emoji, bore more weight than an army. The chat remained mute, and Ji Bei refrained from further comment, plunging the group into an eerie stillness. The most vociferous participants in the discussion quickly formed a smaller group chat. What the hell? How is Ji Bei here? How would I know? Didn't he say he left the group? Is he trying to scare someone? Suddenly appearing without a note? What's going on with the group owner? The owner is Wang Ba. If it's not Ji Bei, who is playing tricks? After 2 minutes had passed, it was too late to retract their messages. The mounting anxiety and chaos of the group were of no concern to Ji Bei. They were merely a gaggle of children, amusing themselves during moments of boredom. His focus was on Wang Dan. Given how Ji Bei had offended Wang Ba previously, he was certain that Wang Ba would report to Wang Dan, seeking revenge and causing him trouble, rather than wait passively for that confrontation. Ji Bei resolved to take the initiative now. Among their classmates, each harbored their own thoughts. Ultimately, their sentiments could be distilled into 3 categories: those who were indifferent, those who relished in Ji Bei's potential misfortunes, and those who genuinely worried for him. Among them, one individual felt particularly conflicted: Zhao Qingning. She, too, had been among the first to learn of Ji Bei's entanglement in the public uproar, and in that moment, her emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. Amidst a whirlwind of exhilaration, concern, and an overwhelming sense of secret glee, she harbored the belief that Ji Bei would seek her out due to this incident. After a brief interlude, she sent a message, only to be met with the persistent red exclamation mark. Zhao Qingning surmised that Ji Bei did not anticipate her possession of incriminating evidence. She held conversations with Wang Ba that revealed, in his boastful manner, his intentions to deal with Ji Bei. She believed that if Ji Bei were to acquire these chat records, he could certainly turn the tide in his favor. Should Wang Ba become aware of this, she would deflect blame, claiming that Ji Bei had intoxicated her and surreptitiously captured the chat logs. Chapter 57 primarily revolved around his undeniable handsomeness, torn between the desire to send the evidence to Ji Bei and the fact that she had blocked him. Zhao Qingning felt too embarrassed to approach Ji Bei. After much internal conflict, she resolved to consult Wang Rong on how to navigate this situation. Wang Rong immediately advised against sending anything to Ji Bei. Zhao Qingning, puzzled, inquired why not. Wang Rong responded, "Do you not wish for Ji Bei to humble himself and treat you as he once did?" Without hesitation, Zhao Qingning retorted, "Is that not obvious?" "Of course I do." Previously, she had reveled in the relationship, considering Ji Bei dispensable. However, in recent days, his silence and the fact that he had blocked her made her realize how accustomed she had grown to his presence. While she did not harbor romantic feelings for Ji Bei, she longed for the companionship he provided, akin to that of a brother alongside a sister. Wang Rong insisted, "Because you desire it, you must exercise restraint." Zhao Qingning, nearly at the end of her patience, questioned, "How so?" Wang Rong elaborated, "The more leverage you possess that could evoke gratitude from Ji Bei, the more you should maximize its potential. Consider this: if you reveal it now, Ji Bei may only remember you fondly. However, if you wait until he is cornered by public opinion and on the brink of despair, presenting the evidence then could ensure his everlasting gratitude." A light bulb went off in Zhao Qingning's mind. Wang Rong was indeed correct. This time, she sought not merely an apology from Ji Bei or a return to their previous rapport. She desired his unwavering loyalty and commitment to treat her well for a lifetime. With this realization, Zhao Qingning was filled with ecstatic clarity. "I understand now, Wang Rong. Thank you." "Thank for what?" Wang Rong jested. "Who told you to be my wife?" After her conversation with Wang Rong, Zhao Qingning felt elated, even humming a tune from a recent favorite song, 15 Boys, which resonated deeply with her. She soon found herself learning the song. With a sigh, She mused how wonderful it would be to meet one of those boys and experience a romance with such a charming figure. Regrettably, she did not know him. She was acquainted with many handsome boys from Sioux City No. 1 High School, but none of them were the 15 boys. It was likely that he belonged to another school and was reluctant to reveal his identity, casually mentioning Sioux City No. 1 High School instead. Shaking her head, Zhao Qingming cleared her mind of these chaotic thoughts. Barefoot, she stepped out of bed and approached her wardrobe, which was brimming with an array of exquisite garments, particularly an impressive collection of bags that filled 7 layers. Yet, Zhao Qingming was merely a high school student. She pulled out a pink tulle princess dress, which seemed a bit childish. Next, she tried a sky blue fitted dress, which appeared too plain. Then a floral patterned outfit, which felt slightly outdated. Lastly, she retrieved an orange-pink skirt adorned with delicate ruffles and sparkling embellishments, but it seemed too extravagant. After 2 hours of trying on various outfits, she had examined every piece in her wardrobe, but still could not find the perfect dress for when Ji Bei would come to apologize. With a frustrated cry, she collapsed amidst the beautiful clothes. I have nothing to wear. Rising, Zhao Qingming took a photo of the clothes strewn across her bed and sent it to Wang Rong. Photo, Rong, please accompany me to the mall tomorrow to buy clothes. I have nothing to wear. But these are all clothes, Wang Rong replied. I find them unappealing, Zhao Qingming insisted. The typing indicator on Zhao Qingming's phone flashed several times before Wang Rong finally replied, Wife, I believe you are beautiful with a great figure. You would look stunning in anything, like a celestial being descended to earth. In truth, Wang Rong rolled her eyes at the other end of the line, scoffing internally. What is there to flaunt? Yet, she unceremoniously saved the image and forwarded it to her online love interest. Darling, look, she has nothing to wear. The response from her online partner came swiftly. Baby, your clothes are beautiful. I can't wait to see you in them. Wang Rong coyly replied. I want to buy new ones to show my darling. But the new clothes I have my eyes on are too expensive, and I can't bear to buy them. Boo-hoo, send a photo, and I'll send you a red envelope for new clothes, her online partner responded. Wang Rong then sent the picture Zhao Qingming had privately shared with her. The photo was a casual snapshot Zhao Qingming had taken, and since it wasn't tea for social media, there was less hesitation in sharing it. In the photo, Zhao Qingming appeared in a revealing outfit, questioning Wang Rong if she had gained weight. Her online partner was quite pleased with the new photo Wang Rong shared, and promptly sent her $5,200. Wang Rong received it instantly. Thank you, darling. Baby, you must wear the new clothes quickly for your husband to see. Your husband can hardly wait. Sure thing. Ji Bei had dinner with Wu Shuai, once again at the self-service fast food restaurant on the basement level. The food was mediocre, neither particularly delicious nor unpleasant, suitable for big eaters like Ji Bei and Wu Shuai, who were also short on cash. It was all priced at 12 yuan, and Ji Bei had an extra scoop of oil-braised shrimp compared to Wu Shuai. Seeing Ji Bei's delectable shrimp, Wu Shuai's eyes lit up, and he eagerly approached the serving lady, exclaiming, Annie, I want oil-braised shrimp too. After Ji Bei had called her sister, it was rather amusing when another young man, seemingly older than Ji Bei, also referred to her as Annie. The proprietress was quite displeased. She clanged her spoon against the serving bowl, the metallic clash echoing sharply. With a stern expression, she admonished, ISNT, it clearly stated on the signboard. These dishes incur extra charges. Wu Shuai, unconvinced, protested. Then why does he get it, and I don't? The proprietress, asserting herself since the boss was absent, replied, because he is handsome, and you're not. Wu Shuai, feeling both wronged and angry, was about to argue when Ji Bei pulled him aside. Sister, he is my classmate. Please don't be upset. He has always been oblivious. The proprietress promptly softened, serving Wu Shuai a modest scoop of oil-braised shrimp, albeit with a shaky hand, resulting in a lesser portion than Ji Bei's. Nevertheless, it was something. Ji Bei beamed at her, thanking her warmly. The proprietress was delighted and urged, do come again. Regardless of whether they would return, Ji Bei readily agreed. Wu Shuai was left in bewilderment. Is it really possible to do that? She is so much older. How can you call her sister? Ji Bei led Wu Shuai to a more secluded spot, explaining, girls, no matter their age, enjoy being called youthful. Wu Shuai, perplexed, asked, what is the trick to sounding youthful? Ji Bei shared his knowledge on the matter. As one might observe, the elderly lady is addressed as aunt, while those referred to as aunt are in turn called sister. Those designated as sister are often regarded as beauty. Wu Shuai, seemingly grasping the situation, uttered a sound of realization, pondering whether this was the reason why the proprietress had chosen to prepare a special dish of braised prawns just for him. However, it was not solely that. Ji Bei, having peeled the largest prawn, popped it into his mouth, surmising that it was primarily due to his handsome appearance. Chapter 58. Ji Qiu seeks out Xiao Bai. After finishing his meal, Ji Bei chose not to venture out, but rather returned home to tackle his studies. Determined to complete the assignments he had neglected due to his visit to the principal's residence. Engaging in problem-solving, especially with challenging questions, was always a peculiar experience. Initially, one may struggle to find their rhythm, but once they do, an intense focus envelopes them, rendering the surrounding commotion virtually inaudible. Ji Bei approached his studies with diligence, gradually attaining such a state of concentration, while contemplating a particularly complex problem. He was on the brink of arriving at a solution when the door to his room was suddenly rattled by vigorous knocks. The sound was anything but ordinary. Startled by the forceful intrusion, Ji Bei flinched involuntarily, causing his hand to tremble and leaving an ink mark on the paper. Having experienced the rigors of the college entrance examination, he was acutely aware of the importance of a clean presentation. Thus, even while grappling with mathematical problems, he maintained a meticulous and tidy workspace, devoid of any scribbles apart from the final answers. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, he swung the door open to reveal Ji Chio. Her face etched with anger, genuinely enraged, far more so than during their encounter at Xingshan Media the previous day. Her once innocent, round eyes now blazed with fury, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Explain yourself," Ji Chio demanded, tossing aside any pretense of civility. Ji Bei belildered, lifted his gaze to see Ji Nanchuan trailing behind Ji Chio, his expression one of naive innocence. With Ji Nanchuan present, there was little doubt in Ji Bei's mind about the nature of the accusation. What explanation was needed? Ji Chio's terse demand was the culmination of her dwindling patience as she observed Ji Bei's nonchalant demeanor, which only served to infuriate her further. The moment she spoke, all semblance of rationality crumbled. "How could you be so cruel? Xiaobai is merely a kitten. What wrong has she done? Even if you harbor disdain for cats, I have confined Xiaobai to my room, yet you persist in tormenting her?" The words erupted from her lips. Ironically, Ji Chio's eyes glistened with unshed tears, their presence a testament to her emotional turmoil. In her quest to maintain composure and seek justice for Xiaobai before the perpetrator, she could not suppress the tears that began to cascade down her cheeks. The sight of Xiaobai languishing in the hospital gripped her heart with anguish. Though unaware of the full extent of the situation, Ji Bei was beginning to piece together the narrative. His instinct was not to defend himself against Ji Chio, but to glance at Ji Nanchuan instead. The latter, taken aback by Ji Bei's sudden focus, found himself caught in an intense gaze. Ji Bei's eyes radiated a clarity that seemed to penetrate Ji Nanchuan's facade, causing the latter to lower his head in guilt. "It wasn't me. I left early this morning." Ji Nanchuan had initially resolved to let bygones be bygones if Ji Bei would simply admit his fault, allowing them to part ways as strangers. However, Ji Bei's obstinate refusal to concede left Ji Nanchuan feeling helpless. "You still refuse to acknowledge it? Are you not deterred by the truth? You claim it wasn't you who rewarded Xiaobai. Yet how do you explain this half piece of chocolate I found on your bed?" As she spoke, Ji Chio presented the half chocolate to Ji Bei, who did not accept it. He had not touched the confection, thus it would not bear his fingerprints. "What connection does this half piece of chocolate have with Xiaobai? And what relevance does it hold for me?" Ji Nanchuan's voice, tinged with trepidation, urged, "Brother, just admit it. Apologize to third sister, and she will forgive you." "Ich bei was adesperated Ji Nanchuan incessant prattling." "What am I supposed to admit? I have done nothing wrong, so why should I concede?" Without allowing Ji Bei to respond, Ji Nanchuan turned to Ji Chio, pleading, "Third sister, please forgive brother. He was merely confused at that moment. I apologize on his behalf, and hope you will not hold it against him." Before Ji Chio could interject, Ji Bei shot back at Ji Nanchuan. "Let us not forget, we share different fathers and mothers. I am not your brother. I owe you no apology, nor do you possess the right to apologize on my behalf." The words "different fathers and mothers" struck Ji Nanchuan like a dagger to the heart, evoking memories of his first encounter with his biological parents, two crude individuals who referred to him as their son, instilling in him a sense of worthlessness akin to theirs. "Brother." Ji Nanchuan's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, portraying a pitiful expression. Ji Bei recognized Ji Nanchuan's attempt to mislead him, knowing that the blame for Xiaobai's suffering had already been tacitly accepted by Ji Chio. He would not fall for the trap. "This half piece of chocolate was found under my bed? Xiaobai is currently in the hospital? Did she consume the chocolate? What else is there?" Yikvu exclaimed angrily. "She has visible injuries. When I opened my room door, she lay there, barely conscious, bloodied, and now she remains in the hospital, nearly failing to survive." In that moment, Ji Chio nearly felt gratitude towards the few blows Xiaobai had received. Had it not been for those injuries, it was uncertain whether Xiaobai would have been able to endure until Ji Chio returned. Ji Bei nodded, apprehending the situation more clearly. The one who harmed Xiao Bai is not me. Tears streamed down Ji Qiu's face once more. Why are you so unwilling to admit it? I was the one who spoke harshly yesterday. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Why take them out on Xiao Bai? Her heightened emotions rendered her voice sharp. Ji Bei rubbed his temples, pained by the sharpness of her tone. Calm yourself. If I were truly the perpetrator, would I carelessly leave the remaining half of the chocolate under my bed? Am I a fool? Wouldn't it be more prudent to consume it myself, discard it somewhere else, or even flush it down the toilet? Why would I deliberately leave it for you to find? Ji Qiu, momentarily taken aback, pondered his reasoning, realizing it held a semblance of truth. Yet, she recalled past incidents where he had harmed Xiao Bai. Ji Qiu struggled to maintain her composure. Reflecting on the events of the day, Ji Bei had a history. He had previously abandoned Xiao Bai. Furthermore, the kitten had indeed cowered in fear upon seeing him yesterday. Ultimately, the chocolate had indeed been discovered in Ji Bei's room. Setting aside the past, Ji Bei calmly asserted, I have stated that this has nothing to do with me. Even if that half piece of chocolate was found under my bed, it does not imply my guilt. My room cannot be locked. Anyone can enter. In the past, Ji Bei would have prioritized appeasing Ji Qiu's family, ensuring they were not upset or harmed by his words. This was a significant reason why Ji Nanchuan felt emboldened. Once Ji Bei had eased the family's concerns, they had already determined that he was the culprit, leaving no room for his explanations. However, this time, Ji Bei was different. Ji Nanchuan, feeling anxious, interjected, Brother, your arguments do not prove your innocence. Chapter 1950, Yi used disappointment in Ji Nanchuan. Ji Bei schutklet, lichtly. Unhesitatingly dismantling Ji Nanchuan's flawed logic. Prove that it wasn't me? The burden of proof lies with you. It is your responsibility to demonstrate that it is I, rather than I to prove it is not. Moreover, Ji Bei regarded Ji Nanchuan with a smile in his eyes, which left Ji Nanchuan feeling a chill run down his spine. And what of you? How can you prove it isn't you? Ji Nanchuan's eyes reddened. You slander me. Ji Bei revealed the truth, stating, You were the one who first defamed me. Third sister, Ji Nanchuan's helpless gaze turned to Ji Qiu, but she remained absorbed in Ji Bei's words, utterly oblivious to Ji Nanchuan's emotional turmoil. Ji Bei observed Ji Nanchuan, feeling a sense of panic rise as he feigned calmness, suddenly intent on settling the score. The Ji family was beneath his contempt, after all. He had willingly attached himself to them in his past life. But Ji Nanchuan was a different matter altogether. Chocolate, is it? I have never had a penchant for sweet treats, and the allowance from the Ji family is hardly sufficient to purchase such luxurious chocolate. You may inspect my spending records to verify if I ever bought this particular brand. However, Ji Bei interjected, I recall that Nanchuan has quite an affinity for chocolate, especially for this specific type. Ji Nanchuan Soti Bei Aglade Andiosli Looking towards you. Third sister, I did not, please believe me. Ji Qiu nodded nonchalantly in response, clearly not processing Ji Nanchuan's words. Ji Bei disregarded Ji Nanchuan's protest articulately continuing earlier. You claimed that Xiao Bai was locked in your room. I must ask, did you lock the door? Who possesses a key to your room? Certainly not I, Ji Qiu. Following Ji Bei's line of reasoning, consider the matter as well. Whenever she was away from home, her room was always locked, and the key remained in her bag, never having been removed. Ji Bei, let alone having acquired the key, was entirely ignorant of its appearance. Yet Ji Nanchuan, months prior, had been given a key to assist her with something. If that was indeed the case, had Ji Nanchuan made a duplicate key to her room? The thought sent a chill down Ji Qiu's spine. If Ji Nanchuan had secretly made a copy of her room's key months ago, she could hardly fathom the weight of his intentions. Ji Nanchuan, too, noticed the unusual expression on Ji Qiu's face, his own countenance paling in an instant. Actions taken in haste rarely afforded him the luxury of deep contemplation. In his fluster, he often misspoke. Even without a key, he could have climbed through a window. It was summertime, and during such sweltering weather, windows were typically left ajar. Ji Qiu regarded Ji Nanchuan, her eyes filled with contemplation. Before we came here, you advised me not to engage with Ji Bei. The inconsistency in his demeanor unsettled her. Ji Nanchuan bit his lip, attempting to maintain composure. Third sister, you misunderstand me. I merely wish to place the blame upon me. Ji Bei interjected, denying Ji Nanchuan any opportunity for further explanation. He gestured toward the staircase. I was unaware that Xiao Bai was home today, nor have I ascended the stairs. The staircase is under surveillance. If you doubt, you may verify. In his disarray, Ji Nanchuan's voice heightened. Brother, how could you slander me? Ji Qiu's expression toward Ji Nanchuan became complex. In her memory, Ji Nanchuan had always been innocent and kind, often with tear-filled eyes. Even in anger, he would merely pout, looking up at you with watery eyes. This expression of malice was a sight she had never encountered before. Sensing Jesus gaze, Ji Nanchuan struglet toregen his composure, in morditsursing, yit be repeatedly. His hands, clenched by his sides, dug into his flesh, and his eyes brimmed with tears once more. Third sister, I have been too anxious and too concerned about the Ji family. You all know that apart from the Ji family, I have nothing. If my parents or my sisters commanded me to die on the spot, I would comply. The pitiful sight of Ji Nanchuan melted Ji Chio's heart. She felt utterly foolish. She had watched her younger brother grow up, knowing his character all too well. How could she allow herself to be swayed by mere words from others? It was neither Ji Nanchuan nor Ji Bei. Clearly, the one who harmed Xiao Bai was someone else entirely. Just as Ji Chio was about to assert that Ji Bei was not involved and that further investigation was needed, a servant suddenly stepped forward, her hands nervously clasped in front of her, occasionally tightening, revealing the immense psychological battle she had endured. I can testify that it was young Master Nanchuan who harmed Xiao Bai. Ji Chio was taken aback. What did you say? As the servant continued, she found that summoning the courage to speak the truth was not as daunting as she had imagined. Taking a deep breath, she recounted everything she had witnessed. I saw young Master Nanchuan emerge from Miss Ji Chio's room, holding half a chocolate, and he then proceeded to young Master Ji Bei's room, roughly around 9:30 in the morning. If Miss Ji Chio does not believe me, she can check the surveillance footage from 9 this morning to confirm if young Master Nanchuan came down from upstairs. Ji Nanchuan grew frantic, more so than before. Why would you slander me? You are merely a lowly servant. Who gave you the audacity to defame me? Was it Ji Bei? Ji Nanchuan, Tourned, Doyibe. His expression one of deep hurt. Brother, what have I done to offend you so gravely that you would resort to bribing a servant to slander me? I be remained silent, observing Ji Nanchuan's performance. Tears streamed down Ji Nanchuan's face like a burst dam. Brother, I know I have taken what I should not have and am reluctant to part with it. As long as you allow me to remain with my family, I will do anything you ask. Just do not seek to drive me away. As he spoke, Ji Nanchuan feigned wiping his tears, only daring to touch his cheek, fearful of erasing the hard-won tears. Ji Bei watched Ji Nanchuan's display for a moment. Have you treated the scratches on your hand? The moment these words left his lips, Ji Chio's gaze pierced Ji Nanchuan like a blade. In a panic, Ji Nanchuan instinctively withdrew his hand. Though Ji Chio had seen nothing, Ji Nanchuan's demeanor was unmistakably telling. Realizing his subconscious action, Ji Nanchuan's face turned ashen, losing the expression of a wronged victim, now appearing utterly defenseless. Third sister, Ji Chio's eyes were filled with frost. A person who resembled a child, when angered, possessed an undeniable aura, especially against someone who relied on the Ji family. There was no loud interrogation, no hysterics. It was an unervingly calm demeanor. Ji Nanchuan, tell me the truth. Was it you? Ji Nanchuan's heart sank to the depths. Tears poured forth uncontrollably. The truly panicked Ji Nanchuan produced far more tears than those forced out previously. Third sister, please don't call me that. The voice emerging from Ji Chio was as cold as ice, her tone unwavering. Her eyes, laden with frost, fixed upon Ji Nanchuan. Tell me, was it you who harmed Xiao Bai? Ji Nanchuan reached out to grasp the hem of Ji Chio's clothing, resembling a forsaken puppy, appearing woefully pitiful. Please don't abandon me, third sister. Ji Chio stepped back, evading Ji Nanchuan's grasp, her command clear. Answer me, Ji Nanchuan. From Nanchuan to Ji Nanchuan, the distance in her address felt monumental. Ji Nanchuan was engulfed by panic. Yu Guang cast a glance at Ji Bei, who was engrossed in watching the play, while Ji Nanchuan, in a flurry, pointed at Ji Bei, anxious to defend himself. It's all Ji Bei's fault. He has slandered me. You know him, third sister. He is always scheming. I cannot contend with him. At this juncture, you still wish to blame Ji Bei? Even in a calm tone, one could discern the profound disappointment in Ji Chio's eyes. Is Ji Bei holding a knife to your throat, compelling you to harm Xiao Bai? Did Ji Bei stealthily pilfer that half-piece of chocolate and hide it under his bed? Or did he threaten you in some fashion, forcing you to defame him? Ji Nanchuan's lips tremblet, rendered speechless by aqueous accusations. Her voice softened further. Ji Nanchuan, you truly disappoint me. Tears flowed more fiercely from Ji Nanchuan's eyes. Third sister, I beg you, do not look at me that way. You're all I have left. Please. I cannot bear such a gaze. Did you not contemplate your actions before proceeding? Ji Nanchuan remained silent, sobbing uncontrollably. In the past, even a slight furrow of his brow would have softened Ji Chio's heart, compelling her to present him with the finest of treasures. Yet now, as Ji Nanchuan's face was drenched in tears, Ji Qiu felt nothing but exasperation. A thought suddenly took root in Ji Qiu's mind. Ji Nanchuan's tears were not genuine sorrow, but rather a tool for his own gain. This notion startled her, and she dared not delve deeper. Have I scolded or struck you? Why do you weep at the slightest provocation? Ji Qiu felt a surge of impatience. I will ask you one last time. Was it you who harmed Xiao Bai? Third sister, please, do not treat me this way. It pains me so. Ji Nanchuan abruptly grasped Ji Qiu's hand. The motion swift and unexpected, startling Ji Qiu. Filled with revulsion, Ji Qiu instinctively withdrew her hand, despite not exerting any force. Ji Nanchuan, standing at over 1.7 meters tall, toppled like a kite severed from its string, heading towards the ground. Ji Qiu reflexively reached out to steady him, but he was already supported by another, Ji Dong, her face a mask of anger, unaware of when she had arrived or how long she had been watching. Yi Dong reprimanded Yi Zhu lidhot yestation. Ji Qiu, what is the matter with you? How can you assist outsiders in bullying your own kin? I did not. How had she bullied Ji Nanchuan? Why was Ji Bei considered an outsider? Unfortunately, Ji Dong was too incensed to heed Ji Qiu's words. She shielded Ji Nanchuan behind her, asserting, he has cried. How can you not acknowledge it? If he is crying, does that not mean you have wronged him? Ji Qiu was nearly reduced to laughter by this absurd logic. He harmed Xiao Bai and attempted to frame Ji Bei. I fail to see how he has any right to weep. It seemed the weight of her words was too much for Ji Nanchuan to bear, and his body trembled violently. Ji Dong was distraught. She glared at Ji Bei. This is your doing, isn't it? You have played your tricks again. You may deceive third sister, but you cannot fool me. Ji Bei merely shrugged, indifferent to the unfolding drama. Let her say whatever she wishes. Unable to restrain herself. Yizu defended Ji Bei. This matter has nothing to do with him. Ji Dong was unconvinced. Third sister, you have truly been brainwashed by Ji Bei. Previously, she had been resolute in her belief that even if Ji Bei altered his approach to win their favor, they would not cast him a second glance. They needed to convey to Ji Bei that in the Ji family, the only brother could only be Ji Nanchuan. To her surprise, Ji Qiu seemed to have fallen under Ji Bei's influence. In that moment, Ji Qiu began to comprehend the feelings of grievance Ji Bei had previously expressed. Feelings that had seemed ineffable, no matter what one did or said. As long as Ji Nanchuan cried, he was in the wrong. It was even unnecessary for Ji Nanchuan to shed tears. The Ji family would always side with him. Zizong, gam zhao sai. Ji Qiu attempted to pat Ji Dong's shoulder, but the latter sidestepped, her brow tightly furrowed. Do not speak to me until you have apologized to Nanchuan. Ji Qiu paused for 2 seconds, ensuring she had not misheard Ji Dong's words. Apologize to him? He has done wrong. Why should I apologize to him? Ji Dong stated solemnly, Nanchuan is so kind. How could he possibly be at fault? Even if he were, it must be with good reason. Ji Qiu found this absurd. Kind? He is kind enough to steal the key to her room, nearly endangering Xiao Bai's life, and still plots to frame Ji Bei? Ji Dong took Ji Nanchuan's hand and began to leave, leaving Ji Qiu with a parting remark. Third sister, I am serious. Until you apologize to Nanchuan, I will not forgive you. Once Ji Dong and Ji Nanchuan's figures vanished from her sight, Ji Qiu reluctantly accepted the absurdity of the situation. She was clearly the one wronged, yet it seemed as though she were the bully, while Ji Nanchuan, a perpetrator, was cast as the victim. Was this not ridiculous? Ji Bei watched the entire farce unfold with an impassive expression. Not even a flicker of anger crossed his features, let alone any emotional upheaval. Such antics unfolded almost daily. The grievances and injustices Ji Nanchuan had endured far exceeded those of today. Had Ji Bei expressed this sentiment in the past, Ji Qiu would have perceived it as a defense on his part. Yet today, she believed it. She even began to question whether the accusations previously leveled against Ji Bei were indeed his doing. As for the past, Ji Bei dismissed it as irrelevant, unwilling to dwell on it. Having observed the spectacle as if it were a television show, he felt sufficiently relaxed and deemed it time to return to his studies. Oh, and regarding the incident of Xiao Bai going missing, that had nothing to do with him. If one wished to investigate, they could. If not, they could simply assume he was responsible. It mattered little to him. With that, he slammed the door shut without waiting for Ji Qiu's reaction, leaving her standing there, stunned. She stared at the firmly closed door, blinking rapidly as if awakening from a dream. Chapter 61. Ji Nanchuan believed Ji Qiu was purchasing luxury items for him. Standing at the door for a full quarter of an hour, Ji Qiu finally began to process the events of the day. Particularly the realization that Ji Nanchuan was not as virtuous as she had imagined, nor was Ji Bei as irredeemably wicked as she had thought. For someone like Ji Qiu, who had always harbored prejudice against Ji Bei, this was indeed a challenging acceptance. Regardless of the past, today's events clearly indicated that Ji Qiu had misjudged Ji Bei. She ought to apologize to him. As she raised her hand to knock, she hesitated for a few seconds before lowering it again, only to lift it once more, repeating the cycle 3 or 4 times before ultimately abandoning the idea of apologizing at the door. It was not that she was unwilling. If she merely shifted her perspective slightly, she could see that if she were the one being wronged, a casual apology from the other party would be utterly insufficient for her to forgive them. Such an apology would be too dismissive and hasty. Ji Qiu recalled Ji Bei's words about Xiao by going missing for the first time. Without needing to investigate further, she was almost certain it was not Ji Bei's doing. She pressed her lips together, resolving not to entertain any further thoughts. In the short term, Ji Qiu could not come to terms with the cruel reality regarding Ji Nanchuan. She needed time to gather herself. Once she uncovered the truth, if Ji Bei proved innocent, she would apologize to him and thereafter treat him as her own brother. If this matter truly originated from Ji Bei, then she and Ji Bei would become mere strangers henceforth. Upon returning to her room, Ji Qiu tossed and turned for what felt like an eternity, unable to fall asleep. She retrieved her phone and, in the darkness, opened it to contact the sales representative from whom she had previously intended to purchase items for Ji Bei, instructing them to deliver all the selected yet unnecessary items to the Ji residence the following day. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Qiu reached out to 2 more upscale sales representatives, selecting a plethora of items for Ji Bei. Late into the night, it was the very individuals who immersed themselves in the internet all day long who flourished in their activity. They lay cocooned in their beds, clutching their phones, their eyes shadowed by dark circles yet devoid of weariness. They had long embraced the nocturnal lifestyle, with half-eaten takeout nearby. The most significant news in Sioux City these past few days revolved around Ji Bei. With the passage of time, more damaging revelations about Ji Bei came to light. Truth and falsehood intermingled, and Ji Bei's reputation became irreparably tarnished. Harboring a myriad of thoughts, they typed one self-righteous word after another on their phones. Gifts to the principal? Such individuals are nothing less than parasites within the educational system. I heard they used to excel academically. Surely, that's fabricated. The grants for impoverished students must be theirs as well. I wondered why so many deserving students fail to receive assistance. Turns out, their spots have been monopolized by people like them. Truly revolting. The thought of those in genuine need, who cannot access funds, pains my heart. To the impoverished students of Sioux City No. 1 High School, dear siblings, I shall provide you with assistance, ensuring you can pursue your studies without worry. One person led the charge, and several others shared contact information, offering genuine aid to the truly impoverished, rallying under the banner, Unite to Resist Malevolent Forces. This incident caught the attention of Wang Ba, who had been following the developments closely. He regarded it with disdain. A bunch of naive individuals. What could they possibly offer of value? Merely tattered clothing and unreadable books. He had no interest in such trivialities. After internally mocking Wang Ba, he refreshed the page, paying little mind to the unfolding events. The following morning, a freshly groomed Ji Bei headed to the library without even having breakfast. Considering the morose atmosphere at the Ji household during meals, Ji Bei mused that he would rather buy a multi-grain pancake from a street vendor, as at least that would tea induce indigestion. Strangely enough, when he left, his family members remained silent. Even Ji Nanchuan, who typically sought to stir up trouble, quietly consumed his meal. After Ji Bei departed, Ji Nanchuan set down his spoon after only a few bites. Song Yaji immediately inquired, "What's wrong, Nanchuan? Is the food unappetizing?" Ji Nanchuan forced a weak smile at Song Yaji, replying, "I'm fine, mother." Yet, the concern on Song Yaji's face did not dissipate. "You must eat well. If you don't, it will trouble me." Ji Nanchuan obediently nodded, "I understand, mother." Although he spoke to Song Yaji, his eyes frequently darted toward Ji Qiu. Out of spite, Ji Dong deliberately sat far from Ji Qiu, while Ji Qiu pretended not to notice. Silently sitting down to eat her meal, seemingly oblivious to the tension between Ji Dong and Ji Nanchuan. Ji Nanchuan, feeling dejected, sought to engage Ji Qiu in conversation, but she feigned ignorance. Frustrated, Ji Nanchuan trailed closely behind Ji Qiu like a lost puppy. Eventually, exasperated by the persistent following, Ji Qiu turned to Ji Nanchuan, her expression serious as she asked, "Nanchuan, let me ask you regarding Xiaobai. Did you have a hand in it?" Ji Nanchuan instantly bore a look of victimization. "Third sister, please don't treat me this way. It makes me very sad." Yikvu sighed softly, choosing not to respond. To express his sorrow, Ji Nanchuan refused to attend physical education class that day, even ignoring messages from teacher Bing Bing. Deeply frustrated, Ji Nanchuan counted the days. Only half a month remained until Ji Bei would rise to fame on a variety show. He needed to resolve matters at the Ji household beforehand, ideally managing to expel Ji Bei from the family. Lost in thought, Ji Nanchuan heard some commotion outside. It was the butler, accompanied by several individuals dressed in suits and white gloves. Who are they? Ji Nanchuan inquired of the butler. The butler replied honestly, they are individuals summoned by Miss Ji Chio, and she is already verified with them. The suited individuals directed those behind them to carry in items, racks upon racks of clothing. Each garment was meticulously sealed in plastic and hung on racks, with the suited individuals handling them with utmost care, fearful of smudging or damaging the attire. Subsequently, several cabinets were brought in, 2 laden with shoes and 2 others filled with leather bags, wallets, ties, and brooches, all exclusively for men. The styles were youthful and modern, clearly not belonging to Ji Zhongshi, and the sizes were evidently not his either. Thus, they must be intended for him. Ji Nanchuan felt a surge of joy. Surely, Ji Chio realized she had been too harsh with him yesterday. As an elder sister, she felt too embarrassed to apologize directly, opting instead for this roundabout method to express her remorse. Ji Nanchuan stepped closer to examine the clothing and shoes. They were all the latest trends, and at first glance, he found several pieces he adored. At this moment, he even began to envision himself, once he attained fame, donning the clothes Ji Chio had purchased for him while participating in a show, proudly declaring that they were gifts from his sister, thus capitalizing on his affluent background and harmonious family, embodying the beloved younger brother. The sales representative, noticing Ji Nanchuan's eagerness to touch the items, quickly interjected, "Sir, these are intended for Mr. Ji Bei." Ji Nanchuan expressed his displeasure. "Aside from myself, is there another Mr. Ji here?" Chapter 62. In actuality, all these items were purchased for Ji Bei. The sales representative pondered briefly before stating, "We require Miss Ji Chio to inspect the goods before we can hand them over to you." Ji Nanchuan, growing impatient, retorted, "You clearly lack flexibility. Once I inform my sister, I shall ensure you are no longer entrusted with deliveries." The sales representative's rules dictated that whoever attended to a client was responsible for delivering the goods, thereby claiming the commission. Ji Nanchuan's actions were undoubtedly jeopardizing the sales representative's livelihood. The sales representative's heart raced as he prepared to apologize to Ji Nanchuan when Ji Chio emerged, directing the movement of the items. Ji Nanchuan disregarded what Ji Chio was having delivered and rushed forward to complain. "Third sister, you must send those lowly individuals away." The sales representative's heart sank. "My apologies. We were unaware this was Mr. Ji." He then turned to Ji Nanchuan, bowing slightly. "I apologize, Mr. Ji. I did not recognize your significance." The sales representative had not committed any wrongdoing, nor did he harbor any intention of disparaging Ji Nanchuan. He was merely adhering to the established protocol, ensuring the safe delivery of items worth a month's salary to the client. Nothing more. Ji Nanchuan snorted, turning to retrieve a piece of clothing that caught his eye, a well-coordinated casual outfit. The garments Ji Chio had sent encompassed all seasons, and this casual ensemble was the only one paired with jeans distinguished by earthy tones, browns, and the occasional splash of ginger. The jeans featured a rare, cool hue with some distressed detailing, presenting a simple yet stylish design that radiated youthful exuberance and made his complexion appear even fairer. Aside from the fact that the jeans were a tad long and required alteration, Ji Nanchuan felt that this garment was crafted as if tailored specifically for him. "Thank you, third sister, for your generosity." However, Ji Nanchuan's words were abruptly interrupted by Ji Chio, who asserted, "These items are not meant for you." Ji Nanchuan's hand, which had reached for the clothes, froze instantly, his mind reeling in disbelief as he gazed at Ji Chio. Even the muscles in his face seemed to lose their sensitivity. "What did you say, third sister?" Observing his expression, Ji Chio felt an instinctive pang of sympathy, yet this fleeting compassion was insufficient to sway her. "These items are for Ji Bei," she clarified. After a moment's pause, she added, "You already possess plenty, while Ji Bei has nothing." Ji Nanchuan bit his lip in discontent. "So, does that mean you will only love brother from now on?" Yikvyu experienced a slight headache. "This has nothing to do with that." Ji Nanchuan's rationality suppressed his emotions. He was adept at maneuvering for his advantage even in unfavorable circumstances. "Since they are meant for brother, could you give me this outfit instead? I truly adore it." In previous times, Ji Chio would have readily given everything to Ji Nanchuan merely to see him smile. However, this was no longer the case. Ji Chio shook her head. "This is for Ji Bei." Suddenly, tears streamed down Ji Nanchuan's face. "Are you truly unwilling to part with even this small thing for me? Have you really abandoned me?" Ji Chio pinched the bridge of her nose. "These items already belong to Ji Bei. I have no authority to decide for him." If you wish to buy clothes, our parents have given you a card and ample money. You should not lack for this outfit. Ji Nanchuan certainly did not lack. He merely wished to claim what belonged to Ji Bei. As he contemplated a course of action, Ji Nanchuan noticed Ji Chio directing someone to carry his piano out. This piano had remained in the second-floor room for quite some time, and Ji Nanchuan was puzzled by Ji Chio's sudden decision to move it. He struggled to suppress the ominous feelings rising within him. Third sister, why are you moving my piano? Ji Chio then recalled the piano, instructing the workers to continue removing it. I noticed your piano has been idle for ages. I thought to relocate it to create some space in the room. The room designated for the piano was on the second floor, facing the morning sun. Although it was inferior to Ji Nanchuan's room, it was still quite decent. When Ji Bei first arrived, the Ji family intended for him to occupy that room. However, before Ji Bei could move in, Ji Nanchuan suddenly expressed a desire to learn the piano, thus claiming the room for himself. Since that initial period of feigned interest, he had not touched it again. But what if I want to play the piano? Ji Chio had considered this question as well. The piano had been purchased a long time ago, and she had hardly seen him play. Moreover, if he wished to play, he could easily do so downstairs. Ji Nanchuan immediately retorted, how can I go downstairs? Ji Chio countered, it's merely playing the piano. Why can't you go downstairs? Realizing he had misspoken, Ji Nanchuan looked at Ji Chio with tear-filled eyes. Ji Chio remained unresponsive. If there is anything that displeases you, Ji Nanchuan, please communicate it directly. I truly feel uneasy with how things are. I apologize, third sister. Please do not provoke me so deliberately. Just as Ji Chio was about to question the absurdity of the situation, she glanced up to see Ji Dong approaching and instantly understood Ji Nanchuan's intentions. She regretted the momentary softness she had shown him. This person could indeed manipulate anyone. As expected, Ji Dong arrived and, without grasping the situation, began to chastise Ji Chio, accusing her of bullying Ji Nanchuan. Ji Chio nodded, repeatedly saying, good, 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 as if to placate him. Is that how it is? Ji Nanchuan, with misplaced confidence, thought he could outshine a novelist who would be immersed in creating a captivating narrative, often acting spontaneously when inspiration struck. Ji Nanchuan, it's merely a room you no longer need. What is the harm in giving it to Ji Bei? Ji Nanchuan momentarily failed to comprehend her words. Ji Chio, Ji Nanchuan, have you not always been the kindest and most generous? Did you not profess that you would give your sisters anything they desired? Why, then, are you reluctant to part with a room you no longer require? Was your previous kindness merely a facade for our benefit? Are you truly just a petty, vindictive person beneath that exterior? Her words struck Ji Nanchuan like a weapon. Though he was reluctant to comply, he felt compelled to do so. Maintaining his persona was far more significant than a mere room or a few garments. He was not in need of these trivial items. Ji Bei having them would not affect him, yet the mere thought of it irked him. Ji Dong successfully relocated all of Ji Nanchuan's belongings into the new room, and within a few short hours, a meticulously decorated bedroom emerged, far superior to Ji Bei's previous small room. Originally, they had planned to transfer Ji Bei's items upstairs directly. However, after some thought, Ji Chio deemed it necessary to respect Ji Bei's privacy and not meddle with his belongings in his absence. Ji Nanchuan feignet heartbreak. Ji Chio pretended not to notice. Ji Dong incessantly attempted to console Ji Nanchuan, yet it seemed to have little effect. Chapter 63. Wu Shui. Damn, is that really Yang Jinjin? On the internet, Ji Bei was being ruthlessly criticized. In reality, Ji Bei was diligently seated in the library completing his assignments, while the masked Yang Jinjin had chosen a fashion magazine and obediently sat beside him. After their last phone conversation, Yang Jinjin repeatedly confirmed with Ji Bei that she need not intervene, choosing instead to place her full trust in him. Of course, she remained vigilant regarding the situation, prepared to step in if necessary. In real life, no one recognized Ji Bei. Many people were discussing the matter, both those who knew him and those who did not, embroiled in heated arguments online over differing opinions. Completely unaware that the subject of the controversy, Ji Bei sat calmly working on his assignments. After solving only a couple of problems, Wu Shui arrived. He too carried a backpack filled with his assignments, but he was not wearing a mask. Spotting Ji Bei among the crowd, he approached decisively, intending to take the seat beside him. As he drew nearer, Wu Shui noticed a young girl seated next to Ji Bei. She wore a mask, revealing only her fox-like large eyes, with her most striking features being her alluring figure and impossibly long legs. Wu Shui's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. Today, Ji Bei is indeed fortunate to be seated beside such a stunning beauty. He desired to sit next to her, but unfortunately, with Ji Bei on her left and a wall on her right, he could only dream. Fortunately, the seat opposite Ji Bei was vacant. Wu Shui placed his backpack on the table and softly called out, Ji Bei, Ji Bei lifted his gaze from the problems, relieved to see he was not too late, and resumed his work. Just like yesterday, solve what you can. For anything you cannot, circle it, and I'll explain it to you later. Just as he finished speaking, Ji Bei noticed Wu Shuai staring intently at the girl beside him. Following Wu Shuai's gaze, Ji Bei saw that Yang Jinjin had set her book down. I forgot to introduce you. This is my childhood friend Wu Shuai, and this is my good friend Yang Jinjin. Upon hearing Yang Jinjin's name for the first time, Wu Shuai's initial reaction was, the parent truly possesses a remarkable talent for naming, as the daughter's name is strikingly identical to that of the sensational Yang Jinjin. Right down her eyes, a sudden realization struck Wu Shuai, causing him to tremble with disbelief. He lifted his gaze in astonishment. Yang Jinjin removed her mask, extending her delicate, fair hand towards Wu Shuai. Hello, I am Yang Jinjin. Wu Shuai, it's you. Oh my goodness, Wu Shuai exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, his voice rising uncontrollably. Yang Jinjin, quick-witted, shielded her face with a magazine, pretending not to recognize him. Ji Bei, too, averted his gaze, engrossed in his homework, feigning ignorance of Wu Shuai. The other patrons in the library turned their attention towards Wu Shuai, their expressions tinged with irritation, some even emitting huffy sounds to convey their displeasure. Realizing his breach of decorum, Ji Bei offered apologies to those around him, except for the still absorbed Ji Bei. Wu Shuai's apologies were sincere, and the crowd, albeit reluctantly, ceased their murmurs. A few grumbled about the noise and the lack of consideration for others. But Wu Shuai paid them no mind, his focus solely on Yang Jinjin. Without even taking a seat, he leaned closer to Ji Bei, his eyes fixated on Yang Jinjin. Are you really Yang Jinjin? He asked, awestruck. Yang Jinjin revealed more of her petite face from behind the oversized magazine, raising her right index finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. Wu Shuai nodded repeatedly, understanding her silent cue. I get it. He mouthed, his gaze locked onto her, much to the exasperation of Ji Bei, who smacked him in the face with a book. What are you staring at? Go back to your homework. Wu Shuai complied, though his eyes remained glued to Yang Jinjin. It wasn't that he harbored any inappropriate thoughts. He was simply astounded that a top-tier celebrity, someone who existed solely in the realms of his phone, computer screen, and television, was standing right before him. It felt surreal, as if he were trapped in a dream. As Wu Shuai settled down, Ji Bei's phone vibrated incessantly. Recognizing it was Wu Shuai, Ji Bei ignored it until the vibration ceased. He then opened WeChat, discovering a flurry of messages from Wu Shuai. Holy cow, is it really Yang Jinjin? Pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. He typed excitedly. Yang Jinjin is even more beautiful in person than on television. After pinching himself and confirming the pain, he pondered aloud. So, the person supporting you is Yang Jinjin? They even spread rumors about you being supported by an ugly old hag? How ridiculous. I would love to witness their reactions upon discovering that the wealthy patron is none other than Yang Jinjin. Wait, didn't you mention before that it was her? Why didn't I believe it? Adoptive father? Does that make Yang Jinjin my adoptive mother? What a twist. I've never heard of a wealthy woman who helps her boy toy with homework. The thoughts of a top-tier celebrity are truly beyond my comprehension. In a matter of moments, Wu Shuai had flooded the chat with messages. Ji Bei succinctly replied to two of them, one acknowledging Wu Shuai's claim of him being his adoptive father, and the other clarifying, it's not a sugar relationship. We are merely ordinary friends. The last message was initiated by Ji Bei. It's time to send this. Meanwhile, Wang Ba, who had been vigilantly monitoring Ji Bei's updates at home, felt his eyes strained from incessantly scanning the phone screen. Perusing through online chatter yielded little but an influx of comments. Switching to WeChat, Wang Ba casually scrolled through his friends' moments, landing on Wu Shuai's post. The caption read, a grateful impoverished student supported by a kind-hearted sister. The accompanying photos were poorly taken, with chaotic lighting and lack of composition, reflective of Wu Shuai's photography skills. The first image showcased the latest model of an iPhone, the second a cutting-edge MacBook, the third the newest Apple headphones, and the final one a pair of AJ's sneakers, now sold out and priced nearly tenfold. Wang Ba had a penchant for collecting AJ's, initially intending to buy a pair to flaunt at school, but all his money had been squandered at DJ bars, even selling a $2,000 watch gifted for his birthday to settle debts. Currently, he lacked the funds for AJ's, and witnessing others possess what he could not only fueled his envy. However, Wang Ba was not foolish. He shared screenshots with his friends Xiao Yanjing and Wan Mao, sending identical messages. Can you see Wu Shuai's WeChat post? Both replied promptly. Xiao Yanjing, I can see it. Wan Mao, it's Wu Shuai's post. Sensing Wang Ba's discontent, they proceeded to gossip about Wu Shuai, disparaging him for being as unremarkable as his name suggested. They mocked that even with such prestigious possessions, he paled in comparison to Wang Ba, and that flaunting such gifts, which were clearly given out of charity, was utterly shameful. Wang Ba absorbed none of this. His eyes glazed over as he stared at his phone, seemingly concocting a plan. After a while, he reopened Wu Shuai's post, only to find it deleted, replaced with a new one timestamped just now. The new post read, "Apologies, everyone. Please pretend you didn't TC my previous post and keep it confidential." Wang Ba's suspicions solidified. Clearly, he was plotting something, wishing to avoid the naivety of Wu Shuai. Such minor gestures of goodwill were not enough to sway him. Yet, if Wu Shuai could acquire so much, surely he too could attain what he desired with a little effort. As for what to do and how to execute it, Wang Ba sat against his bed, contemplating for quite some time without arriving at any conclusions. A few hours later, his phone suddenly chimed. Upon opening it, he found an anonymous email. Cursing under his breath, he prepared to dismiss it, but a fleeting glance caught his eye. The inside story of Ji Bei's sponsorship. Wang Ba scoffed, muttering that he had no interest in whether Ji Bei was indeed being supported or by whom. Nevertheless, his hand obediently clicked the link. It wasn't spam or a malicious link. It was a genuine video revealing the truth about Ji Bei's sponsorship. His heart raced, as if it might leap from his chest at any moment. Suppressing his excitement, he watched intently. The video revealed that the alleged unattractive woman rumored to be supporting Ji Bei was actually a barista, and in reality, she was not nearly as unappealing as described on the Sioux City No. 1 high school forum. The latter half of the video, however, was far more explosive, featuring the owner of the DL bar attending a banquet abroad. In the video, a man raises his wine glass, mingling with others clad in formal attire, engaging in jovial banter. Adorning his wrist is a watch of exquisite prestige, a high-end model from a renowned brand, one that cannot merely be purchased, nor even borrowed. It is an item so exclusive that Wang Ba would not dare to dream of wearing such a timepiece. In the upper right corner of the video, a wall clock in the banquet hall displays the date and time of that fateful day, prompting Wang Ba to count on his fingers. Realizing it coincides with the day they were humiliated by Ji Bei at DL Bar. On that day, the proprietor of DL Bar was not even in the country. Most crucially, the owner of DL Bar is a man. The woman who claims to be the owner is nothing but an imposter, reflecting on the humiliation endured that day. Wang Ba feels an overwhelming urge to consume Ji Bei and that woman whole. He wonders how much effort Ji Bei exerted to persuade that woman to invest such a fortune in the charade. Now, whether the woman from DL Bar is a mere cafe employee has become inconsequential. If she is not a cafe employee, she is at best a mistress casually kept by the owner of DL Bar. Though his excitement is palpable, Wang Ba is not foolish enough to accept a video from an anonymous source as entirely genuine. He does not mind collaborating with someone who shares his animosity toward Ji Bei to settle the score. However, he must remain cautious. For what if this is a trap set by Ji Bei? Despite his inclination toward the former, Wang Ba decides to conduct an online search. The owner of DL Bar is rarely seen in public. Yet, fortune favors the diligent. He finally discovers a photograph from an opening ceremony 3 years prior, featuring the man representing DL Bar. While the image is somewhat blurred, it is still discernible as the same individual. Elated, Wang Ba's eyes gleam with anticipation, envisioning Ji Bei's downfall upon being exposed. Nevertheless, these imagined outcomes do little to alleviate the bitterness festering within him. Wang Ba resolves to strategize meticulously, seizing every opportunity to ensure Ji Bei's fate is nothing short of catastrophic, rendering him irretrievable. Ideally, he wishes for Ji Bei's demise. Promptly, Wang Ba puts his plans into action. He retrieves his backup phones from the drawer, charging each one and downloading various live streaming applications. He registers accounts, unifying all avatars and usernames under the guise of a struggling student from Sioux City High School, igniting discussions around Ji Bei, Sioux City High, and phrases like Ji Bei, get out of Sioux City High. These trending topics inherently attract attention. After merely 10 minutes of streaming, the viewership peaks at over 8,000, with even the lowest numbers hovering around a few hundred. Cumulatively, nearly 20,000 viewers tune in across all platforms. Wang Ba suppresses his inner excitement, addressing the camera with a tale of woe. Yes, I am a student at Sioux City High, and Ji Bei is my classmate. He dominates the school with his arrogance. We harbor resentment, but what can we do? His connections are formidable. Forget about reporting him to the school. Anyone who fails to address him as Brother Ji cannot survive in class. Previously, a student constantly bullied by him had to transfer. As for the disadvantaged student quota, indeed, Ji Bei has monopolized it. Others dare not even dream of it. He is affluent and uses his financial aid for clothes, shoes, and phones, while classmates who cannot afford cafeteria meals can only watch. My situation is slightly better. I can at least afford some vegetables in the cafeteria. As Wang Ba continues to spin his tale of misfortune, the number of viewers escalates, thrusting Ji Bei, already under scrutiny, into the spotlight of public outrage. A torrent of insults directed at Ji Bei floods the live stream, spilling over into discussions across various platforms. More people flock to the stream, eager to uncover the underlying story. Wang Ba, aware of what the audience craves, recounts his past experiences of bullying, simply swapping the names of the bullies and the bullied. The narrative sounds authentic and devoid of loopholes, convincing the majority of viewers. Gifts begin to pour into the live stream from various platforms, and the excitement within Wang Ba threatens to overwhelm him. Only a handful question the lavish surroundings that seem incongruous with his claim of being a disadvantaged student. These dissenters are swiftly blacklisted by Wang Ba, leaving no impact on the prevailing narrative. Following the commencement of Wang Ba's live stream, Ji Bei's name ascends the trending charts, inundated with derogatory remarks. It remains uncertain whether a new group has been established or if Ji Bei's previous engagement in the group had an effect. Regardless, amidst this uproar, the group remains eerily silent. Ji Bei, undistracted, focuses intently on his studies, unaffected by the chaos. During a brief pause, he notices several WeChat messages on his phone, all sent by Zhao Qingning. The first message reads, Ji Bei, I am Zhao Qingning. In Chapter 65, Ji Bei declines Zhao Qingning's offer of assistance. Uncertain of her own motives, Zhao Qingning waits a moment after sending the initial message. Ji Bei observes that 10 minutes pass between her messages. I possess something that can aid you. After this message, another 5 minutes elapse before the next. You need not fear. I do not intend to use this as leverage against you. If you merely apologize and acknowledge your past mistakes, promising to treat me as you did before, I shall send you this information. After another few minutes, she sends yet another message. I assure you, what I have can assist you. Ben mature yibe. Do not let your pride dictate your actions during this critical time. I understand you must be feeling disheartened with the online backlash, but now, more than ever, you must maintain your composure. If you are reluctant to trust me, I can send you a portion of the evidence first. Image. I have several pieces of evidence like this. If you apologize, I will provide you with everything. Ji Bei glances at the image. It merely consists of chat logs between Wang Ba and Zhao Qingning. Such evidence, at best, could sway a small fraction of public opinion, failing to alter the larger narrative. Zhao Qingning seems to regard it as a prized possession. He contemplates blocking and deleting her, but considering it is Wang Rong's account, and they will continue attending classes together, he opts to mute her messages instead. Responding with a curt, not interested, Ji Bei shuts off his phone and resumes his studies. On the other end, Zhao Qingning is taken aback. She had approached Ji Bei, asserting she had evidence, and now he refuses to apologize and shows no interest in the proof. Has he lost his mind amidst the online vitriol? Pondering this, Zhao Qingning begins to furiously tap her phone. Ji Bei, take a moment to calm down. Do not act impulsively. There is still room to turn the tide of public opinion. Do not throw caution to the wind. Vam boishkuning. You must secure concrete evidence to prove your innocence. Do not worry. Presenting this evidence will not affect me. You can simply say you stole it from me. Ji Bei, you still care for me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be worried about me, would you? After sending a flurry of messages, Ji Bei remains unresponsive. Wang Rong, in a fit of anger, remarks, this Ji Bei is utterly ungrateful. How can he pretend not to see what you've said? Qingning, I suggest you disregard him. Let him be. He deserves the scorn he receives. Zhao Qingning shakes her head, clutching Wang Rong's sleeve. Could it be that Ji Bei is afraid that the evidence will implicate me? He would rather bear the blame himself than accept the evidence I provided. Wang Rong felt a bit perplexed. She struggled to comprehend Zhao Qingning's line of thought. Unperturbed by Wang Rong's reaction, Zhao Qingning became increasingly convinced of her reasoning. It had to be this way. Otherwise, how could Ji Bei forsake even the opportunity to prove his innocence? Wang Rong, subsequently, observed as Zhao Qingning sent numerous messages from her phone, yet Ji Bei did not respond. Zhao Qingning remained unperturbed. Initially, she sent one message at intervals, but soon the messages became incessant, culminating in a lengthy note. Alas, Ji Bei remained silent. It was not until dusk approached that Ji Bei finally returned home. Dinner was shared with Yang Jinjin and Wu Shuai, courtesy of Yang Jinjin, who treated them to Japanese cuisine. During the meal, Ji Bei distinctly sensed that Yang Jinjin was not enjoying her food. Once they had seen Wu Shuai off, Ji Bei discreetly inquired of Yang Jinjin, "Are you not feeling full?" Yang Jinjin's eyes brightened. "How did you know?" Ji Bei smiled, gently ruffling her hair. "When you eat something you love, your eyes sparkle." Yet, during dinner, they lacked that gleam. Yang Zinzin, failing bashful, chocolate glee. Ji Bei gestured towards the southeast, where Snack Street lay about 600 or 700 meters away. "Shall we go?" Yang Jinjin's eyes sparkled even more, of course. I still want to buy you grilled squid. Upon returning to the Ji household, Ji Bei went straight to his room. The family was dining, and with Ji Qiu absent, Ji Nanchuan appeared somewhat peculiar, particularly with his resentful gaze that seemed to harbor a desire to consume Ji Bei alive. Ji Bei paid him no mind. To truly devour someone whole, one must not only possess a vengeful heart, but also the skill to do so. Stop right there. Ji Zhongshi's displeasure was evident. You come back and don't even join us for dinner? One might think the Ji family has mistreated you. Ji Bei ambled about nonchalantly. Oh, dinner? I've had my fill of the northwestern winds outside. I have no need for food. Yizvongski's anger intensified. Just moments ago, Ji Nanchuan had mentioned to him that Ji Bei rarely dined at home, ostensibly to prompt Ji Zhongshi to invite Ji Bei for meals. Naturally, Ji Nanchuan's interference only fueled Yizvongski's ire. Miscreant, how dare you speak to your father like that? Ji Bei, unabashed, spoke the truth. Yizvongsk, infuriated, slammed down his chopsticks and moved to strike Ji Bei. In the past, Ji Nanchuan would have pretended to intervene before Ji Zhongshi could land a blow. Now, however, he dared not. Ji Qiu had been acting strangely towards him lately, and he knew he should tread carefully. Father, please don't be angry. Brother didn't mean it. If he isn't eating at home, it's because he must have already dined outside. Ji Nanchuan's words prompted Ji Zhongshi to notice the trace of chili powder on Ji Bei's clothing. It was a remnant of the grilled squid they had enjoyed earlier, accidentally transferred when Ji Bei had called out to Yang Jinjin, causing her to bump her mouth against his clothes. Ji Nanchuan quietly remarked, Hun enjoys purchasing stationery, while brother prefers food, all funded by father's allowance, which we both spend wisely. Ji Zhongshi suddenly realized something. He had hardly ever given Ji Bei pocket money. Where then did Ji Bei acquire the funds to dine out? Had he pilfered money from the household? Just as he was about to question Ji Bei, Ji Qiu entered abruptly, her face stern and her demeanor radiating anger, especially the way she glared at Ji Nanchuan, her eyes as frigid as ice trapped in a glacier. Ji Nanchuan, how did I never notice before that you are such a master of instigation? The entire day had left Ji Nanchuan on edge. Ji Qiu had been absent during dinner as well. Encouraging Ji Zhongshi to berate Ji Bei was a means for Ji Nanchuan to assert his own position within the family. To his surprise, Ji Qiu had arrived, and she seemed far from amiable. Ji Nanchuan managed a stiff smile. Third sister, I don't understand what you're saying. Chapter 66. Ji Qiu found the perpetrator who harmed the little white cat. Don't understand? Ji Qiu's last shred of hope for Ji Nanchuan evaporated. Before arriving, she had pondered whether she might soften if Ji Nanchuan apologized or confessed his wrongdoings, but it was evident now that he harbored no remorse. He seemed intent on sowing discord between Ji Bei and the family. Ji Nanchuan, I will ask you once more, did you lose the little white cat? Ji Nanchuan remained silent, his expression one of feigned innocence as he gazed at Ji Qiu. University student Ji Dong was on summer break and stayed home to prevent Ji Qiu from bullying Ji Bei. Indeed, within such a short day, Ji Qiu had come to confront Ji Nanchuan. Third sister, how odd you are. Isn't your little white cat currently resting in the hospital? Ji Qiu focused solely on Ji Nanchuan, scrutinizing his face for any sign of guilt. Unfortunately, Ji Nanchuan's cunning surpassed her expectations. Even in this moment, he appeared unperturbed. I was referring to the last incident. Was it not you who lost the little white cat? Ji Dong looked utterly bewildered. Wasn't it Ji Bei who lost it last time? And didn't Nanchuan help you retrieve it? You should be grateful to him, not casting blame. Yizu ignored Yi Dong. Her gaze fixed on Ji Nanchuan. Ji Nanchuan, I want to hear your explanation. Ji Nanchuan stepped back slightly, hiding behind Song Yaji. Third sister, I truly do not comprehend your words. I was the one who retrieved the little white cat last time. Why do you accuse me now? Is it brother who has incited you against me? Ji Qiu felt a rising tide of exasperation. Who was it truly that was casting blame? Comet. Since Ji Nanchuan had been so ungracious, she would not hesitate to strip him of any semblance of dignity. As her words fell, a submissive middle-aged woman entered the room. The moment she stepped in, Ji Nanchuan's face drained of color, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He clenched his fists at his sides, striving to maintain an air of calm. Third sister, who is this person? Ji Qiu chuckled softly, looking at the demure woman. I truly did not mean to. I thought it was merely a cat, not a rare breed. Losing it would not cost much. Besides, young Master Ji gave me such a substantial sum. Even if I worked as a nanny for 3 years, I wouldn't earn that much. Ji Qiu turned to Ji Nanchuan. What do you have to say now? Ji Nanchuan glanced at Ji Zhongshi, Song Yaji, and Ji Dong, all of whom seemed bewildered, following Ji Qiu's lead in scrutinizing him. Third sister, he must be framing me. I genuinely do not know what happened. Ji Chio's gaze remained icy as she regarded Ji Nanchuan. His voice trembled slightly. I truly do not understand the situation, nor why you would trust an outsider's words over your own brother's. Those words struck Ji Chio like a dagger to the heart. She murmured, why trust an outsider instead of your own brother? Yes, he's my flesh and blood. Hergaze instinctively stutet toyibe. Ji Beishun nonchalantly pulled up a chair and sat down, maintaining an air of detached amusement throughout the entire situation. In the past, Ji Chio would have been consumed by anger, furious at Ji Bei for his apparent coldness, questioning why he, a member of the Ji family, could be so indifferent to their affairs. Now, however, she felt only sorrow for the countless disappointments Ji Bei must have endured to become so disenchanted with the Ji family. Everyone in the Ji household, including herself, was complicit in this betrayal. They all placed their faith in the outsider, Ji Nanchuan, rather than in him, a blood relative. In an instant, Ji Chio was overwhelmed by a surge of frustration. This feeling stemmed not only from her concern for the cat, Xiao Bai, but also for Ji Bei. She was determined to expose Ji Nanchuan's vile nature before the entire Ji family. Very well, Ji Nanchuan, you claim that I am slandering you, do you? Ji Nanchuan clung to the hope of reconciling with Ji Chio, addressing her affectionately. Third sister, I know you wouldn't misconstrue the situation. You are my third sister. Stop. Ji Chio interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. Food may be eaten without care, but words must not be spoken recklessly. By blood, I am the third sister of Ji Dong, the third sister of Ji Xiao, and the third sister of Ji Bei, but I am not your third sister, Ji Nanchuan. Ji Nanchuan's body jolted in disbelief as he looked at Ji Chio, tears streaming from his eyes. Third sister, Ji Zhongshi cast an irritable glance at Ji Chio. What nonsense are you spouting? It seems you've read too many novels and are still lost in those stories. Typically, Ji Zhongshi would not chastise Ji Chio, for she brought him honor. Yet her recent words had evidently crossed the bounds of his tolerance. Ji Chio shot him a sidelong glance. Wait until you see what Ji Nanchuan has done before you speak. With that, she opened her phone and brought up the footage from the day Xiao Bai went missing. Ji Nanchuan was clever. He had already deleted that segment of the surveillance footage. However, being young and somewhat inexperienced, the deleted footage could be effortlessly restored by a professional, as Ji Chio was about to demonstrate. The screen of Ji Chio's phone displayed Ji Nanchuan's actions in stark clarity. Animals possess an acute sense of human preferences, and Xiao Bai had long sensed Ji Nanchuan's disdain. Consequently, she never approached him unbidden. Even if she lay nearby, she would flee at his approach. It was only when Ji Nanchuan called out to her that she hesitantly approached, initially in disbelief but gradually warming to him after a few gentle strokes. Xiao Bai thrilled, rubbed her head and body against Ji Nanchuan's hand and leg, purring in a manner that indicated her delight. Ji Chio observed as Xiao Bai's tail swept against Ji Nanchuan's leg, an undeniable sign of the cat's contentment. Yet Ji Nanchuan, like a devil clad in sheep's clothing, transformed as soon as Xiao Bai let down her guard. He seized her with both hands and slammed her onto the ground, eliciting a horrifying cry from the poor creature. Still unsatisfied, he viciously stomped on her with his booted foot several times. Only when Xiao Bai had lost all capacity to resist did he grasp her by the scruff and casually toss her to a servant, instructing them to discard the cat. After inflicting such cruelty, Ji Nanchuan meticulously washed his hands, using soap repeatedly as if he had touched something repulsive. The most loathsome thing, however, was himself. What pained Ji Chio the most was that immediately after washing his hands, Ji Nanchuan encountered her, completely unaware of the recent events. He even flirted with her, asking her to buy him the latest limited edition shoes, and she foolishly agreed. Though she had watched the footage countless times, every replay pierced her heart anew. The facade of the smiling, angelic Ji Nanchuan concealed a darkness more terrifying than that of any demon. Ji Chio could hardly bear to contemplate the extent of Ji Nanchuan as hidden machinations against her and the Ji family. Ji Nanchuan, with evidence so compelling. What more can you possibly say? Chapter 67. For a beast screaming at Nanchuan. Ji Nanchuan's face turned as pale as a sheet. His mind was a blank slate, and he felt a disorienting lightheadedness, as if he were gasping for air. It was only when Ji Chio's words jolted him back to reality that he could muster a defense, crying out, "Third sister, it wasn't me. You must have misunderstood." Ji Chio was taken aback. Even with the surveillance footage presented, Ji Nanchuan still refused to admit guilt. Then explain how this footage came to be. I don't know how the footage ended up like that. I didn't touch anything. Third sister, how could I possibly understand this? His eyes were red and brimming with tears, projecting an image of utter helplessness. That's not me in the footage. I have no recollection of it. I didn't do anything. Song Yaji was the first to speak, on Ji Nanchuan's behalf. Indeed, Chiu, how could Nanchuan possibly do such a thing? Perhaps the surveillance you obtained is faulty? Ji Chiu furrowed her brow. Are you suggesting I fabricated the footage to slander Ji Nanchuan? Ji Nanchuan cast a furtive glance at Ji Bei, as if contemplating something, but ultimately remained silent. If you would not speak, Ji Dong would. She scoffed. Third sister, of course, you wouldn't falsify the footage to defame Nanchuan. But could it be that someone is exploiting you, using your affection for Nanchuan to harm him? That's another matter entirely. The insinuation was clear, pointing at Ji Bei. Having listened throughout, Ji Bei pretended not to hear, continuing to watch the unfolding drama with detached amusement. After all, it was not his concern, and he found it entertaining. This comment incensed Ji Chiu. I had the footage restored. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Ji Nanchuan, do you dare claim that you weren't responsible for Xiao Bai's previous disappearance? Do you dare say you didn't harm her this time? Once Xiao Bai is discharged, I will move out with her. With a butcher like you in the Ji household, I fear that one day Xiao Bai will meet her demise at your hands. Ji Chiu had made her decision. No matter how splendid the Ji family home was, it was a veritable hell for Xiao Bai, haunted by the presence of a demon. Since you bite like a rabid dog, let us proceed with a medical examination. Your wounds haven't healed yet, have they? A simple test will reveal whether or not it was Xiao Bai who bit you. Ji Nanchuan instinctively hid his wounds behind his back, crying even more profusely, his tears flowing like a river. Third sister, please don't treat me this way. Ji Chiu was thoroughly disgusted by his display. Spare me your theatrics. I am not your third sister. Ji Nanchuan swayed violently, and had it not been for the table supporting him, he would have likely collapsed. Song Yaji was deeply concerned. Yikviu, apologize to Nanchuan. How can you call yourself a sister? The others remained silent, but Ji Chiu could sense their tacit agreement. Apologize? Yikviu left bitterly. You want the victim to apologize to the perpetrator? How absurd. She addressed her parents and fourth sister directly. Ji Nanchuan is no good. He is not the benevolent soul you all believe him to be. You have all been deceived. Enough. Ji Zhongshi's face darkened. This matter ends here. Do not bring up again. Anyone who dares to mention it will be cast out of the Ji family. Ji Chiu felt a lump of rage lodged in her throat as she turned to Ji Bei. Ji Bei's expression had remained unchanged from the beginning to the present, as if he had long since adapted to the ways of the Ji family. Ji Chiu felt a pang of heartache. It was Ji Nanchuan who should be cast out of the Ji family. He was never truly one of them. How foolish we are to guard against our own kin while cherishing an outsider. Ji Zhongshi, in a fit of anger, struck Ji Chiu across the face. Be quiet. Yikviu, stunned, covered her face. You hit me? You dare to strike me for the sake of an outsider? She looked at Ji Zhongshi in disbelief, suddenly realizing that this was not the first time he had resorted to violence against his child for an outsider. Previously, Ji Zhongshi had frequently scolded and beaten Ji Bei for Ji Nanchuan, but this was the first time she had been subjected to such treatment. After striking Ji Chiu, Ji Zhongshi felt a flicker of panic. This daughter could bring honor to the Ji family. However, in mere seconds, he came to a realization. The glory Ji Chiu could bring was ultimately limited, unlike Ji Nanchuan, who excelled academically and had now entered the entertainment industry, destined to bring great renown to the Ji family. In this regard, how could Ji Chiu compare? Moreover, as a woman, Ji Chiu would eventually marry. How could she be compared to Ji Zhongshi's son? Ji Chiu looked at Ji Zhongshi, disappointment etched across her face. How could one who could be so cruel to a tiny kitten ever expect filial piety in return? What a delusion. Song Yaji's expression turned icy. She had always been gentle, and Ji Chiu could not recall a time when she had ever lost her temper, let alone with her own flesh and blood. This time, however, her gaze toward Ji Chiu was filled with coldness. Ji Chiu, you are making a mountain out of a molehill. She reached out to pat Ji Nanchuan's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Regardless of whether the surveillance was genuine or whether Ji Nanchuan had committed the act, Xiao Bai was ultimately just a mere animal. Why are you speaking to your family like this over an animal? Where's your upbringing gone? It was too shocking. Too absurd. Ji Chiu's mouth fell open, momentarily a loss for words. Ji Nanchuan, ever sensible, gently tugged at Song Yaji's hand. Mom, I'm Fina. Third sister is just overly anxious. He added, as long as Dad, Mom, and my sisters love Chuan, I can endure any grievance. With that, Ji Nanchuan gathered his courage, stepped forward, and offered an apology to Ji Chiu. I'm sorry, third sister. If this was indeed my doing, please don't be angry, all right? As long as third sister isn't upset, Chuan can bear anything. Ji Chiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was she truly being portrayed as the unreasonable one? Noticing this, Song Yaji promptly stepped forward, pulling Ji Nanchuan behind her. Ji Chiu, Nanchuan has already apologized. What else do you want? Are you trying to force him into a corner over an animal? The term animal was double-edged, seemingly referring to Xiaobai, yet also implying Ji Bei. An animal? Ji Qiu stared at Song Yiji in shock, never expecting such words to escape her lips. Nor could she fathom that the one she considered family, Xiaobai, was merely seen as a small beast in the eyes of the Ji family. Mom, Xiaobai's my friend, my family, not some small beast. Once spoken, Song Yiji had no intention of retracting her words. Family? Fine, fine. You can go with your little beast. Don't ever call me mom again. Having witnessed enough of the spectacle, Ji Bei retreated to his room. Ji Qiu followed, closely behind. At the door, Ji Bei halted and regarded Ji Qiu, clearly with no intention of allowing her entry. Ji Qiu was unfazed. Taking a deep breath to steady her overly agitated emotions, she began to apologize to Ji Bei. I am sorry, Ji Bei. Today I acted thoughtlessly, causing you trouble. She did not intend to dwell on Song Yiji's sarcastic remark. Ji Bei replied candidly, It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to it. A sharp pang surged through Ji Qiu's heart as she recalled how the Ji family had treated Ji Bei in the past. A pain akin to a knife twisting within her, causing her heart to ache with each throb. Indeed, compared to the grievances Ji Bei had endured, a sarcastic reprimand was hardly significant. Ji Qiu took 2 steps back and offered a sincere 90-degree bow. I am sorry, Ji Bei. Regarding Xiaobai's disappearance in this incident, I misunderstood you. I apologize. It was a heartfelt apology. Before her rise to fame, she was the 3rd young lady of the Ji family. Now, she was a renowned figure. When had she ever humbled herself like this? Ji Bei merely sidestepped to avoid her gesture, his expression remaining impassive. It's nothing. This was not merely a response born of anger. It was the truth. Ji Bei genuinely felt indifferent. To him, each member of the Ji family was inconsequential. Ji Qiu's heart clenched painfully. She understood Ji Bei's unwillingness to forgive. Ji Bei, I prepared a room for you upstairs. It's better than this one. Just to clarify, it's not newly arranged. It was done this morning. Noticing Ji Bei's lack of movement, Ji Qiu's tone adopted a pleading undertone. Whether you choose to stay or not is entirely up to you. But could you at least come up and see if you like it? Ji Bei had no desire to look, let alone move. I've always lived here. I've grown accustomed to it. There is nothing wrong with this place. Ji Qiu felt her heart shatter. Tears streamed down her cheeks, a few drops clinging to her lashes, falling like celestial beings descending to earth. Unfortunately, Ji Bei did not spare her a glance. Ji Qiu's voice trembled slightly. Really? Is there no room for reconciliation? Ji Bei understood what Ji Qiu was asking. In contrast to her emotional turmoil, Ji Bei's countenance remained devoid of expression. In the past, when I was absent, I was unfamiliar with the Ji family. Now, having shared the same roof for a while, consider it a twist of fate. In the future, we shall revert to our previous state. Reverting to the past meant remaining strangers. Ji Bei's intention was to ensure they would remain strangers to the Ji family henceforth. No wonder Ji Bei remained unfazed by the actions of the Ji family. It was clear he had relinquished all hope. How absurd. She had thought Ji Bei was merely seeking to draw the Ji family's attention in a different manner. How foolish they had been. Memories of Ji Bei's timid demeanor upon his arrival at the Ji family flooded Ji Qiu's mind. He had been so hesitant, speaking cautiously, fearful of displeasing the Ji family. What had they said about him? They called him hypocritical, petty, burdened with heavy thoughts, and self-deprecating, desperately seeking their approval. Ji Bei had endured it all, still stubbornly striving to be kind to the Ji family. Unbeknownst to him, he had granted them countless opportunities. It was the Ji family who had failed to cherish them. Ji Qiu's tears flowed even more fiercely, droplets cascading down, soaking her blouse, her eyes red and swollen. As she cried, her voice became choppy. Ji Bei, please grant me one more chance to make amends. I promise to treat you well. You are my beloved brother. Ji Qiu reached out, longing to grasp Ji Bei's clothing, yet fearing to irritate him. Her outstretched hand ultimately retreated. Ji Bei pretended not to notice Ji Qiu's actions. His heart was as calm as a still lake. In his previous life, his pleas and attempts to ingratiate himself were 1,000 times more fervent than Ji Qiu's. Yet she had never cast a glance in his direction. How amusing it was. The things he had once yearned for in vain were now effortlessly within his grasp. I need nothing now, he thought. Ji Qiu wished to say something, but her words were interrupted by Song Yaji's voice. She was directing people to move items. To Ji Qiu's astonishment, these were the very items she had prepared for Ji Bei. Furniture, bedding, a wardrobe, clothes, shoes, a guitar, a small recording device, sheet music, and various books, all meticulously arranged in Ji Bei's room, now carelessly discarded like refuse. Ji let out a scream. What are you doing? Tears streamed down her face, reddening her eyes, yet Song Yaji showed no concern. Her tone remained gentle, but her words were devoid of mercy. Is it not permissible for me to tidy up the piano room in Nanchuan? Ji attempted to stop those discarding her belongings, but with so many people involved, she found herself thwarted at every turn. Furious, she turned to Song Yaji. You must make them stop. These are my belongings. Song Yaji did not halt their actions, but instead glanced at her freshly manicured nails, blowing away non-existent dust. My daughter, I have been a housewife for years, but I have not become foolish. These items are clearly for a boy. What use would a girl have for them? Moreover, these clothes and shoes are not even Nanchuan size. Ji understood that Song Yaji was being deliberately obtuse. She was well aware that the items were intended for Ji, and if Ji were to utter his name now, it would surely invite ridicule from Song Yaji aimed at him. It matters not what I brought them for. You have no right to dispose of my possessions. Song Yaji continued to watch her livestream, sparing Ji a fleeting glance filled with a faint disdain that Ji failed to notice, although Ji did. A flicker of doubt stirred within him. Why did Song Yaji harbor such animosity towards Ji It seemed she treated all 5 sisters of the Ji family with indifference. Save for Ji Nanchuan, it was not a matter of favoritism towards males. For Ji had never seen a person who valued sons over daughters disregard their own flesh and blood in favor of others. Unable to fathom the situation, Ji decided to dismiss it from his mind. After all, it was a family matter and none of his concern. Song Yaji, are these your belongings? If I remember correctly, this room is supposed to belong to Nanchuan, right? Ji replied, Indeed, it is Nanchuan's piano room, but he has never used it. That piano is coated in dust. Besides, I am merely moving the piano downstairs, not discarding it. Ji face contorted with rage, making Song Yaji appear like a celestial being untouched by worldly affairs. Her demeanor was unperturbed. That is Nanchuan's room, even if he does not want it. No one else shall claim it. Ji was nearly at her wit's end with Song Yaji. Mother, is this truly how you are? How can you treat me this way? You have cared for Nanchuan for so many years and developed feelings for him. But Ji is your biological son. Have you forgotten? At the mention of this, Song Yaji's expression darkened abruptly. It was not the shallow irritation she had displayed earlier. Rather, it was a deep-seated anger directed at Ji You seem to be quite deluded. With that, she turned her back on Ji no longer willing to engage in further discussion. Tears fell from Ji like pearls strung together, and she murmured to herself, deluded? In the past, I was indeed blinded, treating outsiders as family while neglecting the ones who truly deserve my care. From now on, I shall never again be so foolish. Ji turned back, finding Ji still standing in place. She hesitated to wipe her tears away. I am sorry. I never anticipated it would come to this. Rest assured, within these 2 days, I will resolve everything, and you will be able to move in within 3 days at most. Ji was indifferent. Regardless, he would not be residing in the Ji household for long. No need. Even if everything is sorted, I shall not move in, he replied, turning away and entering the room, leaving Ji standing alone at the door. She did not blame Ji for his coldness. Reflecting on her past actions and how the Ji family had treated Ji she understood that his anger was entirely justified. As his elder sister, she had been foolish, causing him pain time and again. If she were in Ji shoes, she too would find it impossible to forgive someone based solely on a flippant apology. Ji took a deep breath and wiped away her tears. She would strive to make amends, to sincerely apologize to Ji believing that one day he would forgive her and accept her as his sister once more. The following morning, Ji awoke, clad in a tank top and slippers. His hair a tousled mess as he made his way to the bathroom to wash up. With a toothpaste-laden toothbrush clenched between his teeth, he was still not fully awake. However, as he passed through the living room, he was jolted into alertness. Ji and Ji Nanchuan were already dressed and seated on the sofa. Ji muttered a curse under his breath, not intending to engage them, and was headed to the bathroom when Ji Nanchuan spoke up. Ji halted. Ji irritated by Ji nonchalance, restrained his anger, remembering the matter he needed Ji for. Ji raised an eyebrow, waiting for Ji to continue. Beside Ji Ji Nanchuan's eyes glinted with jealousy. He recalled what Sun Yulu had said about the burly physical education teacher, noting that Ji looks far surpassed his own. Even if Ji could not sing, they would still prefer to sign him, as Ji appearance alone would guarantee success in the entertainment industry. Ji Nanchuan pressed his lips together. Fortunately, fate had been fair, granting him a second chance at life, allowing him to gain an advantage in many matters. In this lifetime, Ji Bei was destined to lose. Ji Zhongshi lifted his chin, adopting an air of superiority as he addressed Ji Bei. Today, I have an important task for you. At this, Ji Bei feigned ignorance, clearly waiting for Ji Zhongshi to elaborate. However, Ji Bei did not even hesitate to outright refuse. I cannot. I have matters to attend to. Ji Zhongshi's face soured instantly. What could you possibly have to do? Were he to slap Ji Bei now, he would not even bat an eye. Ji Bei upbatted ledvargith, a half-dead figure in Ji Zhongshi's eyes. As a student, my foremost duty is, of course, my studies. Ji Zhongshi scoffed derisively. With your abysmal grades, what good would studying do you? Ji Bei raised an eyebrow. It was disheartening to be deemed a poor student, especially for someone who had always excelled academically. While he dismissed the opinions of his family, he found it rather vexing. Fearing that Ji Bei might become upset, Ji Zhongshi swiftly tugged at his sleeve, adopting the role of a peacemaker. Father, please don't be angry. Isn't there an important matter to discuss with my elder brother? This notion nearly escaped Ji Zhongshi's mind in the heat of the moment. He bestowed upon Ji Nanchuan a look that conveyed, my son is the most sensible. Before addressing Ji Bei. 20 years ago, the Ji family arranged a betrothal with the Jiang family, and it has long been accepted that this engagement pertains to Nanchuan. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Mengray, has always held a fondness for Nanchuan. As Ji Zhongshi spoke, he scrutinized Ji Bei's expression, but regrettably, Ji Bei remained inscrutable. Particularly in recent years, the Jiang family had flourished significantly, and now, the Ji family could hardly aspire to their level. For years, both families had tacitly acknowledged that Nanchuan would become the son-in-law of the Jiang family. However, Nanchuan, being kind-hearted, could not bear the thought of marrying a woman of humble origins and leading a life of mundane struggles, thus relinquishing this union to Ji Bei. As Ji Zhongshi continued, Ji Nanchuan meticulously observed Ji Bei's reactions. Noticing a flicker of surprise in Ji Bei's eyes relieved Nanchuan, and he felt a tinge of superiority. He eagerly anticipated the prospect of Ji Bei and Jiang Mengray together and was particularly excited for their first encounter. Reflecting on his past life, Nanchuan recalled the trials he faced during his initial meeting with Jiang Mengray, which had been far from pleasant. When Ji Bei finally reacted, he inquired, is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family Jiang Mengray? Ji Zhongshi was slightly taken aback. You know Jiang Mengray? Ji Bei was all too familiar with her. Jiang Mengray was one of the few women he admired in his previous life. He held a vivid impression of her. After the Jiang family fell into bankruptcy, she became a mistress, turning into a subject of ridicule in high society, with former friends eager to trample on her reputation. Yet, Jiang Mengray cleverly transformed her predicament into a stepping stone, ultimately securing a position beside a man of even greater stature after undergoing cosmetic surgery. Within 3 short years, she had managed to usurp his influence and gather evidence to imprison him. It was only later that Ji Bei learned this man had played a significant role in the Jiang family's downfall. At such a young age, possessing such intellect and perseverance, she maneuvered among men old enough to be her father, reaping substantial benefits. She was formidable and undeniably capable. While Ji Bei harbored no romantic interest in her, he was keen to make her acquaintance. Well then, Ji Bei stated, Ji Nanchuan and Ji Zhongshi felt considerably reassured, particularly Nanchuan. Although Ji Bei had agreed to meet, his response diverged significantly from the gratitude Nanchuan had envisioned. In fact, from Ji Bei's demeanor, it seemed that this meeting was of little consequence to him. But why should Ji Bei feel this way? Had he missed out on the Jiang family? What could he possibly find in a place like Haishi? Someone like Yang Zhenjin? Nanchuan wore an expression of innocence as he turned to Ji Bei. Brother, there's only one Jiang family in Sioux City, and Jiang Mengray is their sole daughter. The vast Jiang family will eventually belong entirely to her. The implication was that Ji Bei should be immensely grateful for the opportunity to associate with the Jiang family. Yet, Ji Bei merely responded with a dismissive "oh," as if it made no difference to him whether he met Jiang Mengray or a beggar on the street. Nanchuan's nails dug into his palm, the pain suppressing his frustration. I've heard that Jiang Mengray has a bad temper. As a man, you should be more accommodating. Bad temper? I thought she had quite a good disposition. Ji Nanchuan chuckled lightly. Before you came to the Ji family, those wealthy young ladies existed only in hearsay for you. It's entirely normal for you to be unaware. Havali, Ji Bei nodded in agreement. Before Nanchuan could relish this moment of satisfaction, Ji Bei's next remark nearly caused him to choke with rage. When I meet Jiang Mengray, I'll be sure to inquire if it's true that Ji Nanchuan claims she has a bad temper. Nanchuan's expression shifted drastically. Brother, you must be doing this on purpose. Nanchuan seethed, his chest rising and falling violently with indignation, wishing he could tear Ji Bei apart. It was undeniable that the Jiang family would eventually falter, but their current standing was robust. Offending them would bring no benefit to the Ji family, and certainly not to him, Ji Nanchuan. Ji Bei, on the other hand, had become indifferent. What about Nanchuan's image in the eyes of the Ji family? As he contemplated this, Nanchuan appeared on the verge of tears. Brother, I didn't mean it that way. Ji Zhongshi, feeling a pang of sympathy for Nanchuan, could see that Ji Bei's last shred of patience was wearing thin. Are you going or not? His tone suggested that if Ji Bei dared to refuse, he would feel the sting of Ji Zhongshi's hand across his face. Of course I will go, Ji Bei replied. In the future, if he wished to know Jiang Mengrui, he would have to put in some effort. A fabricated opportunity could never compare to the natural pretext of a meeting between the two families. After agreeing, Ji Bei sauntered off to brush his teeth. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, a weighty expression on his face as he addressed Ji Nanchuan. You better think this through. If I go, don't regret it. Ji Bei's serious demeanor momentarily gave Nanchuan the illusion that Ji Bei was fully aware of everything. Watching Ji Bei's retreating figure, Nanchuan dismissed the notion as paranoia. If Ji Bei truly knew everything, why would he agree to meet Jiang Mengrui? To Nanchuan, Jiang Mengrui was akin to a demon. She possessed a modicum of beauty, yet her temperament and demeanor were more masculine than that of any man. He vividly recalled their initial encounter in his past life, and even now, it stirred feelings of anger within him. As Ji Bei's silhouette vanished down the corridor, Ji Zhongshi's expression turned grave as he quietly inquired, do you truly believe you can win over Yang Jinjin? Without the immense allure of Yang Jinjin, Ji Zhongshi would never have considered bestowing such a splendid opportunity of an alliance with the Jiang family upon Ji Bei. Ji Nanchuan, brimming with confidence, replied, Father, you must trust in me. Ji Zhongshi certainly had faith in his youngest son, who had displayed remarkable intelligence since childhood. However, he pondered, Nanchuan, while you may undoubtedly achieve great success in the entertainment industry, how can you guarantee that you will capture Yang Jinjin's heart? Ji Nanchuan dismissed his father's concerns, asserting, Dad, romance is not akin to orchestrating a celebrity couple. It is not merely about status. In his past life, Ji Nanchuan had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Yang Jinjin had remained chaste in the industry for many years, not due to a lack of interest in men, but rather because she had been waiting for one particular man who had once saved her life during her childhood. For all these years, she had been yearning for him. Ji Nanchuan, having read similar narratives and novels, understood that when Yang Jinjin debuted, a saying circulated widely, no one can refuse Yang Jinjin. This naturally included the man who had rescued her. The absence of any news about their union suggested that Yang Jinjin had yet to find him. After so many years, it was possible that she could hardly recall what he looked like. Ji Nanchuan was resolute. As long as he seized the opportunity to reveal to Yang Jinjin that he was her savior, he was certain she would willingly fall into his embrace. With this thought in mind, Ji Nanchuan confidently assured Ji Zhongshi, Father, rest assured, I am privy to some of Yang Jinjin's secrets. Provided I enter the industry and have the chance to interact with her, I will undoubtedly win her over. When that time comes, her company shall become mine. To further delight Ji Zhongshi, he added, my company will, of course, also be your company, Father. Upon hearing Ji Nanchuan's pledge, Ji Zhongshi's face broke into a beaming smile, exclaiming, Good. Nanchuan truly is my wonderful son. Ji Nanchuan, ever the obedient one, responded then, Father, I shall tidy up and prepare for my physical training class. Ji Zhongshi generously permitted him, saying, Son, go ahead without worry. If you find yourself short on funds, just let me know, and I'll support you wholeheartedly. As Ji Nanchuan pondered over teacher Bing's performance class, he mused about the bountiful perks it would offer, especially since the physical training class was so invigorating. However, he was wise enough not to broach the subject of needing money from Ji Zhongshi at that moment. If he did, the likelihood of Ji Zhongshi casually stating, if you're short on cash, just let me know, and I will support you, would significantly diminish. Ji Nanchuan was not foolish. He decided to wait for a more opportune moment to request funds for the acting class. He wasn't devoid of money. It was simply that asking Ji Zhongshi for money in front of Ji Bei would bring him greater satisfaction. After completing his grooming, Ji Bei returned to his room, intending to inform Yang Jinjin that he would likely not be able to go to the library that morning, uncertain if he could make it in the afternoon either. To his surprise, he discovered that he and Yang Jinjin shared an unspoken connection. Moments before, she had sent a message on WeChat, Brother Ji Bei, I have to sign a contract today and won't be able to accompany you to the library. Saw thee, mu. 3. A smile involuntarily crept across Ji Bei's lips as he replied, 3. Chapter 71. Ji Nanchuan is confident in his ability to win over Yang Jinjin. Throughout the day, Ji Nanchuan was filled with anticipation, eager for teacher Bingbing's class and the benefits it promised, as well as for Ji Bei's return that evening to learn how he fared with Jiang Mengrui. Their rendezvous was set at the foot of the mountain. With the Ji family residing farther away, Jiang Mengrui had already arrived while Ji Bei was still en route. At the foot of the mountain, a girl clad in a short-sleeved athletic top, white sports skirt, and white sneakers leaned against a tree while on the phone. It was summer, and despite the dense foliage, girls around her sheltered themselves under umbrellas. Jiang Mengrui, however, had no sun protection. After prolonged exposure to the sun, her skin had taken on an attractive bronzed hue. She was no lightweight due to her athletic lifestyle, yet her posture was remarkably upright, devoid of any excess flesh, and when exerting herself, her muscles would tense beautifully. Particularly striking were her long, straight legs, which could only be described as perfectly sculpted, showcasing defined muscle lines that exuded both grace and strength. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, giving her an energetic appearance, and even her speech was brisk and lively. "Dad, I have no desire to meet Ji Bei at all." The moment he returned to the Ji family, he usurped the marriage alliance with the Jiang family. He must be quite scheming. Furthermore, I've heard Ji Bei grew up in a slum. He must be unattractive and uneducated, perhaps even unhygienic. As she spoke, Jiang Mengrui scrunched her nose in disdain, clearly harboring a strong aversion to Ji Bei before even meeting him. Jiang Demon, having spoiled Jiang Mengrui, listened patiently as she vented, his tone remaining gentle. "Everyone in Sioux City knows about the betrothal established between our families since childhood. If the Jiang family were to break off the engagement, how can we maintain our standing in Sioux City? Who would still believe in the Jiang family's promises?" Jiang Mengrui's dissatisfaction deepened. "So, the honor of the Jiang family comes at the cost of my happiness?" "Of course not," Jiang Demon replied, somewhat helpless. He had no particular desire to see Ji Bei paired with his daughter. The engagement was not of great importance, and if it were to be dissolved, the Jiang family could bear the societal backlash. However, he couldn't help but feel a headache at the thought of Jiang Mengrui's current boyfriend, and he clung to the hope that perhaps Jiang Mengrui might take a liking to Ji Bei. "You and Ji Bei should meet and spend some time together. If you don't end up together later on, I can always say it was a matter of incompatible personalities." "Are you certain?" Jiang Mengrui asked, half believing him. Jiang Demon himself was not entirely convinced, but he was resolute on one thing. His daughter's happiness was paramount. With a haughty little hum, Jiang Mengrui found this response somewhat satisfactory. After hanging up the phone, she waited a few minutes for Ji Bei to arrive. He was 5 minutes late to their meeting. Truthfully, Ji Bei could hardly be blamed. The Ji family, particularly Ji Nanchuan, evidently intended to delay him, dragging out the time to inform him of the time and place of his meeting with Jiang Mengrui, and the Ji family car was not available to take Ji Bei. Despite his best efforts, he still arrived late. Jiang Mengrui, already in a foul mood, grew even more displeased. Just as she was about to reprimand Ji Bei for his tardiness, she caught sight of his outfit. Dressed in a short-sleeved athletic top, sporty shorts, and black sneakers, topped with a black cap, Ji Bei exuded a sunny handsomeness that radiated youthful vigor. Especially captivating were his calves, which were fair-skinned and adorned with soft fuzz, reminiscent of wearing fuzzy pants. To Jiang Mengrui, Ji Bei appeared as a walking embodiment of vitality. His looks and attire dissipated any irritation she felt from his lateness. In this society, the vast majority of individuals merely go through the motions when it comes to climbing mountains. They take the cable car to the summit, enjoy the scenery, snap a few photographs, and then descend, all while claiming to have conquered the mountain. Jiang Mengrui finds this rather distasteful. Ji Bei's attire clearly indicates a genuine intention to hike. Despite her bold personality, she possesses the poise befitting a young lady of the Jiang family. Upon encountering Ji Bei, Jiang Mengrui greets him with a smile and extends her hand politely. "Hello, I am Jiang Mengrui." Ji Bei responds with an air of confidence. "Hello, Ji Bei." However, as Jiang Mengrui grasped his hand, she frowned slightly. He was far too slender. He could not possibly compare to her boyfriend, who practically lived in the gym. His excessively lean appearance suggested a lack of regular exercise. The only plausible explanation for this was that Ji Bei had deliberately dressed to align with her preferences. Upon this realization, Jiang Mengrui's expression grew colder. It was said that Ji Bei was quite perceptive, and while this was human nature, it did not evoke much affection from her. The Jiang family was an excellent match for Ji Nanchuan, and by extension, for Ji Bei. Thus, one must seize the opportunity. Nevertheless, no matter how much she rationalized, Jiang Mengrui remained displeased. Ji Bei, oblivious to Jiang Mengrui's fluctuating emotions, inquired, "Mr. Ji, doesn't he appear to hike much, does he?" Ji Bei nodded, affirming the truth of the matter. Indeed, he seldom ascended mountains. Prior to arriving at the Ji family, He had to balance school with various jobs, laboring tirelessly to cover his tuition and living expenses, leaving him with neither the time nor the funds for leisure pursuits. Since joining the Ji family, aside from studying and working, his focus had solely been on the family, rendering mountain climbing a luxury he could not afford. Jiang Mengrui inwardly scoffed. At least he was honest. There is a temple on this mountain, and it is said that Master Zhang possesses exceptional fortune-telling abilities. Would you care to ascend and consult him? She asked. Miss Jiang, do you enjoy climbing mountains? Believing his words were intended as flattery, Jiang Mengrui's irritation deepened, and she replied nonchalantly, Yes, I often hike. Ji Bei nodded. Very well, I propose a challenge. Let us race to the summit, and until we reach the top, we shall not speak. Confounded, Jiang Mengrui questioned. Why must we remain silent? Ji Bei earnestly explained, almost persuading himself. There's a saying, sincerity begets divination. If we engage in idle chatter along the way, our hearts will not be sincere, and the outcomes will lack authenticity. Jiang Mengrui remained skeptical, pondering whether Ji Bei was merely attempting to avoid conversation. Yet his smile seemed genuine. Of course, Ji Bei added, if Miss Jiang fears defeat, she is free to concede. After all, competitions require mutual consent. Jiang Mengrui, a woman of strong determination, thought to herself, if you doubt my abilities, I shall prove you wrong. Chapter 72. Lesser consequences bring misfortune, while greater ones lead to ruin. Let's compete, she declared, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Once we reach the summit, we shall consult Master Zhang about our fates. Given our circumstances, it is evident that we are ill-fated. Ji Bei made his stance clear, stating, as for fate, I believe we share none. With that, he unceremoniously set off, instantly gaining a considerable lead, inciting Jiang Mengrui to stomp her foot in frustration, not a playful stomp, but a genuine show of irritation that stirred up a small cloud of dust. She lamented the dust that marred her pristine white shoes for a fleeting moment, only to look up and find Ji Bei had already distanced himself. Stunned, she reassured herself, however, given Ji Bei's speed, I need not worry. Climbing is a prolonged endeavor. Much like a marathon, a swift start may appear advantageous, yet one's stamina will inevitably wane. Ji Bei's slender frame suggested he was not accustomed to regular exercise, and Jiang Mengrui anticipated his energy would soon deplete, leaving him to struggle. With this thought, Jiang Mengrui resolved to keep pace, adjusting her speed to ensure she would not exhaust herself in the latter stages. After a while, Ji Bei paused, and upon seeing this, Jiang Mengrui felt a surge of excitement. Surely, he had overexerted himself. She prepared to mock him, but as she approached, Ji Bei resumed his steady pace, seemingly unaffected. Jiang Mengrui was perplexed. Has he recovered already? She continued her pursuit, only for Ji Bei to halt once more. This time he must be fatigued, she mused. But as she neared him, he advanced again. As this pattern repeated, Jiang Mengrui gradually realized Ji Bei was deliberately waiting for her. How audacious! Someone actually deemed her a slow climber? A woman who maintained her fitness regimen and had conquered numerous renowned mountains now found herself being accused of sluggishness? This revelation spurred her to quicken her pace. Ji Bei maintained his previous speed, indifferent to whether she surpassed him. However, once Jiang Mengrui did overtake him, he ceased to pause again, further confirming that his earlier stops were to allow her to catch up. In less than half an hour, Jiang Mengrui regrettably discovered that she was beginning to pant, her speed unwittingly diminishing. She recognized that Ji Bei had altered her rhythm. As Ji Bei overtook her once again, he did not pass as swiftly as before, allowing her the option to rest if needed. Others might falter, but Jiang Mengrui would not. She took deep breaths, striving to regain control of her erratic breathing, and gritted her teeth, declaring to herself, I can do this. Before long, Jiang Mengrui found herself genuinely exhausted. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Her meticulously styled hair had become disheveled, and her once pristine athletic attire was now soaked. With each step, it felt as though her legs were laden with lead, and moving forward had become an arduous struggle. Ji Bei, meanwhile, had slowed his pace, maintaining a distance neither too far nor too close from Jiang Mengrui. A flicker of hope ignited within her. Could Ji Bei also be flagging? However, upon glancing up at his face, disappointment washed over her. He appeared unfazed, his breath steady, his steps light, showing no signs of fatigue. It became clear that he was merely pacing himself to match her rhythm, ensuring that they maintained a consistent distance. When exhaustion became unbearable, Jiang Mengrui paused to catch her breath, with Ji Bei standing silently before her, offering no words of comfort. Initially feeling shy, Jiang Mengrui gradually grew accustomed to his presence. During their first rest, Ji Bei refrained from taking the opportunity to draw closer or to mock her. This significantly improved Jiang Mengrui's impression of him, to the extent that she contemplated ways to assist Ji Bei in elevating his status within the Ji family as a form of gratitude for his kindness today. As they approached the final step, it was Jiang Mengrui who ascended first. The moment she reached the top, she collapsed onto the ground, her ample bosom heaving with each breath. Sweat poured down her collarbone, soaking her half-damp clothing against her skin. The beauty's perspiration, however, carried a certain allure. Ji Bei followed closely behind, stepping onto the last step, and aside from a light sheen of sweat, he appeared unchanged from their time at the foot of the mountain. The victor and vanquished were unmistakably clear. Upon reaching the summit, Ji Bei chose not to engage Jiang Mengrui in conversation and instead turned to leave. Jiang Mengrui, utterly fatigued, was indifferent to his departure. Shortly thereafter, a bottle of cool mineral water, glistening with condensation, appeared before her. Looking up, she saw Ji Bei, who held one bottle in hand, having already taken a sip from another, evidently intended for her. Gratefully, Jiang Mengrui accepted the water, murmuring her thanks. Ji Bei merely acknowledged her with a grunt, entirely unaware of how his image in Jiang Mengrui's eyes had surged in esteem. In a previous life, Ji Nanchuan had also first encountered Jiang Mengrui at the foot of the mountain. He had meticulously prepared for the occasion, dressing in a casual suit, complete with a bow tie and polished shoes, and had even spritzed himself with cologne, presenting himself with an air of confidence. Though he found it peculiar that Jiang Mengrui had chosen to meet at the mountain's base, he had not anticipated an actual climb. A man raised in privilege, he had never experienced the arduousness of climbing. Even riding a cable car had always been a private affair for him. Upon hearing the plan to hike, Ji Nanchuan's expression soured. He contemplated refusing, but, considering the formidable Jiang family behind Jiang Mengrui, he reluctantly pressed on. Under the blazing sun, his scalp began to heat uncomfortably, and before long, he had shed his meticulously chosen suit, holding it in his hands. Exhaustion soon compelled him to discard the suit entirely. After traversing merely a fraction of the distance, he felt as though he had emerged from a river, drenched in sweat. The unpleasant mixture of body odor and cologne assaulting his senses, which he endured silently. Unfortunately, Jiang Mengrui offered him no kindness, consistently giving him the cold shoulder. She quickly outpaced him, and by the time he reached the summit, Jiang Mengrui had already been waiting for a considerable while. She had not even taken a moment to offer him a bottle of water or allow him a brief respite, instead conspiring with a mountain hermit who informed her that there was no destiny between her and Ji Nanchuan, warning that if they were to force a connection, the Ji and Jiang families would face misfortune, potentially leading to ruin. Furious, Ji Nanchuan stormed away. Chapter 73. Jiang Mengrui's boyfriend, who regards money as worthless. Despite being utterly exhausted from a climb, he could hardly believe this woman had the audacity to scorn him. Ji Nanchuan had arrived at the top far too late. When he decided to descend, the cable car station had already closed, leaving him entirely alone and without recourse. Exhausted, hungry, and in pain, he nearly lost his footing on the staircase, almost tumbling down mountain. Jiang Mengrui's indifference was compounded by her mocking laughter, having been spoiled by the Ji family. Ji Nanchuan had never endured such humiliation. In a fit of anger, he found himself in a heated argument with Jiang Mengrui. She was fiery and loud, hurling insults such as boiled chicken and little waste, her words cutting deep and leaving Ji Nanchuan's face flushed with rage, yet he could not win the argument. By the time he returned home, it was well past midnight, dragging with him the weight of fatigue and the odor of sweat, as if his very feet belonged to someone else. Upon removing his shoes, he discovered blisters on both feet, 2 on one and 3 on the other. Infuriated, he cursed Jiang Mengrui as a lunatic. Had it not been for his desire to make Ji Bei experience similar hardships, even knowing that the Jiang family would soon face bankruptcy, Ji Nanchuan would never have encouraged Ji Bei to meet Jiang Mengrui. Having consumed half the bottle of water, Jiang Mengrui felt her strength returning. She smiled at Ji Bei, who sat on a nearby rock at a comfortable distance. Ji Bei's actions endeared him to her further, prompting her to admit that she had previously held prejudices against him. "I apologize," she said earnestly. Jiang Mengrui's character was such that she expressed disdain openly towards those she disliked, yet when it came to those she favored, she would readily offer them her best. Acknowledging her mistake, she apologized without hesitation. The notion of being coy seemed foreign to her. Ji Bei, taken aback, realized only then what Jiang Mengrui had meant, and after taking another sip of water, he replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. In comparison to the wounds inflicted by the Ji family, Jiang Mengrui's slight prejudice was scarcely worthy of Ji Bei's concern." Witnessing Ji Bei's sincerity, Jiang Mingrui felt compelled to reciprocate. I have a boyfriend. Ji Bei showed no surprise. He was already aware of Jiang Mingrui's relationship from his previous life, and he knew more about her boyfriend than Jiang Mingrui herself might. This time, it was Jiang Mingrui who was taken aback. You're not surprised at all? Ji Bei took another sip of water and replied, Our meeting was merely a matter of parental arrangement. There is no chemistry between us. Jiang Mingrui nodded in agreement. Ji Bei seemed to possess little more than good looks, commendable stamina, and gentlemanly manners. Nothing particularly remarkable. Had she been single, she might have been intrigued, but alas, she was committed. Ji Bei failed to notice the fleeting moment of distraction in Jiang Mingrui's gaze. He continued, Having met, we can consider it an adherence to our parents' wishes. If we find each other agreeable in the future, we may become friends. If not, we remain mere acquaintances, with no bearing on whether or not we are romantically involved. They reached a mutual understanding, bringing joy to Jiang Mingrui. So, do you find me agreeable? Bei nodded. There was an unspoken truth he left unvoiced. His perception of Jiang Mingrui was largely influenced by his past life. Had today been their first encounter, he might have found her quite unappealing, considering the sweltering heat and the arduous hike. Unaware of Ji Bei's internal musings, Jiang Mingrui appeared radiant, as if sunlight had bestowed a filter upon her sun-kissed skin, amplifying her smile's brilliance. She beamed at Ji Bei, devoid of any romantic intent, her smile as warm as sunlight. When I get engaged to my boyfriend, may I invite you to the ceremony? Ji Bei initially responded affirmatively, but then, as though struck by a sudden thought, he inquired with a hint of mystery. What is your boyfriend's personality like? Why do you ask? Ji Bei's curiosity stemmed partly from a desire to understand what kind of man could so thoroughly captivate her. Jiang Mingrui laughed. And the primary reason? The main reason is to gauge your boyfriend's character. As I want to attend your engagement party as your suitor and risk being mistaken for a disruptor. Yang Mengri fond, you be stasing amusing loging jartidi. You wouldn't stand a chance against him. As she spoke of her boyfriend, an unmistakable pride radiated from Jiang Mingrui. He has been working out for years and is incredibly strong. Ji Bei replied. So, physical fitness is the key to winning your heart? Of course. That is not the only factor. Jiang Mingrui radiated happiness. Not only was he exceptionally skilled, but his personality was also quite unique. He possessed an independent mindset and regarded money as mere refuse, standing in stark contrast to someone like me, who bore the stench of copper coins. When the topic of her boyfriend arose, Jiang Mingrui seemed to unlock a treasure trove of words. Without any prompting from Ji Bei, she began to speak freely, pouring out her thoughts as if they were beans spilling from a sack. I, along with the entire Jiang family, revolved around the mundane clink of coins, utterly pedestrian. Only he orbited around dreams, living for aspirations, and I found him remarkably special. I adored him. For a fleeting moment, even Ji Bei, whose social skills had been honed to perfection in a past life, was at a loss for how to respond to Jiang Mingrui's enthusiastic discourse. The current Jiang Mingrui exuded wisdom and pride, yet she had not yet matured into the meticulous person she was in her previous existence. In the brief pause, Jiang Mingrui remained oblivious. Ji Bei, intrigued by someone who spun around dreams, inquired, What does someone who revolves around dreams do all day? Compete. Jiang Mingrui replied matter-of-factly, mentioning the numerous boxing competitions, both large and small, that he had participated in across the nation. Ji Bei responded with an O, recalling that the expenses incurred from a single competition were not insignificant. Transportation, lodging, meals, entry fees, professional boxing gloves, and athletic were all required financial outlay. And most of these costs were limitless. No matter how much one spent, there was always something more expensive awaiting. The total expenses amounted to a considerable sum, especially for someone participating in various competitions nationwide. If one had sponsorship, it was bearable, but without it, even winning a championship yielded little monetary reward. Typically, many boxers would take on part-time coaching roles. Yet, Jiang Mingrui's boyfriend, who she had stated regarded money as refuse, was a perplexing case. The costs associated with competing were substantial. Could someone who viewed money so dismissively manage financially? Of course, it's all on me, Jiang Mingrui declared, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I train poorly, and I lack natural talent. If I couldn't provide for him in this way, why would he even want to be with me? Her words left Ji Bei in thoughtful silence. Well, that's hard to assess, he mused. However, observing Jiang Mingrui's reaction, Ji Bei became increasingly convinced that the Jiang family's financial downfall was closely linked to the man who, while adopting an attitude of disregarding money, was nonetheless living off his girlfriend's finances. Had he not acted so excessively, Jiang Mingrui with her singular focus on her boyfriend, would not have publicly denounced him as a scoundrel and a fraud when the Jiang family faced bankruptcy, vowing to never let him off the hook. In Chapter 74, there was a mention of my destined success in officialdom. Ji Bei, having gleaned some understanding of the situation, deftly shifted the conversation. The two then discussed various topics. And Jiang Mingrui was pleasantly surprised to discover that Ji Bei was not only handsome and physically fit, but also possessed a delightful sense of humor, often evoking hearty laughter from her, alleviating much of her fatigue from the mountain hike. If only I didn't have a boyfriend, Jiang Mingrui thought to herself. I would surely be quite taken with this matchmaking prospect. Should we consult Zhang Daoshang? Is there really fortune-telling? Jiang Mingrui replied with a noncommittal not fully grasping Ji Bei's meaning. Ji Bei chuckled awkwardly. I thought you mentioned fortune-telling merely to coax me into climbing the mountain. Jiang Mingrui blushed slightly at the realization. At the foot of the mountain, she had never truly held hopes of making it to the summit with Ji Bei. Her intention had been to tease him. Yet, reality proved that Ji Bei, with his capabilities, had demonstrated that Jiang Mingrui was far from able to tease him and had remained a perfect gentleman, refraining from retaliating. In terms of skill and demeanor, he was impeccable. There truly is a temple. I've heard that the Taoist priestess predictions are quite accurate. Ji Bei declined, stating, I have little interest in matters of fate. Jiang Mingrui recalled her earlier comment about consulting the priest to hear him declare that the two of them were fated to have no romantic connection. At that moment, she had no inkling that, in the near future, she would regret such a decision, lamenting why her fate with Ji Bei was destined to be devoid of romance. And seeking out Zhang Daoshang to inquire how two individuals, fated to be apart, could still come together. Even if I have no interest in romance, we could still inquire about other matters, Ji Bei conceded, reasoning that since they were already there, it wouldn't hurt to gain some insight. So they proceeded. Zhang Daoshang's appearance diverged from traditional depictions of Taoists. He was not the slender, ethereal figure one might expect, but rather a portly man with neatly styled hair. His cheeks plump and rosy, his eyes bright and kind, belied his advanced age of 78. After their greeting, Jiang Mingrui was the first to receive a reading. Upon providing her birth information, Zhang Daoshang began to scribble calculations on paper with a black pen. Ji Bei felt a flicker of curiosity. This Taoist was indeed quite different from the conventional image he had in mind. He had expected the priest to still adhere to ancient traditions, using a brush for writing. In less than a minute, Zhang Daoshang had deciphered much of Jiang Mengrui's fate. Firstly, you were born into wealth. Your parents shared a strong bond. And as their only daughter, you received all their affection. This has, to some extent, fostered your somewhat spoiled and headstrong nature, leading you to fear neither heaven nor earth. Having been sheltered from the world's harsh realities, resulting in your remaining quite naive. Jiang Mengrui nodded in agreement. She had indeed been raised in a nurturing environment, and her mother often expressed concern over her innocent disposition and what it would mean for her future. Zhang Daoshang continued, now regarding your future, you face an unavoidable calamity of ill-fated romance. If you can withstand it, you will ascend to greater heights with a future beyond measure. If you cannot endure it, you will suffer great setbacks. Regardless, your twilight years will be filled with beauty. No matter the trials faced, you shall ultimately find redemption. Jiang Mingrui pondered the implications of Zhang Daoshang's words. What about my current boyfriend? She inquired. Zhang Daoshang shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further, muttering, it's all fate. With Jiang Mengrui's reading complete, it was now Ji Bei's turn. From the moment Ji Bei entered, Zhang Daoshang had observed him closely. In truth, after encountering many people, the priest could generally discern a person's character and destiny. However, upon Ji Bei's arrival, Zhang Daoshang found himself momentarily at a loss. On the surface, this young man bore the countenance of someone whose life had been fraught with misfortune, having experienced a few years of prosperity before an untimely demise. Yet beneath this facade, it appeared that something more profound lay hidden. The deeper the layers, the more Zhang Daoshang realized he could not easily discern Ji Bei's true nature. After Ji Bei provided his birth details, Zhang Daoshang's expression shifted dramatically. His hand trembled as he gripped the pen, causing it to slip from his fingers and leave a long, unintended mark on the paper. Ji Bei remained relatively composed, but Zhang Daoshang's reaction startled Jiang Mengrui and piqued her curiosity, momentarily distracting her from her earlier concerns about ill-fated romance. What is happening? What makes his fate so special? With a serious demeanor, Zhang Daoshang instructed Jiang Mengrui leave. Taken aback, Jiang Mengrui struggled to comprehend. Why? When I had my fortune told. Ji Bei was right here the entire time. There was no request for him to leave. Why now, when it is Ji Bei's turn? Does Zhang Daochang insist I step out? As Zhang Daochang silently contemplated the fate of Ji Bei, his excitement grew, and his tone became increasingly serious when addressing Jiang Mengrui. You must leave. The destiny of this young man is exceptionally unique, and it is beyond the rights of ordinary individuals to interpret. Even after years of cultivation, I can only glimpse a fraction of it. The gravity of his words made Jiang Mengrui feel a twinge of anxiety. What would happen if I listened? She inquired. Zhang Daochang replied candidly. You would suffer severe repercussions. Jiang Mengrui felt a lump in her throat and immediately complied, stepping outside. After waiting for a considerable time, Ji Bei finally emerged. Eagerly, Jiang Mengrui approached him, curiosity bubbling forth. What did Zhang Daochang tell you? He mentioned that my career will flourish, that wealth will gravitate towards me, that any endeavor I pursue will be met with success, and that I will easily win the affections of a beautiful partner. Jiang Mengrui erupted into laughter. What a daydreamer you are. Ji Bei maintained a serious demeanor, responding, Indeed, it's broad daylight now. I should wait until nightfall to indulge in a grand dream. Jiang Mengrui laughed even harder. Go ahead, dream on. Anything is possible in dreams. As they exchanged banter, Jiang Mengrui understood Ji Bei's reluctance to divulge too much. Respecting his silence, she refrained from pressing further. After their arduous climb, both felt a pang of hunger. Yet neither was fussy about sustenance. They relished a simple bowl of vegetarian noodles at the temple. While eating, Ji Bei recalled what Zhang Daochang had conveyed to him. After much calculation and contemplation, Ji Bei had prepared for a lengthy discourse, only to be met with a single cryptic phrase. The past is shrouded in darkness and cannot be pursued. The path ahead is radiant and promising. It was clear that this old man had not chosen to be reclusive. He was well versed in the cliches of classic dramas. Chapter 75. Ji Bei is ridiculed by Jiang Mengrui's boyfriend for being broke. After their meal, Ji Bei and Jiang Mengrui took the cable car down the mountain. At the foot of the hill, Jiang Mengrui's boyfriend was already waiting for them, leaning against a Maserati that seemed entirely mismatched to his persona. Dressed only in a tank top, his muscular physique glistened under the sun, and his bronze skin suggested he had applied oil, making him somewhat blinding to behold. He struck what he believed to be a handsome pose, basking in the attention of passing young women, oblivious to the fact that their gazes were directed toward the car behind him. Upon seeing Jiang Mengrui, he hurried over. Mengrui, she fluttered into his embrace. On, tightening his hold on her, the man cast a victorious glance at Ji Bei. Ji Bei felt a wave of exasperation. Jiang Mengrui stepped back from her boyfriend. Smiling bus fully at Ji Bei. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Tian Han, a highly skilled professional boxer. And this is my blind date that my father insisted I meet. We didn't feel any spark, and he already knows I have a boyfriend. So don't be jealous, Han. Ji Bei smirked slightly and extended his hand toward Tian Han. Hello, Yim Yi Bei. Tian Han raised an eyebrow, his expression somewhat arrogant as he shook Ji Bei's hand with considerable force. Hello, Tian Han. In a typical first meeting, handshakes are usually brief and polite. However, Tian Han subtly increased his grip, and Ji Bei, though surprised, did not withdraw. Ji Bei lifted his eyelids, meeting Tian Han's challenging gaze without flinching, and responded by tightening his own grip. Tian Han's expression shifted as he realized that despite Ji Bei's seemingly frail appearance, he possessed unexpected strength. Had Ji Bei not represented the Ji family, Tian Han might have openly mocked him. To his astonishment, Ji Bei's grip was far stronger than he anticipated. Conversely, Ji Bei found it perplexing that such a muscular figure could have such a weak handshake. After all, one who frequented the gym and consumed protein shakes should possess much more strength. The two maintained a facade of politeness while secretly exerting force. Ji Bei's expression remained unchanged, his polite, aloof smile seemingly affixed to his face, revealing nothing of the effort he exerted. Meanwhile, Tian Han struggled to manage his facial expressions as the pain from Ji Bei's grip intensified. Eventually, he could no longer maintain his composure and jerked his hand away, a clear sign of surrender. Ji Bei, not wishing to prolong the contest, released his grip immediately. Tian Han shook his hand in disbelief, inwardly cursing. Where did this little brat get such strength? Though he lost the contest of strength, he attempted to retain his bravado. Leaning closer to Jiang Mengrui, he feigned possessiveness. How is the climb? This mountain is the highest in Sioux City. Many young people cannot manage it, but Mengrui and I often come here. Tian Han made his insinuations even more blatant. I wonder how Mr. Ji found the descent. Ji Bei replied with measured politeness. It was fine. Tian Han hooked lid. his previously pained hand now resting on his chin, attempting to stifle a laugh. We're not strangers. Mr. Ji need not pretend. It's quite normal to struggle. The stamina of today's youth is rather lacking. Besides competing, I often advocate for outdoor activities online, but the impact is unfortunately minimal. Calculating the time Jiang Mengrui took to ascend and descend, Tian Han concluded that they had lingered longer than usual, thus attributing the delay to Ji Bei. From the moment Tian Han mentioned the climb, Jiang Mengrui began signaling him with her eyes. Tian Han misinterpreted her gestures, believing she was trying to spare Ji Bei's feelings by suggesting he should not speak. The more she indicated this, the more he felt compelled to provoke Ji Bei. Ultimately, Jiang Mengrui could no longer contain herself. Han, why are you asking this? I climbed slowly, and I caused a delay. If it weren't for waiting for me, Mr. Ji would have finished the round trip long ago. Tian Han's disbelief was evident. Throughout the encounter, Ji Bei had largely ignored Tian Han, making the latter's persistent jabs appear foolish. I bid you farewell today. May you both enjoy a lifetime of happiness. Ji Bei's indifference resonated with Jiang Mengrui, who silently appreciated his kindness. Tian Han, unwilling to let Ji Bei off the hook, noticed that when the two stood together, the glances of passing young women were directed at Ji Bei, which irked him. He feigned ignorance, asking, Mr. Ji, where is your car? I don't see it. Jiang Mengrui discreetly pinched Tian Han, attempting to smooth things over. He is still a minor, she reminded him. Unfazed, Tian Han continued, why didn't the Ji family send someone to pick you up? Jiang Mengrui pinched him again, her expression now one of irritation. Today, Tian Han seemed particularly intent on stirring trouble. Last night, I had clearly explained to him the peculiar circumstances surrounding Ji Bei. Despite being the genuine young master of the Ji family, he had been cast adrift for many years due to a mix-up at birth. Now that he has returned to his roots, he finds himself in a rather precarious position within the Ji household, overshadowed by a false young master. Did Tian Han truly forget this? What Jiang Mengrui was unaware of was that it was precisely because Tian Han had not forgotten that he dared to mock Ji Bei so audaciously. After all, Ji Bei lacked favor. Even if he were offended, the Ji family would not come to his defense, leaving Tian Han unaccountable for any repercussions. Had Ji Bei been favored, Tian Han would undoubtedly have adopted a different demeanor, currying favor with Ji Bei in hopes of gaining some advantage. Jiang Mengrui attempted to meditate for Ji Bei, and he took note of her efforts. Unfazed by Tian Han's jibes, Ji Bei maintained his composure, responding to Tian Han as if he were oblivious to the derision embedded in his words. The Ji family will neither buy me a car nor provide me with a chauffeur. I'm still a student, and it is not disgraceful for a student to be unable to afford a car. I will earn my own money once I grow up. He paused deliberately, emphasizing, I'm the type of person who prefers to be self-sufficient in all my desires. This statement struck Tian Han like a blow to the gut, igniting his temper. However, with Jiang Mengrui present, he refrained from saying anything excessively harsh. His face flushed with anger as he retorted, Fine, very well, and returned to the car, ignoring Jiang Mengrui entirely. She quickly apologized to Ji Bei and hurried after Tian Han. As she settled into the car, even before fastening her seatbelt, Tian Han suddenly slammed on the accelerator, causing the vehicle to lurch forward with alarming speed, startling Jiang Mengrui. She quickly buckled her seatbelt, casting a disapproving glance at Tian Han. In the presence of others, Jiang Mengrui would defend Tian Han's dignity, even before her own father, whom she held in low regard. However, Tian Han's mockery of Ji Bei today left her feeling both angry and disappointed. What was that about today, Tian Han? Why mock him? Tian Han, with a sullen expression, ignored her. Her irritation mounted, prompting her to raise her voice. Tian, I'm speaking to you. Are you listening? After pressing his lips together in frustration, he reluctantly replied, I heard you. This demeanor only fueled Jiang Mengrui's ire further. I'm asking you something. Tian Han, now equally incensed, shot back, why mock him? You, Jiang Mengrui, are my girlfriend. He is your blind date. What attitude do you expect me to adopt towards him? Jiang Mengrui perceived his behavior as unreasonable. We have nothing between us. Initially, I intended to make things difficult for him during our hike, but I was surprised to find he climbed faster than I did. Upon reaching the summit, I made it clear that I had a boyfriend and that we were not possible. He was not taken aback, as he had no interest in me and even wished us well. Tian Han remained discontented. That is your blind date. Jiang Mengrui felt that Tian Han was being obstinate, unable to comprehend her reasoning. Our families arranged this betrothal since childhood. The marriage between our parents is not ours to dictate. We had to meet. Besides, my asking you to pick me up was a clear statement of my feelings. Recognizing that Jiang Mengrui was genuinely upset, Tianhan softened his tone and took her hand in his. Mengruei, please don't be angry. My actions stem from a place of deep affection for you. The thought of that being your blind date, with whom you have a childhood engagement, makes me irrationally jealous. Jiang Mengrui's anger began to dissipate. Tianhan continued to sweet-talk her. Mengruei, I truly love you, which is why I can't help but feel this way. Even if you were to engage in a mere formality with another man, I would still feel envious. I can hardly imagine a life without you. And you know my character well. I am indifferent to wealth, status, property, and savings. What do I care about such things? If I weren't mad with jealousy, why would I resort to mocking someone else? By this point, Jiang Mengrui's anger had nearly evaporated. She spoke softly, laying down some ground rules for their relationship. Let us agree that you won't behave this way anymore. Tianhan's hand, which had been resting on hers, moved upward, only for Jiang Mengrui to cover it with her palm. He attempted to free himself from her grasp, but she held on tightly, thwarting his efforts. Stop, Jiang Mengrui commanded. Instantly, Tianhan's spirits dampened, but soon after, he became irritable once more. Mengrui, everyone in love does that. We've been together for so long. And you still want to give me that? Jiang Mengrui firmly placed his hand back on the steering wheel. No, I want to save that for our wedding night. Frustrated, Tianhan raked his fingers through his hair. Wedding night, wedding night. When will it be? Mengrui, why must you be so traditional? Since it will happen eventually, why not sooner rather than later? Jiang Mengrui countered, if it will happen anyway, what difference does it make to wait a little longer? Tianhan grew increasingly agitated. Every conversation about this topic seemed to lead them into a cyclical argument. He blurted out, if you want to give it to me, who will you give it to? That guy from earlier? Jiang Mengrui's anger flared once more. Tianhan, what nonsense are you talking about? Seeing her genuinely upset, Tianhan quickly offered apologies. Jiang Mengrui loved him dearly. As long as it wasn't a matter of principle, she would forgive him after a simple apology. Enveloped in happiness, Jiang Mengrui failed to notice Tianhan's peculiar behavior. After a short while, Tianhan spoke again. Mengrui, there's essay competition I want to enter. Jiang Mengrui was always receptive to such requests from Tianhan. Without hesitation, she responded, if there's a competition, then go for it. Tianhan, I have every confidence that you will win. You know I unconditionally support you, whether it's a major competition or a minor one. Tianhan wore a slightly melancholic expression. Noticing something was amiss with him, Jiang Mengrui inquired, what is wrong? He appeared somewhat embarrassed, as he explained. The organizers are rather materialistic, and the entry fees are exorbitant because I haven't found suitable sponsors. You know, Mengrui, organizing a competition without sponsors is quite challenging. Perhaps I should just refrain from participating? Jiang Mengrui's demeanor shifted to seriousness. How could you not participate? Tianhan, what I admire most about you is your refusal to be consumed by material concerns. You should pursue your dreams without reservation. Let me handle the financial matters. Tian looked deeply touched. Mengrui, you are truly wonderful. Of course. Who else could you expect such support from, if not your girlfriend? Jiang Mengrui blushed slightly. Do you know why I only give you gifts and not money? Tianhan, feigning nonchalance, was nonetheless all ears. Because I don't want you to be tainted by the filth of money. That morning, after a blind date and a climb, followed by a bowl of vegetarian noodles, Ji had not been idle either. He took a bus to the library to work on some problems. At this growth stage, a single bowl of noodles had not sufficed, yet he hesitated to spend on another. Instead, he spent 12 yuan on a self-service lunch at the basement floor. Finally, feeling his empty stomach was satisfied, he patted his now full belly as he ascended the stairs, marveling at the joys of youth. With a robust appetite, it seemed he could digest even shards of glass. For a little past 2 until after 6, when the library finally closed, Ji diligently packed his belongings to return home, embodying the quintessential student version of a master of time management. As the day unfolded, Ji experienced an immensely fulfilling routine. After attending teacher Bingbing's class, Ji Nanchuan felt exceptionally buoyant. He had made a point to return home early and inquired with the servant if Ji had yet arrived, which only further elevated his spirits. He seated himself in the first-floor reception room with Ji Zhongshi, eagerly awaiting Ji return to mock him and incite Ji Zhongshi to unleash his ire upon Ji. If Ji Zhongshi were to be incensed enough to physically confront Ji or even expel him from the Ji household, it would be nothing short of ideal. In Chapter 77, Ji Nanchuan once again solicited funds from Ji Zhongshi. He showcased the fruits of his labor from the day's studies, which consisted merely of the rudiments of standing, sitting, and walking, skills lacking in any substantial merit. Given that both Ji Nanchuan's focus and teacher Bingbing's teachings did not center around physical education. Yet Ji Zhongshi, oblivious to this reality and swayed by Ji Nanchuan's self-praise, found himself bewitched by Ji Nanchuan's claims. feeling as though he possessed greater potential than the entire entertainment industry combined. Ji Nanchuan asserted that should he debut today, he would achieve overnight fame, and by tomorrow, he would bring boundless glory and wealth to the Ji family. Ji Zhongshi's praises were eagerly accepted by Ji Nanchuan, who feigned modesty while feeling an inner pride, believing that teacher Bing Bing's commendation affirmed his natural aptitude for the spotlight. She had mentioned that in her many years of teaching, few were as camera-ready as he. Ji Zhongshi's delight was palpable. Seizing the moment, Ji Nanchuan broached the subject of enrolling in an acting class, stating, "Father, Sister Lu said that my acting foundation is somewhat lacking. Although I possess considerable talent, it pales in comparison to those who have trained since childhood. I may need to enroll in an acting course." Upon hearing the mention of expenses, Ji Zhongshi's smile waned slightly. "How much?" he inquired. 200,000. Ji Nanchuan replied, anxious to reassure Ji Zhongshi. This sum is for a top-tier acting instructor who has trained numerous current celebrities. Moreover, Sister Lu has enrolled me in a live-stream variety show, which has a high probability of airing. She believes that, based on her expertise, the show's design is exceptionally innovative and likely to be a hit. Ji Zhongshi's hesitation transformed into intrigue. "Father, just imagine if my debut variety show becomes a sensation. My path to stardom would undoubtedly be smooth sailing." While this statement bore some embellishment, Ji Nanchuan was confident. Leaning on the memories of his previous life, where Ji Bei had signed with Sister Lu and skyrocketed to fame, leading to an incredibly prosperous career filled with lucrative opportunities, Ji Nanchuan felt he was simply retracing Ji Bei's previous path and intended to continue down it step by step. The minor matter of signing up for a variety show felt like a certainty, an eventuality. Ji Nanchuan made grand promises to Ji Zhongshi, who was elated. Investing in Ji Nanchuan's physical and acting classes was a calculated risk. Throughout his life, Ji Zhongshi had made various investments, yet with mediocre results. Particularly during the years his company had suffered continuous losses under his management, a source of great concern for him. Despite his reluctance to acknowledge it, he felt compelled to try once more to prove himself. If Ji Nanchuan were to succeed, it would serve as validation for his investment. With that thought in mind, Ji Zhongshi retrieved his wallet, extracting a card containing 500,000. "Enroll in whatever classes you desire. Do not skimp on expenses. Your father has plenty of money." Ji Nanchuan accepted the card with surprise and gratitude. Ji Zhongshi reiterated the importance of attending classes diligently, reminding Ji Nanchuan not to forget the Ji family once he achieved success, as they had been far kinder to him than they had been to Ji Bei, their biological son. Regardless of Ji Nanchuan's internal musings, he nodded in agreement to everything said. The two continued their conversation until Ji Nanchuan heard a commotion at the door, mistakenly thinking Ji Bei had returned. Instead, it was Ji Chun, appearing utterly fatigued in her professional attire, her figure elegant and accentuated by black high heels that lent her a mature charm. She was utterly exhausted and, after greeting Ji Zhongshi and Ji Nanchuan, kicked off her heels, tossed her bag aside, and collapsed onto the sofa. "I'm so tired," she lamented, stretching her legs free from the constraints of her heels, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Ji Nanchuan approached her. "Sister, allow me to give you a massage." Ji Chun, too drained to respond, merely nodded in consent. Without further ado, Ji Nanchuan began to work on her shoulders, and her expression visibly improved. After a while, feeling rejuvenated, she thanked Ji Nanchuan and sat up. Ji Zhongshi inquired about the state of the company. At the mention of work, Ji Chun felt the benefits of Ji Nanchuan's massage dissipate, shaking her head despondently. "Not great, to be honest. It's quite bad." Ji Zhongshi's expression darkened. Had the decline of the Ji family business not been so pronounced, he would not have been so reluctant to part with a few 100,000 for Ji Nanchuan's education. Ji Nanchuan remained silent, listening intently and absorbing key information for future use, though Ji Chun did not notice his attentiveness. She rubbed her temples, explaining that a small project was currently out for bid, with competitors being minor companies. In the past, when the Ji family thrived, they would never have considered such trivial projects. Not only were they devoid of substantial profit, but competing for them would also be a matter of ridicule. Yet now, the Ji family had no choice but to seize any opportunity available. The decline of the Ji family's status meant that even the smallest companies were no longer to be underestimated. "I thought this project might provide a much-needed respite for the Ji family, alleviating the current atmosphere of anxiety. But now, the Jiang family, with their vast resources, has unexpectedly entered the fray. It's perplexing why they would covet such a minor opportunity. If they refuse to back down, our chances of winning the bid are slim." Ji Chun's grip tightened on her forehead, unable to suppress the throbbing stress of the situation. She solemnly articulated a truth that was both unwelcome and unavoidable. "If we cannot secure this project, The Ji family's cash flow for the next quarter will likely face severe issues. Ji Nanchuan's hand trembled. He was aware of the implications. A company's cash flow disruption signified impending disaster, a fact that loomed heavily in his mind. Ji Nanchuan can sensing an opportunity to undermine yibe, fignet distress. I'm sorry, father, I'm sorry, sister. Tears streamed silently down Ji Nanchuan's face. Both Ji Zhongshu and Ji Chun were already fraught with their own concerns, and the sudden sound of crying only added to their irritation. Yet, Ji Nanchuan's tears were silent and skillful, falling without a sound, not daring to sniffle too loudly, evoking only sympathy rather than annoyance. What is wrong, Nanchuan? Ji Chun and Ji Zhongshu immediately inquired with concern. Ji Nanchuan sniffed, lamenting that it was his oversight. He had thought that since he had claimed the affection of his brother's family, he should bestow the marriage alliance with the Jiang family upon his brother. He never anticipated the intricate ties between the Ji family and the Jiang clan. Ji Chun's eyes widened in astonishment. What did you say? The marriage alliance with the Jiang family is to be given to Ji Bei? Chapter 78. No wonder the Ji family eventually faced bankruptcy. Ji Nanchuan hung his head in silence, tears streaming down his face. Ji Chuan's gaze shifted to Ji Zhongqi, who felt a twinge of guilt under Ji Chun's scrutiny. He pondered, could Nanchuan find someone better? Ji Chuan sighed heavily, hoping that Ji Bei would win the affection of the Jiang family's young lady. Ji Nanchuan's face was a portrait of distress. It's all my fault. All my fault. I heard that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family has quite the temper. She is exceedingly difficult to please. I shouldn't have only thought about giving the marriage to my brother without considering this matter. He wiped his tears. Father, aunt, wait for me. I'll go to the eldest daughter of the Jiang family right now and apologize. If I sincerely apologize, she will surely forgive my brother and come to like him. Upon hearing this, Ji Zhongshu and Ji Chun recalled the situation. Jiang Mengrui, the pampered daughter of the Jiang family, would find it hard to develop any fondness for Ji Bei, who, despite being of Ji blood, had spent so many years in a slum, bearing the scent of lowliness, utterly devoid of Ji family refinement. The possibility of Jiang Mengrui being attracted to Ji Bei seemed utterly absurd. The resolution of the Ji family's competition with the Jiang clan over this minor project hinged entirely on whether Ji Bei could win the favor of the Jiang family as eldest daughter. Ji Nanchuan incessantly berated himself. It's all my fault. I should have advised my brother more, ensuring he wouldn't bring shame to the Ji family. After all, he has been with the Ji family for so long and has yet to learn even the basic etiquette. Following Ji Nanchuan's words, Ji Zhongshu reflected on Ji Bei's behavior in recent days, leaving early and returning late, failing to greet anyone. Truly, he displayed a complete lack of manners. He felt a surge of rage. This little wretch, having been in the Ji family for so long, he had shown no improvement. Useless and indifferent, nothing but a burden. What Ji Zhongshu did not realize was that Ji Bei was not lacking in manners at all. If he chose to be polite, he would surpass every single member of the Ji family. In his previous life, with Ji Bei's reputation, he had attended countless banquets, both grand and modest, domestic and international, commercial and social, and had visited esteemed families of recluses. Etiquette varied with the company, and no one would ever claim that Ji Bei lacked manners or refinement. As for the Ji family, they were simply unworthy of Ji Bei's civility. Ji Nanchuan feigned to console, but was, in fact, fueling the flames. Father, please don't be angry. My brother didn't mean it. All his energy has been devoted to interacting with you and my sisters. To put it nicely, it was called interaction. To put it bluntly, he was merely a sycophant, desperately trying to curry favor. One of the Ji family's most loathsome traits was Ji Bei's eagerness to ingratiate himself with them, which revolted them immensely. Ji Chun let out a cold snort. Foolish Nanchuan. Ji Bei is playing mind games, competing with you for the family fortune. Ji Nanchuan, bewildered, responded with an uncertain huh, as if he had not comprehended Ji Chun's words. Ji Chuan affectionately ruffled Ji Nanchuan's hair. Your innocence is charming, but how can you be a match for Ji Bei? Ji Chun tacitly agreed with Ji Nanchuan's sentiment. This marriage alliance would be better suited for Ji Nanchuan if he were to meet the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, given his amiable nature. Even if he couldn't immediately win her heart, he certainly would not need to apologize on behalf of the Ji family. Ji Nanchuan quickly promised, first thing tomorrow morning, I will go to the Jiang family to apologize. They also acquiesced to allowing Ji Nanchuan to apologize to the Jiang family. This was the only way to mitigate the Ji family's losses to the greatest extent. Perhaps, if the Jiang family was pleased, they would cease competing with the Ji family over this minor project. At that moment, Song Yaji, who had been lurking in the corner for an unknown duration, stepped forward. Compared to her usual gentleness, her voice now carried an undeniable firmness. No, I do not agree to Nanchuan going to the Jiang family to apologize. That would be too much of a humiliation for him. Ji Zhongshi and Ji Chun were momentarily taken aback. Song Yaji looked at them as if they were conspiring against Ji Nanchuan. You know very well the temperament of the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Sending Nanchuan to apologize is tantamount to inviting humiliation upon him at the hands of the Jiang family. Why should Nanchuan bear the consequences of Ji Bei's mistakes? Ji Chun was momentarily speechless. Mom, it's just an apology. It won't be a big deal. Her words did nothing to alleviate Song Yaji's concerns. Instead, they only intensified her anger. Little Chun, what are you saying? Do you not regard Nanchuan as your brother? Suddenly branded with such a heavy accusation. Ji Chun felt a surge of discomfort. She struggled to calm herself and reasoned with Song Yaji. Mom, I understand that this matter is unfair to Nanchuan, but concerns the survival of the Ji group. As a member of the Ji family, it is Nanchuan's duty to contribute to the family. Song Yaji was in no mood to listen. I do not care about the Ji group. I only know that I cannot let my son suffer. As the two appeared on the verge of an argument, Ji Nanchuan hurriedly interjected, Mom, sister, please don't fight over me. Brother Ji Bei is still my brother. Even if he doesn't like me, in my heart, he is still a wonderful brother. I do not have many relatives, so every one of them is incredibly important to me. Ji Nanchuan sniffled, putting on an act of utmost innocence. For the sake of his brother, he was willing to endure any humiliation. While outwardly he seemed to be speaking up for Ji Bei, he was in reality continuously emphasizing the need to apologize to the Jiang family, placing all the blame on Ji Bei. Unsurprisingly, Ji Nanchuan's words only served to heighten the fury of the Ji family. Were it not for Ji Bei's absence, Ji Zhongshi would have gladly slapped Ji Bei upon his return. That wretched creature, when he comes back, I will ensure he pays for it. Observing Yizvongski's rising emger. Ji Nanchuan quickly patted his back in a comforting manner, uttering several words that seemed to console but were, in fact, stoking the flames. By the time Ji Bei returned home, every member of the Ji family was already incensed, thanks to Ji Nanchuan's machinations. The more furious the Ji family became, the more exhilarated Ji Nanchuan felt. He could hardly wait to see their reaction when they confronted Ji Bei. Upon returning home, Ji Bei was greeted by the sight of an irate Ji family seated in the living room. He felt a headache coming on. Why was it that every time he returned, the Ji family was always gathered in the living room? Did they have nothing better to do? If they had no business, they could at least go out and negotiate contracts or pursue business ventures instead of idling about, living off their past glories. No wonder the Ji family eventually faced bankruptcy. Chapter 79. Can I marry Jiang Mengrui? As soon as Ji Bei arrived, Ji Zhongshi could hardly contain his impatience. How did your meeting with Jiang Mengrui go today? Ji Bei replied candidly, it was just fine. Ji Zhongshi's expression darkened immediately. Just fine? When will you bring Jiang Mengrui home? Ji Bei ruthlessly burst his bubble of delusion. You can never bring Jiang Mengrui home. Ji Zhongshi's face turned particularly grim. Did you anger Jiang Mengrui? No, you're lying. In the midst of the turmoil, Ji Zhongshi had initially intended to let the matter slide, provided that Ji Bei offered an apology and sought Jiang Mengrui's forgiveness without jeopardizing the family's business. However, he was taken aback by Ji Bei's complete lack of remorse and gentlemanly deceit. Did you provoke Jiang Mengrui's business? It seems you wish to bring ruin upon the Ji family. Ji Bei furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Ji Nanchuan, who was cowering behind Ji Zhongshi, feigning innocence. It was undoubtedly Ji Nanchuan's instigation. Ji Bei merely regarded Ji Nanchuan, who, despite being a senior in high school, resembled a frightened child, flinching exaggeratedly as he attempted to retreat behind Ji Zhongshi. Song Yaji stepped forward, shielding Ji Nanchuan protectively. Her gaze towards Ji Bei was akin to that of an adversary. Why are you glaring at Nanchuan while speaking to father? Ji Nanchuan, hidden behind Song Yaji, chimed in, I'm fine, mama. Brother didn't he mean it? Witnessing Ji Nanchuan's mature demeanor, Song Yaji felt a pang of sympathy. She turned and gently ruffled Ji Nanchuan's hair, assuring him, rest assured, Mama will never allow anyone to bully you. He sensed a stark contrast in Song Yaji's treatment of Ji Nanchuan compared to the Ji family's 5 sisters. To her, it seemed that Ji Nanchuan held greater significance than all the sisters combined. Ji Zhongshi and Ji Bei mistakenly believed that Ji Bei was glaring at Ji Nanchuan. Ji Zhongshi's anger peaked, as his displeasure towards Ji Bei's recent behavior erupted at that moment. After all this time in the Ji family, Ji Bei had shown no progress whatsoever. How could they hope for him to be of any use to the family in the future? Get out. Leave this instant. Ji Zhongshi pointed towards the Ji family's entrance. If you do not obediently apologize to Jiang Mengrui, you are to vacate the Ji family tonight and never return. A glimmer of joy sparked in Ji Nanchuan as he contemplated this unexpected turn of events. If Ji Bei were to be expelled from the Ji family, wouldn't everything in the Ji family then belong to him? Overcome with excitement, Ji Nanchuan trembled slightly in Song Yazi's embrace. She immediately took notice. What's wrong, Nanchuan? Why are you trembling so? Ji Nanchuan's triumphant expression froze, fearing that the Ji family, especially Song Yaji, would detect his unease. He felt nervous about how his face appeared. In the next moment, he heard Song Yaji softly reassure him. It's all right, Nanchuan. Don't be afraid. Mama is here. As Ji Nanchuan descended from the metaphorical ladder, he thought, with Mama here, I fear nothing. Observing Ji Nanchuan's frightful demeanor, the Ji family began to speculate on how Ji Bei had bullied him in the past. Ji Chun's face remained stern. What father says, I have no objections to. With Ji Chun's support, Ji Zhongshi felt emboldened, without winning Jiang Mengrui's forgiveness. Ji Bei would not be welcome back. Get out of my sight, far enough that I cannot see you. Ji Bei contemplated his proposition. Leaving was indeed an option. He spoke the truth. He had considered moving out before the college entrance examinations. His continued stay in the Ji family was not indicative of a lack of capability to live independently. Ji Bei was genuinely weighing his options. To the Ji family, particularly to Ji Zhongshi, this was perceived as a threat. You dare to threaten me with your potential departure? Ji Zhongshi, convinced of his absolute authority over Ji Bei, declared, Fine, if you wish to use this as leverage, so be it. From this day forth, you shall have no ties to the Ji family. Ji Zhongshi's words, uttered in anger, bore no intent to formalize a severance of ties. Ji Nanchuan, anxious, bit his lip until it turned pale, suppressing his excitement and the urge to laugh uncontrollably. Father, brother surely did not mean to threaten you or challenge your authority as head of the family. It was simply an inadvertent mistake. Please forgive him. Ji Nanchuan, Tian, Tournet, Toyibe. Brother, please do not provoke father. Do not use the hurtful excuse of leaving the Ji family to threaten him. I advise you to apologize and promise never to challenge his authority again. I am certain father will forgive you. Upon hearing Ji Nanchuan's plea, Ji Zhongshi's anger intensified. He waved his hand dismissively. Nanchuan, do not interfere. Let him go. Far away enough that I cannot see him. I want to see how long he can survive on his own. A hint of amusement danced at the corners of Ji Bei's mouth. Ji Zhongshi truly overestimated the Ji family's significance. Before coming to the Ji family, Ji Bei had lived with Ji Nanchuan's parents, who were well aware that he was not their biological son and treated him poorly. Ji Bei had been working odd jobs since he was able, a practice he had followed for over a decade. It was illogical to assume that after merely a year in the Ji family, he would lose the ability to survive independently. Ji Nanchuan, I cannot help but notice that your intentions do not seem wholly altruistic for the Ji family. Ji Nanchuan stiffened, his voice betraying an unexpected lack of confidence. What do you mean, brother? Exhausted from the day's events, Ji Bei leaned against the wall, creating an illusion for Ji Nanchuan that he was merely an observer of his own performance. Ji Bei, do you truly believe others are so foolish as to be unaware of your blatant instigation? The Ji family, oblivious to the manipulation, was initially taken aback, but soon, Ji Nanchuan's tears began to flow like pearls from a broken string, his pale face reflecting his distress. Brother, you misunderstand me. The Ji family, momentarily dazed, grew increasingly furious. Particularly Ji Zhongshi. He pointed at Ji Bei, get out now. Leave the Ji family. You shall no longer see Jiang Mengrui. This union is now for Nanchuan. With a scoff, Ji Zhongshi lamented, allowing you to meet Jiang Mengrui was a grave mistake. At that moment, Ji Chun's phone rang. With little enthusiasm, she retrieved her phone. But upon recognizing the caller, her demeanor shifted instantly. She hushed the crowd. It's a call from the Jiang family. Song Yaji scoffed. It must be Jiang Mengrui. Dissatisfied with Ji Bei, calling to annul the engagement.